He couldn't just wait here all day without getting the heart's blood. Xianyangzi, Tianjizi, and the second elder didn't expect that before the night's drinks were finished, Qingning would have already obtained the heart's blood. Look at this remarkable young disciple who hasn't even entered the door yet. Ye girl is back. Come, let me see how your injury is. Xianyangzi was both happy and worried, more anxious than anyone else, stepping forward to check her pulse. Since she had obtained the heart's blood and the goo was still not resolved, it was clear that the injury must be on her.
Elder, I'm fine.
I just got a little hurt while taking the heart's blood. I'm a body cultivator, so this little injury is nothing. Qingning was really afraid the elder would check her pulse and reveal that her heart vein was injured. She just wanted to quietly use the spirit stone to repair her heart vein without worrying anyone. Fearing the elder's persistence, she quickly took out a small porcelain bottle and looked at the Wuming Taoist. This is the heart's blood I obtained. May I ask, when can the goo be resolved? Wuming Taoist took the bottle from Qingning, opened it, confirmed it was indeed heart's blood, and said seriously, now. Qingning followed the group to the side hall, but only she and Wuming Taoist entered, while the others were stopped outside. After all, their presence inside would be pointless and might be a distraction, which Wuming found bothersome. Qingning waited quietly as Wuming took out a black wooden box from his sleeve, inside which were neatly arranged silver needles that shimmered with a cold light. She remembered that Wuming Taoist had mentioned using the Danshu Jun, disconnection needles, to sever the connection between the mother and child goo insects, and the needles in the box were undoubtedly those. After that, the master began to prepare a special potion to deal with the insect curse. The dark potion was not cooked or heated. The liquid even came from a bug she did not recognize. Various crushed powders, whose ingredients were unidentifiable, were also added, giving off an indescribable smell. Qingning couldn't help but frown. Just thinking about drinking this dark concoction made her temples throb. She wished someone could pinch her nose and force her to drink the strange mixture. Drink this. It will suppress the insects in your body and prevent them from harming your heart, so I can perform the treatment, the master said. The insects raised through this practice were unusual and often had special abilities, so suppressing them meant controlling those powers. Qingning closed her eyes, prepared herself mentally, and tilted her head back to gulp down the dark potion. The taste almost made her gag. However, she did not show any sign of disgust, which pleased the master. Lie down. While I treat you, try to stay calm and don't let anything disturb your mind. It would be best if you could fall asleep, the master said, his deep voice having a soothing quality. Qingning took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. Once she lay down, she saw the master open a bottle containing heart blood and take out a silver needle from a wooden box, dipping it into Ye Hanyue's heart blood. At first, she thought she would have to drink the heart blood too, as many stories suggest that heart blood cures all ailments. Now she understood that the heart blood on the needle was not only to draw out the insect but also to enhance the needle's effectiveness. As the silver needles, now coated with heart blood, pierced various acupoints on her chest, a cool sensation flowed through her heart, even easing the pain from a previous wound. But as the treatment continued, the heart blood entered her heart channels and the once calm insects began to stir wildly within her. The needle technique may have severed the connection between the child and mother insects, causing the insects to strike at her heart, as if trying to break free. This brought sharp pain to her chest, like being torn apart by countless claws. Qingning's forehead was covered in beads of sweat, and her face turned pale as paper. Each heartbeat intensified the torment, leaving her feeling chaotic and on the verge of losing her mind. She really wanted to ask Wuming Taoist how she could sleep in this situation. If she could start over, she wished for a chance to use a sleep talisman. The system was too scared to speak, knowing that the process of drawing out the child insect would be painful and extremely dangerous, fearing that Qingning might not be able to endure it any longer. If possible, it would rather knock the host out. Wuming noticed Qingning's pale face and frowned, but the needle technique he used to guide the child insect remained steady and precise. Seeing Ye Qingning enduring the pain while also suffering from a sword wound, he couldn't bear it any longer and inserted a silver needle into the center of her forehead. This point connected directly to the spirit platform, allowing practitioners to instantly enter a sleep state. Ye Qingning felt her consciousness becoming blurry, as if being swallowed by endless darkness, and soon fell into a deep sleep. The system suddenly panicked. This old man. Would it have killed him to give her this needle sooner? Did he have to make her suffer before finally helping her? Was it intentional? But then it realized that the other party was a master of insect techniques, capable of great destruction. There was no compassion. It was already a blessing that he could help her with the insects. At least he saw that she was struggling and gave her a needle. Suddenly, the system thought of something and froze in shock. It screamed in panic. Ye Qingning was asleep. She was asleep. After leaving the Yunshan's secret realm in her past life, she fell into a nightmare after returning to her sect. In this life, after returning from the Yunshan's secret realm, she received her reward and went to Julie Peak, then ran to the black market in the west to get her heart's blood. She hadn't closed her eyes at all. Now, after being pricked by the old man, she was asleep. Would the nightmare appear again, just like in her past life?
Ah,
You old man, it would have been better not to give her that needle at all. According to logic, Ye Qingning had successfully passed through the heart demon illusion in her previous life, so the system shouldn't be this anxious. However, because the world has restarted and she is living a new life, the system is certain that this time the heart demon illusion will be different from the last. In her previous life, when she faced the heart demon illusion, Ye Qingning had just joined the Falling Cloud sect and was only beginning to pursue Xie Jibai without experiencing the later challenges. So, at that time, the heart demon illusion was not difficult at all. But after experiencing her past life, she not only faced setbacks in her pursuit, but also the possibility of being erased by the main system and later suffered due to the mother-child curse. Especially after Ye Hanyue was imprisoned, the system couldn't understand how Ye Qingning managed to endure each day. The pain from various punishments was relentless. Anyone else would likely go mad or develop a heart demon. That's why the system was so worried. Unfortunately, it had lost contact with the main system and felt powerless, unable to enter Ye Qingning's heart demon illusion, just watching helplessly from the side. The nameless Taoist furrowed his brow, initially thinking Ye Qingning had just fallen asleep, but at the moment she did, he sensed an invisible force. It was indeed the heart demon illusion. At this time, with the heart demon illusion appearing, he wondered if she could safely pass through it. After a cup of tea, the nameless Taoist opened the door. Xianyangzi and Tianjizi immediately surrounded him. How is it? Has Ye girl been freed from the curse? Let me in to take a look, but he was quickly stopped by the nameless Taoist. The curse is broken, but she won't wake up for a while. She is in the heart demon illusion. At this, everyone was taken aback. They all knew Ye Qingning had broken through to the golden core stage in the secret realm, but they hadn't expected the heart demon illusion to appear during the curse's release. Suddenly, they couldn't sit still. The sect had seen disciples lose all their cultivation after failing the heart demon illusion, which made them very worried. Just then, a disciple rushed in to report. Reporting to the sect master, grand elder, elder in charge, and second elder, members of the Ye family have intruded into the Penglai Sea area and are blocked outside the protective formation, demanding to see the sect master. After the mountain guard reported, the air around suddenly became colder. Pei Yin, Xianyangzi, and Tianjizi all had serious expressions, showing clear displeasure and dissatisfaction. The second elder was the first to snort, his voice filled with anger. They are one of the top 10 families, yet they act so recklessly. Do they think they can just invade my Penglai Sea region without consequences? The Ye family is indeed becoming more and more outrageous, running wild in my Penglai as if they don't care about us old folks, Tianjizi said calmly, though a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. To dare provoke us, the Ye family must be quite bold. Perhaps I should go out and stretch my old bones. It's been years since I've moved much. Xianyangzi spoke with disdain. He had been worried about whether Yi Qingning could safely pass through the heart demon illusion, and now the Yi family had come knocking, making him even angrier. Before Pei Yin could speak, Xian Yangzi waved his sleeve and was about to leave the peak, but Pei Yin stopped him just as he took a step. The Yi family is not worth the effort of a grand elder. Since they specifically want to see me as the leader of the sect, if I don't go, what will others think of Penglai? Pei Yin spoke calmly, his voice carrying undeniable authority. The second elder nodded in agreement. What the leader says is true. If the leader does not meet them, others might think Penglai is afraid of the Yi family. The Yi family must be here regarding the matter of their daughter's blood. Now that the curse within her has been lifted, when the child curse is removed, the mother curse often backlashes. The Yi family's daughter has likely already suffered from this backlash, which is why they are making such a fuss outside the sect. At this point, the Yi family will not just ask for an explanation, they will demand the person. What does the leader plan to do? The second elder asked. Although the girl is not of the Yi family's bloodline, she was raised by them since childhood. If the Yi family comes to demand her, and Penglai does not hand her over, there must be a reason. If there truly is no reason, his suggestion is, just beat them into submission. The second elder need not worry. I have my own plan, Pei Yin said calmly, intending to take Xinxian to meet the Yi family. The Yi family arrived with great force, not waiting at all. A rather impatient voice came through the protective barrier. Is this how the Penglai sect treats its guests, with the sect leader not showing up? Tian Jizi's expression turned cold. What a powerful sound technique. So, it's that old man Yi Tianying. No wonder he's so unruly. With the ancestor of the Yi family here, they must be determined to take that girl away. The sound technique, created by a Buddhist monk, allows voices to penetrate any barrier, including all forms of matter and formations, even powerful protective arrays. This sound can resonate with the energy of the formation, penetrating through and reaching every corner within, and can even cause shock damage or mental attacks to those who hear it. However, using this technique consumes a lot of spiritual energy, making it difficult to use multiple times, even for those at the combined stage. There are special formations or treasures that can resist this technique, but usually, sects avoid using them. The reason is that if they block this technique, no one would know if someone came to challenge the sect, which would make them seem cowardly. Yi Tianying's angry shout startled all the disciples of the Penglai sect. The inner disciples were fine, but the outer disciples, who were weaker, were directly stunned by the shout. Aside from being shocked that someone dared to cause trouble at the Penglai sect, they all turned into onlookers, eager to be the most noticeable in this situation. The clever ones had already taken out their spirit jade slips and rushed to the mountaintop to record everything, ready to share the news with the entire sect, so everyone could join in this rare excitement. In the sky, Ye Xian and 3 elders of the Yi family stood with their hands behind their backs. Yi Tianying, in a furious mood, saw Pei Yin appear and shouted, "Sect leader Pei, your Penglai sect is being too unreasonable. You took the heart's blood of my Yi family's daughter and harmed her with a mother worm, causing her heart to be damaged. Does Penglai really think my Yi family is powerless?" With Ye Hanyue's exaggerations, the Yi family believed that it was Shun Xuanli and his companions who helped Yi Qingning obtain the heart's blood. What shocked the Yi family even more was that as soon as they arrived at the Penglai sect, Ye Hanyue started complaining about chest pain, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, and even began to spit blood, which startled everyone. At this moment, it was revealed that Ye Hanyue was suffering from the backlash of the mother worm, which also meant that the child worm had been removed. Ye Hanyue widened her eyes in disbelief, repeatedly saying, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." In her view, a worm that couldn't be removed in her past life could not possibly be removed in this life. Ye Hanyue refused to believe it. In her madness, she took out a dagger and, without hesitation, plunged it into her arm. Instantly, blood splattered, staining her sleeve. Ye Hanyue seemed to feel no pain, only staring intently at the blood flowing from her arm. But no matter how long she waited, the wound did not heal. After a moment, she laughed wildly, muttering, "It's gone? The worm is really gone." Yi Qingning actually removed the worm. Dad, didn't you say this worm couldn't be removed?
Why?
Why is it gone? Ye Hanyue was stunned. There was only one person in the world who could remove this worm, but that person was elusive and hard to find. How could that troublemaker have found them? He had never seen Ye Hanyue like this before and thought she must have been triggered by something. He quickly said, "Yue, calm down. I'll bring her back to the Yi family for you to deal with." Thus, Ye Tianying furiously used his powers, intending not only to bring Yi Qingning back to the Yi family, but also to demand an explanation from the Penglai sect. Otherwise, people would think the Yi family was easy to bully. Pei Yin's expression was indifferent. The Yi family intruded into my Penglai waters. We have not taken direct action, which is already giving the Yi family face. How can you say that Penglai is bullying others? This matter is under our control. Since she has entered my Penglai immortal sect, she belongs to us. Even the Yi family cannot touch her. Yi Tianying's expression darkened, and Ye Hanyue's face looked even worse. From Sect Master Pei's words, "It seems you are unwilling to return my daughter to the Yi family." Yes, I won't return her. The people we want to protect in Penglai cannot be harmed. The head of the Yi family knows better than anyone why she had to take her heart's blood, doesn't he? I don't care what plans the Yi family has. Now that her worm is removed, whether she remains a Yi family member is uncertain. If the Yi family wants to take her away, they must first get past me. Pei Yin's words were firm, leaving the Yi family no room to maneuver. Ye Hanyue's expression changed dramatically, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. As the head of the Yi family, he had never been treated this way before. After speaking, he looked at Pei Yin with fury. "Pei sect leader, are you really willing to go against the entire Yi family for one misfit?" Pei Yin chuckled lightly, feeling that both father and daughter were quite troubled. Our Penglai sect has never feared anyone, especially not the Yi family. Make your move. All right. Since you have said this, I will seek guidance from you. Pei sect leader, Yi Tianying shouted angrily, drawing his long sword. A terrifying sword energy burst forth from the tip of the sword, and he charged towards Pei Yin. Seeing this, Ye Hanyue and the two elders of the Yi family also took action. In an instant, the air above the Penglai sect was filled with sword energy and spiritual power. All the disciples in the sect were stunned, swearing they had never seen such a scene in their lives. It was said that the sect leader was at the tribulation stage. The old men from the Yi family didn't seem weak either. Where could one find an opportunity to watch powerful beings duel like this? On the mountain peak, a noticeable figure kept commentating. This old man from the Yi family has a loud voice and fierce sword energy. I wonder if Pei sect leader can handle it. Ah, he did handle it. As expected of our Penglai sect leader. The sword energy actually turned around in his hands and struck back at the loud old man from the Yi family. The old man's expression changed, clearly not expecting Pei sect leader to respond like this. He hurriedly stepped back, narrowly avoiding the counterattack. The head of the Yi family is shameless. He tried to sneak attack, but our senior brother blocked him with a sword. However, he forgot that our senior brother is also a talisman master. In his carelessness, he was hit in the forehead by a lightning talisman, spitting out blood and nearly falling to the ground, barely stabilizing himself before hitting the ground. This Yi family head shouts loudly, but he's not that impressive. Here comes another attempt at a sneak attack. Fortunately, Yi Qingning was not present, otherwise, she would have said, "Brother, were you a game commentator in your past life?" Despite being outnumbered, it was the Yi family that appeared to be at a disadvantage. Pei Yin stood in the clouds, and above the empty sky, countless golden runes appeared out of nowhere. The runes moved and changed, eventually forming a massive golden bagua that enveloped the Yi family. With a wave of his hand, the golden bagua spun, and dazzling golden runes turned into sharp swords that fell from the sky, like a torrential rain, striking the Yi family members. Poof! Yi Tianying was hit by numerous golden swords while trying to protect his family. He was thrown back as if struck by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his energy instantly fading. Ye Hanyue looked at Pei Yin in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. Although Pei-in was the leader of the Penglai sect, he was not as strong as the old masters from the back mountain. Yet, Ye Hanyue, the ancestor of the Ye family, was unable to defeat Pei-in. What was even more frightening was that Pei-in had set up a formation while battling them. The array of sword symbols was incredibly difficult to deal with. Ye Hanyue's pupils contracted as he looked at Pei-in in disbelief, never expecting to be so badly beaten. The Ye family's reputation was shattered today. Ancestor, Ye Hanyue and two elders rushed forward, their expressions filled with worry. The current situation was dire. Even with just Pei-in from the Penglai sect, the old masters from the back mountain had yet to join the fight. If they left like this, what would happen to the Ye family's reputation? Let's go. Ye Hanyue's eyes widened in anger, knowing they could not take Ye Qingning today and would have to plan for the long term. Ye Hanyue and the two elders exchanged glances, feeling reluctant but knowing they had no choice but to retreat, leaving behind a harsh remark. We will remember this humiliation today. Just as they were leaving, Ye Hanyue went wild, shouting at Pei-in, "You will regret this. Penglai? The greatest sect? Ha ha ha, it will eventually turn to dust and vanish." What is she saying? Who does she think she is to curse Penglai? All the Penglai disciples were furious. Unable to win, she was cursing instead? Look at her confidence. She should go back to the Ye family and get her head checked. The system was genuinely worried about Ye Qingning, but it also enjoyed the excitement. Initially watching the battle between the Ye family and Pei-in, they were ultimately shocked by Ye Hanyue's words. I had suspected that the troubles of the Penglai sect were related to Ye Hanyue, and now I am even more certain that she is involved. A day and a night passed, and the footage of the battle was shared by the disciples of Penglai on the Lingyu tablet, causing a huge stir in the entire immortal community. Now almost every cultivator has a copy of the footage, and the Ye family has become the target of ridicule, labeled as overconfident. Si Qian, Song Zian, and Li Taihang were originally waiting for Ye Qingning to leave the sect and have some fun for 3 days, but before dawn, they saw the Ye family causing a scene. As the footage spread through the Lingyu tablet, many comments emerged. The three, already in the know, quickly revealed that Ye Qingning had been cursed by the Ye family. Due to the earlier incident of taking the Blue Spirit Spring, they had even changed their tablet names for privacy. A small group of people initially claimed that the Penglai sect was bullying others, unworthy of being the top sect, but after hearing the news, the image of Penglai protecting its disciples became well established. The Ye family's label of being overconfident was now joined by another, malicious. Some said, an infant was swapped. How could a baby know anything? Was it their fault for being born into the wrong family? If you have the ability, go take revenge on their parents. There were all sorts of comments, making it quite lively. Si Qian and the others were waiting for Ye Qingning to leave the sect, unaware that she was in the heart demon illusion. Messages went unanswered, and they couldn't enter the back mountain, so they could only wait at the entrance. Bai Wei, unable to leave the sect, was supposed to be in seclusion today. Seeing that Ye Qingning hadn't replied, she worriedly came over. The curse was lifted, but Ye Qingning still hadn't emerged. Was something wrong in the heart demon illusion? Jiu Li Peak. The system kept pecking at Ye Qingning's head, as if it would peck her bald if she didn't wake up soon. It even crazily started singing revolutionary songs to drive away the evil spirits and boost positive energy against the heart demons. Unable to tolerate such noise, Ye Qingning didn't open her eyes but reached out to grab the system that was pecking her head and singing. "Shut up, it's too noisy." Upon hearing Ye Qingning's voice, the system cried out, sounding as if it was mourning. "Woo woo woo ning ning, you finally woke up. It has been a day and a night. I thought you had died in the illusion." Ye Qingning felt frustrated. What kind of system is this? Can it wish her some good luck? She never expected to fall into a mental illusion while trying to break the curse. In the illusion, she even killed Xie Jibai and Ye Hanyue. A voice inside her kept telling her that if it weren't for them, she wouldn't have been erased by the main system and wouldn't have to endure various punishments as a substitute. But killing them meant she would still die. In the end, she could no longer hold back and killed both of them. After that, the illusion collapsed, and she woke up. Although she felt empty inside, she clearly sensed that her golden core had become more solid, and her level had stabilized much more than before. It felt like she had been elevated. No wonder Song Xian talked endlessly about overcoming the mental illusion. It truly felt refreshing. In her joy, Ye Qingning sat up to check her golden core, but was shocked. There was a wisp of dark energy attached to her golden core. Ye Qingning was stunned, staring at her golden core for a long time. Not only was there lightning flickering on the golden core, but dark energy was also swirling around it. At first glance, it looked quite cool. It felt like if she gathered 7 of them, she could summon a dragon. She realized this was not ordinary dark energy, but a wisp of demonic energy. She tried to use her spiritual power to disperse it, but the demonic energy seemed to have taken root, firmly attached to the golden core, and she couldn't remove it no matter what. But she had clearly overcome the mental illusion. If she had failed, her golden core wouldn't have become more solid, and her level wouldn't have stabilized. It was truly strange. What went wrong? System, did you notice any demonic energy on me? The system was taken aback. What nonsense was the host talking about in broad daylight? No, I haven't detected any demonic energy. You have already overcome the mental illusion. Where would the demonic energy come from? Ye Qingning told the system about the demonic energy on her golden core, leaving the system stunned. It had never heard of anyone developing demonic energy after overcoming the mental illusion. Was this a joke? But as a system, it had to remain calm in any situation. What strong winds and waves has he not seen? A mere wisp of dark energy is not enough to throw him off balance. If he loses his composure, what will happen to the host? Don't worry, Ning Ning. It's just a wisp of dark energy. It doesn't seem to affect you much, and it shouldn't be a heart demon. If it were a heart demon, your level wouldn't be stable. Even if we assume it is a heart demon, it's likely just in the early stage. As long as you can stay true to yourself and not be disturbed by it, this wisp of dark energy won't harm you. However, maybe, possibly. Ye Qingning glared at the system. Just say it clearly. Stop stuttering like you want to insert an ad. The system chuckled and said, Ning Ning, there's actually another possibility. This wisp of dark energy might be related to your physique. Have you ever heard of the dark spirit body and the demon spirit body? Ye Qingning nodded and then shook her head. She had a very ordinary physique and only knew that the male lead, Shen Xuanli, had a natural sword body in her past life. She had heard of various special physiques like the natural Dao body, chaos body, and heavenly yin body, but she had never encountered anyone with such a physique. Usually, if someone has a special physique, they wouldn't boast about it, as revealing it could lead to danger. For example, those with a heavenly yin body or natural furnace body, regardless of gender, would be targeted and used for their energy if discovered. She had heard of the dark spirit body and the demon spirit body, but only in passing and didn't know much about them. Are you asking me because these two physiques are related to the dark energy in my golden core? The system nodded vigorously. I'm just speculating. The dark spirit body is usually associated with dark or cold attributes. For instance, the dark spirit root produces a visual effect similar to dark energy surrounding the golden core when it operates. But Ning Ning, you're not a dark spirit root. The chance of you being a dark spirit body is quite small, so it could be the demon spirit body. The demon spirit body is hidden, and its inner demon spirit root is covered by a special substance called hidden spirit root, making it undetectable, even during root testing. When the demonic spirit body reaches the golden core stage, the attributes of the demonic root, which have been hidden by the spiritual root, will gradually reveal themselves. The innate ability to contain endless demonic energy will also begin to show, and the unique demonic energy will appear on the golden core when it is fully formed. So, I suspect that you, Ning Ning, are a natural demonic spirit body. Ye Qingning was completely stunned. Is that true? Surely it can't be nonsense? In her previous life, this trace of demonic energy did not appear on her golden core, so how could she be a demonic spirit body? It's not possible for her to live again and have her constitution change. The system noticed Yi Qingning's doubts and explained, "In your previous life, you did not show this constitution, possibly because the mother-child worm inside you had not been removed. As far as I know, special ability worms can suppress the powers of a demonic spirit body, causing it to remain hidden. In this life, the removal of the worm has allowed the unique demonic energy to appear on the golden core. See, I'm quite clever. But since the worm was placed by the Ye family, wouldn't Ye Hanyue know that this strange worm has this ability?" Ye Qingning curled her lips into a cold smile. How could the Ye family not know? Not only did they know, but they did it on purpose. Even this mother-child worm was raised by the Ye family. A demonic spirit body, a living puppet. The Ye family really had a clever plan. In her previous life, they hid her demonic spirit body, and she didn't even realize it. Once she was completely controlled by the worm and became a living puppet, her special constitution would be cultivated, turning her into a powerful tool for the Ye family. All along, another question that puzzled her also found an answer. That was why she was sent to the Falling Cloud sect, and why it had to be the Falling Cloud sect. There are many small sects, so why not send her to another one? Previously, when she was cursed, she thought the Ye family wanted her to protect Ye Hanyue from harm, but in reality, they wanted her to become Ye Hanyue's living puppet. Did the Ye family not know that someone with an incomplete heart vein does not live long? Since she wouldn't live long, why make her a living puppet? That was contradictory. Thus, upon learning that the Ye family intended for her to be a living puppet, she began to suspect that they might have known someone at the Falling Cloud sect could heal her, which is why they deliberately sent her there. As for this life, the reason for agreeing to let her and Ye Hanyue switch sects and enter Penglai might be because her biological daughter asked for it, or perhaps she wanted to see if the first immortal sect could heal her heart pulse. Even if the healing fails, if the Ye family later sends someone to tell her that Ye Hanyue's master can cure her, she would have to feel grateful to the Ye family. Just how well is this plan thought out? The system, which had been boasting about its intelligence, noticed something was off when it saw Ye Qingning's serious expression. Just as it let out a scream, Ye Qingning caught it, as she had been suffering from a headache from that off-key and annoying song. "Don't shout. I already figured out the reason. The curse is lifted, and the Ye family's plan won't succeed," the system replied, "but I'm worried the Ye family won't give up. They must want to capture you again, place another curse on you, and keep you locked up until you become a living puppet." Ye Qingning's gaze turned cold. "Let's see if the Ye family can catch her. What I worry about now is whether others will discover that I am a demon spirit body." The system shook its head firmly. "No. I haven't detected any demonic energy on you, and others won't either. Unless someone's spiritual sense enters your spiritual abode and sees the golden core inside. But the spiritual abode is extremely important to cultivators, and outsiders are never allowed to peek inside. Only partners can enter each other's abodes. You don't have a partner, and who knows when you will. No one will discover the trace of demonic energy on your golden core. Since no one can detect this trace of demonic energy, who would know you are a demon spirit body? Ye Hanyue knows, but the Ye family won't give up or spread the word. It's like discovering a divine sword that you can't possess. You wouldn't shout about it to others." Ye Qingning blinked, finding the system's analysis quite reasonable. Although this thing can be troublesome, it does have a sharp mind when it matters. Since the Ye family won't speak up, only a partner might discover the truth. But in this day and age, partners can't be fully trusted, and not all would allow the other to enter their spiritual abode unless there is complete trust. Who can guarantee that you won't become the next one to disappear? So, there's no need to worry about anyone discovering the dark energy in her golden core and suspecting her of being a demon spirit. This also made her realize that her biological mother and unknown father must not be ordinary people. "Ning Ning, stop thinking and check the spirit jade slip. You have no idea what has been happening outside while you were in the heart demon illusion." Ye Qingning pulled her thoughts back. Now that she knows she is an innate demon spirit, she wonders if she can find clues about her background from this. Prompted by the system, she took out the spirit jade slip. Seeing the recorded image hanging in Immortal Gate's Hot Topics, she couldn't help but think it was impressive, especially with his smooth commentary. It was simply amazing. The system, concerned, reminded her, Ning, since the Ye family couldn't take you away, they won't give up easily. You have 2 days left to rest before leaving the sect. If you leave Penglai, be very careful. And that troublesome lotus flower, she has been harmed by her mother's curse and won't be able to cause trouble for a while. Unfortunately, although old Zhou won't stand up for her, he can still heal her heart veins. At the Immortal Gate competition in 3 months, that lotus flower might still make it. Ye Qingning narrowed her eyes. Since old Zhou can heal her heart veins, he can surely help that troublesome woman too. At the Immortal Gate competition, it would be best if she encounters that troublesome woman. Besides the recorded image, she also saw messages from Si Qian, Bai Wei, and Song Xian. Li Taiying also said he was waiting to leave the sect with her. He was so anxious that he had run around the body cultivation hall 800 times. Just as she was about to leave, she heard footsteps approaching. It was Xian Yongzi and Wu Ming Daoist. They had been worried about Ye Qingning checking on things, but they saw her holding the spirit jade slip and about to leave. Xian Yongzi became excited. Great. I knew you would safely pass through the heart demon illusion. You didn't disappoint me. Are you planning to leave the sect? How about I have your 2 senior brothers, your 2 senior uncles, accompany you? The 2 senior uncles he mentioned were undoubtedly Lu Linyuan and Wen Xingshu. As for Jiang Shaoling, the old man thought that troublesome kid had bad judgment and loved to pick fights, so he didn't deserve to accompany her. He wanted his little disciple to quickly become someone else's. Ye Qingning politely declined, saying, Thank you for your kindness, elder. I won't trouble you, and the 2 uncles. My senior brothers and sisters are still waiting for me, and we will be careful. Afterward, she gave a deep bow to the Wuming Daoist beside her, saying, Thank you for helping me break the curse. Please allow me to pay my respects. Wuming Daoist nodded slightly, and for some reason, seeing Ye Qingning's obedient demeanor sparked his second thought about taking on a disciple. The curse has been broken, but those with the mother curse will suffer backlash. The Ye family will not let you go easily. While Penglai can protect you, once you leave, with your current strength, you will have to evade the Ye family's pursuit. If you are willing to learn the art of curses, I will take you as my disciple. From now on, you can travel with me, free and unbothered. The Ye family cursed you, and in the future, you can curse them back. Wouldn't that be satisfying? The system was stunned. Could it really be played this way? Turning the Ye family into puppets sounded quite thrilling. Ye Qingning's eyes lit up. She was indeed a bit tempted. Setting aside the idea of puppets, the other party was the foremost expert in curses. Just seeing that bug during the curse-breaking process. Well, one bug was manageable, but if she had to raise a whole bunch of strange and ugly bugs, especially ones with hundreds of legs, just thinking about it made her shudder. She feared she would dream of battling bugs. The key was that she couldn't leave Penglai. Wasn't the madwoman waiting for the fall of the Penglai sect? She wanted Penglai to remain the top immortal sect. In this life, since she joined the Penglai sect, she was now a Penglai person. You little Wuming, trying to take my untrained disciple right in front of me. Go on, hurry back to your useless disciple. Even if girl doesn't want to acknowledge me as her master, she is still part of the Penglai sect and won't leave with you. Humph. The remark about being useless reminded Wuming that if his main disciple was not up to par, he could just take on a capable one. If one was not good enough, he could teach another. It was no problem. Take this jade token. If you wish to learn the art of curses, use the token to contact me and acknowledge me as your master. You don't necessarily have to leave Penglai. Xian Yangzi? What? Are you planning to come teach? How about I give you a temporary elder position? Ye Qingning, despite her fear of bugs, accepted the jade token. She wouldn't have to leave the Penglai sect, which meant she would receive one-on-one instruction. If she could learn to tolerate those bugs, she might even consider studying the art of Gu. Penglai disciples are known for their diverse skills and abilities. After leaving Jili Peak and walking halfway down the mountain, Ye Qingning unexpectedly ran into Jiang Shaoling. She suddenly remembered that she still owed him some spirit stones. As someone who values integrity, she quickly took out the storage bag she had prepared. Jiang Shaoling accepted the bag filled with spirit stones, but his expression toward Ye Qingning remained unfriendly. He couldn't understand why the old man valued her, especially when both of his senior brothers praised her. Having returned the spirit stones, Ye Qingning felt light and had no desire to talk to Jiang Shaoling. She continued her way down the mountain. She also communicated with Song Zian and the others, arranging to meet at the sect entrance after a cup of tea. Among the items she obtained in the secret realm, some needed to be identified, while others she planned to sell for spirit stones. After all, she needed to gather a lot of spirit stones to buy a mountain. Otherwise, while the blue spirit spring could be placed in the star ring, it wasn't solely hers, and she would eventually need to buy a mountain, so she had to find a place to do that. She also casually changed the name of her spirit jade slip to Quade selling pills to block Heavenly Thunder professional version, price negotiable, bulk discounts available. After a cup of tea, Ye Qingning had changed into her own clothes and arrived at the sect entrance. In addition to Song Zian, Xi Qian, and Li Taihang waiting for her, she also spotted a male cultivator who looked somewhat familiar. Although she couldn't recall his name, she remembered that he had entered the Yunshan secret realm and had broken through to the golden core stage there. Seeing him standing with Song Zian, it seemed they were acquainted. The system provided some information. Ning, this male cultivator is named Qi Fifan, known as the most disappointing second-generation immortal in the Penglai sect. His father, Qi Lian Xianzuan, is the current master of the inner sect's Yunding Peak and holds a prestigious reputation in the Penglai sect. His mother, Yu Mingli, is the master of the Luoxia Peak and has taken in many female disciples, being one of the few female immortal lords in the Penglai sect. After much effort, they finally had a child and named him Fifan, but he turned out to be quite disappointing, not living up to the name at all. After many years of hard work, he finally advanced from a servant disciple to an outer disciple. He didn't know how many times he had to take the assessment to pass, and after entering the inner sect, he remained stuck at the foundation building stage. In the list for the Yunshan secret realm, there were several people who had been unable to break through the foundation building stage for years, and he was one of them. Ye Qingning looked at Qi Fifan and noticed his carefree attitude. She thought that someone who grew up spoiled was not necessarily unambitious. He just lacked the tough lessons from society, like a flower in a greenhouse that had never faced the wind and rain. Qi Fifan also sized up Ye Qingning and said, "Let's go to the Lingxi market." The Lingxi market is the largest trading place in the cultivation world, gathering cultivators from all directions. The market is filled with various rare spiritual herbs, magical treasures, elixirs, spirit beasts, and cultivation manuals. It also has the largest stone gambling house and the most famous auction house in the Immortal sect. The stone gambling house is called the Heaven, Earth, and Humanity House, also known as the Four Suns House. It is referred to as the Four Suns House because the entire stone gambling house is divided into 4 different sections. Each section has different requirements, and the source stones provided vary. The source stones in the first section are the best. These source stones come from ancient ruins, ancient forbidden zones, and battlefields of gods and demons. These places have either experienced ancient battles or are forbidden areas that ordinary cultivators cannot enter, or they may have been inhabited by powerful beings. Therefore, the quality of the source stones is extraordinary, and they may contain ancient relics or rare spiritual materials, and there is even a possibility of uncovering exceptional magical treasures. However, entering the first section has very high requirements. In addition to paying a hefty entry fee each time, one must also obtain a stone storage card and deposit a certain amount of spirit stones, which serves as a verification of funds. If you can only afford the entry fee but have no extra spirit stones, you still cannot enter. Additionally, cultivators must have at least reached the golden core stage. Otherwise, even if they have money, they cannot enter. The source stones in the second section, while slightly inferior, are still remarkable. These source stones mainly come from small ruins or secret caves. Although it has not experienced the trials of a great battle between gods and demons, and is not related to ancient ruins, these places have seen some powerful individuals practicing or hiding here. Therefore, they may contain some rare spiritual materials or treasures. The requirements to enter the second market are relatively relaxed. Although there is an entrance fee, it is much cheaper than the first market, and there is no need to prove one's financial status. Cultivators only need to reach at least the foundation establishment stage to enter. Because of these lower barriers, the second market is much busier than the first market, almost always crowded. The source stones in the third market are relatively ordinary, mostly coming from common spiritual veins or mines. These source stones generally do not produce rare items or treasures. They mostly yield materials for crafting and stones with various spiritual energies. However, for regular cultivators, this is still a significant fortune. There are no entry requirements for the third market, and no entrance fee or cultivation level is needed. The fourth market is just as popular as the second market. The reason is that the fourth market is known as the blind box market. In this market, the specific sources of the source stones are not distinguished. Instead, various source stones are sold mixed together. It is impossible to judge by the appearance of the source stones, as each one is wrapped in a special fabric bag, so buyers must rely on their intuition or luck. Each bag of source stones is priced the same, but the value of the stones inside can vary greatly. Previously, someone had incredible luck and opened a source stone from ancient ruins, discovering a legendary treasure and becoming wealthy overnight. On the other hand, some people had bad luck and found nothing, losing everything they had. However, the gambler's mindset leads many to believe they can find rare treasures, making the fourth market even more popular than the second market, with crowds every day. Due to its overwhelming popularity, some individuals buy hundreds or thousands of bags, causing many cultivators to struggle to get any. As a result, the fourth market has implemented a new rule limiting the number of bags each cultivator can purchase daily to ensure fairness. On the way here, I heard from the system that Qi Fifin's favorite place is the stone gambling area in the spirit market. Although it is not easy for the disciples of Penglai to go out, any second-generation immortal who can leave the sect will definitely look for opportunities to come here. They are nicknamed Gambling Genius. The reason is that this second-generation immortal has incredible luck. Previously, he stayed in Xie Square for 3 days and nights, and all the source stones he picked turned out to be valuable. Even when he went to Xie Square to open mystery boxes, he never lost, which earned him this nickname. Qingning was not uninterested in gambling stones, but she simply didn't have any spirit stones to spare. Who wouldn't want to get rich overnight? So, when she learned that Qi Fifin came to Lingshu Market to visit the gambling stone shop and auction house, she quickly decided to join him. Gambling on stones really depends on luck. It's better to find a fortune teller than to rely on prayers. Mu Xingchen couldn't leave the Penglai sect because she hadn't broken through to the golden core stage, so she had to look for someone else. At the entrance of the gambling stone shop, it was bustling with people. A noticeable fortune teller was holding a large sign next to the entrance, which clearly read 5 big words, "Ye Dao, you look at me." As a result, everyone entering the gambling stone shop glanced at the male fortune teller, and some even whispered, "Crazy. Ye shimmy, is this fortune teller the one you found?" Si Qian asked with sparkling eyes. On the way, she learned that Qingning had brought a fortune teller to the gambling stone shop and regretted not knowing more fortune tellers, especially since the one she knew was still trying to break through to the golden core stage at the Penglai sect. She hadn't thought about bringing a fortune teller to the gambling stone shop to get a reading. It was definitely better than guessing and buying randomly.
Ye Qingning nodded.
The fortune teller's name was Ye Jibai, the same one who had read her fortune that night at the black market in Shizhou. In her previous life, she called him Clothes Rack for easy remembering. But in this life, he did not know her name. That night at the black market, she wore a cloak, so he didn't know her appearance either. She only told him her surname, Yi, through a spirit jade slip. As a result, he wrote, "Ye Dao you, look at me," on the sign at his stall, making him the most eye-catching figure at the entrance of the gambling stone shop. She thought to herself, this guy must have been someone who liked to make grand entrances in his past life. When Qingning said, "It's me," Ye Jibai was left speechless. In his entire life, he had never seen such a beautiful female cultivator. He felt that no words could adequately describe her beauty. For a moment, he forgot what to say until Ye Qingning called out to him again. He quickly came to his senses and said, "Yi, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Ye Qingning nodded. "Let's go. You can pay for the spirit stones later." Qi Fifan raised an eyebrow. It would be better to ask him than to hire a diviner. He always took care of his junior sisters, so there was no need to spend spirit stones on someone else, especially since this diviner didn't seem very bright. The group walked toward the stone gambling shop, which was divided into 4 sections. Since Qi Fifan was a regular, he asked, "Which section do you want to visit first?" "I can accompany you." Ye Qingning seemed to catch on. Now that this second-generation cultivator had broken through to the golden core stage and had plenty of spirit stones, it was likely he was here for the first section. "I want to go to the 3rd section first. Do you want to join me, senior brother Qi?" Qi Fifan raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling the conflict between the Yi family and Pei Yin, along with the news from the spirit jade slip. Given how the Yi family treated her, how many spirit stones could she possibly have? The 3rd section would be fine. Of course, if such a beautiful junior sister wanted to go to the 1st section, he could lend her spirit stones. He had plenty to spare. Although the 3rd section wasn't the busiest, it was still crowded. Many cultivators were gathered around the pile of source stones, selecting their favorites, while the area for opening source stones was surrounded by layers of people. Suddenly, someone screamed, "Ah, it's a phoenix crystal, a level 9 refining material. We're going to get rich." "Thank you, ancestors. I'll pay my respects. Next year, I'll make sure to honor you." Si Qian, Li Taihang, and Song Xian were all eager to join in. They planned to gather enough spirit stones, and whoever became a core disciple first would have the chance to buy a mountain. Today might be a great opportunity to earn a lot of spirit stones. "Junior sister Yi, come pick a source stone and try your luck," Si Qian excitedly called to Ye Qingning, already bouncing toward the pile of source stones. Ye Qingning didn't join the selection crowd. Instead, she took out the spirit jade slip and posted a message in the sect's news. "Quade selling pills to block lightning, price negotiable, bulk orders preferred ding. Freshly made moonlight crystal. The best choice for crafting. Please report your location, priority will be given to nearby trades, and prices are favorable. Limited quantity, act fast." The system quickly reminded, "Ning Ning, your name can easily reveal your identity. You are the only one with a thunder spirit root in the entire cultivation world. If the Yi family sees this message, they will recognize you immediately." Ye Qingning gave the system a reassuring look. First, she didn't specify a trading location but asked others to report theirs. The Yi family can't track her without a radar, so they can't guess where she is. Second, fighting is prohibited in the spirit market. If someone causes trouble, the powerful figures present will intervene. Not just the Yi family, but even the members of the 4 major sects wouldn't dare to act recklessly here. Moreover, the market is right next to major teleportation points. As long as she enters the teleportation point to the eastern continent, even if the Yi family comes after her, she can safely return to Penglai. Additionally, she has an invisibility talisman and a random teleportation talisman she drew earlier. With random teleportation within 100 miles, even if the Yi family blocks the teleportation point in eastern continent, she can instantly move to another location. Unless she gets unlucky and only teleports a few steps in place, she can just use more talismans. It's unlikely she would keep getting unlucky. Besides, she intentionally sent out a message with her name. Otherwise, how would she conduct business and take orders to help others? She didn't come back to live a life of hiding. If the Yi family wants to catch her, let's see if they can chase her down faster than she can run. Once the message was sent, her friend requests skyrocketed from 1 to over 99 in no time. Ye Qingning had changed her name before, but she hadn't sent any messages on the spirit jade slip. This time, her message caused a flood of friend requests. Which cultivator above the golden core stage doesn't need to face a thunder tribulation unless they plan to stay at that level forever? Adding friends now might come in handy later. It's good to be prepared. As Ye Qingning opened the friend requests and began to add them, one name caught her eye. The system, acting like an internet addict, noticed a particularly familiar name, Xie Jibai. In her past life, Xie Jibai had always used this name, making it easy to recognize and impossible to mistake. Qingning did not expect Xie Jibai to add her as a friend. He was a sword cultivator, not a tool cultivator, so he wouldn't buy moonlight crystals. Was he planning to ask her for help with lightning in the future? She decided to reject his business proposal. In her past life, she had already helped him enough, so she wanted to avoid any involvement this time. Just as she was about to decline, she noticed a message attached to Xie Jibai's friend request. The message contained just 2 words, "Senior Sister." The system was stunned, staring at the words, "Senior Sister," as if it couldn't believe its eyes, stuttering for a long time before finally speaking. Qingning. Xie Jibai. He remembers his past life. Qingning was also shocked, realizing that the term, "Senior Sister," was not something Xie Jibai sent casually. It was because she was the only one with a lightning root in the cultivation world that Xie Jibai recognized her through her spiritual jade slip and added her as a friend. She never expected that not only had Ye Hanyue been reborn, but now Xie Jibai also had memories of his past life. It was quite lively. She suddenly understood why Xie Jibai had looked at her with such a sorrowful gaze when they left the Yunshan's secret realm. He must have unexpectedly recalled his past life while in the Yunshan's secret realm. Now that he no longer had her as a lucky charm, he must be feeling a sense of loss. Without the star ring, how could he not feel sorrowful? The title, Senior Sister, also indicated that he had concluded she had memories of her past life, especially since it was not her who went to the Luoyun sect this time. By adding her as a friend and calling her Senior Sister, he was simply lamenting the loss of her as a lucky charm. That man really knows how to weigh the pros and cons. Qingning rejected the friend request, directly turning him down. Compared to being a senior sister, she preferred being called junior sister by everyone. She thought it was great, and as for Xie Jibai's unfortunate senior sister, let someone else take that role. Without the task of pursuing him this time, she didn't want any connection with him. After rejecting Xie Jibai's friend request, Qingning accepted other friend requests one by one, wishing the spiritual jade slip had a one-click add feature, as her hand was getting sore from all the clicking. Just from the number of friend requests, she felt she would definitely have a lot of business in the future. The system was also watching and reminded her, "Qingning, look at this message. This person says he is at the Lingshu market, asking if you are nearby, as he wants to trade with you." Someone was at Sanzifang, but Qingning was not surprised. She came to Sanzifang because most of the source stones here came from spiritual veins or mineral veins, and they mostly produced crystal mine materials for crafting. So not only were there source stones being mined here, but also many craftsmen who liked to wait around for others to find the crafting materials they needed. Once someone found the crafting materials they needed, the prices were naturally cheaper than those in the market shops. Moonlight crystals were rare crafting materials, so she guessed that the craftsmen waiting at Sanzifang must need them. She replied, "I'm also at Sanzifang and can prioritize trading." As soon as she sent the message, she heard someone shouting at Sanzifang, "Which friend is selling moonlight crystals? I want them all." Qingning looked in the direction of the voice and saw a male cultivator wearing a light blue robe, with delicate golden lotus patterns embroidered on the hem and sleeves. At first glance, it sparkled, indicating he was a direct disciple of the Yuqing sect. A direct disciple who was also a craftsman was undoubtedly wealthy. It is known that the 3 most profitable professions in the cultivation world are alchemists, talisman makers, and craftsmen. You want the moonlight crystals? First, take a look at the quality. Seeing that Si Qian and the others were busy selecting source stones, Qingning walked up to the male cultivator and handed him a moonlight crystal. The male cultivator was taken aback, stunned by Qingning's beauty. It was said that the female cultivators of the Yuqing sect were all stunning, far more beautiful than those from other sects, but seeing her made him realize he had been misled. The female cultivators from other sects were even prettier. He quickly focused back on the moonlight crystal, examining it closely. The crystal was clear and translucent, with a faint white glow, like moonlight pouring down, soft and bright, cool to the touch, and very pleasant. The male craftsman closed his eyes to feel it and immediately sensed a refreshing sensation coming from his palm, lifting his spirits. He was delighted and said, "This moonlight crystal is of excellent quality. How many do you have? What's the price?" "I want them all." Ye Qingning was not a weapon cultivator, but she was quite interested in weapon forging. However, in her past life, she focused solely on completing her tasks and didn't have the time or energy to learn about forging. Although she couldn't forge weapons, she had done some research and knew that to create a high-quality magic weapon, one usually needed 10 pieces of medium-quality materials. Similarly, to forge a top-quality magic weapon, one would need 10 pieces of high-quality materials. The moonlight crystals she obtained in the Cloud Mountain secret realm were all of high quality, and the piece she took out was high quality. Additionally, she had some top-quality moonlight crystals that she hadn't revealed yet. For example, the illusion tail symbol brush that Su Ruashi bought was priced at 10,000 top-quality spirit stones. If we calculate the cost at 30% profit, that means the cost was 300,000 top-quality spirit stones. This means that the cost of one piece of high-quality material is about 30,000 top-quality spirit stones. Magic weapons are also categorized into attack, defense, and support types. The price of defensive magic weapons is usually 0.5 to 1 times that of attack magic weapons. Moonlight crystals are the main material for crafting defensive magic weapons. A top-quality defensive magic weapon would be priced nearly double that of the illusion tail symbol brush. Considering their rarity and market demand, moonlight crystals are indeed quite expensive. How about this? I'll sell you pieces of high-quality moonlight crystals for 40,000 top-quality spirit stones each if you buy 60 pieces at once. That would make it 30,000 top-quality spirit stones each. The male weapon cultivator was clearly stunned. Didn't the news say the quantity was limited? He thought getting a dozen would be a lot, but now he was told he could buy 60 at once. The key point was that the quality of these moonlight crystals was high, even close to top quality. How could she have so many? She couldn't have stolen them, could she? Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to find so many high-quality moonlight crystals in this source stone. Ye Qingning noticed the male cultivator's doubts and said, "I've been mining these source stones for years. How many do you want?" "I need to continue mining." Upon hearing this, the male cultivator quickly replied, "I want them all." "I'll take all 60. He was very straightforward and didn't haggle because the price was just too good. 10 pieces of high-quality moonlight crystals cost 300,000 top-quality spirit stones, which is 3,000 top-quality spirit stones. If he successfully forges a top-quality defensive magic weapon, it could sell for at least 10,000 top-quality spirit stones. Selling it at a normal price of around 15,000 would give him a profit of at least 10,000 top-quality spirit stones. Although the chance of failure in refining is not small, and some materials may be lost or wasted, she has 60 pieces. That means 6 chances to refine. He didn't believe he could fail all of them. As long as he succeeded once, he could break even, and everything else would be profit. The male cultivator was a direct disciple of one of the top 4 sects and had a wealthy profession, so he could manage to pay 18,000 top-quality spirit stones without hesitation. He quickly completed the transaction with Ye Qingning. As for the top-quality moonlight crystals, they were meant for crafting high-grade magical tools, but only skilled artisans ranked high on the spirit tool refining list could create such items. Originally, she could have asked the male cultivator, but she wanted to keep some for herself to find a talented craftsman later to create high-grade magical tools. After the male craftsman left, Ye Qingning invited 2 nearby people to trade. That day, she and her system had dug up quite a few moonlight crystals, so she couldn't just sell to one person. She needed to develop more customers. Song Xian, who practiced both sword and tool refining, also wanted the moonlight crystals. Upon learning that Ye Qingning had top-quality ones, he said they could discuss it further after returning to the sect, which made him feel more at ease to continue selecting source stones. In less than half an hour, Ye Qingning sold over 100 top-quality moonlight crystals, earning 34,000 spirit stones. Adding the 30,000 spirit stones she had previously obtained from blocking a lightning tribulation, She now had over 60,000 spirit stones. Nearby, Ye Jibai was stunned. He had originally followed Xie Jibai and others to select source stones, but found that Qingning had disappeared. Then he saw her selling refining materials, and as spirit stones piled up in her hands, he felt envious, thinking that this luck was too good to be true. "Ye Daoist, is this still valid?" he asked, noticing she didn't seem to be there to select source stones. Qingning thought for a moment, glancing at Qi Fifan, who was dozing off, and Li Taihang, who was grumbling about losses, while Xie Jibai, who was having great luck, was discussing a trip to Yizhi Square with Song Zian. She suggested, "How about we go to Yizhi Square and make a big deal?" As soon as she said that, Qi Fifan's eyes lit up. He had been leaning casually against the wall but stood up straight upon hearing her, patting his waist and shaking the spirit stone pouch in his hand. "If any of you are short on spirit stones, I have some. As long as you don't open the source stones inside, the spirit stones in the storage card will be returned in full when we leave. When the time comes, you can return it to me, or if I find a piece of source stone I like, I can directly deduct it from your card. But the entrance fee is not low, so think carefully." Li Taihang was completely broke, with nothing left but his underwear. He had found some good items in the Yunshan secret realm, but he hadn't had the chance to use them yet. However, he really wanted to go to Yizhi Square. After all, those who could enter were all powerful and not short on spirit stones, and he might even run into various strong experts. The source stones inside all came from ancient ruins, forbidden zones, and battlefields of gods and demons. Watching others open source stones was thrilling. "The entrance fee is high, but I'm going too. I'll just consider it a chance to gain experience with spirit stones. Although I don't have many spirit stones left, I need to borrow some from senior brother Qi." Qi Fifan nodded. Song Zian was the second son of the Song family, one of the top 10 families. Although sword cultivators were generally poor, he was a tool cultivator, and the Song family was willing to invest spirit stones in him, so he had saved quite a bit. He had planned to go to Yizhi Square with Qi Fifan, so he naturally agreed. "I'll go too. My luck is great right now. I just made a small profit, so I can afford the entrance fee, but I need to borrow senior brother Qi's spirit stones to get a stone storage card." Xie Jibai spoke with a straightforwardness typical of a blade cultivator. Qi Fifan nodded, while Ye Jibai looked pained. Although he had broken through to the golden core stage with pills years ago and could rank among the scattered cultivators, he truly didn't have many spirit stones. Years ago, he had the fortune to encounter a powerful figure. Noticing the person's aura was troubled, he offered a warning. Unexpectedly, the person remembered his advice, avoided a disaster, and later sought him out to give him a large sum of spirit stones. He used those spirit stones to buy many pills, which helped him reach the golden core stage. After all, he wasn't a disciple of a major sect, and among scattered cultivators, being at the golden core stage was already rare. Later, as divination cultivators became common, business became difficult, and he had long run out of spirit stones. Today, his earnings weren't even enough to cover the entrance fee, and he wasn't going to make a loss on this deal. Just as he was about to speak, his gaze suddenly landed on Qi Fifan. "Friend Qi, I see you have a prosperous appearance and a promising future. You should gain a lot from this trip to Yizhi Square. However, Daoist Qi, your appearance today seems a bit unusual, hinting at potential financial loss. But you have great fortune, and if you can receive guidance from a wise person during this trip, you will surely turn misfortune into good luck." Qi Fifan smiled playfully, thinking the fortune teller was trying to trick him. "Wise person? Are you referring to yourself?" Ye Jibai nodded. "Yes, that would be me. My predictions are always accurate. If you don't believe me, you can ask Daoist Yi. Looking at your face, it does seem you might face some financial loss today. If you pay my entrance fee to the Yizhi workshop, I will do my best to help you avoid this misfortune." Qi Fifan chuckled, realizing the fortune teller was quite the businessman, already thinking of ways to get money from him before they even entered the workshop. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Qingning say, "Senior brother Qi, his predictions are quite accurate, and I invited him here so I should cover the entrance fee." But since he mentioned you might face financial loss, I think you should be cautious and avoid impulsive spending today. They say it's wise to listen to advice, especially when it comes to finances. She had learned this lesson the hard way before. This was partly why she was so eager to consult a fortune teller. She wanted guidance for everything. Since Xie Jibai was invited by her and suggested entering the Yitzi workshop, it was only fair that the fortune teller shouldn't have to pay the entrance fee. Qi Fifan narrowed his eyes, already convinced that Xie Jibai was trying to deceive him. Hearing Yi Qingning's words made him even more skeptical. I only trust myself, and I usually have good luck. Others call me extraordinary at gambling. I want to see if I will face financial loss today, without your guidance. After saying this, Qi Fifan stepped forward to enter the Yitzi workshop. When someone stopped him, he remembered he had just broken through to the Golden Core stage and had never been inside the Yitzi workshop before. He awkwardly cleared his throat and joined Ye Qingning and the others at a nearby booth to apply for a storage card. After about a cup of tea's time, the 5 of them received their storage cards. In addition to the high entrance fee of 20 top-grade spirit stones, each card needed to contain 30,000 top-grade spirit stones to enter. Originally, Ye Qingning thought she wasn't poor anymore, but to bring Xie Jibai in, she got 2 spirit stone cards and almost emptied her pockets. However, there's a saying, big risks bring big rewards. 60,000 top-grade spirit stones? Let's go big. If she loses, she'll go home and eat dirt. If she wins, she'll be rich. As soon as they entered the stone selection area, the group noticed something different. The large area, which should have been bustling with noise, was unusually quiet. In other places, spirit stones are piled high, but here, they were neatly arranged on long tables. Next to each stone was a small sign clearly marking its origin and weight. In addition to the neatly arranged stones, there was a spacious resting area for selecting stones, with staff offering tea and snacks, providing attentive service. The people selecting stones were also quiet. Even when they talked, their voices were low, unlike the other 3 areas where people shouted to be heard. This doesn't feel like a place to select spirit stones. It feels more like a place to relax. I need to enjoy this too, Li Taihang exclaimed. Influenced by the environment, he spoke in a softer tone and quickly found a seat. After all, he wasn't there to select stones. He wanted to have some tea and snacks first. 20 top-grade spirit stones equal 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones. How many snacks and cups of tea would he need to break even? Wait, something's off. This isn't ordinary tea or snacks. It's special spirit tea and pastries made from spirit fruits. Both the spirit tea and pastries contained a hint of spiritual energy. While not overly strong, they were pure and perfect for nourishing a cultivator's body. Seeing Li Taihang ready to indulge, Ye Qingning thought there was nothing wrong with it and just wanted to say, those who enjoy food are truly exceptional. She also quietly observed the cultivators in the area. If it weren't for her past life, she wouldn't have guessed their identities just by looking at their faces. Most of them came from large sects and noble families, including people from hidden families that rarely ventured out. Several monks, dressed in robes and holding prayer beads, were easily recognizable as high-ranking monks from the renowned Manhwa Zen Temple. Manhwa Zen Temple is famous in the cultivation world and is considered a sacred place for monks. Many esteemed monks have emerged from there, including those who have ascended to higher realms. Unlike other sects and families, all disciples at Manhwa Zen Temple are monks who focus solely on their spiritual practice and do not engage in worldly disputes, dedicating themselves to helping others. The current abbot, Master Kongwang, earned great respect from countless cultivators in his youth due to his deep understanding of Buddhist teachings and compassionate heart. Every time he gives a lecture, many cultivators come to listen, and some even achieve enlightenment or break through their limitations during his teachings. However, meeting Master Kongwang is quite difficult. Ye Qingning never expected to encounter a monk from Manhwa Zen Temple today at the stone gambling market. Suddenly, the system exclaimed loudly, "Ning ning, ning ning." Do you remember that in the original story, the true heiress Ye Hanyue, after breaking through to the Golden Core stage, bought a piece of source stone at the gambling market and uncovered an ancient magical artifact. It also mentioned that the true heiress met a high monk from Fahua Zen Temple, which set the stage for her later visit to listen to Master Kongwang's teachings. So, the source stone was bought here. Has dog Ye Hanyue arrived yet? If not, we can seize her opportunity. You've suffered so much for her, so what's wrong with taking her chance? Qingning is not a saint and doesn't need to be soft-hearted towards dog Ye Hanyue. In the cultivation world, taking lives and seizing opportunities is common. Qingning suddenly felt excited. In her past life, she and Ye Hanyue were in different sects, so she was unaware of Ye Hanyue's whereabouts and only knew the story from the book. The book indeed mentioned that Ye Hanyue obtained an ancient magical artifact. She didn't say she wouldn't seize it. Based on the timeline, Ye Hanyue had suffered from a backlash and was likely receiving treatment from Old Zhou for her condition. Therefore, there was no need to worry about Ye Hanyue coming to the gambling market. While Ye Hanyue might suspect that she had been reborn, she wouldn't be concerned about Qingning trying to take the ancient artifact since she wasn't present in her past life and wouldn't know which source stone it was. Yet, the book had written about it. The source stone looks very ordinary, even unremarkable. Its size is similar to that of a regular stone, with no special shape or features. The color is a dull gray, lacking shine, resembling an ordinary river pebble. Although the surface of the stone is smooth, it has no texture and lacks any special aura or energy fluctuations. Among the many powerful and uniquely shaped source stones in the market, this one is like a speck of dust, not attracting any attention and easily overlooked. Other descriptions do not elaborate much or provide more details, likely to highlight the protagonist's good luck in choosing it and discovering an ancient artifact. She understands the writing style. She gets it. Now, she needs to search carefully in case there are other seemingly ordinary source stones, which could be a bit troublesome. Qi Fifan and Song Zian are selecting source stones, and he occasionally shares his experience with her, as if teaching a junior. As a second-generation cultivator from the Penglai sect, he is certainly more valuable and knowledgeable than the sons of noble families. It seems he wants to prove that he won't lose money today, so he selects quickly. While Qingning is still searching among the many source stones, Qi Fifan has already made his choices. His speed leaves those with decision-making difficulties amazed. Junior sister Yi, brother Qi is about to reveal the source stone. Shall we go watch? Si Qian is excited. Watching others reveal stones can be even more thrilling than doing it oneself. When revealing a source stone, one already has expectations, whether to gain or lose, but watching others is purely about the excitement of the moment. Qingning slightly narrows her eyes. She was initially splitting up with the system to find the most ordinary source stone, but upon hearing Si Qian, her gaze shifts to Qi Fifan. More precisely, it focuses on the 4 source stones he selected. One of the source stones, to be honest, looks truly ordinary, so much so that she begins to doubt whether it is the one she is looking for, making her feel anxious. Originally, she only needed to listen to what treasures others found, but now she had to see what the source stone chosen by Qi Fifan could reveal. If this ordinary-looking stone in Qi Fifan's hand was the same one that Ye Hanyue found in the book, she and the system would need a hammer. After instructing the system to keep searching, she and Si Qian followed Qi Fifan to the stone analysis area. When they arrived, a man in his 30s was handing over his chosen source stone to the master stone analyst. Qingning did not recognize him, but since she was at the golden core stage, she couldn't assess his power, indicating he was at least at the nascent soul stage. Si Qian whispered in amazement, "Ye Shimi, look at the price marked on that stone. 68,000 top-quality spirit stones. That's so many spirit stones that even selling a golden core cultivator wouldn't be enough. Which sect is this person from to have so much money? And the source stone he chose looks more and more like a cauldron," Si Qian said, resting her chin on her hand, appearing a bit silly. Qingning also felt amazed. 68,000 top-quality spirit stones was more than all her possessions combined. This price could bankrupt a cultivator, and most wouldn't be able to afford it at all. As for it looking like a cauldron, judging the contents of a source stone by its shape was often wrong. But being too close, Even speaking softly could be heard, so she communicated with Xie Qian through their minds, much like gossiping with a friend while trying not to be overheard. The master analyst worked skillfully, sending a wave of spiritual energy from his palm, wrapping around the large source stone on the analysis table. On the table, spiritual energy surged, and with a crack, crack sound, the stone, resembling a cauldron, split open layer by layer at a visible speed. Ye Qingning felt tense as well. Even though it wasn't her source stone, she still felt nervous for the person analyzing it. Under the anxious gaze of the crowd, the source stone completely cracked open, revealing its true nature inside. It wasn't the so-called immortal cauldron, nor did any strange sights appear. Instead, it was a large, damaged sword. The blade was covered in cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. The master of stone appraisal shook his head and said, "What a pity. The ancient battlefield's great sword is so badly damaged. I wonder if it can be repaired." Immediately, someone remarked, "With it in such poor condition, it probably isn't worth much." "It's a shame. I thought we might find a magical treasure, but it turned out to be just a broken sword. Although this sword looks impressive, its damage makes it hard to fix. It seems like the 68,000 spirit stones will go to waste." "Not necessarily. If we spend a lot to repair the sword, it might not be a loss after all." In the stone appraisal area, people whispered among themselves, while Qi Fifan confidently handed 4 source stones to the master of stone appraisal. He had never lost when opening source stones, and he wanted his 2 junior sisters and brother Song to see if this fortune-telling was accurate. The 4 source stones cost him nearly 14,000 top-grade spirit stones, with the cheapest being 20,000 and the most expensive over 40,000. This was all the spirit stones he had, including those for his friends. Among the top disciples of the 4 major sects, very few could gather such an amount. Ye Qingning felt nervous, but didn't blame Qi Fifan. If he found a treasure, that would be great, as long as it didn't end up in Ye Hanyue's hands. That would make her happy. However, as the source stones were opened, Qi Fifan's expression grew worse. None of the 4 source stones revealed anything valuable. The seemingly ordinary stone only yielded a fist-sized fire attribute essence, which wasn't worth much. In 2 words, blood loss. It was true. He had a powerful father, a beautiful mother, and was disappointing himself. Having lost all his spirit stones, he wondered if he would face trouble when he returned to the sect. Today's younger generation is still too inexperienced. Their judgment is lacking. These top-grade spirit stones could be absorbed. Even with poor talent, they could at least break through to the late stage of the golden core. Top-grade spirit stones, being the highest level, contain the most concentrated and pure spiritual energy, which can be absorbed by cultivators to enhance their abilities and break through levels. However, as one's cultivation level increases, the number of top-grade spirit stones needed also rises significantly. In the Qi refining stage, a cultivator can break through a small realm with 50 to 100 top-quality spirit stones. However, in the foundation establishment stage, it takes hundreds or even thousands of top-quality spirit stones to make a breakthrough. The number of spirit stones needed also greatly depends on the cultivator's physique and cultivation method. For a golden core stage cultivator, relying on absorbing top-quality spirit stones to break through a small realm requires about 10,000 spirit stones. With over 140,000 top-quality spirit stones, a cultivator in the early golden core stage could advance to the late golden core stage. If their physique and talent are exceptional and their techniques are more efficient, they could definitely reach the peak of the golden core stage. When you think about it this way, it's quite surprising. Qi Fifan looked very upset, and Yi Jiazi's words echoed in his ears. He really lost a lot of money. He has no spirit stones left. Not only did he lose everything, but he also felt embarrassed. Oh. This fortune-telling was not just a scam, it was a real jinx. Winning and losing are common in battles. Next time, Brother Qi will definitely redeem himself. Song Xian, knowing that Qi Fifan was out of spirit stones, could only offer this consolation. Xie Qian also expressed sympathy while trying to comfort him. Li Taiheng didn't want to eat pastries or drink tea anymore. Even though the spirit stones weren't his, he felt a heavy heart and could only say, "I believe in you." Ye Qingning thought about offering some words of encouragement, but when she opened her mouth, it turned into, "What child cries every day? What gambler loses every day? Brother Qi, you will definitely rise again." She vowed that gambler was not an insult. She was also a gambler, and she believed in fortune-telling. At that moment, a clear electronic voice suddenly rang out. "Ning Ning. Ning Ning, look over here." This source stone seems to be the one mentioned in the book. Ye Qingning walked toward the little winged dog system and indeed saw an unremarkable stone. It was so ordinary that she wouldn't even pick it up if it were lying on the ground. Compared to the stone Qi Fifan had just chosen, this one seemed even more ordinary. The key point was that it was priced at 38,000 top-quality spirit stones. No wonder no one was buying it. Just then, the system called out again. "Ning Ning, look at this one. And this one. These two are also very ordinary. They look like the one mentioned in the book." Ye Qingning's temples throbbed. How long would this go on? After looking at the other two stones, she felt conflicted, as if she had found triplets in the stone world. So, how did Ye Hanyue choose the stone in her past life? The main character really has a strong aura. The system assured her. That's it. I'm sure there are no more ordinary source stones than these three. The stone in the book must be among these. Ye Qingning thought for a moment and called Xie Jibai to take a chance on choosing. It would be better to let the diviner calculate this, which was also why she summoned Xie Jibai. However, when asking about divination, you can't directly ask which source stone has treasure. You need to ask in a different way. Can you help me see which of these three source stones is fated for me, and which one will bring me loss? The system's mouth twitched. This was a learned approach to divination. Xie Jibai said nothing extra and took out a set of coins, tossing them while chanting. As the coins landed, he pointed to the leftmost source stone and told Ye Qingning, "The divination shows that this stone poses a risk for you, while the rightmost one is fated for you and will be beneficial. Don't worry, my first 3 divinations each day are the most accurate, and I've hardly ever been wrong." This is today's 3rd divination. Ye Qingning hesitated or doubted nothing and directly chose the right source stone, especially since it was the cheapest among the 3. Priced at 17,000 top-grade spirit stones, it was enough for her to break through a small realm. However, relying on spirit stones to break through has its downsides. First, it can lead to an unstable foundation. Over-reliance on spirit stones for breakthroughs can cause superficial cultivation, making it easy to falter when facing real challenges. Secondly, it makes breaking through bottlenecks more difficult. Once a dependency on resources forms, if those resources run low, the progress in cultivation can significantly decline, or even come to a halt. If the spirit energy contained in the stones is impure, long-term absorption can harm the meridians, which is why cultivators avoid absorbing high-grade spirit stones unless absolutely necessary. Most importantly, if all the spirit stones are used for absorption, one becomes truly poor when it comes to buying anything. Therefore, whether to rely on spirit stones for cultivation depends on one's own situation. Reasonable absorption is the best approach. Ye Qingning, amidst the astonished gazes of several people, used her storage card to buy the seemingly ordinary source stone in her hand. Even the master who was opening the source stone was momentarily taken aback, likely not expecting that the stones sold today would appear so plain. Today's younger generation is much more generous than we were. They just buy an ordinary source stone without a second thought. They should focus on their training instead of hoping to get rich through gambling on stones. This mindset is not good for their cultivation. In our time, we practiced with pure intentions, wholeheartedly pursuing the path. We didn't have such distractions. The younger disciples today are impulsive and restless, not realizing that the key to cultivation lies in a stable mindset. Without that, no matter how high their skills, they will struggle to achieve greatness. I once saw a young disciple who was obsessed with gambling on stones, neglecting the basics of cultivation. His mindset grew increasingly restless, and his progress stalled. What is the point of such practice? Those who cultivate should focus on their hearts and respect the path. Only with a pure mindset can they understand the ways of the world and grasp the true essence of cultivation. I truly hope these young ones can awaken soon and return to the right path of training. Ye Qingning twitched her mouth, not expecting that buying a source stone would lead to such comments, feeling as if a group of relatives were lecturing her. She chose to ignore them. It was her choice to gamble, and it was their spirit stones after all. However, as the source stone was gradually opened, a faint glow began to emerge from within. The master gem cutter's eyes widened in surprise, nearly losing grip on the spirit knife, as this was somewhat unexpected. The discussions about the younger disciples abruptly stopped, all eyes drawn to this sudden phenomenon. Inside the source stone, fine golden patterns intertwined like threads, exuding an indescribable solemn aura. Everyone realized that this might yield a treasure. As the crowd held their breath, the master carefully peeled away the remaining outer layer, revealing a palm-sized golden artifact that came into view. The artifact resembled a bell, with an ancient and dignified design, adorned with intricate and complex patterns. Around the clock, there were slender chains hanging, and at the top of the clock was a spire adorned with a clear crystal. The surface of the artifact shimmered with golden light, as if it had a life of its own. Suddenly, someone shouted in shock, "It's the ancient artifact, Brahma Sound Bell." As soon as this was said, the entire area erupted with excitement. Although the artifact was only the size of a palm, many artifacts can change size according to their owner's will, especially an ancient artifact like the Brahma Sound Bell. The power of the Brahma Sound Bell lies in its ability to purify the listener's mind, helping them enter a deep meditative state and greatly increasing their cultivation efficiency. Additionally, the sound of the Brahma Sound Bell has a strong effect against evil, driving away demons and protecting those who hear its sound from external disturbances, effectively suppressing inner demons. For cultivators who are seriously injured or have damaged consciousness, the sound of the Brahma Sound Bell can help stabilize their minds and speed up recovery. When used in combat, the bell can emit special sound waves to disrupt and attack the enemy's consciousness. There is also a legend that the Brahma Sound Bell was once the treasured artifact of a great Buddhist temple in ancient times. However, after a great battle, the temple was destroyed, and the bell became lost. No one expected it to appear in the stone gambling area today. In her past life, Ye Hanyue discovered the Brahma Sound Bell, which led her to connect with the Manhwa Zen Institute. As the treasured artifact of the temple, the Brahma Sound Bell is undoubtedly the most cherished possession in the hearts of all Buddhist practitioners. Ye Hanyue understood that taking the Brahma Sound Bell back to Penglai would be difficult, so she decided to sell it to the Manhwa Zen Institute to forge a connection. At this moment, the high monks of the Manhwa Zen Institute had all stood up, their eyes filled with unmistakable excitement. The Buddhist practitioners from the Manhwa Zen Institute approached Ye Qingning, their excitement evident on their faces. The leading monk joined his hands in prayer and slightly bowed to Ye Qingning. "Dear benefactor, I greet you. I am Qingning, the abbot of the Manhwa Zen Institute. It is truly a blessing for me to see the long-lost ancient artifact, the Brahma Sound Bell, today. May I ask how to address you, esteemed lady? Could you please join me in the private room for a discussion? In the establishment, there are private rooms specifically for distinguished guests to negotiate deals. After all, the treasures extracted from the source stones may not always be for personal use, so people often trade items or sell them for spirit stones." Ye Qingning, aware of the original story, understood the purpose of Qingming's invitation. She also joined her hands in greeting and said, "I am Yi, and it's a pleasure to meet Master Qingming. Please lead the way." Si Qian and the others saw Ye Qingning going to the private room with the monk and excitedly tugged at Li Taihong's sleeve. "Did you hear that? Those monks are from the Manhwa Zen Temple. I thought they were just ordinary monks. It's strange, though. The Manhwa Zen Temple is a sacred place for Buddhists. The monks there usually don't involve themselves in worldly matters. How could they come to this place? Isn't gambling on stones still a gamble?" Si Qian's words left Li Taihang and the others speechless. Li Taihang shook his head. "I don't care if those monks have broken their vows. I just want to know what they're discussing with Sister Yi. Qi Fifin chuckled softly. What else could they be discussing? The Brahma sound bell has been a treasure of the Buddhist community since ancient times. They must want to bring it back to the temple. Song Zian nodded in agreement and whispered, in my opinion, Sister Yi might as well sell the Brahma sound bell to them. Just look at how greedy others are when they see it. If Sister Yi leaves with the Brahma sound bell, she will definitely attract attention. At that point, she might not even be able to return to Penglai. Our strength is not on the same level as these people, but if it's with these high monks, no one would dare to act recklessly. Once the Fahua Zen temple obtains the Brahma sound bell and places it in the temple, many cultivators will have the chance to listen to it, benefiting countless practitioners. That would truly be a great deed. Li Taiheng stroked his chin and said, that may be true, but the Brahma sound bell is Sister Ye's opportunity. No one has the right to make that decision for her. Let's wait until she comes out to discuss it. If she doesn't want to sell the Brahma sound bell to those monks, I will do everything I can to protect her back to Penglai. Well, what if Sister Yi doesn't want to sell it? No matter what, we must protect her. Si Qian always remembered how Yi Qingning had distracted the Blackwing Griffin to help her escape. If anyone tries to harm Yi Qingning, she will be the first to oppose it. Qi Fifin also stopped acting carefree. As their senior brother, he had to ensure that everyone returned safely after leaving Penglai. He may not be able to fight, but his parents can. Sometimes, if you can't fight for yourself, you have to rely on your parents. Yi Jiaji remained calm and took out a turtle shell and some coins, deciding to consult them for guidance. While they were talking, Yi Qingning had already followed the monk Qingning into a simply decorated private room. After inviting Yi Qingning to sit, the monk personally poured her a cup of tea and looked at her with anticipation. Yi benefactor, may I take a closer look at the Brahma sound bell? Yi Qingning nodded, took the bell from her sleeve, and placed it in front of the monk. Thank you, Yi benefactor. The monk expressed his gratitude, and the other monks followed suit. As they observed the Brahma sound bell closely, they pressed their palms together and said sincerely, Amitabha. This is indeed the long-lost Brahma sound bell. The abbot sent me here today, not to gamble on stones, but because I had a dream last night where I sensed a divine connection. It revealed that a person with a connection to Buddhism would appear here. I was also told that this person possesses an item that is crucial to our Dharma Hua Zen temple and would greatly benefit our monastery. Upon seeing you, Yi benefactor, with the Brahma sound bell, I realized that you are the person the abbot spoke of. As a monk, I do not speak falsely. The Brahma sound bell is vital to our temple. It is a treasure of Buddhism. I have an ungrateful request. I kindly ask you to part with the Brahma sound bell. Our temple is willing to pay a high price for it. I see that you have a connection with Buddhism, Yi benefactor. If you can help our temple flourish, we would like to establish a good relationship with you. This great kindness will be remembered by our Dharma Hua Zen temple. Additionally, this special jade token was given to me by the abbot today when I left the temple, instructing me to pass it on to the destined person. With this jade token, you may freely enter and exit our temple. If you ever need assistance, the Fahua Zen temple will surely do its best to help. Yi Qingning's gaze fell on the jade token in the hands of the monk. The translucent jade token was engraved with exquisite Buddhist patterns, and in the center were the 4 ancient characters for Fahua Zen Temple. The entire token shimmered with a soft glow, as if radiating a sacred light, making it appear exceptionally holy. She understood why Ye Hanyue sold the Brahma sound bell to the Fahua Zen Temple in her past life. The offer was indeed tempting. Who wouldn't want to be a valued guest at the Fahua Zen Temple? Even in the story, although Ye Hanyue could freely enter the temple to listen to Master Kongwang's teachings, she did not receive a promise of full support from the temple. This meant that the conditions offered this time were even better. No matter how precious the Brahma sound bell was, with so many powerful figures watching her, she might not be able to bring it back to Penglai. Moreover, the Brahma sound bell was truly a treasure of the Buddhist community. If she took someone else's sacred item, wouldn't she be constantly pursued by monks? She had already made up her mind. The Brahma sound bell is a treasure of the Buddhist community, and I am willing to give it to your temple. It is an honor to connect with your temple. However, there is no need for a high price. Master Kongwang is devoted to practicing Buddhism, filled with compassion, and aims to help all beings. How could I take more of your temple's spirit stones? Upon hearing this, the monk joined his hands in gratitude. Ye benefactor, your kindness and compassionate heart are deeply appreciated. On behalf of the Fahua Zen Temple, I thank you for your generosity. We will remember your great kindness. If you ever face difficulties, you may come to the Fahua Zen Temple to seek my help, and I will do my utmost. After speaking, the monk handed Ye Qingning a bag filled with spirit stones and the jade token. Even though Ye Qingning said there was no need for a high price, the monk still offered the spirit stones to express his gratitude. The Fahua Zen Temple never takes things for free, especially not a Buddhist treasure. Wealth is merely an external matter. No amount can compare to the value of the Brahma sound bell. Please do not refuse, for no amount of money can match the kindness you have shown, the monk said solemnly with his hands joined. Ye Qingning was not a pretentious person. Since the other party insisted on giving her something, she accepted it. Master is too polite. Since that's the case, I will take the spirit stones and the jade token. I will definitely visit with the jade token another day. Soon, Ye Qingning and Master Kongming emerged from the private room, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone was curious to know if Ye Qingning had sold the sound of Dharma bell to the Fahua Zen Temple. Seeing Master Kongming holding the bell, anyone with eyes could tell that Ye Qingning had indeed sold it to the Fahua Zen Temple. Many who had been considering underhanded schemes quickly settled down. Even though the visitor was not Kongwang, Master Kongming's strength as the abbot was still formidable. No one was foolish enough to think about opposing the Fahua Zen Temple. Master Kongming, with clear insight, addressed everyone seriously. The sound of Dharma bell is a treasure of the Buddhist sect. Ye benefactor is kind-hearted and has gifted the bell to our temple. I hope everyone will not make things difficult for her. Anyone who harms her will be opposing our temple. By intentionally using the word gifted, he informed everyone present that Ye Qingning no longer possessed the bell or the spirit stones, clearly intending to prevent her from being targeted. As expected, those who had been curious about how many spirit stones Ye Qingning had sold the bell for lost all interest. Master Kongming's words also served as an extra layer of protection for Ye Qingning. The Fahua Zen Temple is a sacred place of Buddhism, and no one wanted to oppose the entire Buddhist sect. I will not disturb you any longer, ye benefactor. Take care. After Master Kongming clasped his hands together in respect, he left with the group of monks. Though they had departed, discussions about Ye Qingning continued. I didn't expect this Ye family member to be so generous as to give the sound of Dharma bell to the Fahua Zen Temple. That's not generosity, it's cleverness. As a golden core cultivator with such a treasure, she would eventually attract danger. By giving it to the Fahua Zen Temple, she gains their protection and can rest easy. I remember she said her surname is Ye. Didn't the Ye family just have a conflict with the Penglai sect? Now that this Ye family member has the protection of the Fahua Zen Temple, doesn't that mean the Ye family has gained a new ally? This is not right. Did you see that young man? He is the son of Qilian. Those people calling him senior brother are undoubtedly disciples of Penglai. It's clear that she is the adopted daughter the Ye family wants to take from Penglai. The Ye family has placed a curse on her. Do you think she still considers herself a member of the Ye family? That's true. I wonder if the Ye family will regret what happened today. The discussions continued, but Ye Qingning seemed unaware. Now that she had become the center of attention, she decided not to continue with the spirit stones and signaled Qi Fifan and the others to leave. Qi Fifan didn't want to go, but since he had lost all his spirit stones, there was nothing left for him to do. As for the auction house, they didn't go there. After Ye Qingning paid the spirit stones to Yi Jiaji, she and Si Qian went directly to the teleportation array to return to Penglai. On the way, Si Qian and Song Zian chatted nonstop, expressing their happiness for Ye Qingning. They also understood why Ye Qingning wanted to return to Penglai immediately. First, Qi Fifan had run out of spirit stones, and he was the richest among them, so there was no point in going to the auction house. Second, the matter of the Fanyin bell had already spread through the Lingyu tablet. Although no one would think of killing or stealing now, it had exposed Ye Qingning's whereabouts. The Ye family was already planning to capture Ye Qingning, and upon receiving the news, they were likely on their way. It turned out that just as Ye Qingning and her group left, the Ye family arrived, but they found nothing. Ye Xian didn't care whether Ye Qingning had the protection of the Fahua Zen Institute. In his eyes, as long as he succeeded, the Fahua Zen Institute meant nothing. The entire immortal sect would have to listen to the Ye family. Back at the Penglai sect, Xie Qian happily ran to tell Xie Nan about what happened today. Ye Qingning returned to her courtyard and saw a note on Bai Wei's door, indicating that Bai Wei was inside in seclusion, trying to break through to the golden core stage. As soon as she entered the room, the system flew in front of Ye Qingning with a curious expression. Ning Ning, Ye Hanyue must have already found out that you took her opportunity. She might be going crazy right now. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. Ye Qingning hadn't expected to seize such an opportunity at the Lingshu market today, and she felt quite pleased. She also took out the jade token and mustard seed bag that Qingning had given her. Quick, let's see how many spirit stones that monk Qingning gave you. The system has seen spirit stones before, but those obtained through force are more appealing, especially since these spirit stones originally belonged to the dog lotus. Although Ye Qingning is also fond of wealth, she respects the Buddhist temple and doesn't aim to earn too many spirit stones. However, when the monk gave her the mustard seed bag, she felt there would be a significant amount of spirit stones inside. Indeed, when she checked, she found there were a full 200,000 top-quality spirit stones in the bag. What does 200,000 top-quality spirit stones mean? It's equivalent to 20 million high-quality spirit stones. Even a typical wealthy family might struggle to gather that much at once, and smaller sects would have to exhaust all their resources to come close. In her previous life, 200,000 top-quality spirit stones would have been enough to support all the disciples of the Falling Cloud sect. Now, she even has more money than the second-generation immortals who have lost everything. The key is that all these spirit stones are hers, and she doesn't have to spend them on anyone else. In October, the golden autumn unfolds slowly, with a gentle breeze carrying a hint of coolness and the fragrance of ripe fruits. This is the season of harvest in the mortal world, signaling that the Immortal Gate Conference will soon take place.
Ye Hanyue slowly opens her eyes.
For the past 3 months, she has been practicing day and night. During her breaks, she also replies to messages in her jade slips, most of which inquire about the cost of helping to block thunder tribulations. She has given a standard reply, 30,000 top-quality spirit stones. Those who can face thunder tribulations are at least at the nascent soul stage, and the power of the nascent soul thunder tribulation is well known. Many cultivators have failed in the past. The consequences can be severe, ranging from losing all cultivation to death, with their bodies turning to ashes and disappearing from the world. Even using defensive artifacts against thunder tribulations is costly. A top-quality defensive artifact is not cheap, and most have limited uses. Once used up, they shatter into dust and cannot be reused. This is under the assumption that cultivators are well prepared. If they are not ready when the thunder tribulation strikes, they would be helpless, unable to call for help, and can only watch as they are struck down. Therefore, for cultivators facing thunder tribulations, the price of 30,000 top-quality spirit stones is absolutely reasonable, and no one would think their life is worth less than that amount. As a result, once the price was announced, it quickly spread among the major sects, and almost everyone was deeply tempted. Due to a lack of spirit stones, some have decided to gather them, while others, fearless, have chosen to face the thunder tribulation themselves, accepting the risk of death. Ye Qingning received many requests overnight. In just 3 months, dozens have asked her to help block the thunder tribulation, not including those who want to make an appointment but lack spirit stones. However, the thunder tribulation does not come on demand, so no specific dates have been set yet, and those with spirit stones are prioritized. She also thought it would be wise to collect a deposit from those who are likely to break through soon, in case someone backs out. Just as she returned to her thoughts, there was a knock at the door. It was clearly Xie Qian and Bai Wei, calling her to set off for the floating immortal island. The floating immortal island is located high above the central continent, supported by colorful, auspicious clouds. It is the only floating island in the cultivation world. The entire island is surrounded by a powerful formation, making it difficult for cultivators to reach. Only through specific teleportation arrays can one access the island. The floating immortal island was created by top immortal sects and the 10 great families. The island is rich in spiritual energy, and the central arena, made from ancient iron, is extraordinarily strong. It can withstand intense battles and even the full force of powerful cultivators. Surrounding the arena are tiered spectator seats, equipped with complex formations to protect disciples from energy fluctuations during battles. Since the grand competition is held only once every 10 years, the floating immortal island is usually deserted. However, it attracts countless cultivators' attention during the competition. The competition lasts for about a month, and disciples from various sects stay on the island during this time. In addition to competing, they can observe others' matches to enhance their skills and knowledge. Due to the long duration of the competition, various training facilities were built on the island, such as a forging workshop, alchemy pavilion, enlightenment room, dojo, spiritual spring bath, music hall, and dining area, allowing disciples to relax and make friends amidst the intense competition. Among these, the music hall and dining area are the most popular among the disciples. In the celestial music hall, the sound of the zither is melodious, and the flute plays sweetly. The music from various instruments blends together like heavenly sounds, bringing joy to everyone. Here, disciples not only enjoy beautiful music but also meet fellow music lovers to discuss the art of melody, making it a sacred place for those who practice music. The Celestial Delicacies restaurant is a paradise for food lovers, offering dishes from all over the world, from flying delicacies to land-based treats, with a wide variety of rare ingredients. Whether it's light vegetarian dishes or delicious meat meals, disciples can indulge in a feast. While enjoying the food, culinary enthusiasts can also share cooking tips and improve their culinary skills. Not only food lovers come here, but other practitioners also enjoy it, and during this month, very few choose to fast. However, although the food is delightful, it does require spirit stones, but the prices are quite affordable, less than half of what they are outside. The aim is to collect a small amount of spirit stones to ensure disciples eat in moderation. As the celestial sect competition approaches, the floating island becomes lively, with disciples from various sects arriving by flying boats or riding spirit beasts. The Penglai sect did not set off early and is expected to arrive at the floating island tonight, rest tomorrow, and the competition will officially begin the day after. As night falls, the stars shine brightly. The giant airship of the Penglai sect cuts through the sky and lands steadily at the floating island's dock. After disembarking, disciples pass through the teleportation array to reach the island. The island is brightly lit and bustling with activity. The elders in charge of the sect have already arranged accommodations on the island. After receiving their room keys, the disciples head to their respective lodgings. This is not Ye Qingning's first visit to the floating island. In her past life, although the Falling Cloud sect was a small sect, all sects could participate in the Celestial Sect competition, so she had been here before. However, the Falling Cloud sect had few disciples, most of whom were of average talent and low cultivation, resulting in very few participants in the competition. In her past life, Xie Jibai broke through to the Golden Core stage before the competition, so he had also visited the floating island. Even if Xie Jibai does not remember his past life in this life and has not broken through to the Golden Core stage, he can still participate in the competition. The competition is divided by cultivation levels, from Qi Refinement to Foundation, Establishment, and Golden Core, with each level further divided into different groups for the contests. So, not only will Xie Jibai come, but according to her insider information, Ye Hanyue's broken heart vein has been healed by old Zhou, so she will naturally participate in this grand competition of the immortal sections. However, since Ye Hanyue had her heart's blood taken by her, she could have used the obtained inheritance to reach the nascent soul stage, but now she can only stay at the Golden Core stage, placing her in the same group as Xie Jibai. She originally wanted to go to bed early, but when she saw Bai Wei, Si Qian, and Si Nan excitedly looking for her to explore the island, she decided to join them. The four of them walked side by side on the street, and the floating island at night looked especially beautiful, with bright lights and colorful reflections. On both sides of the street were disciples from various sects, gathered in small groups, either whispering to each other or looking around, their faces filled with excitement. "Look over there. That person seems to be Junzi Jian, the chief disciple of the Wuliang sect," Si Qian said with a curious expression, glancing at Si Nan. She wanted to come out tonight to recognize some people. Although she had seen the chief disciples of the major sects in portraits, they were just images, and it was hard to say how accurate they were, especially since the female cultivators bought them from unknown merchants. She had only caught a glimpse of the portrait in her sister's hand and had never seen the real person. Tonight, she hoped to get lucky and catch a glimpse of the true appearance of the chief disciples. She also wanted to see what kind of person could make her sister secretly buy their portrait for collection and what her sister found appealing about him. Following Si Qian's direction, Ye Qingning saw a young man in white clothes holding a long sword, surrounded by a group of disciples from the Wuliang sect. The young man stood tall like a pine tree, with handsome features and a sharp aura, clearly the chief disciple Junzi Jian of the Wuliang sect. "I've heard that this person has deep swordsmanship skills, with a graceful and agile sword style, and is humble and courteous, showing the composure and elegance of a gentleman, which makes him quite popular among female cultivators. I also heard that many female cultivators have secretly bought his portraits, as well as his worn clothes and used sword tassels, which are very sought after. Clearly, our senior brother is the strongest. If he weren't so hard to approach, all these female cultivators would definitely be flocking to him instead," Bai Wei said, feeling quite dissatisfied. Ye Qingning realized that Bai Wei was definitely a little fan of Shen Xuanli. As the top disciple of the second largest sect, many female cultivators admired Junzi Jian. However, after the recent competition, their attention shifted to Xie Jibai. Xie Jibai shone brightly in this competition and, with his charming looks, drove many female cultivators to madness. Ye Qingning rolled her eyes and was about to continue walking with the three others when she heard a familiar, cheerful voice. "Little Yi, I was just saying to Sister Yi that we should find you, and here you are." Yun Mengyao smiled sweetly at Ye Qingning, but inside, she was quite dark-hearted. In the last assessment, Yun Mengyao failed to enter the inner sect, but this time she finally made it into the top 15 and gained entry. Ye Hanyue had the best relationship with Yun Mengyao in her previous life at Penglai sect, but it was only a surface-level friendship. Deep down, Yun Mengyao was very jealous of Ye Hanyue. She was just too good at pretending, and no one noticed, not even Ye Hanyue, who thought they were genuinely close. She often liked to bring Yun Mengyao along wherever she went. In this life, Ye Hanyue did not expect Ye Qingning to enter the inner sect. When she received the news from Yun Mengyao, she angrily scolded her for being useless and not keeping an eye on Ye Qingning, which Yun Mengyao noted, further straining their sisterly bond. Upon learning that Ye Qingning had taken Ye Hanyue's heart's blood, Yun Mengyao felt a bit pleased. Ye Hanyue blamed her for being useless, but who is truly the useless one? Yun Mengyao smiled sweetly at Ye Qingning, but unfortunately, she missed the opportunity to enter the Yunshan's secret realm and gain fortune, so now she could only compete in the Foundation establishment group. Let the two sisters of the Yi family compete. She loved watching the drama unfold. Ye Hanyue glared coldly at Ye Qingning, and after a moment, she smirked. "I wonder who it was. Turns out it's my dear sister who has taken my place. I really underestimated you, sister. Not only did you find a Gu master to help you, but you also climbed to a high branch at the Fahua Zen Institute. You truly have talent." As she spoke of the Gu master, Ye Hanyue's sharp nails dug into her palm. The curse has been lifted, and no one is there to protect her from harm. She even suffered from a backlash that broke her heart's pulse. If it weren't for Zhou Hanqi's exceptional medical skills, she would have been left powerless. When it comes to the Fahua Zen Institute, she wishes she could tear Ye Qingning apart. She had just healed her heart's pulse and hadn't even made it to the Lingxi market when she heard the news that Ye Qingning had won the Brahma Sound Bell in a stone gamble. In her past life, it was clearly she who had won the Brahma Sound Bell. She had sold the bell to a group of monks out of fear for her life, allowing her to freely enter the Zen Institute and listen to that monk's teachings. In this life, the Brahma sound bell that rightfully belonged to her was snatched away by Ye Qingning. It's infuriating. If Lan Lingquan was an accident, what about this? Ye Qingning is clearly also reborn, yet she pretends otherwise. That usurper not only took from her once, but twice. How can she endure this? And there's the grudge over her heart's blood. If Ye Qingning hadn't taken her heart's blood, she would have already broken through to the Yuaning stage. Now, even after 2 months of closed-door training, her cultivation has barely reached the late Golden Core stage, all thanks to Ye Qingning. Whether in the Golden Core stage or not, the competition among the immortal sects is divided by realms, and since they are both in the Golden Core stage, she and Ye Qingning will be in the same group. In this competition, she not only wants to make a name for herself, but also to show the world how Ye Qingning will become her defeated opponent. Ye Qingning noticed Ye Hanyue's anger and smiled calmly, saying, "Sister, you misunderstand. My ability to break the curse isn't just luck, it's thanks to your heart's blood. As for the Fahua Zen Institute, I merely went to the stone gambling shop with my senior brothers and sisters and picked an ordinary source stone. I don't know how it turned into an ancient artifact, a treasure of the Buddha sect. I have already handed the artifact over to the Zen Institute. If you're interested, sister, you can also go and listen." Ye Qingning spoke lightly, dismissing Ye Hanyue's anger, though she found the madwoman's outburst somewhat amusing. Seeing Ye Hanyue's face grow darker, she added deliberately, "By the way, sister, has your little junior brother broken through to the Golden Core stage? It's strange. On the day I helped with the source stone, he suddenly added me as a friend and called me senior sister. I thought he made a mistake and added the wrong person, so I ignored him. After all, you are his senior sister." Ye Qingning's words didn't seem to raise any concerns for Si Nan and the others, including Yun Mengyao. It's common to accidentally add the wrong person in the friend list, especially when messages scroll too quickly, so there was nothing unusual about it. However, upon hearing this, Ye Hanyue's expression changed dramatically. What was Ye Qingning saying? Was she joking? Xie Jibai added Ye Qingning as a friend and called her senior sister.
Ye Hanyue stared intently at Ye Qingning.
Seeing her calm demeanor and even a victorious look in her eyes, she realized Ye Qingning was telling the truth. She finally understood why Xie Jibai had not shown any concern for her since she treated his heart pulse. Just as she feared, he had remembered things from their past life.
Why?
Why did he have to remember their past life after being reborn? Ye Qingning had taken her identity since childhood. Why couldn't she take something from her? She refused to believe she couldn't compete with Ye Qingning. She was determined to take away her partner. Ye Hanyue was overwhelmed with hatred and jealousy, wanting to confront Ye Qingning immediately. But she could only angrily say, "I tell you, you won't get your way. He is my junior brother.
He belongs to me.
You have nothing to do with him." Nothing. After saying this, Ye Hanyue stormed off in frustration, leaving Yun Mengyao confused. She smiled at Ye Qingning and hurried to catch up. Ye Qingning knew that the crazy girl was going to find Xie Jibai. Si Qian rolled her eyes, looking exasperated. Is she out of her mind? Who cares about her junior brother? He looks like trouble. Bai Wei agreed. Exactly. It's just a friend request. Look at her acting like Yi Ning would steal her junior brother. Yi Ning doesn't care at all. Si Nan remained silent but nodded in agreement. Compared to Ye Hanyue's flashy junior brother, she preferred a gentleman like Junzi Jian. Without the annoying person blocking the way, the four of them took a stroll around the island and returned to their lodging late at night. Due to the large number of disciples, aside from a few direct disciples who were arranged in independent small courtyards, the other disciples were placed in multi-story lofts, each housing dozens or even hundreds of people. The inner disciples had small rooms for one person, while slightly larger rooms accommodated 2 to 3 people. The outer disciples had rooms that could fit nearly 10 people, highlighting the differences in their treatment. Although Ye Qingning's room was very small, it was nice that she had it all to herself, making it a good place for quiet practice. What Ye Qingning didn't know was that the arrangement of the disciples' rooms was decided by the elder in charge. Jizi would have liked to give Ye Qingning a small independent courtyard, but since she was only an inner disciple, he had good intentions but limited power. So he specifically found a small room for her. Although it was tiny and could only fit one person, it had a great view and wouldn't interfere with her practice during the competition, and the other disciples wouldn't complain. Even though it was late, Ye Qingning felt wide awake. Thinking about the upcoming competition, she lit a lamp and took out her talisman paper, brush, and red ink. She needed to use this last bit of free time to draw more talismans for backup, as the upcoming competition wouldn't be just one round. Over the past 3 months, she had been practicing and had progressed from the early stage to the late stage of the Golden Core, and she hadn't drawn many talismans. As Ye Qingning focused on drawing talismans, she gradually got into the rhythm as time passed. Just as she finished drawing a few high-quality talismans, the system suddenly flapped its wings and began to shout loudly. Ye Qingning felt a jolt in her heart, and her hand paused, causing the ink to spread quickly on the talisman paper. At that moment, she sensed a subtle shift in the air. It was as if something, or someone, was quietly sneaking into her room through the window. Ye Qingning remained calm. Since she practiced physical skills, she wasn't afraid of someone sneaking up on her. She quietly put down her brush and held a few talisman papers in her hand. Turning her head, she indeed saw someone standing by the window. A person dressed in a blue disciple's robe, with a long sword hanging at their waist, stood in the moonlight, their silhouette outlined in silver. They looked like a young man stepping out of a landscape painting.
Ye Hanyue frowned tightly.
The system shouted for a long time before finally speaking. The dog man is here. 3 months ago, at the gambling stone shop, Ye Qingning had rejected Xie Jibai's friend request. After that, he had not tried to contact her again, and she had forgotten about him. Besides, she had ignored him completely. Even if he was good at weighing pros and cons, he should have realized that he had lost his chance with her. If he had any pride, he would not have contacted her again. After that, Xie Jibai indeed did not reach out to her, and she thought they should go their separate ways. In their past life, although they were partners, it was only in name. It was more accurate to say that Xie Jibai treated her like air. Now, even if he remembered their past life, her attitude was clear. He should continue to treat her like air. But she never expected that, after 3 months, Xie Jibai would come to her room in the middle of the night. Was he out of his mind, or had he been influenced by someone? She suggested they both get their heads checked. Xie Jibai's dark, peach blossom eyes looked even deeper in the night. Once he entered the room, he silently stared at Ye Qingning. His gaze held a mix of emotions, and his eyes were slightly red, as if he had suffered a great injustice. This made Ye Qingning and the system recall how Xie Jibai had looked when he was bullied in their past life, bearing it all silently and looking pitiful. Qingning, don't be soft-hearted. Don't let this dog's pitiful look fool you. Having lived a second life, she was very clear-headed and did not need to complete any tasks. She knew that Xie Jibai's peach blossom eyes looked gentle and affectionate toward anyone, which was very misleading. In her past life, when the system reminded her that his feelings for her had increased, she had thought there was something different in his gaze, but it had all been fake. Now, no matter how he looked at her, she would not soften. He should stop trying that with her. Senior sister, Xie Jibai spoke first, his voice slightly hoarse, as if he was holding back some emotion. Seeing that Ye Qingning did not respond, his gaze grew more sorrowful, and he spoke again. Sister, why won't you add me? You clearly remember everything just like I do. Why are you avoiding me? Ye Qingning raised an eyebrow. Did he really think he was worth her avoidance? Why should I avoid you? Who do you think you are? We have no relationship now, and I advise you not to be so self-important. Since you're here, let me be clear. No matter what happened before, we have no connection now. I don't want to add you as a friend, because I don't want any ties with you. It's not about avoiding you. I have nothing to hide from. Regardless of what you think, I want nothing to do with you. If you can't understand that and insist on appearing in front of me, don't blame me for being rude. Xie Jibai's expression stiffened. He didn't expect Ye Qingning to say such things, especially with such coldness. In their past life, She had always cared for him, treated him well, and never spoke to him like this. Sister. Xie Jibai's eyes grew redder. His voice choked with emotion as he looked at Ye Qingning with a pitiful expression, his hands trembling slightly at his sides. His voice became hoarse. Sister, I know you have grievances. I realize my mistakes, and I regret them. They say I owe my success to you, that I only achieved my position because of you, and that without you, I would be nothing. I shouldn't have cared about their words or let them mislead me. I wanted to prove that I could succeed without you, which is why I distanced myself. I know I made many mistakes, and you must feel disappointed in me. I wanted to make amends, but I also wanted to prove myself without you, and in the end, I let you down. Now that I remember our past, I see that you've already moved on. I truly regret it and realize my mistakes. Sister, can you forgive me? Xie Jibai's voice was choked with emotion, his eyes filled with tears, looking very pitiful. But to Ye Qingning, it only felt mocking, stirring up irritation within her. Wasn't he the one who thought he could manage without her? This life could serve as proof. There was no need for him to feign regret or play the victim. If it weren't for a bug in the main system causing the world to restart, she would have already been erased by it. What good is his regret now? Xie Jibai, you don't need to pretend to be pitiful in front of me, and you don't need to say you regret it, because it won't change anything. If you want to prove yourself, you should stay away from me this time. See if you can manage without me, instead of weighing the pros and cons and thinking I am still useful to you. Apologizing in front of me will only make me think you are truly worthless. There is no relationship between us anymore. The only reason I agreed to go to the Penglai sect is that I didn't want to see you. Now, I only feel annoyed by you, so just leave and don't show up in front of me again. Xie Jibai stiffened, looking at Ye Qingning's extremely cold expression, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. He truly regretted it. It wasn't just about weighing benefits. Senior sister. It's not like that, please let me explain. Before Xie Jibai could finish, he saw Ye Qingning suddenly move, appearing right in front of him so quickly it was almost impossible to see. He didn't have time to react before he felt a powerful force tightly gripping his throat. In the blink of an eye, Ye Qingning had firmly grasped his neck, her gaze so cold it felt like it could freeze someone.
Senior. Sister.
Please listen to me, let me explain. Xie Jibai struggled to get a few words out, his voice hoarse from lack of oxygen, so weak it was almost inaudible. Ye Qingning's dark eyes sparkled with a chilling light as she coldly interrupted him. Shut up, I don't want to hear any explanations. If you keep bothering me, I will break your throat. Xie Jibai couldn't believe it, convinced that Ye Qingning was just angry and wouldn't really hurt him. But just as he tried to struggle and speak again, he felt her grip tighten, as if his throat was being torn apart, causing him immense pain. At the same time, even colder words filled his ears. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to hurt you? For someone like you who only cares about benefits, do you think I would treat you like in the past? Don't dream. You are not worthy. Ye Qingning's words were like a sharp blade in the cold wind, piercing directly into Xie Jibai's heart, each word hitting like a heavy hammer. Xie Jibai never imagined that the gentle and caring senior sister would one day treat him so harshly. Just as Xie Jibai struggled to breathe and felt faint, Ye Qingning let go and tossed him to the ground. She always valued reason. In her past life, she couldn't win him over, and everything she did for him was willingly done to complete her task. He never forced her to do any of it. Being together should be about mutual feelings. If she got angry and hurt him just because he didn't like her, what kind of person would she be? It would seem like she wanted to destroy what she couldn't have. So in this life, he should stay away. If he insisted on getting involved, that would be a different story. Xie Jibai knelt on the ground, coughing violently, gasping for fresh air. He still looked at Ye Qingning, but saw no pity in her eyes, only deep indifference. Why was she still unmoved even after he explained and admitted his mistakes? If she liked him, how could she bear to hurt him? Had she really started to like someone else? Who was it? That sword cultivator close to her? Or that fortune teller? Did she really not like him anymore? Xie Jibai, remember this. From now on, we are like strangers, with no ties. If you come to bother me again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Xie Jibai leaned weakly against the wall, filled with regret and pain, letting out a self-mocking laugh. In her past life, did she feel as heartbroken as he did now? Everything was his own fault. It felt like he had lost the most important person.
How could he accept that?
There was still a chance to make things right, just not now. The system, seeing Xie Jibai leave with a gloomy expression, felt quite pleased. Qingning, vel donne. Let that man regret it, Ye Qingning smirked. If she thought back to her past life and realized she lacked a lucky break, she would also feel regret. Ye Qingning closed the window to prevent any distractions from interrupting her spell drawing. But the next moment, Ye Qingning put down the talisman brush she had taken out. Drawing talismans required focus, but clearly, she was disturbed by Xie Jibai and felt quite unhappy, thinking only of her bad luck. Suddenly, she had an idea and took out the spirit jade slip. Tonight, after encountering the mad old woman, she had checked the old woman's cultivation level and found that they were both at the late golden core stage. Previously, in the Yunshan secret realm, the mad old woman had received a legacy and was also the main character in the story. According to the original plot, she would shine in this competition. She would become the ideal figure in the hearts of all male cultivators, who would be captivated by her talent and beauty. Moreover, since she had taken the mad old woman's heart's blood, the old woman held a grudge. In this competition, she would definitely be well prepared, and the Yi family would fully support her. So, even though they were both at the late golden core stage, it wouldn't be easy for Ye Qingning to defeat the mad old woman unless she could break through to the great perfection of the golden core before the competition. Drawing talismans could indeed improve her cultivation, but even if she drew talismans for several days, it would be difficult to break through a small realm. Not to mention breaking through from the late golden core stage to the peak stage, and then to the great perfection, so she had to find a way to quickly break through the small realm. Ye Qingning looked at the spirit jade slip in her hand and found 5 people among her friends. She noted them as great perfection of the golden core, already on the verge of a breakthrough, ready to face tribulation soon. In addition, she marked their sects and professions. One was a fellow disciple from the Penglai sect, while the others were disciples from the 4 major sections. Seeing Ye Qingning deep in thought over their names, the system suddenly understood something. I got it. Qingning, you want them to break through before the competition. That way, you can face the lightning. And once they break through, they will be placed in the nascent soul group for the competition, reducing your opponents. Ye Qingning glanced at the system, thinking how clever it was. Although she could improve her cultivation by absorbing high-quality spirit stones, nothing compared to facing the lightning, as she was a body cultivator. Body cultivators didn't break through with spiritual power, but through physical training. Moreover, since she had a lightning spirit root, she could absorb lightning power and strengthen her body, making it the fastest way to break through. To quickly advance through 2 small realms, this was the only method. If it were her, seeing the competition rules divided by levels, she probably wouldn't choose to break through to a higher level at this time. Unless she believed that even as a beginner in the nascent soul stage, she wouldn't fear someone at the peak of that stage. This brings us to the topic of sword cultivators. Sword cultivators are the least afraid of fighting above their level. In fact, fighting above their level is quite common for them. They focus on the heart and intent of the sword, making their cultivation level less important. For sword cultivators, a clear heart and unmatched intent are key. Their battles are not just about cultivation levels, but also about the clash of hearts and intents. If they can perfectly merge their heart and intent, they can often surpass their cultivation limits and fight against stronger opponents. Thus, even a sword cultivator in the golden core stage could defeat someone in the nascent soul stage, or even the out-of-body stage. In the eyes of sword cultivators, there are no absolute differences in strength. Only the competition of heart and intent matters. Coincidentally, most of the friends she found were sword cultivators. However, she didn't want to push anyone to break through at this moment, just like you wouldn't want your mom to nag you about your homework. So, she created a small group and sent out a message. Surprise! Limited time offer for Thunder Tribulation protection. Don't miss out. The 5 lucky individuals chosen, if they break through before the Golden Core group draws for the competition and attract a Thunder Tribulation, the protection price is not 30,000 top-quality spirit stones. Not even 28,888 top-quality spirit stones, or 26,666. Just 19,999. 19,999 for Thunder Tribulation protection is not a dream. We will protect you as if it were the first time you faced it, without worries. Don't miss this chance. Time won't wait. For just 19,999 top-quality spirit stones, you can face the Thunder Tribulation with ease. Act quickly to break through. Don't let the Thunder Tribulation wait too long. Don't let your spirit stones just sit in your pocket. This offer is time-sensitive. After it expires, the price will return to normal. This is a rare opportunity, so don't hesitate. Please respond with 1 if you need it. The system was stunned. Can it really be done this way? The host must have watched a lot of live selling before coming here. She understood the marketing strategies well. Although she made a little less profit, who wouldn't be tempted after seeing it? The sword cultivators are generally poor, and the more they cultivate, the poorer they become. Most of their money goes to supporting their main sword. Saving 10,000 top-quality spirit stones is a no-brainer. Tonight is lively, and most cultivators are still awake. Some are even out celebrating in the middle of the night. So, when the news spread, it didn't take long for Ye Qingning to receive 3 replies of 1. The 3 were clearly excited and messaged in the group saying they would go into seclusion to break through, asking Ye Qingning to wait for them to face the lightning tribulation at the arena. The other 2 hesitated a bit, but seeing everyone else respond with 1 couldn't resist and joined in. They all have to face the lightning tribulation eventually, so why not save 10,000 top-quality spirit stones? Others want to save, but haven't had the luck to be chosen. Seeing 1s, Ye Qingning felt relieved. According to the information she received, the sect competition is divided into 4 stages. 1 preliminary round, 2 elimination round, 3 ranking matches, and 4 final showdown. It is already past midnight, and tomorrow is the first day of the preliminary round. However, the first to draw lots for the matches will be the Qi refinement stage, followed by the foundation establishment stage, and then the golden core stage. The matches for the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages will take at least 3 or 4 days to complete. So, by the time the golden core stage draws lots for matches, there will still be several days left, giving enough time for few to attempt to break through to the nascent soul stage. Friendly reminder, some readers are asking who the male lead is. The male lead appears late and is currently waiting for his turn. He is the main antagonist in the story, who, despite being a villain, shows a softer side when he meets Qingning, transforming from a fierce wolf dog to a gentle puppy. It's not a bald head, not a bald head, not a bald head. This is important. I will remind everyone when he appears. I'm afraid mentioning his name now might make readers forget later. Sending love. Also, if many readers like the senior brother, he has a chance too. Regardless of who the male lead is, the romantic subplot develops later and is quite rare. Antagonist. Are you bullying me for not appearing? Oh, going a bit crazy. On the day the preliminary round starts, before dawn, the entire floating immortal island is bustling with voices and excitement. Disciples from various sects gathered in groups of 3 to 5, in pairs or alone, departing from their residences towards the venue for the preliminary matches. The air was filled with a sense of tension and anticipation. Ye Qingning, along with Bai Wei, Si Qian, and Si Nan, arrived early at the central square. The square, located next to the competition arena, was vast, featuring a large drawing platform. On the other side, a huge stone tablet began to glow, ready to record the results of the matches. The names of the disciples participating in each group, their sects, match information, and results would be displayed on the stone tablet for everyone to see. Due to a previous incident during a major competition where a disciple suddenly broke through to a higher realm, leading to changes in the drawing results, it was decided that all groups would draw lots in a unified manner. alternating the draws. This meant that disciples in the Qi refinement stage would draw lots first, and only after their matches concluded would the Foundation establishment group draw. Despite this, disciples from all sects, regardless of their realm, gathered in the square. Some came to observe the drawing process for reference, while others wanted to join in the excitement of such a grand event, even if they were not competing that day. As time passed, the sky brightened, and the atmosphere in the central square grew more lively, with disciples gathering and sounds of chatter, discussion, and cheers rising and falling. The crowd quieted only when an elderly man in a blue robe, with a serious expression, stepped onto the drawing platform. Two disciples from the Penglai sect brought a jade tube filled with bamboo slips to the center of the square, marking the official start of the eagerly awaited drawing. Ye Qingning stood among the crowd, her gaze fixed on the drawing platform. As in her previous life, each disciple took turns drawing a number, and those with matching numbers would be opponents. At the same time, the stone tablet recorded the drawing information to prevent any swapping or cheating among the disciples. The matches for the Qi refinement stage were not particularly interesting for disciples above the Golden Core stage, so after watching the drawing, Ye Qingning and her friends decided to leave. By the 8th day of the competition, which was also the 4th day of the Foundation establishment matches, Ye Qingning had been practicing drawing symbols in her room for 7 days. Meanwhile, the 5 who had gone into seclusion to break through to the nascent soul stage had not made any progress yet. Long ago, a woman turned into a stone waiting for her husband. Now, there are dogs acting strangely, and birds seem to be staring at the sky, hoping for a thunderstorm. Ye Qingning was worried that the dog system had gone crazy, and since she hadn't left her room in a while, she decided to go out for a walk. Just as she stood up, she heard Xie Jibai's voice outside the door. She mentioned that the spirit fruit iced tea sold at Xie Hanyue residence had suddenly become very popular. Both disciples who had participated in the competition and those who hadn't were lining up, and the queue was almost reaching outside the island. Even though extra staff had been assigned to pick the spirit fruits and make the tea, it was still not enough to meet the demand. Bai Wei had gone to line up before dawn, just so the 4 of them could taste it. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingning felt excited. Who wouldn't love an upgraded fruit tea? She followed Xie Jibai to Xie Hanyue residence. When they arrived, they indeed saw a long line at the entrance, stretching so far that they couldn't see the end. The popularity was comparable to that of the competition arena. Bai Wei and Xie Nan were at the front of the line. Just as Ye Qingning and Xie Jibai were about to approach, they overheard a few female disciples nearby talking about Bai Wei. Look at the girl in front with the purple hairpin. She is Qin Shixiang's former fiancé. You don't know. As soon as she became an inner disciple, she immediately broke off the engagement with Qin Shixiang. He treated her so well before. She really is ungrateful. I know her. I heard that after she entered the inner sect, she got close to Li Taihang from the body cultivation school, who just entered the inner sect a few months ago. They might have been secretly involved before. I also heard that during the assessment, she recognized Qin Shixiang but secretly teamed up with that Li to eliminate him. Qin Shixiang was even knocked out of the assessment by that body cultivator. Oh my. No wonder they say a woman's heart can be so cruel. I didn't expect her to be so malicious. She really doesn't know what she's missing. Qin Shixiang is such a good person. How could she do that? Exactly. Qin Shixiang is the most promising outer disciple in our sect. I don't think she's all that pretty. She doesn't deserve him. Stop talking. She's an inner disciple now. So, what if she's an inner disciple? Does she really think that makes her special? Qin Shixiang will definitely enter the inner sect sooner or later. Oh, I won't say more. This team won't make it. It's almost time for Brother Qin's competition, and I need to go cheer for him. Ye Qingning's expression was very cold, and Xie Jibai beside her also looked angry. With her fiery temper, she was ready to confront a few outer sect female disciples, but Ye Qingning stopped her. It would be easy to confront those female disciples, but what would happen afterward? It would only make things worse. These rumors were clearly fabricated by someone and seemed to have spread among the outer sect disciples. Not only had these female disciples heard the rumors, but there were also other disciples pointing fingers at Bai Wei from places they couldn't see. Although Si Qian had a fiery temper, after calming down, she realized that confronting those people wouldn't help. After all, she couldn't just go around hitting everyone who spread rumors. She exclaimed angrily, "Who is spreading lies to slander Sister Bai? If I find out, I will definitely take them down." Qingning could guess immediately who was behind it. The scoundrel, Qin Chongsheng. Since the rumors claimed that Bai Wei and Li Taihang were secretly involved and had teamed up to eliminate Qin, it was undoubtedly Qin himself who spread them. In the assessment secret realm, she had clearly beaten Qin badly. He mistook her for a male cultivator due to her physique and thought she was using her identity as the second miss of the Yu family to defeat him. After all, at that time, there were no female body cultivators in the Penglai sect, and Li Taihang had just won the assessment trial as a body cultivator, which led Qin to suspect the wrong person. This shows that the rumors had already spread in the outer sect. Even if Qin later learned that she was a body cultivator, the rumors had already circulated and couldn't be changed. Moreover, after Bai Wei broke up with Qin, he must have been furious and spread rumors to slander her, trying to portray himself as the innocent victim. This would also evoke sympathy and pity from other female disciples, leading them to approach him. That scoundrel not only was untrustworthy but also didn't deserve to be treated as a person. Although wise people can stop rumors, most people enjoy believing these baseless tales. To truly resolve this issue, they needed to confront the scoundrel. Cultivators have excellent hearing, and Bai Wei had already broken through to the Golden Core stage during these 3 months, so she naturally overheard the discussions of a few female disciples and had long been aware of these rumors. There were even some crazy female disciples who, for some reason, found out her jade slip name and sent her rude messages. Bai Wei didn't recognize these names and could only respond with insults, but the other person just got even more offensive. Bai Wei didn't want to waste her energy on this, so she ignored what others said about her and completely understood Qin Chongsheng. This morning, Bai Wei hurried to buy spirit fruit iced tea, partly because she wanted to share it with Ye Qingning and the others. Additionally, she planned to bring snacks and spirit tea to watch Qin Chongsheng's competition. As the ex-girlfriend of a scumbag, after their breakup, she was slandered by him, so Bai Wei wanted to see how her ex was getting beaten in the competition. According to the battle information on the stone tablet, Qin Chongsheng's opponent was also a disciple of the Penglai sect, with strength at the peak of foundation establishment and showing signs of breaking through. He was a solidly built body cultivator, and getting hit by him would definitely hurt. When Ye Qingning and the others learned of Bai Wei's plan, they thought it was great, but they wanted to do more, so they headed to the competition stage first. Compared to the Qi refining stage, there were noticeably more disciples watching the foundation establishment matches. As the 4 found their seats, they heard several female screams. "Ah! Senior Brother Qin is here. Senior Brother Qin is the best. Senior Brother Qin, beat him. Senior Brother Qin will definitely win." Ye Qingning looked over and saw a group of female disciples wildly cheering for Qin Chongsheng. They were waving small flags, which they had somehow gotten, with Qin Chongsheng's name on them and little hearts drawn beside it. Bai Wei couldn't help but smile sarcastically at her past self, feeling calm as she continued to eat her snacks and drink her iced tea. Qin Chongsheng was handsome and had an extraordinary presence. Compared to the muscular and intimidating body cultivator, he looked like a beautiful gem, and when he drew his sword, countless female disciples cheered and shouted for him. A flashy sword technique was being displayed, and the male cultivator's arm was injured, while the female disciples' screams grew louder. Qin Chongsheng lightly tapped the ground with his toes and floated up like a graceful swan, dodging the heavy punch thrown by the male cultivator. He swiftly turned and aimed his sword at the male cultivator's neck. Ever since he was beaten so badly by Ye Qingning in the assessment secret realm that his parents didn't recognize him, Qin Chongsheng had developed a hatred for all physical cultivators. When he saw his opponent was a physical cultivator, he acted like a mad dog. The muscular physical cultivator was startled and quickly tried to evade, feeling a chilling sensation brush past his neck. He reached up to touch his neck and found that Qin Chongqing's sword energy had cut his skin. Physical cultivators were tough, and this minor injury didn't affect his performance. Instead, it ignited his ferocity. His confidence surged, and he became a blur as he charged at Qin Chongqing with a powerful punch. Bang! A loud crash echoed, followed by a muffled groan. Qin Chongqing was hit in the chest and flew backward like a kite with a broken string, landing on the ground and spitting out blood, clearly injured. Good. Bai Wei couldn't help but stand up and cheer. Noticing that the outer female disciples were glaring at her, she calmly sat back down, while Xie Qian shot back an angry glare. The male physical cultivator scratched his head in confusion. Female cultivators usually favored handsome sword cultivators, and no one ever cheered for physical cultivators in competitions. But now, a senior sister from the inner sect was cheering for him. He felt he had to defeat Qin Chongqing to live up to her expectations. Although Qin Chongqing had been knocked back, there was no panic in his eyes. Instead, a fierce determination flashed. He struggled to get up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and fixed his gaze on the physical cultivator. With his sword in hand, he floated up again, the blade shining coldly as he aimed for the physical cultivator's throat. The physical cultivator roared and charged at Qin Chongqing, his fist slicing through the air with incredible force aimed at Qin Chongqing's head. Qin Chongqing sidestepped just in time to avoid the punch, secretly surprised by the physical cultivator's strength. It reminded him once again of the humiliation he felt when he was beaten in the assessment secret realm. Bang! Another dull sound echoed as Qin Chongqing didn't expect his opponent to strike back. His body was once again sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled to get up, but his body felt like it was falling apart, unable to move. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the opponent in front of him, filled with fear and anger. Thud! Thud! Thud. Qin Chongqing was hit several more times, his outer disciple robe torn and tattered, looking quite miserable. Physical cultivators were not known for holding back. Once they got close, it was all about taking hits. Moreover, sword cultivators often had strong attacks but weaker defenses. Qin Chongqing let out a roar, filled with unwillingness, but reality was harsh. The physical cultivator before him felt like an insurmountable mountain. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape the opponent's attacks. Bang! With a loud crash, Qin Chongqing was slammed to the ground again, feeling like his bones were breaking. But what hurt more was the humiliation and frustration in his heart. I give up. I give up. There were rules in the competition. Once one side admitted defeat, the other could no longer attack, ensuring the safety of the disciples. Xie Qian suddenly felt delighted, feeling great inside. She looked at the female disciples who gossiped behind others and laughed. Why aren't the outer sect sisters shouting? Is it that they just don't like to shout? Oh dear, how tragic. Getting beaten so badly by a physical cultivator twice. Qin Shidi, don't let this lead to negative thoughts. A group of outer sect female disciples were furious, but dared not speak up. They couldn't afford to provoke the inner sect disciples and could only complain quietly. Qin Chongqing walked off the stage, looking miserable, his gaze landing on Bai Wei and Ye Qingning. He already knew that the person who had beaten him in the secret realm was Ye Qingning, as he later saw a message saying a female physical cultivator had come from the inner sect.
He had guessed it then.
Bai Wei had broken off their engagement, and Ye Qingning had meddled in it. He had remembered this debt. But now, he was no match for them and could only spread rumors to gain sympathy from others. Late at night, Qin Chongqing was lying in his room when he suddenly received a message from Bai Wei, saying she wanted to talk to him. Upon arriving at the place Bai Wei mentioned, he was suddenly blinded and thrown into a large sack. What followed was a flurry of punches and kicks, causing him immense pain. Bai Wei, you wicked woman, how dare you treat me like this? Qin Chongqing shouted angrily. In response, he was met with even harsher blows and a cold voice. Qin Chongqing, when you slandered me and spread rumors, you should have expected this day. This is just a light punishment. Ye Qingning saw Qin, the scoundrel, struggling to get up, and she stepped hard on his back, pinning him down. Her voice was icy. Senior brother Qin, have you forgotten that I was the one who eliminated you in the assessment? You blamed it on senior brother Li and slandered him and senior sister Bai. You can't even tell who is beating you. Ye Qingning's words provoked Qin Chongsheng.
Ye Hanyue.
I knew it was you. You wicked woman, you made me a laughingstock in the outer sect, and you deserve to be hunted by the Yi family. Qin Chongsheng raged, bringing up the Yi family when he couldn't fight back. Ye Qingning scoffed, removed the sack from Qin Chongsheng's head, and gave him a few hard slaps across the face. He called her wicked, but who is truly in the wrong? You slandered inner sect disciples and insulted them. Do you know how many sect rules you have broken? Ye Qingning raised the spirit jade slip at her hand, having recorded everything Qin Chongsheng said. Smack! The person from the south didn't say much. A slap was enough for the scoundrel who dared to insult Ye Shimi.
Filthy man.
How dare you slander senior sister Bai? You deserve to be struck by lightning. Boom! A loud noise erupted, and the night sky suddenly filled with a deafening thunder. The group looked up to see dark clouds gathering, with lightning weaving through them, as if the heavens were angrily wielding a whip of lightning. The systems suddenly became excited. Ning ning! It's a thunder tribulation. A nascent soul thunder tribulation. One of those 5 must have broken through. Let's hurry to the dojo. Ye Qingning felt a chill and, seeing the spirit jade slip light up in her hand, knew that indeed one of the 5 had made a breakthrough. He said to Bai Wei and the others, Sister, I need to go to the temple. Please leave him to Shen Xuanli to handle. I will send the recording through the jade slip. Ye Qingning left quickly. The gathering of the thunderclouds was happening so fast that the heavenly thunder would likely strike within a short time. She had to reach the temple before the tribulation began. She also remembered to post the recent recording in the sect discussions section. In the recording, Qin Jianan admitted that it was she who eliminated him from the assessment secret realm, not Bai Wei and Li Taihang working together, which would put the rumors to rest. Moreover, handing Qin Jianan over to Shen Xuanli would surely clear Bai Wei's name and give the troublemaker the punishment he deserved. Thinking this, Ye Qingning quickened her pace. Once the recording was released, the jade slip exploded with activity. Many disciples of Penglai were initially drawn to the thunderclouds, some wanting to find out who was facing the tribulation, while others wanted to record it. Instead, they saw this recording. Lazy bones. Oh my! What happened? Is that the beaten-up person the outer sect disciple Qin Chongsheng? I just saw him compete today. Yumren. Boo-hoo, it really is senior brother Qin. He looks so hurt. But didn't others say he was eliminated by his former fiancée and an inner sect male cultivator?
Gossip guru.
Slandering inner sect disciples. He deserves to be beaten. No, he got off easy. One-handed alchemist. How can an outer sect disciple insult an inner sect disciple? When did our Penglai sect have such disgraceful people? Desperate for victory. Where is senior brother Ling? Quickly hand him over to the discipline hall's master Ling. He is the only disciple of the elder Mingjing, and is very fair. He will definitely handle this according to the sect rules. Qin Chongsheng would rather be handed over to the discipline hall's Linghua than to Shen Xuanli. He secretly thought, why should he be handed over to Shen Xuanli by Bai Wei and her friends? Qin Chongsheng had a bad feeling that if Shen Xuanli interrogated him, he would be in big trouble. He had to find a way to stop this. As he tried to break free, Si Qian kicked him to the ground. Still trying to run. When my big sword is just for show? Let's go. Take me to see senior brother honestly. Qin Chongsheng, being at the foundation establishment stage, could only be taken to meet Shen Xuanli by Si Qian and the others, who kicked him along the way. Ye Qingning quickly arrived at the training ground. The training ground on the floating immortal island is called the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Platform. In the large training area, there are several huge circular stone platforms that allow multiple disciples to undergo the thunder tribulation at the same time. Each platform is surrounded by complex array patterns. These patterns can slow down the speed and power of the thunder when the tribulation comes, giving the disciples more time to respond. Additionally, at each corner of the training ground, there are 4 massive stone pillars, each carved with obscure symbols. It is said that these symbols can convert some of the thunder's power into defensive strength for the training ground, ensuring that no matter how strong the tribulation is, it won't destroy the area. Above the training ground, dark clouds gathered, and the sound of thunder echoed across the sky. On one of the circular stone platforms, a male sword cultivator dressed in the inner sect disciple robes of the Penglai sect stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the thunder. The system's only current function is to provide information about characters, diligently stating, Qingning, this person's name is Chen Yinshen. He is quite famous among the inner sect disciples and participates in the monthly arena competitions, often winning and receiving many rewards. He is very steady, speaks and acts carefully, and has great popularity, making him a prominent figure among the inner sect disciples. However, he joined the sect earlier and has been at the Golden Core stage for many years, so his talent is somewhat lacking compared to the direct disciples. Hearing this, Ye Qingning suddenly thought of Zhang Shaoling. As far as she knew, Zhang Shaoling had already broken through to the nascent soul stage, but he joined the sect later and quickly surpassed many disciples in just a few years. In comparison, Chen Yinshen's cultivation talent is indeed a bit lacking compared to the direct disciples, but he is definitely not inferior among the inner sect disciples. Junior Sister Yi, you're here? Chen Yinshen remained calm in the face of the thunder tribulation. After all, Ye Qingning had previously blocked the thunder for Wan Jin, and word had spread throughout the sect, so he had nothing to worry about. Ye Qingning smiled slightly, but before she could respond, a bolt of thunder suddenly struck down. Ye Qingning's pupils suddenly contracted. She surprisingly sensed a hidden danger from a bolt of lightning. The key was that this bolt of lightning made a strange turn in the air before striking Chen Yinshen fiercely. Ye Qingning effortlessly dodged and blocked the first bolt of lightning. Just as she heard Chen Yinshen say, "Thank you for your help, Junior Sister Yi," 3 more bolts of lightning came down in quick succession. The speed was astonishing. Chen Yinshen was also stunned. 9 bolts of lightning during the nascent soul stage struck this quickly. He barely blinked before reaching the 5th bolt. A wave of fear washed over him. If he had faced the lightning tribulation alone, he wouldn't have been able to withstand those 3 continuous bolts. Ye Qingning felt uncertain, but before she could gather her thoughts, 5 more bolts of lightning struck down. She had no choice but to endure without changing her stance, and she couldn't help but think a frustrated thought. Whose lightning tribulation is so vicious? Not only does it sneak attack, but it also strikes continuously. It's like a speed contest. Fortunately, she had a lightning spirit root. Otherwise, she would have been reduced to ashes. The lightning tribulation ended in less than half a stick of incense, leaving the onlooking disciples in awe. Those who hadn't added Ye Qingning as a friend quietly took out their spirit jade slips. Chen Yinshen's aura instantly became powerful. In his excitement, he realized that his lightning tribulation was quite unusual, and he felt a bit relieved. Thank goodness Yi Junior Sister was here, otherwise, he might have faced a dire situation today. I'm lucky to have your help today, Junior Sister Yi. I happen to have 20,000 top-quality spirit stones in my bag. If I am fortunate enough to break through to the out-of-body stage, I will ask for your assistance again. Ye Qingning accepted the spirit stones with a gentle smile. Of course, that sounds good. She certainly didn't mind having more spirit stones. Moreover, these 9 bolts of lightning had filled her with abundant spiritual energy. She felt she was on the verge of breaking through to a higher level. Just as she was about to leave the training ground, she noticed that the dark clouds in the night sky had not dispersed. Instead, countless black tribulation clouds were rapidly gathering in the void above. Ye Qingning's heart sank. This situation. Could it be another lightning tribulation? And not just one. No wonder the previous bolt struck so quickly. It turned out there were more waiting in line for a gathering. As she pondered, 4 figures arrived at the training ground, just the right number. This coincidence of all 4 facing the thunderstorm together reminded Ye Qingning of a saying, "A family should be united." These 4 certainly arrived in a neat group. One of the male sword cultivators from Tianyu's sect was the fastest. Upon seeing Ye Qingning, he shouted, "Ye Shimmy." The thunderstorm is here, help me. The other three can handle it, but I can't. Please protect me from the thunder. I'll give you spirit stones. Ye Qingning thought to tell him that he didn't need to offer spirit stones. One person's thunderstorm can be blocked, and so can four, as long as the thunder isn't as relentless as before. She was confident she could handle the four of them. Before she could speak, the fast-running male sword cultivator dashed up to her and cleverly hid behind her. Ye Qingning thought, "Do you realize you look like a frightened spouse hiding behind a strong partner?" In the next moment, the male sword cultivator shoved a storage bag into her hands. "Ye shimmy, hurry. Help me block the thunder." There are 22,000 spirit stones in this bag. Ye Qingning felt a surge of joy. He really was offering spirit stones. At that moment, the first bolt of thunder struck down. Ye Qingning couldn't tell whose thunder it was, as all four were at the nascent soul stage, and unless there were special circumstances, the thunder would be the same for all. Boom! With a loud crash, Ye Qingning successfully blocked the first bolt of thunder. "Thank you, Ye Shimmy." The male sword cultivator from Tianyu's sect expressed his gratitude. Another male sword cultivator, not wanting to be left out, quickly rushed over and handed her another storage bag. "Ye Shimmy, I'll offer 23,000 spirit stones. Please help me block the thunder." After saying this, he also hid behind her, and they even squeezed together. Ye Qingning blinked in surprise. She couldn't believe her luck. Before she could speak, the other two sword cultivators saw what was happening and quickly followed suit, rushing forward to hand their storage bags to Ye Qingning. They also hid behind her, asking her to help block the lightning first. Ye Qingning was delighted. Who wouldn't want to earn more spirit stones? "Come on, everyone, line up." She could stand still and help all four of them block the lightning. Boom, 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 boom. The heavenly lightning struck down one after another, but not as quickly as before. After about half an hour, the dark clouds in the night sky dispersed, and the four of them successfully passed the lightning tribulation of the nascent soul stage. After blocking the heavenly lightning for 5 people, Ye Qingning not only experienced a significant improvement in her physical strength, but also broke through to the great perfection of the golden core stage, just as she had expected. She even felt she was on the verge of reaching the nascent soul stage. She scanned the spirit stones in her storage bag and found a total of 111,000 top-quality spirit stones. This meant that the last 2 sword cultivators had given her 23,000 top-quality spirit stones. What a great deal! The 4 of them were thrilled to enter the nascent soul stage and showered Ye Qingning with compliments. If she were a man, they would probably want to form a brotherhood with her. Although a few of them spent more spirit stones, they felt that the lightning tribulation was worth it. Feeling a bit shy from their flattery, Ye Qingning smiled and said, "Congratulations to all of you for reaching the nascent soul stage. If you need anything, just contact me next time." In business, enthusiasm is key, and she believed she would soon gather enough spirit stones to buy a mountain. On her way back, Ye Qingning received a message from Xie Jibai, saying that Xin Xuanli and Elder Xie Jibai were about to deal with Qin, the troublemaker, and invited her to watch the excitement. Following Xie Jian's directions, Ye Qingning arrived at a courtyard. In the courtyard, besides Elder Xie Jibai and Xin Xuanli, there was also Ling Hua from the discipline hall and a group of disciples who had come to watch at midnight. At that moment, Qin, the troublemaker, was kneeling on the ground, looking obedient as he seemed to have confessed everything he had done. "Elder Xie, Senior Brother, Senior Ling, I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please forgive me this time." Qin Chongsheng cried and begged for forgiveness, realizing the seriousness of the situation. He was afraid of being expelled from Penglai and could only admit his mistakes. "Forgive you? You make mistakes and do not learn from them, only begging for mercy. I see you have no true remorse," Tianjizi said with a cold snort. He despised disciples who did not focus on their training and caused trouble within the sect. Turning his gaze to Xin Xuanli and Ling Hua, he asked, "Xuanli, Ling Hua, how should we deal with this person?" Ling Hua felt that although he was the head of the discipline hall, Xin Xuanli, as the chief disciple and the next candidate for sect leader, had the right to be involved in all matters of the sect. Since the senior brother is here, let him decide. Tianjizi nodded slightly in agreement, and everyone's eyes turned to Shen Xuanli. Qin Chongqing's face turned pale, and he was sweating. He lowered his head, afraid to meet Shen Xuanli's gaze. Shen Xuanli glanced at Qin Chongqing with a cold expression, his eyes showing a stricter demeanor today. In a low and solemn voice, he stated, "According to Sect Rule 83, those who spread rumors within the sect shall receive 100 lashes as a warning, and their rank will be lowered by 1, immediately demoted to a servant disciple, and shall not enter the inner sect for 3 years. According to Sect Rule 96, outer disciples who insult inner disciples will be punished with labor. Starting today, they will be assigned to clean the outer sect's spirit beast garden for 6 months. Furthermore, according to Sect Rule 87, the rumor spreaders must compensate the affected disciple with a certain amount of spirit stones based on the severity of the rumors and publicly apologize to restore their reputation within the sect. Any repeat offenses will result in the loss of cultivation and expulsion from the sect. These punishments will be carried out immediately." As Shen Xuanli finished speaking, the crowd erupted in shock. Among the onlookers, many had spread rumors and turned pale, fearing they would also be punished, too scared to even breathe. Some whispered, 100 lashes. Senior brother Linghua is here today. His lashes are fierce. 100 lashes could cost you half your life. But I remember Su Ruashi was punished for cheating during the assessment, and it was only 50 lashes, right? Is that even the same? Cheating ruins one's reputation, but he tarnished others' reputations, which is much worse. Moreover, he insulted the inner disciples, which is truly outrageous, and he deserves to be punished. Qin Chongqing's face turned pale, trembling all over. He realized that begging for mercy was useless, so it was better to save his strength to stay alive. Linghua came prepared with a disciplinary whip. As soon as the whip was taken out, all the disciples couldn't help but swallow hard. Those who had felt the whip before now felt pain all over their bodies. This was the first time Ye Qingning saw the disciplinary whip from the punishment hall of the Penglai sect. The whip was about 2 fingers wide, completely black, with faint dark red patterns flowing on it, clearly not an ordinary item. As the whip swung, a sharp sound cut through the air, accompanied by the pitiful cries echoing around. After several strikes, Qin Chongqing's back was already a bloody mess. Ye Qingning couldn't help but shiver, suddenly understanding why the surrounding disciples changed their expressions at the sound of the whip. Bai Wei lowered her gaze. If it were before, she would have hated to see Qin Chongqing being whipped. But now, she felt no sympathy. She thought he deserved it. If he had any regard for their past, he wouldn't have spread rumors about her. The blame he faced was entirely his own doing. 2 days passed, and a message came through the jade slip saying that Qin Chongqing had been beaten nearly to death and couldn't even get out of bed. For a while, he wouldn't be able to return to the sect to take care of the spirit beasts. Qin Chongqing was truly poor and couldn't afford to pay with spirit stones, so he had to use the spiritual treasure Bai Wei had given him as a substitute. Bai Wei didn't want to have any more ties with him, so she agreed. Yesterday, the Foundation Establishment Group had finished their matches. Early this morning, Ye Qingning and Xie Jibai went to the square for the Golden Core Group's drawing. When it was finally Ye Qingning's turn, she reached into the jade tube filled with bamboo sticks and randomly picked one. In such competitions, disciples naturally hoped to draw later numbers so they could watch others' matches first and gain some experience from them. However, when Ye Qingning opened her hand to look at the stick, she was shocked to see the number 1 carved on it. With the announcement of the draw results, a line of competition information appeared on the stone tablet. Name: Ye Qingning Sect, Penglai Sect Match Number, 1 Opponent. To be determined. Ye Qingning and the system were stunned for 3 seconds by the number 1 on the draw. To be honest, she couldn't gain any experience from this. Surprisingly, in her previous life, she did not draw number 1. However, in her past life, she intentionally lost the match. The reason was simple. The Luoyan sect was an obscure small sect, and it was not uncommon for a struggling sect to have a talented disciple hunted down and silenced. In short, Top sects allow their own talented disciples to shine, but they absolutely do not permit lesser sects to have exceptional talents that surpass theirs. Because of this, she chose to hide her abilities to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, the Luoyun sect could not protect her at that time. Moreover, she was a fake daughter who had taken someone else's place in the story, neither the main characters nor the second male lead. At least until she completed her mission, she had to live cautiously. Thus, in her previous life, she chose to develop quietly, avoiding risks whenever possible. In regular competitions within the sect, it was fine. She didn't have to hide anything since the other disciples were quite ordinary. But in a grand competition like this, it ultimately came down to the talented disciples from the 4 major sects competing against each other. She would never reveal her true abilities in such a match. That was why in her past life, Ye Hanyue did not know that Xie Jibai could become the leader of the Luoyun sect. It was all her doing, as she did not reveal herself outside her sect. To Ye Hanyue, she was merely flattering Xie Jibai on a daily basis, and after saving his life in the demon cave, he developed feelings for her and became her partner. In Ye Hanyue's eyes, whether she broke through to the golden core stage or the nascent soul stage, she was not the most outstanding among her peers, which made her wonder why she deserved Xie Jibai. Even if Ye Hanyue knew about the Ye family's ultimate scheme and that she was a special body type, she would not think highly of her abilities before she began her training. But she guessed that Ye Hanyue probably didn't know about the Ye family's scheme and thought she was just a scapegoat. Otherwise, given Ye Hanyue's unpredictable nature, she would surely reveal that she was a magical being out of anger, making things difficult for her. In this life, although she didn't know if the Ye family had informed Ye Hanyue about the scheme after the curse was lifted, she knew that she was now the top disciple of the first sect. There is a saying that it's good to lean against a big tree for shade. This time in the competition, she couldn't afford to lose on purpose like in her past life. She had to win. While Yi Qingning was lost in thought, Bai Wei, Si Qian, and Si Nan had already drawn their numbers. Ningning, it's okay. The sooner we finish the competition, the sooner we can relax. You don't need to be nervous. I'm number 17, and my senior sisters are 34 and 59. We're all in the top ranks. I believe that with your strength, even if you go first, you'll do great. Bai Wei fully recognized Yi Qingning's strength, and her words came from the heart. No matter when Yi Qingning went on stage, she believed she would win. Si Qian, with her straightforward personality, didn't see anything wrong with being number 1. She immediately agreed, saying, I think being number 1 is great. You can watch the others compete right after, so you won't be nervously waiting. Relax, junior sister Yi. With your strength, you can definitely defeat your opponent. Si Nan, who was more reserved, nodded in agreement. Junior sister Yi, don't worry about the order of the numbers. Just focus on the competition. Yi Qingning felt warmth in her heart, knowing the 3 were trying to comfort her because they were worried she might be nervous. In her past life, she had been so focused on winning over Xie Jibai that she had no friends around her, let alone anyone who cared about her feelings. Don't worry, senior sisters. I'm fine. After the competition, I'll treat you all to Xianwei restaurant. I earned some spirit stones helping someone with their thunder tribulation, and I haven't celebrated yet. Upon hearing about the delicious food, Si Qian jumped up excitedly. Xianwei restaurant. You're the best, junior sister. I heard their pan-fried boneless fish is amazing. I'm already drooling, and I'll get you the spirit fruit iced tea that my senior sister bought the other day. I'll stand in line for it after the competition. Yi Qingning smiled and nodded. Since all 4 of them had drawn numbers within the top 100, they headed together to the waiting area for the competition. The waiting area has a total of 200 seats. The first 100 disciples who drew lots can go to the waiting area before the competition starts. Because there were too many people drawing lots, Yi Qingning did not see anyone else who drew number 1 when she left the drawing square. However, once they arrived in the waiting area, the first 100 competing disciples learned who their opponents were. As Yi Qingning and her group arrived, other disciples who drew numbers in the first 100 also began to show up one after another. People gathered in small groups, either talking quietly, resting with their eyes closed, or looking at their opponents with disapproval. making the atmosphere tense. Ye Qingning and her 3 friends sat together. Xie Jibai was still discussing the delicious food from Xianwei residence with Bai Wei, as if winning or losing the competition didn't matter to them. This was also why Ye Qingning admired the sword-wielding girl. She had a broad perspective and never let herself get stressed. At that moment, 2 disciples from the Wuliang sect entered the waiting area. A pretty female disciple quietly said to the male disciple beside her, "Brother Chu, smile a little." Although the Penglai sect is the top sect, not all its disciples are that impressive. The Penglai female disciple who drew number 1 may look good, but her strength is not as strong as Brother Chu's. You are among the best inner disciples. Winning the preliminary round should be easy for you. No matter which sect the opponent belongs to, I believe Brother Chu will definitely win. The male disciple, with long, narrow phoenix eyes, relaxed a bit upon hearing her words. It seemed he regained some confidence and smiled lightly, saying, "That may be true, but it's best to be cautious." The system, upon hearing this, was the first to disagree. What does "that may be true" mean? Being overly confident is not a good thing. Who is he underestimating? Xie Jibai and Bai Wei also stopped talking, their eyes fixed on the male disciple, thinking to themselves, "Soon, it will be your turn to cry." About half an hour later, all the Golden Core disciples had drawn lots. An elder stepped onto the competition stage and looked around at everyone, saying, "The drawing results have been announced. The preliminary competition for the Golden Core group officially begins. Please have the disciple who drew number 1 come to the stage to compete." Ye Qingning stood up and stepped onto the competition stage, followed closely by the male disciple from the Wuliang sect. As the 2 stood still, the elder in charge of the competition reiterated the rules. In this match, no one may harm another's life. If one side concedes, the other must not continue to attack. Violators will face severe penalties. Understood. The 2 replied in unison. The elder nodded slightly, stepped aside, and announced, "The match begins." The male disciple from Wuliang sect did not rush to attack, but instead bowed first. "I am Chu Tianhe from Wuliang sect. Please guide me." Ye Qingning nodded and returned the bow. "I am Ye Qingning from Penglai sect. Please teach me." As soon as she finished speaking, the male disciple from Wuliang sect gripped his long sword, transforming into a flash of cold light, rushing forward. The tip of his sword gleamed ominously, as if it could slice through the air. Brother Chu is amazing. His moon-chasing sword technique truly lives up to its reputation. On the viewing platform, the female disciples from Wuliang sect cheered for Chu Tianhe as he took the initiative with his fierce swordplay. Ye Qingning gracefully leaped to avoid Chu Tianhe's strike, also taking note of the long sword in his hand. Ning Ning, his sword is engraved with 3 weapon runes, an 8th level wind rune, a 9th level strength rune, and a 10th level weight reduction rune. Ye Qingning narrowed her eyes slightly. It is said that the better a sword is, the poorer its wielder becomes. This person must have spent a lot of spirit stones to maintain his sword. These 3 weapon runes, combined with the moon-chasing sword technique, indeed enhance its power. Compared to the swift wind sword technique, both sword techniques are fast, but the moon-chasing sword technique emphasizes agility and grace, with tighter connections between moves, often catching opponents off guard. However, as far as Ye Qingning knew, the sword practitioners of Wuliang sect primarily trained in the Wuliang sword technique. The Wuliang sword technique was created by the founder of Wuliang sect and is a heavenly level technique with immense power, only accessible to disciples of Wuliang sect. The moon-chasing sword technique is merely a secondary technique practiced by sword practitioners within the sect. Truly talented sword disciples would never consider the moon-chasing sword technique as their main focus. This shows that Chu Tianhe was not using his full strength. His previous strike was merely a test of her abilities. Seeing Ye Qingning easily evade his attack, a hint of surprise flashed in Chu Tianhe's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. In the Wuliang sect, any inner disciple who wins the final victory in the grand competition can be promoted to an elite disciple. If they catch the attention of a certain elder, they may even become a personal disciple. Therefore, no matter who the opponent is, he must win this match. He immediately swung his sword again. The sword light flickered like the brilliance of a full moon, dazzling and bright. The long sword drew a strange arc in the air, aiming directly at Ye Qingning's throat. This move was incredibly fast and had an unexpected angle, making it hard to defend against. However, Ye Qingning seemed to anticipate it, slightly shifting her body to easily dodge the strike. But as part of the moon chase sword technique, Chu Tianhe quickly followed up with another attack, aiming for Ye Qingning's waist.
Clang.
Before the long sword could reach her, it collided with a talisman, producing a crisp sound that made Chu Tianhe's hand tingle slightly. Ye Qingning retreated swiftly, flicking her fingers to send out a talisman that blocked Chu Tianhe's attack. Seeing the explosive talisman Ye Qingning threw, Chu Tianhe couldn't help but smirk in disdain. He was familiar with the name Ye Qingning, at least from the Lingyu records, as the deeds of the Yi family had spread widely. He knew she had dual elemental roots of thunder and fire, and a disciple who returned from the Yunshan's secret realm told him she practiced food cultivation, but she must have pursued other paths as well. He didn't expect her to be skilled in talismans. He wasn't afraid of talisman users. In fact, sword cultivators were their natural enemies. Chu Tianhe sneered inwardly and swung his long sword again, unleashing the strongest move of the moon chase sword technique, Moonfall and Crow's Cry. Suddenly, the sword emitted a cold light, as if moonlight was pouring down, carrying a sense of deadly intent, aimed straight at Ye Qingning. As Ye Qingning retreated again, she held a stack of talismans in her hand. She knew that close combat was a weakness for talisman users, but as a body cultivator, she wasn't afraid of a sword cultivator's close attacks. However, considering this was a preliminary match and that her opponent might be hiding their true strength, she decided not to reveal her body cultivation skills too early to avoid being studied later. Thus, she resolved to fight in this match solely as a talisman user. With determination, she swiftly threw the talismans at her opponent, Chu Tianhe. Suddenly, the sky was filled with flying talismans like countless stars, tracing paths as they swiftly shot towards Chu Tianhe. In the blink of an eye, they exploded around Chu Tianhe, creating waves of spiritual energy. Chu Tianhe tried to use his sword energy to block the sudden attack, but the sheer number of talismans was overwhelming. Like an endless downpour, countless talismans kept coming at him, leaving him feeling helpless and unable to counter effectively. All the watching disciples were stunned, holding their breath and thinking, wow, they say that talisman users spend a lot of spirit stones in battles, and it's true. Look at all these talismans. They must be worth a fortune. Oh no. That's all money. Can I have some if you don't want them? I told you talisman users are wasteful. Now you believe me. Truly, the disciples of the top sect are impressive. Even the inner disciples have financial power that others can't compare to. How long did it take to draw all these talismans? She still has more.
Ouch.
I'm in so much pain. Just throw a few to me. If you do, I'll be your little brother forever. Pathetic. Chu Tianhe was indeed stunned. There were not only explosive talismans but also ice blades, freezing talismans, rainstorm talismans, water prison talismans, storm talismans, thunder talismans, and many more, too many to count. He had faced talisman users before, but none had attacked so recklessly, relying solely on overwhelming numbers. Ye Qingning was definitely the first. At that moment, Chu Tianhe was unable to execute his sword techniques and could only dodge left and right, jumping around to avoid the talisman attacks. He realized that all these talismans were of high quality and their power was undeniable. In fact, the talismans in Ye Qingning's hands were not thrown randomly. They followed a unique rhythm and pattern. Whenever Chu Tianhe seemed to find a way to dodge, Ye Qingning would suddenly change the rhythm and direction of her throws, causing him to fall back into confusion. For a sword user, the strongest point is their attack. Once they can attack, it becomes the opponent's best chance to strike. As she moved gracefully, her figure seemed to slip away like a ghost, dodging the talisman she had thrown. Taking advantage of Chu Tianhe's moment of distraction, she suddenly appeared at his side, her short sword glinting coldly as it pressed against his throat. Chu Tianhe was shocked and tried to raise his sword to defend himself, but it was too late. The tip of the short sword had already touched his throat, and just a little more pressure would pierce it. Ye Qingning had no intention of taking a life. She halted the sword at his throat and calmly said, "You lost." Chu Tianhe stood frozen, questioning how he, a talented swordsman, could be defeated by a talisman user in such a manner. It was hard for him to accept. The audience was silent. Many had initially favored Chu Tianhe, believing that a swordsman at the same level would be the strongest. How could he lose to a talisman user? But then they thought if they had that many talismans, they could probably knock out the opponent too. The first match goes to Ye Qingning from the Penglai sect. The elder announced the result. No matter how unwilling Chu Tianhe was, he had no chance left. Each participant only had one match in the preliminaries, which eliminated half of the contestants. He hadn't even made it to the elimination round. Ye Qingning stepped down from the stage, but since the match was over, she couldn't return to the waiting area and had to go to the audience section to find Bai Wei and the others. After casually finding a spot to sit, she soon felt something crawling on her shoulder. Turning her head to look, she saw a tiny caterpillar about the size of a pinky finger leisurely climbing onto her shoulder. Though she wasn't fond of bugs, this caterpillar was exceptionally cute, entirely pink, matching the color of peach blossoms. Its body was covered in soft, delicate hairs that shimmered gently in the sunlight, resembling a layer of light fabric or a cotton candy, making her feel no fear at all. In fact, she was tempted to reach out and touch it. Just as she was about to extend her hand, she heard a voice in her mind. "I saw you in earlier, so I'm giving you this little creature." Little theater. My master said he wants to take on disciples. I'm not convinced, but this little junior sister seems nice. Ye Qingning. Who gives gifts like this? Is everything okay? Are you really alright? Ye Qingning was slightly startled when she heard the transmission. To perceive the source and approximate distance of a mental message, one must rely on their spiritual awareness. This helps in determining the position of the sender. However, if the sender's skills are much higher than one's own, or if they use special hiding techniques, it becomes difficult to accurately locate them, even if the message is heard. Ye Qingning's first reaction was to instinctively turn and look behind her. Although she had randomly chosen a seat, she clearly remembered that there was no one sitting around her. So, how did this cute pink caterpillar end up on her? Sure enough, when she turned around, she saw a slender and handsome young man sitting behind her, with a small mole on the right side of his nose. When he noticed her looking back, he smiled at her, and his smile was as warm as a spring breeze, making her feel good. She also noticed that the dark purple robe he wore was not the uniform of any sect but rather his own clothing. The fabric was very delicate, with intricate patterns, and there seemed to be a flow of spiritual energy, indicating it was likely a magical robe of considerable value. As her gaze moved down, she did not see any sect badge hanging from his waist, making it hard for her to determine his identity. Of course, she didn't want to make a mistake by calling him senior brother, without knowing who he was. What if he turned out to be a young elder or a leader of a sect? The system, not hearing the mental transmission from the young man and unaware that the caterpillar was sent by him, thought Ye Qingning was finally understanding something and quickly read the young man's information. The next moment it exclaimed, "Ning Ning! Nink Nink! He is the only disciple of the Gu master, Feng Wuyang. This is unbelievable. He's not even from any sect. Why is he here on Floating Sky Island? Wait, this caterpillar is unusual. It's definitely not an ordinary caterpillar. It's a strange bug raised by Feng Wuyang." Ye Qingning was shocked, her dark eyes widening slightly. How did the disciple of the Gnoming Taoist end up here? And this silly, cute pink caterpillar is actually a strange bug? But then she thought, even though the disciple of the unfettered master was not from any sect, if he wanted to come to the floating island to watch his peers compete, he could easily get his disciple in with his identity. She looked down at the caterpillar on her shoulder, then looked up to see Feng Wuyang still smiling at her. Since she already knew his identity, she straightforwardly said, "You are the disciple of the unfettered master. Am I right?" Feng Weiyang was taken aback. Did his face have a name written on it? How did she guess his identity? No wonder his master came to help her and wanted to take her as a disciple. She was quite clever. Clever is good. He wouldn't want a silly little sister. You have good eyes. My master has good taste. Feng Weiyang nodded slightly, not hiding anything, and openly admitted his identity. He then added, since you know who I am, you can call me Brother Feng or Weiyang Brother. Ye Qingning obediently followed suit and politely called out, Brother Feng. She thought to herself, you're quite friendly. She took the lazy caterpillar off her shoulder and placed it in her palm, then offered it to Feng Weiyang. I can't keep the caterpillar. It belongs to you. If it were an ordinary caterpillar, she might have accepted it, but this one was clearly a special insect raised by Feng Weiyang. It wasn't that she didn't like the insect. In fact, it was the first time she had seen such a cute and unique one, and she really liked it. However, raising such unusual creatures required both energy and money, so she couldn't just take it. Seeing Ye Qingning return the caterpillar, Feng Weiyang felt a hint of confusion. He thought, does she not like it? But don't girls usually like these cute little things? Could it be that she doesn't like this color? Feng Weiyang frowned slightly and took the caterpillar back from Ye Qingning's hand. But the next second, he found 7 more of the same kind of caterpillar in his palm. In addition to the pink one, there were red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, 7 caterpillars of different colors. This action left both Ye Qingning and the dog system stunned. Brother, do you have an obsession with rainbows? Even the caterpillars you raise have to match their colors? What Ye Qingning didn't know was that, besides the rainbow caterpillars, Feng Weiyang also raised many unusual insects, each with several colors, and they were all quite adorable. His biggest hobby was finding these silly and cute bugs. He ignored other fierce insects, which made Wu Ming think he was a bit odd. Feng Weiyang smiled, interpreting Ye Qingning's surprised expression as delight. He knew that with so many colors, there had to be one she liked. Since you don't like the pink one, just choose one from these. First, congratulations on winning the preliminary round, and second, consider this a welcome gift from me. Once you officially become my junior sister, I'll give you a bigger gift. After saying this, Feng Weiyang felt taller and a strange sense of protectiveness arose in him. It felt great to be a senior brother. He was a bit anxious about when his junior sister would officially become a disciple. Ye Qingning stared at the 7+1 caterpillars in a daze, finally realizing why Feng Weiyang wanted to give her caterpillars. He was treating her like a junior sister. However, although she accepted the jade token from Wu Ming, she hadn't decided about becoming a disciple yet. Was there some misunderstanding? But in the past, she felt uneasy about insects. Now, she wasn't scared at all, and even thought that cultivating insect techniques was quite interesting. Seeing Ye Qingning hesitate to choose a caterpillar, Feng Weiyang quickly explained, this caterpillar is not an ordinary one. It's an unusual insect I raise called the 9-spirit pest. In its larval stage, it looks like a caterpillar and can sense and connect with other creatures to relay messages. Its saliva can neutralize poisons. When it reaches its adult stage, it transforms into an illusion butterfly, capable of casting illusions to create hallucinations. Additionally, it has the special ability to teleport over short distances, allowing the carrier to escape quickly or be transported to a designated location. Pick one to hold for now, and I'll teach you how to care for it. If you like all of these, you can take them all. I'm always generous with my family. Ye Qingning's lips twitched. Just hearing about the caterpillar's abilities made her realize that if it were sold, it would certainly be expensive. Can I not accept it? I mean, I haven't become a disciple yet. How about you wait until I become one before giving it to me? Feng Weiyang shook his head, speaking firmly. No need to wait. There are plenty of bugs for a goo cultivator. Just take it without any burden. Even if you haven't become a disciple, giving you just a bug is no big deal. Hearing this, Ye Qingning stopped refusing and thanked Feng Weiyang. Looking at the lined-up colorful caterpillars, she decisively chose the pink one beside her. Everything is about fate, and since this pink caterpillar climbed onto her shoulder, it must be meant for her. As soon as the pink caterpillar was in Ye Qingning's hand, it affectionately rubbed its little head against her palm, trying to please her. Ye Qingning was delighted by the caterpillar's little actions. Seeing its cloud-like shape and peach blossom color, she decided to name it Yun Tao. However, she still didn't know how to communicate with an unusual bug and wasn't sure if the little creature liked the name. Feng Wuyang seemed to sense what Ye Qingning was thinking. Since he had just said he would teach her how to care for it, he quickly took out several books from his storage and handed them to her. Take these books. They were written by my master for me to study. As long as you memorize this book, you'll know how to care for it and communicate with it. Ye Qingning placed the caterpillar back on her shoulder and took the stack of books from Feng Wuyang. She looked at the titles and notes of each book, feeling impressed. The first book was titled, The Heart of Gu, a guide. The small text below read, On the spiritual communication between Gu cultivators and Gu bugs, how to build trust, and how to command Gu bugs through communication. The second book was Secret Techniques for Feeding Gu with Vital Blood. It explained how to use vital blood to feed Gu bugs, how to collect and preserve a Gu cultivator's vital blood, the preferences and reactions of different types of Gu bugs to vital blood, and how to enhance a Gu bug's abilities through feeding. The third book was Contracts for Controlling Gu Bugs. It covered the binding contracts between Gu cultivators and Gu bugs, the ritual for making contracts, and the spells involved. 4. Controlling Insect Techniques. How to cultivate and train insect creatures to follow commands. 5. Spiritual Medicine to Attract Insects. Recipes for spiritual medicine and feeding methods, and how to use spiritual medicine to attract and tame insect creatures. 6. Resonance Insect Cultivation. How to use insect creatures for training to promote their growth. The last book is Secret Insect Cultivation, and although there are no small words below, just the title suggests it is the most profound. Ye Qingning looked at the 7 books in her hands, lost in thought. Is this meant for her to learn on her own? However, Feng Wuyang was right. As long as she studied a few books, she would at least know how to care for this little creature. It's just reading, right? Once she returns to her place, she will start reading. She can't just ignore this little one. Feng Wuyang handed her another bottle and said, This is the spiritual medicine I made. It will last for a while. Make sure to let it bask in the moonlight. It enjoys that. There's nothing else. I want to explore other places. Remember to accept my friend request. Contact me if you need anything. After Feng Wuyang finished speaking, he disappeared. For Feng Wuyang, the competition at the Golden Core stage was not particularly interesting. He came to watch because of Ye Qingning's match. When he heard that his master was going to take on a disciple, he couldn't sit still. Although his master often said he was unfocused and that he was wasting time with insects, surely he wouldn't actually take on a disciple. Soon, Feng Wuyang realized that Wu Ming was serious and even sent out a jade token. For this grand competition, his master asked him to watch Shen Xuanli's match, saying it was to help him understand his own shortcomings. Since he was already there, he naturally wanted to see what kind of person his master valued. In the end, he found it quite agreeable. As long as his little junior sister was focused, it would save his master from constantly nagging him. Ye Qingning, seeing Feng Wuyang vanish like a ghost, began to suspect he had a special ability that allowed him to teleport short distances. He must have some kind of magical insect that enables him to appear and disappear at will. She also put away a bottle of spiritual medicine and several books. These books were personally written by Wu Ming Daoist, so she needed to take good care of them. Seeing the little creature dozing off on her shoulder, she decided to leave it be. The strange creature is very resilient, so she doesn't have to worry about the little guy sleeping too long. She also took out her spirit jade slip and saw a friend request from someone named Stay Well. It was clearly from Feng Wuyang, so she quickly accepted it. On the other side of the viewing area, Xie Jibai drew a later number, so he did not enter the waiting zone and stayed in the audience the whole time. Since Ye Qingning sat down in the audience, Xie Jibai's gaze was fixed on her and he couldn't look away. When he saw Feng Wuyang appear next to Ye Qingning and give her a bug, he lost all interest in watching the competition. He felt increasingly restless and frustrated, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness that made him even more anxious. His senior sister did not accept his friend request, but She just added a stranger male cultivator and even accepted that person's bug. In his past life, his senior sister only had him around, and there were no other distractions. In the past, with just one word from him, she would have ignored that person completely, but now, nothing he said seemed to matter. He disliked that male cultivator and hated that there were other men around her. They all seemed to be approaching her with bad intentions. He needed to come up with a plan to win back his senior sister and ensure that no one else could have any thoughts about her. Qingning noticed that Xie Jibai was watching her, but she treated him like air and didn't even glance in his direction, quietly continuing to watch the competition. Around noon, the three from Qingning finished their matches one after another. Like Qingning, all three won and successfully advanced to the second stage of the elimination round. This meant that for the next few days, they could either practice on their own or watch others compete to learn from them. Qingning originally planned to go to Xianwei Pavilion in the evening. Besides Si Qian, who went to buy spirit fruit iced tea, the three continued to sit in the audience watching the matches. Bai Wei and Xie occasionally glanced at the pink caterpillar resting on Qingning's shoulder, both of them finding it very adorable. Xie was not very talkative, but when he saw the caterpillar, he couldn't help but ask about its origin, thinking that Qingning must have found it somewhere after her match. Fortunately, someone kindly reminded Qingning that there are rules for entering and leaving the floating fairy island. When leaving the island, no items can be taken, whether they are flowers, plants, or animals. It is said that a disciple once caught a spirit bird on the island, and when they tried to leave, it was discovered. Not only was the bird taken back, but the disciple also faced a severe punishment. Upon hearing this, Qingning quietly told the two that it was a gift from Wu Ming's disciple. Their expressions changed immediately. Is this a cursed insect? Suddenly, it didn't seem so cute anymore. Sister Ning is impressive. She isn't afraid of cursed insects. As night fell, according to the schedule, there might still be 1 or 2 groups of disciples left to compete. Just as Qingning and her companions were about to leave for Xianwei residence, they noticed a familiar figure stepping onto the competition stage. Si Qian said, "Sister Ning, it's Ye Hanyue." She actually drew number 101. Xie stood up and then sat back down. To be honest, she was quite curious to see what this true daughter of the Yi family could do. Qingning also decided to postpone their trip to Xianwei residence, wanting to watch the match first. According to the story and her past life, after Ye Hanyue's match, she would immediately attract the attention of many male cultivators. In this life, she wanted to see if Ye Hanyue had improved compared to her past life, and whether she would still attract many male cultivators after changing sections. On the competition stage, Ye Hanyue wore a moon-white long dress, her slender waist and graceful figure immediately catching the attention of many male cultivators. Especially since her opponent was a burly, unremarkable male swordsman, the comparison made Ye Hanyue appear even more stunning. People began to discuss, which sect does this female cultivator belong to? Her beauty is definitely among the top in all the major sects. I don't know, I've never seen her before. Judging by her clothing, she doesn't seem to be from a major sect, but with her golden core cultivation, she would definitely be a direct disciple in a smaller sect. Stop guessing. I recognize her. She is the daughter that the Yi family retrieved. She entered the Yunshan's secret realm under the identity of a Hehuan sect disciple and obtained a legacy, which allowed her to break through to the golden core stage. Is it really her? No wonder she doesn't look like an ordinary disciple. A daughter from one of the top 10 families has a different aura and appearance. Come on, don't forget how bad the Yi family's reputation is now. Just because she looks good doesn't mean her heart is kind. You male cultivators should not judge by appearances. Otherwise, you'll end up regretting it. Qingning listened to the discussions around her and thought that women view women differently than men do. Despite the warnings from some female disciples, some male cultivators were still foolishly captivated by Ye Hanyue's beauty. Among them, some male cultivators from the middle and lower sects were also interested in Ye Hanyue's background. Most of these men were ordinary in their own sects, and if they could become partners with a daughter from one of the top 10 families, it would be a huge opportunity for them. As the elder announced the start of the competition, a strong male sword cultivator launched the first attack, swinging his sword at Ye Hanyue. The male sword cultivator's moves were simple and direct, without any fancy tricks, but they were powerful. Facing his fierce attack, Ye Hanyue simply smiled and gracefully dodged the strike, like a butterfly. Seeing his attack miss, the male sword cultivator became serious. He initially thought the female sword cultivator was just pretty and her skills were average, but now he realized she was not to be underestimated. The male sword cultivator swung his sword again, the blade's aura intensifying, rushing toward Ye Hanyue like a storm. Yet, Ye Hanyue moved like a fish, weaving through the blade's aura, making it hard for him to track her. Frustrated by his repeated misses, the male sword cultivator felt a surge of anger. He hated opponents who were evasive. He unleashed a series of powerful strikes, the blade's aura swelling like a giant dragon charging at Ye Hanyue. Ye Hanyue moved like the wind, easily blocking each of his attacks with her sword. Her seemingly casual swordplay always found the right moment to exploit his weaknesses, preventing him from getting close. The male sword cultivator was startled, and many male disciples in the audience stood up to cheer. She truly is the daughter of the Ye family. Her swordsmanship is so exquisite. It's ridiculous. Her skills have nothing to do with the Ye family. She clearly gained her abilities from the inheritance in the Yunsan secret realm. No matter what, it seems that the male sword practitioner from the Zhiyang sect is hard to defeat. As the discussions continued to reach the ears of the sturdy male sword practitioner, he felt anxious and intensified his attacks. Yet, Ye Hanyue remained unfazed. With a swift movement, her long sword transformed into a silver flash, like a dragon emerging from the sea, quickly breaking through the male practitioner's defense and stabbing toward his throat. The male practitioner's pupils shrank. He had no time to defend himself. Ye Hanyue's sword finally rested against his neck. The cold aura of the blade seemed ready to cut his throat. He clenched his fists, never expecting to be defeated so miserably. "Thank you for the match," Ye Hanyue said as she sheathed her sword. With her victory, the discussions resumed. "I never thought the male practitioner from the Zhiyang sect would be unable to withstand even 10 moves from her. Yeah, this is getting interesting. She and the adopted daughter of the Ye family have both entered the elimination rounds. They might face each other next." After leaving the stage, Ye Hanyue passed by the spectator area and glanced at Qingning, smiling widely before elegantly turning away. Xie Jibai rolled her eyes. So what if she won? Why act so proud, as if no one else has ever won before? I really can't stand her smug expression. Xie Jibai frowned slightly. Since he practiced both sword and technique, he had been observing Ye Hanyue's swordplay closely and felt something was off. Having never seen Qingning use a long sword, let alone carry one, he turned to Bai Wei, who was also a sword practitioner, and asked, "Bai Shimi, do you think Ye Hanyue's swordplay seems a bit familiar?" Bai Wei frowned in agreement. "I can't quite place it, but it does feel somewhat familiar. 2 of her moves seem like something I've seen before. I remember now," Bai Wei suddenly exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "That sword technique is... It's from our sect." "No, it's the technique that Shen Xuanli used." During the previous competition in the sect, someone recorded the sword technique Shen Xuanli used with a spirit jade slip, intending to study it privately. But this technique is so intricate that it's very difficult to master without guidance. I practiced a bit when I got the chance to see the footage, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't understand it. They say the sword technique that Shen Xuanli practices was taught by Master Pei, and it's a technique he created himself. How could Ye Hanyue know this sword technique? Xie Jibai looked surprised and asked, "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." Bai Wei nodded confidently. "I practiced those 2 sword moves before, and now that I think about it, I'm certain they are the techniques that Shen Xuanli learned." Seeing Bai Wei so sure, Xie Jibai frowned, realizing that Ye Hanyue indeed mastered Shen Xuanli's sword techniques. The 3 of them were shocked. After all, Shen Xuanli's sword techniques were passed down by Pei Yin, and how could anyone not personally taught by him learn them? Ning, do you think we should tell Shin Xuanli about this? Bai Wei asked, considering various possibilities. For example, could it be possible that Ye Hanyue learned the sword techniques from Shin Xuanli or Pei? But Ye Hanyue clearly had no connection with either of them and had never been to the Penglai sect, so how could they teach her? Yi Qingning shook her head. In her past life, Ye Hanyue was indeed a disciple of Pei, and the sword techniques she practiced were taught by him, so they were naturally the same. But she couldn't reveal this, so she said, maybe she is exceptionally talented and learned the sword moves just by watching the footage. If that's the case, she's really impressive, Bai Wei marveled, as no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't learn it. Junior sister Yi, if possible, I think you should ask the senior brother for advice. In the upcoming elimination rounds, if you encounter Ye Hanyue, it would help you prepare, Xie Nan suggested. If Ye Hanyue could learn Shin Xuanli's moves just by watching, she definitely had some real skills. Xie Qian nodded in agreement. When we break through to the Golden Core stage, didn't the sect offer rewards? We can choose an elder or a direct disciple for lessons. Junior sister, why not seek out the senior brother? He would definitely perform the same moves even better. If you can avoid his techniques, you'll be able to handle Ye Hanyue easily in a match. Bai Wei also thought this plan was feasible. The disciples are either competing or watching the competitions, or they're in their rooms training. It's unlikely anyone would seek out Shin Xuanli for lessons at this time.
Ye Hanyue nodded.
In her past life, her task was to help the second male lead avoid the main character, and since she was somewhat awkward, she never had the chance to spar with Shin Xuanli. She knew that Pei had mastered 3 sword formations, with his swordsmanship being the strongest. Many even called him the best swordsman, while Shin Xuanli, as the main character, was even more skilled. If she could spar with Shin Xuanli before the elimination rounds, she would be better prepared for her next encounter with the crazy woman, using the same sword techniques. Alright, let's go eat at Xianwei restaurant. There's still some time before the elimination rounds, so we're not in a hurry. The 3 nodded. There was no rush, but they should ask Shin Xuanli in advance if he had time for lessons. However, one-on-one lessons were limited to 5 sessions, each lasting an hour. Surely, they could find a way to fit that in. Yi Qingning didn't think much about it. Her mind was filled with thoughts of delicious food, so she would put off finding Shin Xuanli for now. The 4 of them headed to Xianwei restaurant, located on the eastern side of the floating island, not far from the central competition stage. This place gathered the best food from around the world, with various rare materials available at reasonable prices, making it a popular spot for replenishing energy during the competition. When they arrived, the entrance was bustling with people, lively but thankfully without long lines. Inside, the restaurant had a charming atmosphere, decorated in a classic style that exuded a strong celestial vibe. A middle-aged man in a gray robe, smiling warmly, approached them as soon as he saw customers. "Welcome, please come in." Though the man was not a snob, he still showed more respect and attentiveness to the disciples from larger sects compared to those from smaller ones. After all, in the world of cultivation, everything is based on strength, and a restaurant like Xianwei, located on a floating island, undoubtedly had the backing of a top sect. When it comes to the disciples of top sects and those from ordinary sects, there are some differences in service that are unavoidable. Yi Qingning and her companions are seen as VIP customers by the middle-aged man. The entire Xianwei restaurant has 6 floors. The first and second floors are for dining, while the third and fourth floors have private rooms. The 5th floor features luxurious private boxes, which are not usually open to regular disciples, but are reserved for the managers and elders of various sections. Only if there are available boxes on that day will some distinguished disciples be allowed to enter the 5th floor. In simple terms, it's a matter of upgrading your room based on availability. Otherwise, it would remain empty. The 6th floor is an observation area with outdoor dining tables and tea seats, offering a beautiful view of the floating fairy island. Inside the observation building, there are dedicated staff to serve tea and play music. The aroma of tea fills the air, and the sound of music is soothing. However, to access the 6th floor, one needs both status and spirit stones, as the tables there are quite expensive, costing at least as much as a meal. Regular disciples usually dine on the 4th floor or below. Some, eager to watch competitions, simply find a spot on the 1st floor to eat. Dear friends, today we have a few private rooms available on the 4th floor and one table on the 6th floor. Which level would you like to dine on? Let's go to the 6th floor, Ye Qingning replied softly. The 6th floor offers the best view in the restaurant, allowing them to overlook the night scenery. Since they were just having a meal and had no secrets to discuss, it didn't matter whether they sat in a private room or not. Once on the 6th floor, the middle-aged man led the 4 to a spot with a decent view, which was indeed the only available table. Soon, a woman approached with a tray. Dear friends, this is our restaurant's special spirit tea, which helps calm the mind and nourish the heart. Please feel free to try it. What would you like to eat? Our signature dishes include spirit chicken stew with fairy mushrooms, fragrant fish from the blue pond, and purple jade crystal fruit. Let's have one of each of your signature dishes, Ye Qingning said, uninterested in the names but confident that ordering the signature dishes would be a safe choice. Please wait a moment. I will inform the kitchen to prepare them right away, the woman replied promptly, and the middle-aged man left with her. As a gentle breeze passed, Ye Qingning took a sip of the fragrant tea when Bai Wei suddenly whispered in surprise, Ningning, look over there. Isn't that Shen Xuanli? Hearing this, Ye Qingning and the others discreetly turned to look in the direction Bai Wei was pointing. At the edge of the open-air observation deck, there sat a man in white robes. His expression was cold, and his presence felt icy, giving off an air of distance. It was none other than Shen Xuanli. Why is Shen Xuanli having a meal here? Who is the man in the purple robe sitting across from him? Si Qian asked in surprise. To the 4 of them, Shen Xuanli held the highest status. If they were middle-aged men, they would surely have upgraded his room to the 5th floor. Moreover, with Shen Xuanli's personality, he should prefer quiet places. Why was he on the 6th floor? Ye Qingning raised an eyebrow. The man in the purple robe sitting across from Shen Xuanli was none other than Feng Weiyang, the one who had given her the caterpillar. What were they doing here having a candlelight dinner? 2 grown men being quite romantic? Feng Weiyang had been sent to the floating fairy island by Wu Ming to watch Shen Xuanli's competition, hoping to motivate him. Since Feng Weiyang was not a disciple of any sect, Pei Yin arranged for Shen Xuanli to accompany him, allowing them to practice together privately. It turned out that Feng Weiyang did not feel neglected at all. In fact, during his stay, he had already studied all the flowers, birds, fish, and insects on the floating fairy island. Today, on a whim, he wanted to eat something and called Shen Xuanli, as dining alone was too dull. Although Shen Xuanli always wore a cold expression, he was quite handsome and made for good company. Just as Ye Qingning was about to tell the 3 that the man in the purple robe was Wu Ming's disciple, she saw Feng Weiyang waving at her, clearly having spotted her. Ning, could he be the disciple of the Goose Saint? Bai Wei guessed immediately. Everyone else was in disciple robes, but he was not. Since the Goose Saint was familiar with the sect leader, it was clear that the man in purple was indeed the Goose Saint's disciple. Seeing Ye Qingning nod, Xie Jibai communicated with her. Junior sister, he's waving at you. Are you going to go say hello? If you do, you can also mention the class to the senior brother. Initially, Ye Qingning did not plan to go over, as she had already smiled back at Feng Weiyang. However, after Xie Jiba's reminder, she felt she should approach him. Earlier, in the Yunshan secret realm, they could use their tokens to communicate with Shen Xuanli, but after leaving the secret realm, they no longer had that privilege. She didn't have a jade slip from Shen Xuanli as a friend, and now she had a chance to mention the teaching matter to him, which was better than going to his place later. That would be too sudden. Moreover, she had already seen Shen Xuanli, and regardless of whether he noticed her, she should go over to greet the chief disciple. So she stood up and walked towards Shen Xuanli and Feng Weiyang. When she reached them, she politely bowed and said, "Greetings, senior brother Feng Shixiang." Feng Weiyang was very happy. Although Shen Xuanli had a nice face, he didn't say a word. He just nodded or remained silent, which was probably for the best. Now, it was great that the junior sister finally understood his hint and came to join him for a meal. Shen Xuanli slightly nodded in response. Then there was nothing more. In fact, when Ye Qingning and the others sat down, Shen Xuanli had already noticed their arrival. When he saw Ye Qingning bow to him, he merely glanced at her before looking away. Ye Qingning understood Shen Xuanli's personality and didn't mind his cold expression. After all, if he were enthusiastic, it would mean something was off. Just as she was about to mention the teaching matter to Shen Xuanli, she saw Feng Wuyang smiling and patting the empty seat next to him. "Junior sister, come sit here. I was just worried about having no one to talk to, and now you're here. It's perfect." After saying that, he called someone over to add bowls and chopsticks. Since he heard Ye Qingning ordered the signature dishes, he immediately asked for all of them to be served, not giving Ye Qingning a chance to refuse. This made Ye Qingning deeply feel what it meant to be unable to decline such hospitality. Feng Wuyang truly treated her like a junior sister, and even used the title. Feeling a bit helpless, she was thinking about how to politely decline Feng Wuyang's kindness when she heard Shen Xuanli say lightly, "Sit down." Ye Qingning was taken aback and looked at Shen Xuanli, genuinely surprised that he would invite her to sit, considering he wasn't someone who enjoyed crowds. Moreover, they were having a candlelight dinner, and the atmosphere was just right. Her joining would surely disrupt it, making her think of a saying, "Am I here to join this family?" What did Shen Xuanli's slightly furrowed brow mean? Don't worry, she is no longer a sickly person with weak health and won't cough on him. What Ye Qingning doesn't know is that Shen Xuanli frowned only because of Feng Wuyo's words, "little junior sister." Shen Xuanli had heard Pei Yin mention that Wu Ming wanted to take Ye Qingning as a disciple, but since she hasn't officially become a disciple yet, she is not Feng Wuyo's little junior sister. Suddenly, the usually emotionless Shen Xuanli felt a bit anxious for Pei Yin. He believed that since Pei Yin wanted to take a disciple, Ye Qingning was undoubtedly the most suitable choice, and he thought it would be fine for her to be his little junior sister. Shen Xuanli pulled back his thoughts. Seeing that he was no longer looking at her, Ye Qingning didn't think much and sat down in the empty seat next to Feng Wuyo. Feng Wuyo smiled widely, her bright eyes nearly squinting with joy, and enthusiastically poured a cup of tea for Ye Qingning. Once the dishes were served, she even helped Ye Qingning with her food. Having spent years training with Wu Ming, Feng Wuyo had a wealth of experience. So even though it was their first time eating together, they chatted happily without any awkwardness. However, there was no opportunity to mention the teaching matter. Throughout the meal, Feng Wuyo did most of the talking, while Ye Qingning occasionally responded, and Shen Xuanli remained silent, not saying a word, but he did drink with Feng Wuyo. It wasn't until the meal was over that Ye Qingning found the right moment to speak to Shen Xuanli. "Senior brother, I have some questions about my training that I would like to ask you. When will you be free? Could you please teach me a bit?" Shen Xuanli looked at Ye Qingning, his gaze calm as water. Without thinking, he simply replied, "Sure. Thank you, senior brother." Ye Qingning felt delighted and expressed her gratitude, surprised that Shen Xuanli was so agreeable. Shen Xuanli nodded, his voice clear. "Come to Qingxin courtyard tomorrow at dawn." "Understood, senior brother." Ye Qingning quickly responded. She marveled at how easygoing Shen Xuanli was and that the teaching time was scheduled quite soon. She thought about whether an hour of one-on-one instruction would be enough, considering she only had 5 class hours and still needed to study formations with Tai and Jizi, so she needed to plan her time well. Beside him, Feng Wuyo felt a sense of urgency. He wondered if his little junior sister might be taken away by the cold and distant Shen Xuanli. No, he had to be careful. Shen Xuanli didn't have a little junior sister either, and he had just agreed so readily. What if he tried to take her away? The next day, as soon as the sun rose, Ye Qingning was already up and ready. On the table by the window, the cloud peach had absorbed the essence of the moon all night, and its color seemed even more vibrant. Now it was sleeping peacefully. With a smile, she tucked the little creature into her clothing and left the room. Qingxin Courtyard was Shen Xuanli's residence on the island. Other direct disciples were arranged in groups of 3 or 5 in a courtyard, but Shen Xuanli, as the chief disciple, had a separate courtyard. True to its name, Qingxin Courtyard was serene and elegant, with occasional bird songs echoing through the green bamboo forest. The courtyard was beautifully arranged, with a winding stone path leading to a hexagonal pavilion. In front of the pavilion was an open space, perfect for morning sword practice. Under the pavilion, Shen Xuanli sat gracefully in white robes, with a chessboard set up on the stone table in front of him. The man in red opposite him, playing chess, was Fengwio. Ye Qingning couldn't help but think how dedicated these two were, sitting there playing chess so early in the morning. They were truly role models. Fengwio wasn't really focused on the chess game. He had come to find Shen Xuanli to wait for Ye Qingning and to observe how Shen Xuanli taught her. He hoped to learn something useful for when he would teach his little junior sister in the future. Ye Qingning greeted the two from outside the pavilion. Shen Xuanli stood up, leaving Fengwio alone in the pavilion. Without any small talk, he asked Ye Qingning, "What do you want to learn?" Ye Qingning was straightforward, saying, "I want to ask the senior brother about sword techniques." As soon as she spoke, both Shen Xuanli and Fengwio showed surprised expressions. Fengwio recalled that Ye Qingning had used talismans in their match yesterday, indicating she was a talisman practitioner. Since she hadn't been seen with a sword and he hadn't heard the master say she was a sword practitioner, why did she want to ask Shen Xuanli about sword techniques? After a moment of surprise, Shen Xuanli returned to his usual expression. He initially thought that Ye Qingning wanted to ask him about talismans or formations, but it turned out to be about sword techniques. "You have entered the path of the sword," Ye Qingning nodded. In her past life, she had entered the sword path, so it could be said that she had done so in this life as well. "Yesterday, during the competition, I saw someone using sword moves very similar to my senior brother's techniques. I wanted to ask him for guidance, so I can handle her better if I encounter her again." Upon hearing this, Shen Xuanli frowned slightly. In fact, he had heard that someone showcased the sword techniques he practiced during the competition, and that person happened to be the daughter the Yi family had found. Shen Xuanli was surprised by the news. Pei Yin had only taught him those techniques, so if someone could learn them just by watching, it meant that person had exceptional talent. Shen Xuanli naturally hoped that Ye Qingning would succeed in the elimination round, as it would give her the chance to ascend to the main hall and choose a mentor. "Since that's the case, I will demonstrate this set of sword techniques. Watch closely." Ye Qingning nodded in agreement and stepped aside. Although it was a demonstration, she had to be careful not to get hurt by the sword energy. She had previously read a novel where the male lead insisted on having the female lead watch while he fought the antagonist. As a result, an uncontrolled sword energy ended up harming the weak female lead. The male lead cried for days, and the story continued for over 300 chapters. So, as long as she stood far enough away, neither the sword energy nor foolish plotlines would affect her. Whether a boy or girl, everyone should learn to protect themselves. Shen Xuanli held a sword, and a wave of sword energy burst forth from the tip. With light steps, he moved gracefully, and the sword danced in the air, creating a flurry of sword energy that seemed to tear the very space apart. Every movement was smooth and natural, like flowing water, captivating anyone who watched. Ye Qingning focused intently. If she were to describe Shen Xuanli's sword techniques, she would say they were elegant yet fierce. Once the entire set of techniques was demonstrated, Fengwio, who was under the pavilion, was left in awe and silently thought one word: beautiful. A man's swordsmanship was so impressive that it could be described as beautiful, which surprised Fengwio. He must have been troubled lately by not finding any interesting bugs. After watching the entire set of the stunning cloud sword technique, Ye Qingning recognized that Ye Hanyue used two sword moves in the competition. The first move, Dragon's Abyss Rising, and the second move, Breaking Clouds and Piercing the Moon. Each move has its own strengths. The first move, Dragon's Abyss Rising, focuses on power and momentum, resembling a dragon emerging from the depths, unstoppable and incredibly powerful. However, when Ye Hanyue performed it, she did not unleash its full power, especially compared to Shen Xuanli. The second move, Breaking Clouds and Piercing the Moon, excels in speed. Like moonlight breaking through the clouds, it swiftly pierces the darkness. This move contains multiple variations, making it hard for opponents to predict, thus gaining the upper hand in battle. This move is not only sharp and quick, but also requires agility and movement to maximize its effectiveness. Looking back, Ye Hanyue's execution of this move was quite unpredictable, but her footwork was somewhat lacking. The entire stunning cloud sword technique consists of 36 moves. Although Ye Hanyue only demonstrated 2, it does not mean she cannot perform others. Since she is not a disciple under Pei-in, she cannot practice this set of techniques. Therefore, when Xin Xuanli asked if she had seen the moves clearly, she replied, "Senior brother, can I spar with you?" Feng Wuyo, who had just taken a sip of tea to calm his nerves, was startled and nearly spat it out at Yi Qingning's words. Is the junior sister that brave? She dares to spar with Xin Xuanli. Well. No wonder he and the master value her. She truly has spirit. It turns out people often have double standards. If a Golden Core disciple said they wanted to spar with Xin Xuanli, Feng Wuyo would think they were looking for trouble and had a screw loose. Even the usually aloof Xin Xuanli is not free from double standards. If other disciples wanted to spar with him, he would generally refuse. It's not out of arrogance. As the chief disciple, he has many responsibilities to handle daily and needs to focus on his own training, leaving little time to practice swordsmanship with others. The inner disciples felt it was a great honor to receive verbal guidance from Xin Xuanli. The idea of actually sparring with her was something they wouldn't even dare to think about. Moreover, sparring across several levels could lead to accidental injuries, so if anyone else had suggested a match, Xin Xuanli would have refused. However, when Yi Qingning mentioned it, Xin Xuanli agreed almost without hesitation, thinking that understanding each other through competition would lead to success in battle. If Yi Qingning, the daughter of the Yi family, had truly learned the techniques from the surging cloud sword technique, sparring with her would indeed be beneficial. She even took the initiative to suppress her own cultivation to the Golden Core stage. Originally, Feng Wuyang felt a bit anxious, worried that Yi Qingning might get hurt during the spar. But when he saw Xin Xuanli voluntarily lower her level, he felt reassured. He had complete confidence in Xin Xuanli. As the top disciple of the leading sect, she was always thorough in her considerations. Senior brother, wait for me. Yi Qingning didn't even have a sword with her. Based on the story from her past life, she hadn't yet obtained her destined sword. In this life, she started off quite poor and had later pursued other paths, so she hadn't thought about buying another sword. As a result, when the time came to use a sword, she regretted not having one and could only break off a branch from a nearby tree. Uft! Feng Wuyang had just taken a sip of tea when he sprayed it out again. Who taught her to use a branch as a sword? While sword cultivators can use anything as a sword, this is only possible after reaching a certain understanding of sword intent. They can control the sword with their energy, allowing anything to become a sword. Even a straw can wield sword power. However, her level should still be far from that point. Forcing a branch to act as a sword would only lead to poor results. Feng Wuyang couldn't help but want to remind Yi Qingning, but he swallowed his words. On the path of cultivation, everyone has their own journey to follow. As her senior brother, he should offer support rather than criticism. Thinking this, Feng Wuyang picked up his teacup again, calmly sipping as if he hadn't just sprayed tea everywhere. With the branch in hand, he pointed it at Xin Xuanli and moved closer, a sharp sword intent suddenly surging from the branch, as if sword energy was flowing through it. A curved line was drawn in the air, heading straight for Xin Xuanli. The clash of sword energy produced a clear sound. Senior brother, you are underestimating her, Yi Qingning reminded. Xin Xuanli indeed underestimated her, or rather, he was careless. In Xin Xuanli's eyes, Yi Qingning was likely new to the sword path and did not yet have her own sword. Seeing her break off a branch to use as a sword, he thought she was just a beginner practicing with a wooden sword, so he didn't use his full strength and even deliberately slowed down. He did not expect that the branch in her hand was filled with sword energy and contained a sharp sword intent. Moreover, this strike was hidden with lethal intent, aimed directly at his vital points. Although Xin Xuanli managed to block the strike, he was deeply shocked. Not to mention beginners in the sword path, Even those who had practiced for decades or even centuries might not comprehend sword intent. Some sword practitioners spend their entire lives without ever touching the threshold of sword intent. Furthermore, her strike was perfect in speed, power, and accuracy. Even he, when he first entered the sword path, might not have achieved such a level. How long had she been in Penglai? She had already mastered such skillful swordplay and even comprehended sword intent. If their master found out, the bird in the main hall would probably be restless for days and nights. Cough, cough. This time, Feng Wuyo didn't spit out his tea, but when he saw the sword energy on the branch and felt the sword intent, he nearly choked. Sword intent. Is it something you can just comprehend? His master was once a small sword practitioner who couldn't grasp sword intent and was often bullied, only to rise to the top of the Gu path later. How long has the junior sister been training, and she has already comprehended sword intent? Could it be that she is the reincarnation of some great being? If such talent were to spread, it would surely infuriate many sword practitioners who have not grasped sword intent. The sparring continued, with the sound of clashing swords echoing around them. The air felt as if it was being torn apart by the sword energy, creating a sharp, piercing sound. Sword energy surged, lifting the sand and stones from the ground and forming a small whirlwind. The surrounding trees swayed in the force of the sword energy, their leaves being sliced into thin strands that floated in the air. Even the flower bed in the distance was not spared. Petals were swept away by the sword energy, scattering everywhere, and small stones in the gaps of the stone slabs were shattered. Feng Wuyo was shocked, but after experiencing this 3 times, he was now able to remain calm. He initially thought that Qingning could only withstand 3 of Shen Xuanli's sword moves, but the result exceeded his expectations. Not only did she handle 3 moves, but she even managed to take on 10. Each time, she defended with incredible angles and speed, her sword techniques fluid and varied, her movements elusive. Feng Wuyo couldn't help but marvel. He found it hard to believe that she could endure for so long under Shen Xuanli's sword.
Clang, clang, clang.
The sword light flickered, and the figures of the two were faintly visible amidst the sword energy, which grew increasingly fierce. Feng Wuyo looked on with admiration, believing that Qingning's ability to spar with Shen Xuanli at this level surpassed many sword cultivators. After all, Shen Xuanli was a natural talent for swordsmanship, born with exceptional sword bones. Both his sword techniques and sword intent far surpassed his peers, making him a standout among sword cultivators. It was perfectly normal to lose in a spar against him. If he were to spar with Shen Xuanli, he feared he would lose even more badly, as swordsmanship was not his strong suit. His junior sister had already grasped sword intent at such a young age. Who knows, she might truly surpass Shen Xuanli in the future. No, his junior sister should focus on the path of Gu. Mastering Gu would allow her to rise swiftly, like their master, instilling fear wherever she went. Moreover, there were many sword sects, but the most renowned among peers were Shen Xuanli and Junzi Jian. Other sword cultivators were capable but simply couldn't match these two, creating a clear gap that made them less noticeable. Thus, standing out among numerous sword cultivators was quite challenging. I lost, Qingning said, looking at the broken branch in her hand. With a slight smile at the corners of her lips, she showed no signs of being upset about losing the match. She looked at Shen Xuanli with clear and bright eyes, generously praising him. Senior brother, your swordsmanship is truly impressive. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly and have learned a lot. Thank you for your guidance. Shen Xuanli nodded slightly, and Feng Wuyo quickly approached. Don't be discouraged, junior sister. You've only been practicing for a short time. It's normal to lose to him. Even though you lost, your swordsmanship already has great charm. With time, you will surely surpass him. Encouraging the junior sister is important. Anything is possible. The system chimed in, noting that its host is a growing talent on the path to becoming a strong female lead. Surpassing the male protagonist in the story is not just a dream. Qingning truly admired Feng Wuyo for saying anything, even in front of the main character. that she could surpass him. She quickly replied, "Thank you, senior brother Feng, for your comfort. Senior brother's swordsmanship is outstanding, and I feel inferior, but I won't be discouraged. I will continue to work hard and strive for improvement." Shun Xuanli's gaze fell on Ye Qingning's left hand, his expression serious. "Your swordsmanship is good, but holding the sword with your left hand is more of a disadvantage than an advantage for a swordsman. Almost all sword techniques are designed for right-handed users. If you hold the sword with your left hand, you'll need to adapt and change the techniques, which will be challenging even for someone with great talent. If you must use your left hand, you need to adjust your sword techniques to fit your left hand. Another drawback is that the strength of your left hand is generally less than that of your right. If you don't want your sword techniques to be limited by your strength, you need to practice strength and flexibility specifically for your left hand. These drawbacks directly affect the power and endurance of your sword techniques. If you can't overcome them, you'll struggle against swordsmen of equal skill. However, if you can overcome them, your swordsmanship will reach new heights, even surpassing others at the same level." After he finished speaking, Feng Huio stared at Shen Xuanli in shock. He had known Shen Xuanli for quite some time, and while they didn't meet often, Shen Xuanli was known for being quiet. But just now, Shen Xuanli had spoken so much? Could it be that he really wanted to compete for the junior sister's attention? However, Shen Xuanli was right. It was true that using the sword with her left hand did not give her an advantage. He noticed last night during dinner that she used her left hand, and in the art of controlling insects, it didn't matter which hand was used. Shen Xuanli's words shook Ye Qingning's heart. In her past life, she was used to using her left hand, and now using her right hand felt awkward. She had never considered that using her left hand might have its drawbacks. Hearing Shen Xuanli's comment gave her a sudden realization, and a spark of understanding flashed to her eyes. It turned out that the power of swordsmanship depended not only on sword energy, intent, and techniques, but also on factors like skill level, grip, and body coordination. "Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. Hearing your words is more valuable than reading 10 years' worth of sword manuals. I apologize for disturbing you today. I will take my leave and come back to greet you another day." After bowing, Ye Qingning hurriedly left, while Feng Huio shouted from behind, "Little junior sister, where are you going?" Ye Qingning didn't look back and simply replied, "Practicing sword." She knew that the Ye family must have prepared something for Ye Hanyue, and when their match ended, Ye Hanyue's gaze was filled with determination to win. Therefore, she couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't use sword techniques when facing Ye Hanyue. Since Shen Xuanli pointed out her issues, she had to overcome these drawbacks before the elimination round began. If she could defeat Ye Hanyue's proud swordsmanship with her own, that would be truly satisfying. As Ye Qingning returned to her residence, she passed by the central competition stage, where Xie Jibai and a male sword cultivator from Yuqing's sect were about to compete. Yesterday's match with Ye Hanyue had made the name of Luoyin's sect known among the watching disciples, so when Xie Jibai appeared, some recognized his sect's attire. His handsome looks and charming eyes attracted the screams of many female disciples, making him quite the heartthrob. However, Ye Qingning didn't spare him a glance. She simply walked past without paying attention. In her mind, she thought about how small her room was, making it impossible to practice swordplay, but she hadn't forgotten that she wore the star ring around her neck. Once she returned to her room, she could enter the star ring and practice her swordplay freely. "As soon as I returned to my room, I put a note on the door that said, 'Do not disturb while I practice.' I also sent a message to Bai Wei and the others, informing them that I would be in seclusion for a few days, and then I entered the star ring. Upon entering the space, I was once again amazed by the scenery before me. The mountains stretched like a giant dragon, towering trees reached high into the sky, clear streams revealed the bottom, and colorful flowers bloomed everywhere, making it feel like I was in a vast new world. The spiritual energy here was incredibly rich, and I could almost see the sparkling particles in the air. Every breath felt like I was absorbing the essence of the world, as if my body and mind were being cleansed and elevated. I took a deep breath, feeling the abundant spiritual energy around me, which was several times denser than outside. This place was perfect for meditation and practice. After entering, My system started flapping its wings wildly in the air, and Yuntao crawled out from my clothes, curiously looking around. Last night, after returning from the restaurant, I had thoroughly read the book, Gu Xi Tong Yu Lu, that Feng Wuyo gave me. After reading it, I was able to communicate with Yuntao through spiritual awareness, so I told the little one that I wanted to practice my sword and asked it to play nearby. The little creature was very obedient and smart. Seeing the rich spiritual energy and the stars above, it curiously looked around and quickly jumped to a stream not far away. I ignored Yuntao and went to a tree to break off a branch, thinking that before the elimination rounds began, I needed to buy a long sword to use. For several days, I stayed in the star ring practicing my sword. Outside, the competition became more intense, and the number of spectators grew, as after the Golden Core preliminary rounds came the nascent soul, out-of-body, and spirit-severing stages. If the nascent soul matches amazed the watching disciples, the out-of-body and spirit-severing matches left everyone speechless and in awe. As the levels increased, the number of participants decreased, although high-level battles took longer to complete. Due to the small number of participants, the competition for the spirit separation stage was completed in less than a day. As for the integration stage, no one from the same generation has reached this level yet, with only Shun Xuanli being closest to it. After the preliminary round ended, the competition moved to the second elimination round. If the preliminary round eliminated half of the participants, the second round will eliminate 3/4 of them. The elimination round is divided into 3 stages, still using a draw system. In each round, some participants will be eliminated. In the first elimination round, participants compete in pairs. The winners advance, while the losers are eliminated. In the second elimination round, the rules change slightly. For participants who draw the same color and number will form a group and engage in a free-for-all. The winners group will all advance to the next round, while the losers group will be eliminated. In past competitions, many participants were eliminated in this round due to a lack of teamwork or poor strategy. This round tests not only individual strength and combat experience, but also teamwork and strategy. The third elimination round is still an individual competition. The winners advance directly to the ranking stage, while the losers are eliminated. Another rule of the competition is that if a group has 10 or fewer participants at the end of the preliminary round, all members of that group advance directly to the ranking stage. In this competition, there are a total of 19 participants in the spirit separation stage, with 1 getting a bye. After eliminating half in the preliminary round, exactly 10 remain. This meets the requirement for all to advance directly to the next ranking round. Not only does Shun Xuanli skip the second elimination round, but the popular Junzi sword also advances directly to the ranking stage from the spirit separation group. Si Qian secretly observes Si Nan's subtle expressions and feels that Junzi sword's direct advancement makes her sister happier than Junzi's sword himself. A few days pass, and the Qi Refinement and Foundation establishment groups have completed their elimination rounds. When it's time for the Golden Core group to draw lots, Ye Qingning has not yet left the star ring. Bai Wei and the others are anxious, but do not dare to interrupt Ye Qingning's training by knocking on the door. After all, there is a saying that interruptions during training are as harmful as harming one's parents. Just imagine how angry you would feel if someone interrupted your practice. Getting angry is a small issue, but what if it leads to losing control?
Who would be responsible then?
Bai Wei and the others exchanged glances. Seeing that no one had responded to the message for a while, and it was almost time for Ye Qingning to draw lots, they quickly came up with a plan to let her draw. The rules of the competition state that if a disciple cannot attend for special reasons, another disciple can draw lots on their behalf. If the disciple is still absent when the competition starts, they will be disqualified, and the other side will win. I have bad luck, so I'm afraid to draw, Si Nan said quietly, looking even more nervous than when she was drawing for herself. Just now, she drew an opponent who was 2 levels higher than her, and her luck was so bad that she really didn't want to risk affecting Ning's shimmy with her bad luck. I'll do it, Si Qian said boldly. Although her luck wasn't great either, it should be a bit better than her sister's. But just as she finished speaking, Bai Wei said, maybe I should do it instead. Yesterday, I bought a lucky red string and brought one for Qingning too. I think it should work. During the competition, many disciples from various sects showed their skills and made a lot of spirit stones. One female disciple from the Wuliang sect became wealthy by selling lucky red strings. It is said that these red strings are special, having been blessed in front of the Buddha with incense. Moreover, the red strings are infused with elemental energy and come with a small jade pendant that has the words, "Good luck," engraved on it. When you buy a lucky red string, you can also have your name engraved on the back of the pendant, ensuring that the wearer's wishes come true and everything goes smoothly. Rumor has it that all disciples who bought the lucky red strings won in the preliminary rounds. When Bai Wei asked Xi Qian and Xi Nan to buy the lucky red strings, they were somewhat skeptical. They thought the rumors were exaggerated. If a red string could guarantee victory, then there would be no need to train at all. Moreover, with the hype, the price of the lucky red strings was not cheap at all, selling for 300 high-grade spirit stones each. They could have just taken the stones instead of buying a string. Bai Wei was very eager and believed that the lucky red string could bring good fortune. Seeing that Xi Qian and Xi Nan did not intend to buy one, she quickly ran off to purchase it. Previously, Qin Chongsheng had offered to compensate Bai Wei with some spirit stones for a gift she had given him, but she had not yet sold them. Although she was short on spirit stones, she gritted her teeth and spent almost all of them to buy 2 lucky red strings. One of them was for Yi Qingning. When she bought it, she had already carved the character, Ning, on the back of the red string pendant, influenced by the incense at the time. Bai Wei was sure that Yi Qingning would like it because she had noticed that Yi Qingning wore a red string around her neck. This lucky bracelet would perfectly match the red string on Yi Qingning's neck. Xi Nan nodded, and seeing Bai Wei wearing one red string and holding another, Xi Qian decided to let Bai Wei draw lots for her. Just now, among the 3 of them, only Bai Wei had drawn an opponent at the early stage of the Golden Core, making the chances of the Penglai disciple winning much higher. Could it be that this lucky red string really works? Soon it was Yi Qingning's turn to draw lots. After Bai Wei explained the situation to the elder in charge of the drawing and confirmed that the 2 were from the same sect, the elder allowed Bai Wei to draw for Yi Qingning. Bai Wei reached into the lot container, still holding the lucky red string she bought for Yi Qingning, and randomly pulled out a lot. Feeling extremely nervous, she worried that since Ye Hanyue had received a legacy, she might draw Ye Hanyue's name for Yi Qingning. Her heart raced, and as she opened her palm, her fingers trembled. When she focused her gaze, her pupils suddenly constricted. There was not a single word written on the bottom of the lot. In her daze, the elder announced, in the first round of the Golden Core group match, Penglai sects Yi Qingning has a bye. As soon as the elder finished speaking, the drawing square erupted in excitement. The first round of matches consisted of pairs, and if the total number of participants in the Golden Core group was odd, there would naturally be a bye. This luck is incredible. She advances to the second round without even competing. I'm so envious.
Why didn't I draw a bye just now?
What bad luck. Hey, look at the red string on her hand. It seems to be the popular lucky red string lately. It is said that wearing it brings good luck. If it doesn't work, let's go buy one anyway. Bai Wei, feeling dazed, stepped aside to make room for the disciples behind her who were waiting to draw lots. She heard Xi Qian's joyful cheers nearby. That's great, junior sister Bai. You drew a bye, so junior sister Yi goes straight to the second round. Even if she doesn't come out of seclusion today, we don't have to worry. You're right, sister. The team competition for the second round should be the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow we can send a message to junior sister Yi to let her know. By then, she should be out of seclusion. Sister, how about after we win the competition we buy a lucky red string too? Maybe in the second round, the 4 of us can draw a good group. Xi Qian felt tempted. She originally didn't believe that the red string could bring good luck, but after seeing Bai Wei draw the bye with the red string, she started to believe a little. Xi Nan was also a bit interested and said to Bai Wei, Junior sister Bai, after the competition, can you take me and my sister to find the disciple selling the red strings? Bai Wei finally came back to her senses. She was just hoping not to draw a strong opponent and hadn't thought about drawing a bye. She must have been right about the lucky red string. Okay, after the competition, I'll take you to find that person. Inside the star ring. Ye Qingning was deeply focused on practicing her swordsmanship, and time seemed to slow down. In the past few days, she adjusted the angle and strength of her left hand, holding the sword over and over until her wrist ached and her arm felt weak. Then she took a short break. She noticed that while her left hand's flexibility and strength were not as good as her right hand, with continuous practice, they were quietly improving. She had also gotten used to using her left hand, and if she practiced with her right hand now, it would be slower than continuing to train her left hand. Not only was she training her left hand, but during her breaks, she also broke down each move of the flowing cloud sword technique she had learned in her past life. The flowing cloud sword technique and the flowing cloud body technique were both purchased at a high price points from the system shop in her previous life. The flowing cloud sword technique has 72 moves, each graceful and flowing like clouds and water, and when paired with the flowing cloud body technique, it is truly remarkable. That's what the system had told her in her previous life. After breaking down each sword move, she began to modify the techniques based on the characteristics of her left hand. The first move, Clouds Parting, emphasizes using the right hand's strength to swiftly slice upwards at the opponent. However, when she used this move with her left hand, the power and angle were not optimal. Therefore, she modified it into a combination of thrusting and sweeping motions, making the left hand's movements smoother and more aggressive. The fourth move, Returning Wind Caressing Clouds, is very agile, but it's hard to achieve the desired effect when using the sword with the left hand. She added a spinning thrust to this move, which preserved the original's agility and essence while enhancing the attack. She spent 2 days making changes to several sword techniques. With each improved technique she mastered, she felt her swordsmanship improving. As she practiced more, she became so absorbed that she forgot the information she had seen in the jade slip. It wasn't until 2 days later, when the system excitedly announced that the second round of draws would take place, that Ye Qingning stopped practicing. If it weren't for the system's noisy reminder, she would have lost track of time. After performing a few cleaning spells on herself and changing into a clean disciple's outfit, she tucked the yuntao into her robe and left the star ring. To avoid worrying Bai Wei and the others, she sent them a message saying she had finished her training. On her way to the drawing square, Ye Qingning stopped by the treasure pavilion on the island and chose the cheapest low-grade longsword, spending only 400 low-grade spirit stones. After all, she had a personal sword in her past life, so she thought it best to buy a regular long sword to use for now. She couldn't go on stage with just a stick. When Ye Qingning arrived at the drawing square, she noticed that the number of disciples waiting for the draw in the Golden Core group had significantly decreased after the first elimination round, but the atmosphere was still lively and bustling. Junior Sister Yi, a clear voice suddenly called out. Ye Qingning looked in the direction of the sound and saw Si Nan and the others running over from a distance. Junior Sister Ning, you finally made it. The second round of draws is about to start. Si Qian sighed in relief. Although she had received a message from Ye Qingning earlier, she was still worried since she hadn't seen her. Ye Qingning smiled apologetically and explained, I just went to the treasure pavilion. Sorry to worry you, senior sisters. That's all right. Here, wear this lucky red string. Your name is engraved on it, and it's said to be very effective. Maybe we'll draw the same color number. Bai Wei smiled as she placed the lucky red string on Ye Qingning's wrist. Ye Qingning looked at the delicate red string on her wrist and immediately thought it matched perfectly with the one around her neck. Bai Wei had drawn a blank lot for her, and she had already learned from the jade slip that now with this lucky red string, she felt incredibly strong. She heard that this red string was not cheap, costing several hundred high-quality spirit stones, but she knew that if she offered Bai Wei spirit stones, Bai Wei would surely refuse. Later, when she returned a gift to express her gratitude, Bai Wei would likely be happy. She also noticed that not only Bai Wei but also Si Qian and Si Nan wore the same style of lucky red string, making it the most popular item in this competition. Not far away, Xie Jibai clenched his hand under his white sleeve, holding a matching red string in his palm. During the first round of the drawing, Xie Jibai only noticed the lucky red string on Bai Wei's hand and didn't see that she wore another one on her other hand. In that moment, he thought of buying a lucky red string for Ye Qingning. Since his memories of his past life returned late, he missed the star ring and later spent a lot of spirit stones to buy a Xiang flower to break through to the golden core stage, leaving him with very few spirit stones. The Falling Cloud sect was also struggling, and even the direct disciples earned very little monthly allowance. Thus, spending 300 high-quality spirit stones on the lucky red string drained all of Xie Jibai's remaining spirit stones. This made him once again appreciate Ye Qingning's kindness. In his past life, with Ye Qingning's protection, he never worried about spirit stones and never felt as destitute as he did now, struggling to gather 300 high-quality spirit stones. Now, seeing Bai Wei put the lucky red string on Ye Qingning's wrist, Xie Jibai felt a surge of frustration and looked at Bai Wei with anger. He hadn't even given her his lucky red string yet, and someone else had already beaten him to it. Everyone seemed to be competing for his senior sister, which was infuriating. Soon, the second round of the Golden Core group drawing began. The disciples were either nervously rubbing their hands or closing their eyes in prayer, all feeling extremely tense, as today's drawing was the most crucial one yet. If luck is on their side, a weaker competitor grouped with 3 stronger ones might win easily. However, if a strong competitor is grouped with 3 weaker ones, they might be dragged down and lose the match. Besides strength, the combination of roles is even more important. For example, if 4 spellcasters face 4 sword or body practitioners, or a perfectly matched team of 4, it could be a tough battle for the 4 fragile ones. Penglai sect, Ye Qingning, red ticket number 16. After Ye Qingning drew her ticket, an elder announced it. Ye Qingning looked at her ticket and stepped aside to wait. She was the first to draw red ticket number 16, which meant there were still 3 more red ticket number 16s left. Her opponent with red ticket number 16 would naturally be blue ticket number 16. Penglai sect, Bai Wei, blue ticket number 8. Penglai sect, Xie Nan, red ticket number 10. Penglai sect, Xie Qian, blue ticket number 15. After all 4 drew their tickets, they gathered to look at what they had, and none were in the same group. But thinking about it, the fact that they weren't opponents was already good luck. Soon after, Ye Hanyue took the stage to draw her ticket, looking very elegant and catching the attention of many male practitioners. As she revealed her ticket, Ye Hanyue hoped to draw blue ticket number 16, so she could eliminate Ye Qingning. Luoyun sect, Ye Hanyue, red ticket number 8. As the elder finished speaking, Ye Hanyue gritted her teeth, realizing she would have to wait for the 3rd round. Xie Qian, however, stared at the ticket in Bai Wei's hand and exclaimed, "Junior sister Bai, you have blue ticket number 8. Ye Hanyue is your opponent." Bai Wei was stunned, having just realized that Ye Hanyue was indeed her opponent. Ye Qingning was also surprised, not expecting that Ye Hanyue would face Bai Wei. This storyline really does seem to follow the past. In the previous life, Qin Zhan was obsessed with Ye Hanyue and, to protect her, pushed Bai Wei into danger. Although the plot has changed, it still leads to a confrontation between Bai Wei and Ye Hanyue, as if a supporting character is needed to highlight the main character. In a dramatic moment, if she had a keyboard, she would definitely type out 5,000 words of complaints. Junior sister Bai, although Ye Hanyue has some skills, this is a team competition and she might not win. Don't worry too much. You can definitely beat her. Xie Qian tried to comfort her. At first, she didn't think Ye Hanyue was that impressive, but when she saw Ye Hanyue use Shen Xuanli's sword techniques, she had to admit that Ye Hanyue had some talent. Even so, one shouldn't boost the enemy's morale while diminishing their own. At the very least, they needed to establish a strong presence against their opponents. Ye Hanyue initially felt bored after drawing her lot, but upon hearing Xie Qian's words, she realized that her opponent had a follower of Ye Qingning. Especially when she saw the purple hairpin on Bai Wei's head, Ye Hanyue immediately recalled how she had wanted that hairpin in Yunhai City, only to have it snatched away by Ye Qingning and her friends. A smile appeared on her lips as she suddenly found this competition a bit more interesting. As the draw results were announced, Everyone remembered their teammates and opponents. Once the draw was over, the elder announced, "The second round of the Jindan group will begin after a stick of incense. The first match will be between the red sign number 1 and the blue sign number 1. Other groups should prepare in advance." The time of a stick of incense passed quickly, and the 8 disciples who were first to compete didn't even have time to discuss strategies. They had to improvise on the spot. The other group disciples lost interest in watching and gathered to discuss tactics with their teammates. Just discussing strategies wasn't enough. They also needed to gather information about their opponents, creating a tense atmosphere. Ye Qingning's group was no exception. The 4 of them sat in a corner of the waiting area, and except for Ye Qingning, the others looked serious. To lighten the mood, one male disciple dressed in the robes of the Wanfuzong spoke up first. "Everyone, don't be too nervous. Just treat this competition as a training exercise." As soon as he finished speaking, a male disciple from the Tianyuanzong scoffed, sounding somewhat dissatisfied. "Training? That's easy for you to say, but this is about whether we can advance to the next round. How can we compare that to training?" Ye Qingning frowned. They hadn't even discussed strategies yet, and they were already arguing. No wonder everyone says this round of competition is crucial. Even the strongest person can't succeed with 3 teammates who hold them back, just like in a game where you can't carry 4 bad players. In the next moment, he interrupted the 2. "Since we're in the same group, why don't we each introduce ourselves, share what skills we have, and get to know each other better so we can discuss strategies?" Ye Qingning said this because she genuinely didn't know what roles the 3 of them had. She guessed that most male disciples from the Wanfu sect were talisman practitioners, but she couldn't figure out the other 2. Hearing this, the male disciple from Wanfu sect spoke first. "You can tell from my disciple robe that I'm a talisman practitioner. My strongest skills are drawing talismans and using various runes in battle. Besides that, I can set up some talisman arrays, but it takes time to arrange them." Just as the male talisman practitioner confidently finished speaking, another male disciple laughed. "You're thinking about setting up an array? Look at the opponent's lineup. 2 sword practitioners, 1 body practitioner, and 1 array practitioner. Before you can set up your array, they'll knock you off the stage. If anyone sets up an array, it will be the other side." The male talisman practitioner was not willing to back down. "Why are you boosting others' confidence? How could I be knocked off the stage? What would you do then?" The other male disciple sneered. Although most disciples from Tianyuan sect are sword practitioners, there are quite a few who practice blades. "But I follow the path of the zither, so I can't fight in close combat." He knew he was at a disadvantage. Being a long-range attacker made him an easy target for sword and body practitioners. He couldn't afford to waste time setting up talisman arrays. In previous competitions, he faced a talisman practitioner and a sound practitioner and thought he was lucky. But now, in this team competition, he was assigned a talisman practitioner, and the female disciple from Penglai sect was also a talisman practitioner. Though he saw the female disciple from Penglai sect in the competition and noticed she had many talismans, having 2 talisman practitioners and 1 zither practitioner made it tough. Talismans run out eventually, so they couldn't sustain a long fight. He also remembered one other person who seemed to be a food practitioner. It's funny, these days, even food practitioners can make it to the second round. What luck! The male disciple from Wanfu sect suddenly lost his enthusiasm to argue. He thought the Tianyuan sect member was a sword practitioner, but it turned out to be a zither practitioner. What could a zither practitioner do against him?
Ugh.
The last teammate was a handsome male cultivator who smiled shyly and spoke softly. "I am a food cultivator, and have also entered the path of alchemy. Although my combat skills are not great, and I won my previous match by luck, I can provide you with pills to restore spiritual energy." After saying this, the male food cultivator smiled shyly again and took out several jade bottles from his bag to distribute pills to everyone. "No need. Do I really need your pills? What I need is a strong melee fighter," the male musician from Tianyuan sect said irritably, feeling frustrated with his bad luck. If he had drawn the opponent, this round would have been a sure win. Ye Qingning never underestimated any profession. She asked the food cultivator, "How did you win your match?" The boy smiled shyly and said softly, "The opponent was careless and tried to get close to knock me off the stage, but I hit him with a frying pan and knocked him out." The talisman cultivator from Wanfuzong was speechless. Friend, your pan is quite sturdy, the musician from Tianyuan sect thought. How foolish, getting knocked out by a frying pan. What else could it be? Ye Qingning nodded, deciding to reassure the three of them. Otherwise, their strategy might not work. She lowered her voice and said to the three, "Listen, I am not only a talisman cultivator but also a body cultivator, so you don't need to worry or shout about lacking melee fighters. There's a saying, the situation is still uncertain, we are all dark horses. Until the outcome is decided, how do you know the winner isn't you?" Ye Qingning's words left the three of them stunned. The term, body cultivator, completely caught them off guard. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. A thought arose in their minds simultaneously. Who is this person? She is actually a body cultivator? And a female body cultivator. Can women even practice that? They knew that the disciples of Penglai were strong, with many practicing 2 or even 3 paths, but it was their first time hearing about a female body cultivator from Penglai. Not to mention Penglai, even across the entire immortal sect, it was uncertain if another female body cultivator could be found. After all, the path of body cultivation is incredibly tough and exhausting. Many male cultivators cannot endure it, let alone a woman. During the preliminary rounds, they hadn't seen her use any physical techniques. Was she hiding her strength before? You really are a physical cultivator. The male disciple from the Wanfu sect stared at Ye Qingning with shining eyes. His gaze seemed to say that if Ye Qingning confirmed she was a physical cultivator, he would bow down right there. Ye Qingning nodded and made a gesture for silence. Can we discuss our strategy now? The three of them nodded eagerly, feeling excited. A physical cultivator combined with a spellcaster. Truly worthy of being a disciple from Penglai, skilled in all areas. Yi, please set the strategy. We will follow your lead and cooperate fully. Yes, just give the orders and I will follow without question. Miss Yi, whatever you say, I will do it. It's all up to you. The three expressed their enthusiasm, their eyes on Ye Qingning as if to say, you will always be my leader. Seeing their reactions, Ye Qingning nodded in satisfaction and began to outline the strategy, also setting up a soundproof barrier. During the battle, I will take the lead. I will look for an opportunity to take out the opponent's formation master first. At that time, you three should avoid direct confrontation and spread out to dodge and attack. Seeing them nod, Ye Qingning's gaze turned to the food cultivator. In her view, the male food cultivator's advancement to the second round of elimination was definitely not just luck. Do you have any spiritual food with you? Can you set up food formations? Upon hearing this, the food cultivator was taken aback, while the male disciples from Wanfu sect and Tianyuan sect looked confused. What was she talking about? They didn't understand. A food cultivator is someone who uses the energy of the world to cook spiritual food and enhance their cultivation, right? In the cultivation world, food cultivators are quite niche and most cultivators look down on them, so they hadn't explored this profession deeply. However, Ye Qingning knew that besides enhancing their cultivation through cooking, a skilled food cultivator could use spiritual food to set up formations, provided they mastered excellent cooking techniques and understood the spiritual energy contained in each type of food. This special method of formation was known in the food cultivation community as a food formation. In simple terms, the food cultivator will arrange spirit foods with different energies in specific positions according to a certain formation diagram, following the flow of spiritual energy from heaven and earth to complete the setup. The formations can have various effects, including attack, defense, support, and control. For example, an attack-type food formation activates the spirit energy in the ingredients to create a powerful array, such as a fire formation or an ice formation. It can also use the spirit energy in the ingredients to form a protective barrier or interfere with the opponent's mind and perception through the aroma of the food. In her previous life, Ye Qingning wanted to study food formations deeply after entering the food path, but with tasks to complete and the need to practice alchemy and swordsmanship, she couldn't focus on it. Her intuition told her that the food cultivator in front of her was able to eliminate previous opponents, and it was certainly not as simple as just hitting them with a frying pan. Moreover, the male food cultivator was not a disciple of a major sect. She didn't even recognize his disciple robe, indicating he came from a smaller sect. Disciples from smaller sects often act more discreetly, just like she did in her past life. Sure enough, the male food cultivator nodded after Ye Qingning finished asking. I have some spirit food and know a little about food formations. Hearing this, Ye Qingning smiled. Her intuition was always surprisingly accurate, not just when sensing if a man was being unfaithful. Since you have spirit food, you must have some spiritual materials like spirit rice. During the competition, you need to throw different types of grains or rice on the stage to set up a food formation while dodging the opponent's attacks. A confusion formation would be best. Or, if you have any toxic spirit food, you could set up a poison formation. Don't worry, as a food cultivator, your opponent will likely overlook whatever food formation you create. Not to mention that the opponent would overlook it. The male cultivators from Tianyuanzong and Wanfuzong swallowed hard, realizing they wouldn't even think in that direction. If the opponent had a food cultivator and tossed spirit rice on the ground in front of them, they would probably just laugh, thinking the person was trying to be funny. The poison formation won't work. I don't have any toxic spirit food with me right now. I can try the confusion formation, but I can't guarantee I can set it up perfectly. Ye Qingning nodded, then took out paper and pen to quickly draw a map of the competition arena. After making detailed notes and reminding the three others, she removed the barrier and began to watch the match closely to gain experience. As time passed, the competition became more intense. When it was Bai Wei's group turn to compete, Ye Qingning and the others suddenly became anxious. Ye Hanyue was surrounded by 3 male cultivators as she stepped onto the stage, looking at Bai Wei with disdain. With a shout of, "The match begins," Ye Hanyue darted forward toward Bai Wei with incredible speed, surprising everyone present. Her 3 teammates quickly followed, attacking Bai Wei from 3 different directions, trying to take her down in one move. Noticing Ye Qingning's anxious gaze, Bai Wei's teammates reacted swiftly. One of them, a tall man, saw all the opponents rushing toward Bai Wei and swung his large sword to block their attack. However, Ye Hanyue was so fast that she bypassed the male cultivator and appeared right in front of Bai Wei in an instant. A long sword glinted with cold light, aiming directly at Bai Wei's throat. Bai Wei dodged the attack just in time and threw out a fire talisman, but Ye Hanyue easily evaded it as it exploded. Ye Hanyue smirked, surprised that the seemingly unremarkable Bai Wei had some skills. But she reminded herself that in her past life, she was a direct disciple of the master of the Penglai sect, and Bai Wei would surely have to respectfully call her senior sister. Using the sword techniques taught by the Penglai sect in front of her, she could exchange a few moves with Bai Wei. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with flashes of swords and blades, with Bai Wei clearly becoming the target of Ye Hanyue and her 3 companions. Despite Bai Wei's teammates fighting hard, Ye Hanyue's 3 allies were all disciples from top-tier sects, 2 of whom were at the peak of the Golden Core stage, each with impressive strength. The focused attacks from the 4 made Bai Wei feel increasingly overwhelmed. In the end, Ye Qingning's worries came true. Despite Bai Wei's best efforts to resist the 4, she was still struck in the chest by Ye Hanyue's sword. With a powerful strike, Bai Wei was sent flying like a leaf in a storm, crashing down from the competition stage and hitting the ground hard. Blood gushed from Bai Wei's mouth. Instantly, the entire arena was in an uproar. Ye Qingning wanted to check on Bai Wei's injuries, but due to the special barrier around the competition stage, she couldn't enter from the waiting area. Fortunately, there were medical practitioners on the stage specifically assigned to treat injured disciples during the matches. After taking a healing pill, Bai Wei was assisted by 2 medical practitioners to a room below the stage for treatment. With Bai Wei out of the match, the situation quickly shifted to 3 against 4, and soon, Ye Hanyue and her team dominated. The winner is the red team, number 8. The elder's voice echoed across the arena. Ye Hanyue's gaze fell on Ye Qingning, filled with pride and provocation. Since she couldn't face Ye Qingning this round, she aimed to knock Ye Qingning's companion off the stage instead. In the next round, it would be Ye Qingning who would be knocked off. In the following matches, both Xi Nan and Xi Qian's team achieved victory. After treatment, Bai Wei did not return to the waiting area, but went back to her residence to recover. She also communicated with Ye Qingning and the others, assuring them not to worry. The system grumbled continuously since Bai Wei was knocked off the stage by Ye Hanyue, only quieting down when Ye Qingning entered the match. As soon as the match began, Ye Qingning used a swift movement to charge at the opponent's formation practitioner. The formation practitioner was taken aback. Although he expected to be targeted, Ye Qingning's speed was astonishing, leaving him no time to react. What surprised him even more was that she was a talisman practitioner, daring to charge in so close. During their tactical discussions, they had speculated that the disciples from Penglai sect might have taken other paths. However, she had no sword or large weapon. Even if she practiced two paths, she wasn't suited for close combat. Ye Qingning's actions disrupted the opponent's strategy. The original plan for the four was to quickly eliminate the least useful food practitioner to avoid any distractions on the field. After that, he easily knocked the first opponent away, leaving the last two to handle, without much trouble. Even if one of them was a disciple from Penglai, it was clear who had the better chance in a 2-against-4 situation. No one expected that Ye Qingning would come in swinging right away. In an instant, the three of them were unsure whether to deal with the other three opponents or to stop Ye Qingning's attack. But it seemed like it was already too late. Bang! Ye Qingning moved like a ghost, incredibly fast. By the time the array practitioner had figured out the talisman, he found himself too close to react, unable to throw the talisman without risking hitting himself. There was no way to dodge. In the shocked gazes of everyone, Ye Qingning landed a punch to his chest, causing him to spit out blood and fly back, crashing into the edge of the arena. Gasps filled the audience. The disciples were stunned. Was this really a talisman practitioner? Aren't talisman practitioners supposed to attack from a distance? Why did her close combat skills seem stronger than a body practitioner's? Ye Qingning didn't give the array practitioner a chance to counter. With another powerful kick, she sent him flying off the arena. The whole process took just a few seconds, leaving everyone questioning if they were seeing things. A bold guess began to form. A body practitioner, a female body practitioner? The Penglai disciples were suddenly excited. So, what if she was a female body practitioner? In Penglai, they valued versatility. Did you think the daily packed class schedules given by the inner sect were just for show? They were meant to encourage them to train in multiple areas. In Penglai, those who only focused on one path were definitely slacking off or simply didn't understand the others. Seeing their teammate eliminated, the 2 sword practitioners and 1 body practitioner on the field began to panic. All 3 stared at Ye Qingning in disbelief, realizing they had been wrong. The Penglai female disciple was indeed not a sword practitioner or a talisman practitioner, but a female body practitioner. Why would a girl focus on body cultivation instead of talisman studies?
Who is she?
What are you waiting for? I'll handle her. You 2 go take care of those 3 ranged attackers. The male body practitioner shouted, and in the next moment, he charged toward Ye Qingning. Despite being muscular and very strong, he still felt somewhat lacking when facing Ye Qingning. On the other side, the talisman and instrument users were distracting the 2 sword users, while their teammate, the food user, was sneakily scattering what looked like ordinary grains on the arena. While dodging attacks, he quickly arranged the grains, rich in spiritual energy, into a formation. As the surrounding energy flowed, the food formation was activated. The 2 sword users and 1 body cultivator suddenly frowned, sensing the surrounding energy becoming chaotic, but they couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Their vision blurred for a moment, but it quickly cleared, though their awareness began to feel hazy. Whoosh! Just as the male body cultivator was dazed, a sword energy came from behind. He turned just in time to avoid the attack. What are you doing? The body cultivator asked the sword user from his team, frowning. Of course, I'm sending you out, the sword user sneered, moving into attack again. Are you crazy? We're on the same team, the body cultivator shouted while dodging. Who the heck is on your team? Do you think I'm blind? The sword user's voice was cold and emotionless. You. The body cultivator wanted to say more, but his awareness faded again. When he focused, he saw Ye Qingning charging at him with a sword. How did he suddenly see a woman as a man? With a surge of strength, he charged forward. The crowd gasped in shock. Everyone was stunned, wondering why teammates were fighting each other. The male body cultivator, having some skills, quickly knocked the sword user off the arena, and the other sword user was also kicked off by the frenzied body cultivator. However, the food formation could only last for so long. After all, the spiritual materials used to set it up were not limitless. Once his teammate was eliminated, the body cultivator began to regain clarity. Realizing what foolish thing she had just done, Qingning felt a rush of panic as her short sword pressed against the man's neck. The winner is determined, Red Team number 16, victory. As the elder announced the result, many disciples were still in shock. This match was undoubtedly the most surprising of the team battles, and for days afterward, many disciples continued to discuss it. Qingning's victory left her 3 teammates so excited that they were speechless. After stepping down, they eagerly added her as a friend on their jade slips. As the sky darkened, Qingning did not stay to watch the last match of the day, and instead went to Bai Wei's room with Xie Jibai and Xie Nan. The system, having followed Qingning for a lifetime, knew exactly what she was thinking. After some deep thought, it finally came up with a clever idea. Flapping its little wings, it said, "Ning Ning. I have a way to ensure you draw the dog lotus in the next match." Qingning paused and turned slightly to look at the system. Although it sometimes caused trouble, it could also be reliable. "What's the plan? Tell me," she asked. The system chuckled. In the 3rd round, there are fewer than 100 disciples left in the golden core stage. The chances of drawing the dog lotus by luck are very low. However, I noticed that the drawing tube is taller than the slips inside. Each time you draw, you have to reach in and feel around, and the person drawing can't see the top of the slips. Since others can't see me, I can fly into the drawing tube and guide you to pick a slip that no one else has chosen. When it's time for the dog lotus to draw, I'll speak to her as a member of the Ye family, so she hears my voice and follows my instructions. She would love to draw you and knock you off the stage, so she will definitely listen to me. But there is a serious issue. After you draw, the next person might draw your slip. While I can fly into the drawing tube, I can't move the slips inside without being noticed by the elder nearby. The best plan is for you to draw first, and then it will be the dog lotus's turn. This way, I guarantee your opponent will be her. Qingning focused her gaze and thought that the dog system method might actually work. However, the key point was that the crazy lady needed to draw lots right behind her for it to be the safest option. It's feasible, but instead of directing her to draw lots, why not let her line up behind me? The lots are drawn according to the order of the queue, regardless of sex, so it shouldn't be hard to arrange. The system blinked its eyes, realizing that it could persuade dog Lianhua before the lineup. The host is so clever. Qingning, Xie Nan, and Xie Jibai arrived at Bai Wei's room. Although it was a triple room, it was quite spacious, with elegant furnishings. Several beautiful landscape paintings hung on the walls, giving off a refined, scholarly vibe. Bai Wei sat by the bed, looking a bit pale due to her injury. When she saw Qingning and the others, a smile appeared on her lips. "Senior sister, how are you?" Qingning asked with concern, reaching out to check Bai Wei's pulse. In her previous life, although she was an alchemist, her master, Xie Hanyue, was a healer. While her medical skills weren't perfect, she could still check pulses and assess injuries. "I'm fine, just got stabbed in the chest. The wound isn't deep, and because of the competition rules, Ye Hanyue wouldn't really try to kill me. Don't worry, I'm okay," Bai Wei said with a gentle smile. Just as Bai Wei said, Ye Hanyue indeed didn't go all out. She wasn't foolish enough to break the competition rules and harm someone before facing Qingning. Qingning withdrew her hand, confirming that Bai Wei wasn't seriously injured, but still took a closer look at her wound. "Though the injury isn't severe, you need to take care and ensure it doesn't reopen." Bai Wei nodded, and Xie Nan and Xie Jibai also felt relieved, though they were still a bit upset. "Ye Hanyue is really despicable. It's obvious she was targeting you on purpose. If I encounter her in the next competition, I won't let her off," Xie Jibai said angrily, clenching her fists. As a sword practitioner, she wasn't afraid of someone as malicious as Ye Hanyue. Even if she couldn't win, She wouldn't let Ye Hanyue have an easy victory. Senior sister, don't be upset. In competitions, there are wins and losses. This time I lost to her because she was better. Her swordsmanship is indeed very similar to Xin Xuanli's. After the competition, if you encounter her, be very careful. Xie looked at Xie Qian and said, Sister, you have a one-on-one guidance session with junior sister Yi. Why don't you ask big brother for some advice too? Xie Qian was taken aback. Xie Nan and Bai Wei did not break through to the Golden Core stage in the Yunshan secret realm, so they did not receive the teaching reward. However, Xin Xuanli was the chief disciple and the next leader of the sect, known for being very serious. Just thinking about a one-on-one lesson with him felt intimidating. But she was a sword practitioner. Shouldn't a sword practitioner be brave? If one person was too scared, then bring along another. Junior sister Yi, are you still planning to have a lesson with Xin Xuanli? How about we go together? I'm a bit nervous on my own, not because of him, but because the atmosphere might be too quiet. Yi Qingning nodded in agreement, thinking it was a good idea. The second round of the Golden Core Group competition had not yet finished, and the draw for the third round would likely start the day after tomorrow. Now that she had modified her sword techniques, she needed someone to practice with. However, 5 lessons were really not enough, so she had to be careful with them. Time flew by, and early the next morning, before dawn, Yi Qingning got up. To be precise, she hardly slept at all because she was too excited after her lesson with Xie Qian and Xin Xuanli the day before. Although she didn't win against Xin Xuanli in their sparring, she realized that her sword skills had greatly improved thanks to the training and modifications she had made in the past few days. She even received a compliment from Xin Xuanli, saying her swordsmanship was improving quickly. Fortunately, she was a disciple of Penglai, where the coursework was demanding. She was often seen attending talisman classes and physical training sessions, so even though she had been focusing on swordsmanship, Xin Xuanli wouldn't suspect anything, as Penglai disciples were known for their hard work. Xie Qian also benefited greatly from her sparring with Xin Xuanli. Even though she lost quickly, it excited her so much that she couldn't sleep. Instead of returning to her room, she found a secluded spot on the island to practice her big sword all night. As Yi Qingning left her room for the drawing square, her trusty system companion flapped its wings and quickly disappeared from sight. At the same time, Ye Hanyue sat in front of her vanity. After styling her hair into a satisfying bun, she stood up and headed to the square. Just halfway there, she suddenly heard a strange voice. Do you want to win the competition? Do you want to knock Yi Qingning off the stage? If you do, I can help you. Ye Hanyue's expression was one of shock, as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. She looked around but couldn't find the speaker, though she was sure they were hiding nearby. She whispered, Who are you? Why don't you show yourself? What do you know? The system rolled its eyes and made a silly face above her head, even pretending to act out something ridiculous, replying, I'm your real dad. Hearing this, Ye Hanyue's face turned pale. She widened her eyes, trying to locate the source of the voice again, but all she could hear was the rustling of leaves in the wind. Who are you really? Why are you teasing me from the shadows? Ye Hanyue's voice was filled with caution, and there was a hint of anger in her eyes. If she weren't worried about the other person's strength, she would have lost her temper by now. How dare they claim to be her father? The system, still enjoying itself, pouted and said, I misspoke. I'm not your real dad, but I am your grandfather's grandfather. As a junior of the Yi family, you should call me ancestor. Upon hearing this, Ye Hanyue's expression darkened even more. She scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. The Yi family has a history of over 1,000 years, and I've never heard of an ancestor like you. If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for being rude. The system didn't care about Ye Hanyue's threat and instead laughed. A junior who doesn't even recognize their own ancestor. Fine, if you don't believe me, then I won't help you. I was going to help you draw the sign you wanted, but forget it. Just pretend I didn't show up today. The system loved reading stories about powerful characters. While reading, it didn't learn much, except for one tactic: to entice and then withdraw. Sure enough, when Ye Hanyue heard the system say it was leaving, she quickly called out to it. Is everything you said true? Can you really help me draw Yi Qingning in this round? The system saw that Ye Hanyue finally took the bait and couldn't help but roll its eyes. Dog Lianhua, I still can't handle you. However, it maintained a serious mechanical tone and said, It's true. I am your ancestor from the Yi family. How could I deceive you, a younger generation? Ye Hanyue didn't believe that the system was her ancestor and had never heard anyone from the Yi family speak in such a strange way. But the promise that it could help her draw the desired lot made her very excited. Today was the third round of drawing lots, and there were nearly 100 disciples in the golden core stage. She wanted to draw Yi Qingning, but her hopes were not high. She didn't care who she was talking to, as long as it helped her draw Yi Qingning. Calling it ancestor was no problem. She couldn't wait any longer. She wanted to eliminate Yi Qingning today and ensure that Yi Qingning would not qualify for the ranking competition. She wanted everyone to know that even if Yi Qingning, the fake daughter, entered the Penglai sect, she was still beneath her and would be trampled underfoot. Okay, I believe you this once. If you can help me draw Yi Qingning, I will call you ancestor. The system scoffed. Dog Lianhua calling it ancestor was not something it cared about. It didn't have such malicious descendants. All right, I'll help you. From now on, you must listen to me. Hurry to the drawing square. From what I observe, Yi Qingning is almost there. Get there quickly and make sure to line up behind her. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that the people in front of you will draw her. As long as you line up behind her, I will guide you on how to draw lots, telling you which direction to reach for. Do you understand? Ye Hanyue nodded repeatedly, feeling an indescribable excitement. The system's words made her completely believe that this mysterious entity was indeed there to help her draw Yi Qingning. Okay, I'm going now. After saying that, Ye Hanyue rushed to the drawing square as fast as she could. At that moment, Yi Qingning, Xie Jibai, and Qingning had already arrived at the drawing square. Compared to before, there were significantly fewer disciples participating today, and the line had just started to form, with about 20 to 30 people in sight. Yi Qingning was not in a hurry to line up. She was more anxious about why the system hadn't arrived yet. On her way here, she specifically sought out Qingning and Xie Jibai to wait for the dog system together. The three of them chatted and laughed along the way, not walking too fast, but they still hadn't seen the dog system. Now, as they were about to line up, she wondered what she could do to avoid looking like she was waiting for someone. Just as Yi Qingning was worried, she suddenly spotted the system flapping its little wings and humming a tune as it flew over, with Ye Hanyue following behind. Junior sister Yi, look over there. It's Ye Hanyue. Xie Jibai also saw Ye Hanyue and felt a sense of unease. Ye Hanyue smiled, pleased that she had arrived just in time. She approached Yi Qingning and the others without showing any emotion. Sister, what a coincidence. I just arrived and ran into you. I didn't mean to hurt your senior sister during the competition the other day. Injuries are always a part of contests, aren't they? I had planned to visit your injured senior sister, but I didn't know where she was staying on the island, so I didn't want to disturb her. You don't blame me for that, do you? Ye Hanyue appeared harmless with her smile, but her eyes were filled with pride. Xie Jibai couldn't stand Ye Hanyue and was fed up with her sarcastic tone.
Ye Hanyue.
Stop pretending to be nice. We know exactly what kind of person you are, and what your family has done to junior sister Yi. Have you forgotten all of that? Do you even deserve to call her sister? Just stop being so annoying. Ye Hanyue wasn't angry. She knew Xie Jibai would react. There were indeed many dogs around Yi Qingning, but if Xie Jibai hadn't barked, she wouldn't have known how to continue. Just because you want me to be less annoying, I should be? No matter what, I'm still a member of the Yi family. Who do you think you are to shout at me?
Ye Hanyue.
Xie Jibai felt like she could rush over and tear Ye Hanyue's mouth apart. How could there be such a disgusting person in the world? Yi Qingning held onto Xie Jibai's sleeve and shook her head. After all, they were at the lottery square, and the crazy lady was already unstable. If things escalated, it might attract the attention of the island's overseers. Ye Hanyue, what do you want from me? Yi Qingning asked, pretending to be unaware. After a moment of craziness, Ye Hanyue decided to be straightforward and said, since we met today, let's draw lots together. I really want to draw my good sister. Maybe being close will help me get what I wish for, Xiqian and seen and thought Ye Hanyue was being quite silly. Can being close really help you draw a good lot? That's just ridiculous. Ye Qingning secretly hoped that the crazy woman would draw her lot behind her, keeping her expression neutral. She said, "Drawing lots is all about luck. It can't fulfill anyone's wishes. But you can stand behind me if you want. No one will stop you." After saying that, she ignored Ye Hanyue. Ye Hanyue didn't doubt Ye Qingning at all, as Ye Qingning looked completely clueless. When the time came, an elder took the stage, and the 3 rounds of drawing lots officially began. Ye Qingning and her friends were at the front of the line, and soon it was Ye Qingning's turn to draw. The system dove into the lot container, clearly seeing all the numbers on the bottom of the lots. When it saw Ye Qingning reaching into the container, it immediately directed her. To the right. Feel further right. Not that one, the one next to it. Yes, that's it. That lot number hasn't been drawn yet. With the system's guidance, Ye Qingning accurately drew a lot, and the bottom clearly showed 1. Ye Qingning. The elder beside her saw the number and announced, "Penglai sects Ye Qingning, number 1. Opponent to be determined." Immediately, some disciples started discussing, "Oh my, it's number 1 again. This is her second time drawing number 1. She really has a connection with it." Ye Qingning's mouth twitched. She didn't want this connection at all. Why couldn't the system let her draw a different number? The system laughed foolishly. "Anyway, we have to compete sooner or later, so it's better to knock that annoying person off the stage sooner." Hearing this, Ye Qingning thought it made sense and waited to see Ye Hanyue draw her lot. Ye Hanyue was delighted to see Ye Qingning draw the number 1 sign. If she drew number 1, it would mean Ye Qingning would be the first to be defeated, which made her feel good. She walked up to the drawing tube and reached inside. "Go left, further left. How can you be so foolish and not know your left from your right? No, not that one, the one next to it. Yes, that's the one," the system directed, taking the chance to scold Ye Hanyue. Although Ye Hanyue felt unhappy about being called foolish, she followed the system's instructions and pulled out the chosen sign. The bottom of the sign indeed had the number 1 written on it. Ye Hanyue was overjoyed, and the system flew out of the drawing tube, equally thrilled. This was a perfect match. The elder nearby was momentarily stunned. It was the first time he had seen 2 people draw the same number consecutively. However, he had no doubts, as everything around was normal, and no one had ever dared to cheat during the drawing process. He had personally checked both the signs and the drawing tube before bringing them out, so there were no issues. He announced from the Falling Cloud sect, Ye Hanyue, number 1 sign, competing against the Penglai sect's Ye Qingning. As soon as the elder finished speaking, the disciples around could not help but exclaim, "No way, 2 number 1s drawn in a row. What are the odds?" Forget the odds. One is the real daughter of the Ye family, and the other is a fake raised since childhood. This is going to be exciting. I need to send this news through the Jade Slip so all sect disciples can come and watch. Yes, hurry and spread the news. The Ye family even went to Penglai to demand their person back, and now the real and fake daughters are facing off. This is going to be quite a spectacle. Is anyone placing bets? Who wants to wager? A match this interesting deserves a bet. I'll bet. I bet on Penglai sect's Ye Qingning to win. She's a disciple of Penglai, skilled in both talismans and physical training. She's strong. I bet she can win. I'm betting on Ye Hanyue. Although she's from a smaller sect, she is the real daughter the Ye family found. Don't forget, the Ye family is one of the top 10 families, and they have plenty of resources for training. For this competition, the Ye family must have made preparations. Ye Hanyue definitely has some hidden cards from the family. I bet on Ye Hanyue to win. That makes sense. I'm betting on Ye Hanyue too. I heard from a senior sister that she received a powerful inheritance in the Yunshan secret realm, and she won her previous matches easily, so her strength is impressive. Exactly, I'm betting on Ye Hanyue as well. The Ye family was embarrassed by Penglai before, so they must be well prepared for this competition. Betting on her will surely bring in a lot of rewards. Ye Hanyue smiled, thinking these people weren't foolish. No matter how strong Ye Qingning was, she lost in the last competition. Even if she has been reborn like Ye Hanyue, she is now stronger than in her past life. With her hidden cards, Ye Qingning cannot possibly win against her. Ye Qingning didn't care who the other disciples were betting on. She just wanted to know who was running the betting and where to place her bets. As the saying goes, taking a risk can turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, and betting can turn a motorcycle into an SUV. The chance to become wealthy was right in front of her, and she couldn't miss it. Usually, those who run betting houses are guaranteed to profit, but not just anyone can start one. You need a certain level of strength, enough financial resources, or a good reputation to run a betting house. Although the surrounding disciples were eager to place bets, there was no one running a betting house yet. She thought that once the news spread, someone would soon start one. The drawing continued, and after Xie Qian and Xie Nan drew their lots, they followed Ye Qingning away from the drawing square. At that moment, the Lingyu tablet was buzzing with excitement. Some curious disciples were eager for her to face Ye Hanyue. As soon as the news broke, regardless of their ranks, everyone rushed to the viewing area. Feng Wuyo, feeling bored after standing up, saw the news in the jade tablet and immediately went to find Xin Xuanli, insisting on dragging him to watch the competition. Just as Ye Qingning had guessed, someone soon opened a betting house. She recognized the host. It was Qi Fifan, a second-generation immortal. Among the same generation of disciples, Qi Fifan wasn't the strongest, and he was often seen as a bit lazy, but his parents were well-known figures in the cultivation world, making him someone with both background and resources among the disciples. As the betting began, disciples from various sects rushed to the betting tables set up by Qi Fifan outside the competition area. Ye Qingning also eagerly went to the betting area. Although she was the first to compete, there was still enough time after the draw for her to place her bets. As the three arrived, Ye Qingning saw a sea of people, all there to place their bets. Before she could push through the crowd, she heard Qi Fifan's voice. The betting is open. Penglai's Ye Qingning is up against Ye Jia's Ye Hanyue. Ye Hanyue has odds of 2-1. Ye Qingning has odds of 6-1. Place your bets quickly. I bet on Ye Hanyue 500 top-quality spirit stones. I also bet on Ye Hanyue 1,800 top-quality spirit stones. I bet on her too. 20,000 top-quality spirit stones. I'll follow that, betting 10,000 top-quality spirit stones. I'm betting my entire fortune on her win. I bet on Ye Qingning 2,000 top-quality spirit stones. The odds are high, so the winnings will be high. Wait, brother, let me give you some advice. This adopted daughter of the Ye family has indeed entered the Penglai sect, and her strength is not bad, but she is just an inner disciple. Ye Hanyue has the entire Ye family backing her. Who knows how many hidden cards she has? Don't be foolish. The male cultivator hesitated, gritted his teeth, and quickly changed his bet. I misspoke. I bet on Ye Hanyue 2,000 top-quality spirit stones, no changes. Ye Qingning listened to the continuous sounds of betting and discussions, thinking that the original story was indeed not misleading. Ye Hanyue's devoted fans and supporters clearly made up the vast majority. Xie Qian was very upset, thinking these people had no insight at all. She pushed her way into the crowd and, after a while, slammed a storage bag onto the betting table. I bet on Ye Qingning to win. 40,000 top-quality spirit stones. 40,000 top-quality spirit stones was all of Xie Qian's fortune. This amount was earned earlier when she and Ye Qingning went to the stone gambling shop together. The surrounding male cultivators scoffed and shook their heads, believing that Xie Qian's 40,000 top-quality spirit stones would surely go to waste. As the competition was about to begin, the majority of the disciples had placed their bets on Ye Hanyue. Ye Qingning finally squeezed into the crowd and reached the gambling table just as the competition was about to start. She handed the storage bag she had prepared on the way to Qi Fifan. Senior brother Qi, I bet on myself to win. Please count the spirit stones. I'm heading to the competition now. After saying this, Ye Qingning pushed her way out of the crowd. Although she could continue to place bets during the competition, the odds might change, and since she was the one competing, she couldn't be late. Qi Fifan was surprised that Ye Qingning came to place a bet. He set up the betting because most people thought Ye Hanyue would win, but he had faith in Yi Qingning. Since others were comparing them to random people, he decided to open the betting to make a profit. When Qi Fifan scanned the storage bag with his spiritual sense, he was stunned.
Wow.
350,000 top-grade spirit stones. Yi Qingning was surprisingly wealthy. The key was that she was betting so many spirit stones on herself to win.
Great.
This is the confidence a disciple of Penglai should have. Since Yi Qingning was so confident, they would surely make a fortune from this bet. Take advantage of the high odds, everyone. Hurry and place your bets. Once the competition starts, the odds may drop, and the more you bet, the more you can win. Don't miss this chance. It may not come again. Qi Fifan's words instantly made the cultivators who hadn't bet yet even more eager. I bet 8,000 top-grade spirit stones on Ye Hanyue to win. I bet 10,000 top-grade spirit stones on Ye Hanyue to win. I bet 30,000 top-grade spirit stones on Ye Hanyue to win. On the competition stage. As the incense stick burned out, Yi Qingning and Ye Hanyue took the stage. The elder reiterated the competition rules, and the match officially began. Ye Hanyue smiled slyly, unable to hold back her desire to attack. Her aura suddenly surged as she summoned her sword, swinging it toward Yi Qingning. Ye Hanyue moved swiftly and fiercely, eager to defeat Yi Qingning with a single strike. Yi Qingning's gaze sharpened, and she quickly retreated.
Bang!
Ye Hanyue's sword missed and struck the competition stage instead. If the arena hadn't been built so solidly, that sword strike would have surely left a deep crack in it. Such speed. I told you Ye Hanyue will definitely win. Her sword technique is quite extraordinary. No other female sword cultivator of her age could handle it. In the audience, disciples from various sects praised Ye Hanyue, and some even rushed to increase their bets. Ye Hanyue's attacks grew fiercer, each sword strike cutting through the air. But no matter how clever Ye Hanyue's swordplay was, Yi Qingning always managed to dodge skillfully. She was avoiding the attacks to see how Ye Hanyue's sword techniques compared to Xin Xuanli's. This also tested Ye Hanyue's patience. Hiding and dodging isn't a skill. Aren't you a body cultivator? Body cultivators aren't usually this timid, Ye Hanyue taunted while attacking. Yi Qingning remained calm, her face still holding a gentle smile. In a flash, she appeared in front of Ye Hanyue and struck her chest with an open palm. Bang! Ye Hanyue swung her sword to block, but the force was so great that both she and her sword were sent flying. With a sharp pain in her chest, she crashed heavily against the edge of the arena. Ye Hanyue's face turned pale as her internal energy surged wildly. She looked at Yi Qingning in disbelief. That strike had sent her flying using only raw physical strength. How reckless. At the same time, she realized something was off. You were hiding your true power, Ye Hanyue shouted angrily, pointing her sword at Yi Qingning. Yi Qingning nodded lightly, not bothered by Ye Hanyue's anger. She casually replied, I just recently broke through to the peak of the Golden Core stage. You're just pretending. Your level is clearly above mine, yet you were hiding it on purpose to trick me. Ye Hanyue gritted her teeth in frustration, angry at herself for being careless. Sister, you're mistaken. I just wanted to see how good your swordplay really is. Now it seems, compared to Xin Xuanli, you still have a long way to go, Yi Qingning retorted, moving swiftly to throw another punch directly at Ye Hanyue's forehead. Ye Hanyue's expression changed, and she quickly retreated while swinging her sword, sending a wave of energy toward Yi Qingning. However, Yi Qingning was faster. She punched and shattered the incoming energy, continuing her attack toward Ye Hanyue. Bang! Ye Hanyue was knocked back again, this time more awkwardly. Her sword slipped from her hand and fell heavily onto the arena, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. The audience fell silent, all staring in shock at Yi Qingning. They were surprised to discover that Yi Qingning had hidden her true strength in the previous matches, and that her power was greater than Ye Hanyue's. Although there were rules against hiding strength in matches, it was clear that Yi Qingning had not broken any rules, as she had only suppressed her power by 2 small levels. On the stage, Ye Qingning showed no signs of stopping. She quickly appeared in front of Ye Hanyue and raised her hand for another strike. Ye Hanyue's pupils narrowed, and she hurriedly summoned her magical artifact, the Spirit Moon Wheel. The Spirit Moon Wheel, shaped like a crescent moon and shining with silver light, cut through the air in a silver arc, heading toward Ye Qingning's hand. Boom! The Spirit Moon Wheel collided with Ye Qingning's energy, creating a powerful shockwave. Taking advantage of this moment, Ye Hanyue grasped her sword again. From the audience, someone cheered. I knew with the Ye family involved, Ye Hanyue must have some hidden tricks. This artifact looks impressive. It must be a divine-level treasure from the Ye family. A divine-level treasure? No wonder they are a top family. For ordinary disciples like us, having a high-quality artifact is already great. The Ye family really invested a lot to help their daughter win. I think there's more than just this artifact. If you haven't placed your bets yet, listen to me. Bet on Ye Hanyue to win. If the odds drop later, you'll win less. Yes, yes. I'm going to place my bet right now. With the divine-level treasure aiding her, the battle began to shift. This is why cultivators pursue high-level artifacts. A powerful artifact can often change the course of a battle at a critical moment. As they clashed again, Ye Hanyue's strength increased significantly with the support of the divine-level artifact. The two figures moved swiftly across the battlefield, their sword energy and punches intertwining, thrilling the spectators in the stands. Ye Hanyue, being a disciple of Pei-in and the heroine of the story, wielded the stunning cloud sword technique. Although it wasn't as strong as Shen Xuanli's, it should not be underestimated. With the help of a powerful magical artifact, Ye Hanyue was able to hinder Ye Qingning's attacks to some extent. Indeed, the magical artifact was impressive. Even though Ye Qingning had thrown talismans several times to strike the artifact, it remained undamaged and flew back to Ye Hanyue each time. Ye Qingning, so what if you are at the peak of the Golden Core stage? With my powerful artifact, I am not afraid of you. You've been in Penglai for so long, and you can't even bring out a decent artifact. Ye Hanyue mocked, her tone full of disdain. Ye Qingning did not respond, feeling that the Lingyue wheel was a nuisance. With a thought, a plain-looking wooden sword appeared in her left hand. As soon as the wooden sword appeared, Ye Hanyue burst into laughter. The audience was also in an uproar. A wooden sword? Was she joking? The key point was that Ye Qingning was a talisman and body cultivator. Could she really use a sword? Even if Penglai disciples had multiple skills, what use was a low-level wooden sword? Ye Hanyue finally stopped laughing. Ye Qingning, I thought you were doing well in the Penglai sect, but it turns out you can't even afford a proper sword. You even went to gamble on stones, borrowing others' spirit stones just to snatch my opportunity. How despicable. But I almost forgot you were a sword cultivator. Do you really think you can defeat me with just your left hand and a wooden sword? I advise you to admit defeat early, so you won't look so bad. Ye Qingning was too lazy to argue with Ye Hanyue. In an instant, she gathered sword energy and struck directly at Ye Hanyue, moving with astonishing speed. Ye Hanyue's expression changed slightly, and she hurriedly swung her sword to block. However, Ye Qingning's wooden sword unleashed a powerful sword energy, and when their swords collided, Ye Hanyue was forced back several steps. Hiss! Gasps filled the audience, as they were completely unprepared for Ye Qingning not only to use a sword but to wield such fierce sword energy. They even sensed a surge of sword intent emanating from the wooden sword. This is a sword intent that only sword cultivators can develop, and judging by the sword intent on Ye Qingning, she has at least reached a minor success level. Is Ye Qingning really a sword cultivator? I never expected that. No wonder they are tough. All the disciples from Penglai are fierce. Ye Hanyue felt a surge of anger and attacked Ye Qingning again with her sword, while the spirit moon will shot toward Ye Qingning at a strange angle. However, Ye Qingning had already anticipated Ye Hanyue's movements. She gracefully dodged Ye Hanyue's attack. At the same time, her sword unleashed a sword aura that soared dozens of meters high, leaving everyone in awe. It is well known that sword aura is a more advanced form than sword energy. Compared to sword energy, sword aura also contains inner strength, spiritual power, and even combines will and sword intent. Sword aura can even materialize, forming a blade of energy that is almost equivalent to a physical sword, with far greater power and penetration than sword energy, resulting in a significant increase in lethality. As Ye Qingning's sword aura appeared, it instantly filled the competition stage with a chilling atmosphere. Ye Hanyue was shocked. She did not expect Ye Qingning to be so powerful, able to unleash sword aura, and she felt a sense of dread. The dozens of meters of sword aura poured down like a galaxy, instantly enveloping Ye Hanyue's spirit moon wheel. Buzz! Boom! The spirit moon wheel trembled under the impact of the sword aura for a few seconds before erupting with a deafening sound. The spirit moon wheel shattered into countless pieces, like dazzling fireworks blooming in the night sky. Ye Hanyue's face turned pale. She clearly did not anticipate that Ye Qingning's sword aura would be so overwhelming that even her divine spirit moon wheel could not withstand it. Destroying her divine treasure, Ye Qingning was truly infuriating. Could it be that I've lost my bet? I thought Ye Hanyue's sword technique combined with her divine treasure would easily crush Ye Qingning, but Ye Qingning shattered it with one strike. Don't say that. You're making me anxious. I bet everything I have on Ye Hanyue. She cannot lose. She must have other tricks up her sleeve. The loss of her divine treasure made Ye Hanyue want to go crazy. She could not lose. She absolutely must not lose. She cannot let Ye Qingning push her around. She wants to firmly put Ye Qingning in her place. Now, it's time for Ye Qingning to see her true strength. Spirit puppet, come out. Ye Hanyue formed a seal with her hands and called out. As she finished speaking, a huge spirit puppet appeared out of thin air, causing gasps of surprise. The spirit puppet stood about 2 meters tall, incredibly strong, with a lion-like head adorned with a pair of horns and fierce red eyes. Its body resembled a bear, covered in shimmering silver scales. Its limbs were exceptionally sturdy, especially the front legs, which ended in sharp claws, and it had a tail like a steel whip. Its large mouth opened slightly, revealing sharp fangs that glimmered ominously. Everyone was taken aback by this sight, feeling a deep shock. What is that terrifying creature? Someone couldn't help but exclaim, having never seen anything like it before. Although the competition rules allowed disciples to bring spirit beasts, this was clearly not a spirit beast. It could be called a demon beast, but no one had seen a demon beast that looked like this. Overall, it appeared to be a combination of different parts from various demon beasts, exuding a strong sense of pressure. This is a spirit puppet. Ye Hanyue just summoned a spirit puppet. I bet she has more tricks up her sleeve. I didn't expect it to be a spirit puppet. Look at the power of this spirit puppet. Its strength must be at least at the nascent soul stage. Not just the nascent soul stage. This spirit puppet has reached the spirit separation stage. The Ye family is really impressive. The speaker was Xie Jibai, the top disciple of the Wuliang sect. Being at the spirit separation stage himself, he quickly assessed the spirit puppet's energy. Hearing the term, spirit separation stage, everyone's expression changed. Even Xie Jibai, along with Xin Xuanli and Feng Wuyang, who were watching from the stands, felt a strong pressure. Feng Wuyang clenched his fists, shocked that the Ye family would be so shameless as to use a spirit puppet to help Ye Hanyue in the competition. A spirit puppet is a type of puppet. In addition to spirit puppets, there are various types of puppets based on different crafting methods, including mechanical puppets, corpse puppets, human puppets, and soul puppets. In the world of cultivation, the most common type is the mechanical puppet. Mechanical puppets are made by craftsmen using metals, crystals, wood, and other materials, powered by formations and mechanisms. Although mechanical puppets possess great strength, they are ultimately lifeless and cannot think for themselves. They can only be moved by specific commands. Spirit puppets are different. They are created by puppet masters using special secret methods. The materials for crafting spirit puppets are not metals, crystals, or wood, but rather the bones of spirit beasts or magical creatures. During the crafting process, the blood and even the soul power of the cultivator must be added, giving the resulting spirit puppet a degree of intelligence. The puppet masters refer to this as the spirit core, which is the heart of the spirit puppet. The stronger the spirit core, the more powerful the spirit puppet. The puppet masters refer to this as the spirit core, which is the heart of the spirit puppet. The stronger the spirit core, the more powerful the spirit puppet. Some powerful spirit puppets even possess independent consciousness, allowing them to think and act on their own. Aside from their appearance, they are no different from cultivators and can advance to enhance their combat abilities. Due to the extremely difficult crafting process, the failure rate is quite high. Puppet masters must have profound. Because of this, spirit puppets are extremely rare in the world of cultivation. A powerful spirit puppet can cause a stir and competition within the cultivation community. 100 years ago, a shocking event occurred in the cultivation world. A puppet master, by chance, discovered the bones of a 10,000-year-old magical beast in a cave and crafted an incredibly powerful puppet from it. Its strength was comparable to that of a peak tribulation-level cultivator. Once the puppet appeared, it immediately caused chaos in the cultivation world. The puppet master's original intention was to avenge his parents, but the puppet became too powerful and developed its own consciousness, leading to uncontrollable violence. Not only did it take revenge for the puppet master, but it also wiped out an entire sect overnight, leaving no survivors. This event shook the entire cultivation world, and the name of the puppet became infamous, causing fear wherever it was mentioned. The puppet master saw that he could not control the magic puppet and decided to flee. In the end, several powerful beings joined forces to eliminate the magic puppet, restoring peace to the cultivation world. However, although the magic puppet was destroyed, the number of fallen cultivators was countless. The sects that had existed for over 1,000 years vanished overnight, becoming a great tragedy in the cultivation world. After this incident, the cultivation world became fearful of the puppet-making technique and explicitly prohibited anyone practicing this method from creating magic puppets. While spirit puppets are not as powerful as magic puppets, they are controllable, so their creation was not banned in the cultivation world, and there were no restrictions on cultivators forming contracts with spirit puppets. The rules of the grand competition did not state that participants could not bring spirit puppets to assist in battles. You heard that, right? This is a spirit puppet at the separation stage. Just like a magical beast, even cultivators of the same level often struggle to compete against it. The physical body of a spirit puppet is specially refined, making it nearly flawless and even able to resist attacks. What's more frightening is that spirit puppets do not tire and are not afraid of death. No matter how skilled Ye Qingning is, she cannot compete with a spirit puppet at the separation stage. It's simply impossible, you are right. There are several levels between golden core, nascent soul, out-of-body, and separation. How can she win? Ye Qingning is bound to lose this match. I told you. The Ye family has made ample preparations to ensure their daughter wins. This trump card is enough for Ye Hanyue to secure first place in the golden core group. That's great. I bet a lot of spirit stones on this. Now I can make a huge profit. Let's go check if the odds have dropped. If they haven't, I will bet my entire fortune. Qi Fifin clenched his fists, surprised that the Ye family even brought out a spirit puppet to ensure Ye Hanyue's victory. With determination, Qi Fifin decided not to lower the odds. Since he believed Ye Qingning would win, he should trust her completely. I want to increase my bet. Here are 20,000 top-quality spirit stones. I am betting everything on Ye Hanyue's victory. Layer upon layer of people surrounded the betting table. With the odds still at 2-1, anyone not increasing their bets would be foolish. Those betting on Ye Qingning's victory would soon lose everything. Xiqian was not worried about losing her spirit stones. She was only concerned about how Ye Qingning would handle the situation. Beside them, Xinan and Bai Wei looked serious, their palms sweaty with tension and worry. When they were at the Foundation establishment stage, they could only escape from the black-winged griffin at the nascent soul stage in the Yunshan secret realm. Now, the spirit puppet was 2 levels higher than the nascent soul beast. What could they do? On the fighting platform, Ye Hanyue looked down at Ye Qingning with a victorious sneer. With just a flick of her finger, The spirit puppet immediately understood Ye Hanyue's command. Its aura surged, and with one powerful step, a massive hand struck down heavily towards Ye Qingning. A loud bang echoed. Ye Qingning tried to block with her fist, but the strength of the perfected golden core stage was far from that of the spirit-severing stage. She was knocked back several feet, a metallic taste rising in her throat. "Bekoreful, ning ning," the system exclaimed, having already cursed Ye Hanyue and the Yi family many times in its mind. It was unexpected that the Yi family had a puppet master, especially since in the last competition they hadn't brought any spirit puppets to fight. Perhaps it was because the Yi family had a puppet master that they had the cruel idea of using insects to control hosts and turn them into living puppets. Ye Qingning suppressed the blood rising in her throat, her breathing becoming heavy. The spirit puppet at the spirit-severing stage exuded an overwhelming pressure. Under such immense pressure, lower-level cultivators would instinctively kneel, struggling just to stand, and could even have their dantian crushed, leading to their demise. If she weren't a body cultivator, she might not last long, let alone block the attack. Ye Qingning, you are merely at the perfected golden core stage, yet you can withstand a blow from a spirit-severing puppet. I must admit, you've surprised me. Ye Hanyue's voice rang out slowly, filled with arrogance as she stood behind the spirit puppet, her eyes mocking. However, this is where it ends. With a flick of her finger, the spirit puppet sprang into action. It moved swiftly, reaching Ye Qingning in an instant and throwing a punch. Ye Qingning gritted her teeth and summoned all her strength to meet the attack with her own punch. The two forces collided, creating an astonishing shockwave. Ye Qingning felt a powerful force hit her, causing her to be pushed back and crash against the edge of the arena. Cough. She coughed up some blood and once again truly felt the strength of the spirit puppet. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Ye Qingning surprisingly felt a strange excitement despite being injured by the spirit puppet's terrifying power. Her fighting instincts as a physical cultivator were fully awakened. Physical cultivators grow through constant battles and taking hits. This injury was nothing to her. With determination shining in her eyes and without a hint of fear, she executed the flowing cloud step and charged at the spirit puppet again, holding her wooden sword tightly. However, the spirit puppet was covered in thick silver scales, and its body was specially refined, making it immune to her sword's energy. In fact, after several attempts to block the spirit puppet's attacks, Ye Qingning's small wooden sword broke. With the wooden sword gone, she was left to fight barehanded.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
With each clash, it felt like she was hit by a giant rock, her body being thrown back repeatedly. Yet, she struggled to stand up and charged at the spirit puppet again. Even though her body was covered in wounds and her clothes stained with blood, she felt nothing. No matter how many times she was knocked down by the spirit puppet, she always got back up, gritting her teeth defiantly. Each time she stood, her gaze became wilder and more resilient, and her moves grew sharper, like a fierce beast determined to charge into a storm, filled with fervor and persistence to achieve her goal. It was this unyielding spirit that excited the physical cultivators watching from the sidelines. Some even stood up and shouted, "So, what if it's a spirit puppet at the spirit separation stage?" We physical cultivators fear nothing. We don't rely on cultivation to win. Exactly. In terms of cultivation, the spirit puppet's level isn't even close to Ye Hanyue's. That's not real skill. We physical cultivators rely only on ourselves. Go get them. Yes. Defeat that spirit puppet. It makes me so angry just watching. Like sword cultivators, physical cultivators can also fight above their level because their physical strength often exceeds that of disciples at the same level by several times. In close combat, they have a clear advantage, and they are not afraid of higher-level opponents. They have often faced stronger foes before. With each shout, the atmosphere in the arena reached a boiling point. The disciples of the physical training school waved their fists and shouted to cheer for Ye Qingning, not caring about who others bet on to win, because in their hearts, Ye Qingning had already won. Even the elders watching from below the stage looked at Ye Qingning with admiration. Elder Feng from the inner sect of Penglai was also watching the match from the elder seats, his gaze toward Ye Qingning filled with enthusiasm, thinking to himself, "Our physical training lineage has a promising successor." He had never seen a disciple with such a resilient spirit. Even when facing opponents several levels above her, she showed no signs of giving up. Her body was strong, her moves powerful. She was a natural physical cultivator. Previously, Elder Feng had taught Ye Qingning at the Physical Training Academy and had thought she was impressive. At this moment, he felt a strong desire to take her as his disciple. Where could he find such a good student? Thus, Ye Qingning stood up tirelessly under the blows of the spirit puppet, each time rising like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. This demonstrated to everyone how resilient physical cultivators could be. When facing dangerous beasts, it was always the physical cultivators who stepped up to take the hits. If it were others, they would have fallen long ago, unable to stand. Feng Huio was unable to express his shock. Given the difference in levels, he thought Ye Qingning would not be able to withstand the spirit puppet's attacks. He had even prepared to comfort her after she got off the stage. Now, he no longer wanted to comfort her. She deserved to win, not lose to a spirit puppet. Shun Xuanli also never expected Ye Qingning to endure for so long under the spirit puppet's attacks. What he saw was no longer just Ye Qingning, but a tireless wolf that would not rest until it had defeated its opponent. Ye Qingning spat out a mouthful of blood. In the true world of cultivation, it was survival of the fittest. The weak perished. There was no such thing as an easy path. Failure would only make her stronger. The word, retreat, did not exist in her dictionary. She acknowledged that the spirit puppet at the spirit separation stage was indeed powerful and had gained intelligence, completely shielding Ye Hanyue and not allowing her any chance to get close. To defeat Ye Hanyue, she first needed to deal with the spirit puppet. Wiping the blood from her mouth, her shattered bones began to heal rapidly as she charged toward the spirit puppet again, determined to fight until the end. Ye Qingning's attacks were not reckless. Each strike was aimed at finding the spirit puppet's weaknesses, specifically the location of its core. As long as she finds the core, she can strike with certainty and might defeat it. Ye Hanyue hid behind the spirit puppet, sneering and looking at Ye Qingning with mocking eyes. Ye Qingning, do you think you can turn the tables? If you don't admit defeat, just wait to be knocked down and unable to get back up. Let everyone, including Xie Jibai, see how useless you are. Ye Qingning ignored her and kept trying to find the core of the spirit puppet. Even though every attack was easily blocked, she never gave up. Every time she was knocked down, every time her bones broke and healed, it sparked her hidden strength, pushing her limits further. After being flipped to the ground again, Ye Qingning suddenly realized that the barrier of her golden core stage was starting to weaken. Cracks were appearing in the barrier that had been holding her back. The golden core in her dantian emitted a dazzling light, and complex patterns appeared on its surface. Ye Qingning felt the changes within her body and understood this was a sign of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. She never expected that amidst all the beatings, she would find an opportunity for a breakthrough. Seeing Ye Qingning close her eyes and remain still, Ye Hanyue laughed wildly, thinking Ye Qingning was about to admit defeat. But the next second, she realized Ye Qingning's body seemed to turn into a bottomless pit, wildly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Even the spirit puppet sensed something unusual and paused its attacks. All the disciples watching were shocked to see that not only was Ye Qingning absorbing spiritual energy, but her aura was also undergoing a tremendous change. This momentum felt like she was about to break free from some kind of restraint. The next moment, a clever disciple shouted, She is about to break through. She's going to form her nascent soul." The male disciple's words sent the audience into a frenzy. Since the beginning of the competition, no disciple had broken through their realm during the matches. However, there had been such precedents in the past. A very few exceptionally talented disciples, under the pressure of life and death battles, would indeed find opportunities to break through during combat. Due to previous examples, The rules for the grand competition clearly state that if a participating disciple breaks through to a new level during the match, they will remain in their current group. Only during the next round of drawing will they be moved to a new group. Another rule states that no matter what happens during the match, even if there is a breakthrough, the contest must continue until a winner is determined. Because of these rules, the fighting stage was made from ancient black iron, which can withstand intense magical battles and even lightning strikes. The barriers set up for the audience can resist the energy fluctuations from the fights and also protect against the damage caused by lightning. To help disciples who break through during the match, the barrier above the fighting stage was specially treated to attract lightning without breaking. Therefore, even when the audience realized that Ye Qingning was about to break through to the Yuaning stage, they were not worried about being affected by the incoming lightning. Instead, they felt excited. However, when they remembered that they had bet on Ye Hanyue, they calmed their excitement. Still, seeing Ye Qingning face a spirit puppet at the spirit separation stage without fear, getting hurt but standing up again, and even breaking through during the fight was inspiring. As cultivators, we should strive to face all challenges with determination. If it were us, how much could we achieve? At that moment, everyone felt admiration for Ye Qingning, and even those who had bet on Ye Hanyue secretly hoped for Ye Qingning's victory. On the fighting stage, Ye Hanyue was shocked. She stared at Ye Qingning in disbelief, never expecting her to break through at this moment. Suddenly, she felt a sense of unease, especially since the spirit puppet at the spirit separation stage couldn't completely defeat Ye Qingning. If she broke through to the Yuaning stage, this fierce woman would be even more difficult to handle. She would not allow this to happen and could not give Ye Qingning any chance to counterattack. A ruthless look crossed Ye Hanyue's eyes as she secretly commanded the spirit puppet with her mind. Go! Bring her down so she can't get back up. The spirit puppet received the command and immediately lunged at Ye Qingning. Ye Qingning was deeply focused on breaking through a barrier, visualizing the nascent soul forming within her spiritual realm. Even though she sensed a strong feeling of danger approaching, she had no time to react. Don't worry, Ning Ning. I'm here. The little dog system flapped its tiny wings bravely. Even if it used up all its energy or was discovered, it would block this attack. The spirit puppet rushed forward, its giant silver claws aiming fiercely at Ye Qingning's head.
Bang!
A loud noise echoed, but instead of the expected splatter of flesh, a powerful rebound force sent the spirit puppet flying away. A dark figure appeared in front of Ye Qingning, raising a hand to block the puppet's attack. It was the elder overseeing the competition, his sharp gaze warning Ye Hanyue. Ye Hanyue's expression changed slightly. Before the elder could speak, she quickly explained, "Elder, it wasn't me. It charged on its own. It didn't know she was breaking through. I didn't command it." The spectators murmured and Xie Jibai scoffed. "Do you think we're blind? Your spirit puppet wouldn't have attacked if you hadn't given it the order. How shameless."
Exactly.
She must have secretly commanded it and still won't admit it. Truly despicable. Ye Hanyue clenched her fingers under her sleeve, maintaining an innocent expression. The elder scrutinized Ye Hanyue, his voice stern. "Watch your spirit puppet. According to the competition rules, no one is allowed to interfere during another's breakthrough. The contest will continue after the breakthrough. If you make another mistake, you will be disqualified from the competition." Ye Hanyue felt a chill in her heart and quickly nodded in agreement. After the elder finished speaking, he snorted and left. Ye Hanyue watched the elder walk away, wanting to grind her teeth in frustration, but she dared not act rashly, forced to watch as Ye Qingning continued her breakthrough. Above the arena, spiritual energy poured down like a waterfall, rushing wildly into Ye Qingning's body. Ye Qingning's aura grew stronger, as if she were a sharp sword drawn from its sheath. With a muffled sound, it seemed something within Ye Qingning shattered. In the next moment, a powerful aura surged around her. As the golden core in her spiritual abode shattered, a faintly glowing golden infant slowly emerged, radiating a strong presence. The golden infant looked like a smaller version of Ye Qingning, with clear features and a calm expression, as if it could leap out of the spiritual abode at any moment to fight alongside her. At that moment, deep within Ye Qingning's consciousness, an ancient cultivation technique suddenly appeared, rebirth of flesh and blood. Every character of this technique was deeply imprinted in her mind. Rebirth of flesh and blood, as the name suggests, allows the practitioner to quickly heal their body when facing fatal injuries, even regrowing severed limbs, and can bring them back to life when on the brink of death. When cultivated to a high level, it can enable the body to reach an indestructible state, allowing life to reassemble even after catastrophic disasters. Ye Qingning was shocked. When a cultivator breaks through to the infant stage, they may gain insights into techniques or master certain powers. These could include space techniques, time techniques, elemental control techniques, or transformation techniques, among others. Rebirth of flesh and blood is a healing technique, but she did not gain insight into it during her previous breakthrough to the infant stage. Could it be that she didn't experience such a beating during her last breakthrough? It seems that being struck led to this opportunity. Just as Ye Qingning thought this, she heard the system exclaiming, "Ning Ning." It's the thunder tribulation. Ye Qingning opened her eyes. Above the sky, thunder roared. As she looked up, she saw a thick silver lightning bolt tearing through the sky, carrying a terrifying pressure as it descended toward the competition platform. Ye Qingning felt no fear. Instead, she was excitedly waiting to be struck by the lightning. Not far away, the spirit puppet and Ye Hanyue sensed the pressure of the heavenly thunder and instinctively took a few steps back.
Boom!
The thick lightning struck down, and the power of the lightning instantly surged into Ye Qingning's body, where it was wildly devoured by the golden infant in her spiritual abode. Nourished by the power of the lightning, the golden infant seemed to gain endless energy, growing larger and shining even brighter. Ye Qingning guided this lightning power through her limbs, using it to refine her body. At the same time, she activated the newly learned flesh and blood rebirth technique. Although her shattered bones healed quickly during the battles, they still couldn't keep up with the rate of her injuries. After using the flesh and blood rebirth technique, the previously broken bones began to heal at a visible speed, nourished by the power of lightning. In a short time, they fully healed, and the healed bones even became tougher than before. Ye Qingning felt a surge of powerful energy within her and was filled with joy. The 7 bolts of heavenly lightning that struck during her breakthrough to the nascent soul stage greatly strengthened her body, transforming her completely. The disciples who had never seen Ye Qingning undergo the lightning tribulation were amazed today. They had never witnessed anyone pass it so smoothly. Above the sky, the dark tribulation clouds dispersed, revealing a blue sky. The sunlight fell like golden threads from the horizon. Ye Qingning stood proudly, her clothes billowing, surrounded by a golden glow, resembling a goddess descending. The audience of body cultivators could no longer contain their excitement and stood up, shouting, "Fight her!" With the elder's command to continue the match, Ye Qingning moved swiftly towards the spirit puppet. Ye Hanyue's expression twisted as she frantically issued commands to the spirit puppet. So, what if she broke through to the nascent soul stage? Could she surpass the spirit puppet at the separation stage? This time, she was determined to make Ye Qingning unable to stand again. She wanted everyone to see who the true victor was. Ye Qingning dashed towards the spirit puppet with astonishing speed, leaving behind afterimages. The spirit puppet reacted quickly, almost instantly countering as Ye Hanyue gave her command, charging towards Ye Qingning like a small mountain.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of their powers colliding, shocking the watching disciples. What stunned everyone even more was that after a loud crash, Ye Qingning landed a punch on the spirit puppet's abdomen, causing it to stagger backward. It's important to note that before her breakthrough, Ye Qingning could only take hits from the spirit puppet at the separation stage. In shock, Li Taihang from the spectator's seat shouted excitedly, "This is the Tiangang fist. It's the unique skill of Elder Feng from Penglai." Only Penglai disciples can practice it. The other Penglai disciples were equally excited. They had also trained under Elder Feng in the Tiangang fist, so why couldn't they unleash such power? The strength of this punch was not just at the spirit separation stage, it was at least at the out-of-body stage. Elder Feng was thrilled, looking at Yi Qingning with the same admiration he had for his own disciples. He had created this set of martial arts, but it was extremely difficult to master. Not only the disciples from the martial arts school, but even his top disciples could only grasp about 80% of its essence. Yi Qingning's ability to demonstrate such power had surpassed most martial arts disciples, making her an absolute standout. It was clear she had put in a lot of effort in her training. Elder Feng was overjoyed and couldn't help but say to the elder beside him, "Did you see that? I taught her this technique." As the fighting continued, Ye Hanyue's expression grew increasingly grim. She never expected Yi Qingning's strength would increase so much after breaking through to the nascent soul stage. If it weren't for the spirit puppet protecting her, she feared she would have already been hit by Yi Qingning's punches. Ye Hanyue's gaze turned cold as she shouted at the spirit puppet, "Knock her off the competition stage." She couldn't give Yi Qingning a chance. She had to win. The spirit puppet let out a thunderous roar that echoed, causing the spectators' ears to hurt. At the same time, the spirit puppet's aura suddenly surged, and it punched towards Yi Qingning. Under the pressure, everyone in the spectator seats felt a sense of danger. Yi Qingning's eyes sharpened, and without hesitation, she moved forward to meet the attack.
Boom!
The two forces collided violently, producing a deafening sound. Yi Qingning was pushed back a few steps, but managed to steady herself. Compared to before, when she was directly knocked back by the spirit puppet, Yi Qingning could now withstand its attack head-on. Although she was still at a disadvantage, the situation was clearly much better than before. This even caused some disciples who had bet everything they had to start feeling anxious. The spirit puppet noticed Ye Hanyue's harsh words and felt a flash of anger, launching another fierce attack at Yi Qingning. However, Yi Qingning seemed transformed. Instead of being knocked down like before, she found an opportunity to counterattack. How is this possible?" Ye Hanyue exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had clearly commanded the spirit puppet to give its all, so how could Yi Qingning still fight back? Bang! Another collision occurred, and Yi Qingning was forced back, but a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. After taking so many hits, she finally discovered the spirit puppet's weakness, specifically where its core was located. This smile made Ye Hanyue's heart tighten, and she suddenly realized something, but quickly dismissed it. It couldn't be.
Absolutely impossible.
Yi Qingning, that reckless woman, could only take hits. How could she find the spirit puppet's weakness? With her hands moving rapidly to cast spells, Ye Hanyue tried to make the spirit puppet unleash even greater power. Since Yi Qingning had found the core's location, she would surely act decisively. In a flash, she charged towards the spirit puppet again. Ye Hanyue steadied herself. Yi Qingning's small wooden sword was already broken. Even the most skilled sword cultivator could use anything as a sword, but Yi Qingning had nothing in her hands, not even a twig. So how could she fight? Even with a second chance at life, the previous Yi Qingning could not manifest sword intent. What was there to worry about? With her bare hands, she thought she could shatter the core. What a foolish dream. Yi Qingning moved like lightning, skillfully dodging the spirit puppet strike, her gaze locking onto the patella of its right hind leg. The surrounding energy surged, and every bone in her body erupted with explosive power. As she approached, the moment her right hand formed a fist, something strange happened to her hand bones. At her knuckles, 5 translucent white bone spikes visibly grew. This scene left everyone in awe. The 5 bone spikes resembled 5 extraordinary swords, gleaming coldly and radiating a chilling sharpness. With a punch, the 5 spikes shot forward like sharp blades, cutting through the air with a fierce sound, aimed directly at the patella of the spirit puppet's right hind leg. Crack! The spirit puppet's core was pierced by a bone spike, causing it to collapse to the ground. With a loud bang, the entire ground shook. As the core shattered, the massive body of the spirit puppet fell heavily, and no matter how Ye Hanyue called out, the puppet did not respond. The arena fell silent. Everyone stared in shock at the scene, as if time had stopped. How is this possible? How could a spirit puppet in the spirit division fall? How did she do it? The core of the spirit puppet is its core. She must have found its location and shattered it, causing the puppet to lose consciousness and become uncontrollable. That's incredible. She actually found the core's location. But what are those 5 bone spikes? Can any body cultivators explain? I can. In body cultivation techniques, there is a secret method called the bone refining technique. Once the bone refining technique is mastered to a certain level, bones can grow hard spikes like steel. At a high level, those spikes can even be refined into swords. She must have practiced the bone refining technique. That's amazing. She truly deserves to be a disciple of Penglai. Elder Foam took a while to recover from the shock. Bone spikes.
How old is she?
If not for her relentless training, how could she have reached this level? Good. She truly is the disciple he values. Ye Hanyue, seeing no response from the spirit puppet, looked at Ye Qingning with a mix of caution and anger. Ye Qingning smiled, stepping on the spirit puppet's head, and said, "Such a powerful spirit puppet, yet it has met such a fate. I wonder if the Ye family's puppet master can fix it." Ye Hanyue was furious, ready to explode. But she could only grip her sword tightly and shout, "Ye Qingning, you destroyed my treasure and ruined my spirit puppet. You. She held back the words, "You should die," knowing that the elder overseeing the match was right beside them. Ye Qingning retracted the bone spikes and smiled. "It's your turn now." Hearing Ye Qingning's words, Ye Hanyue's expression suddenly darkened, her angry eyes mixed with a hint of fear. Her spirit puppet was destroyed, and she couldn't fight anymore. Meanwhile, Ye Qingning had broken through to the nascent soul stage. How could she compete with Ye Qingning now? The spirit puppet was her trump card. How could a nascent soul destroy the core of a spirit puppet that was at the spirit separation stage? How did Ye Qingning become so powerful? In her past life, Ye Qingning didn't have such strength and didn't break through to the nascent soul during the big competition. She hadn't even reached the nascent soul stage herself. No, she couldn't lose. She had to win. If she lost to Ye Qingning, how would her parents and the elders of the Ye family see her? Wouldn't Xie Jibai pay even more attention to Ye Qingning? She would never allow that to happen. In her past life, she had shone brightly in the immortal sect competition. In this life, how could she be defeated by Ye Qingning? Ye Hanyue bit her lip tightly, knowing she had no way out. She had to give it her all to have a chance of winning. Ye Qingning, don't get too proud. Even without my spirit puppet, I'm not so easy to defeat. Ye Qingning didn't want to waste time talking and charged at Ye Hanyue. Seeing this, Ye Hanyue's expression tightened as she swung her sword fiercely to meet the attack. However, the difference between the golden core and nascent soul stages was significant. Although sword cultivators could fight beyond their level, Ye Hanyue's sword techniques couldn't suppress Ye Qingning's power, let alone fight at a higher level. After a few exchanges, Ye Hanyue was forced to retreat repeatedly, her clothes torn by the fierce wind from the punches, revealing her fair skin. Ye Hanyue gritted her teeth and swung her sword again, sending waves of sword energy toward Ye Qingning. But her proud swordsmanship still couldn't hurt Ye Qingning at all. Bang! The clash of sword energy and punch wind created a loud noise. Ye Hanyue felt a tremendous force hit her, sending her flying backward. Poof! She spat out a mouthful of blood, her face turning pale as paper. But Ye Qingning didn't stop attacking. She leaped forward, closing in on Ye Hanyue, and suddenly threw a punch. The punch wind howled, carrying the power to shake mountains and rivers, striking Ye Hanyue's chest like a violent storm. Bang! A loud crash echoed as Ye Hanyue was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, landing heavily at the edge of the arena, resembling a large pancake hit by a giant hammer. Blood poured from her mouth, and as she tried to struggle to her feet, the intense pain in her chest left her unable to move. Crack! A sharp sound rang out as a crack appeared in the spirit weave armor she was wearing, shocking Ye Hanyue. The spirit weave armor was specially made for her by the Ye family, crafted from rare materials like ice silkworm silk and frost crystal. It was designed to absorb damage and withstand full-force attacks from cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Ye Hanyue had never worn such armor before, relying on Ye Qingning to act as her shield. Now, the armor had cracked under Ye Qingning's punch, showing just how powerful that strike was. Gritting her teeth, Ye Hanyue realized that without the armor to absorb the blow, her ribs would have likely been shattered. She shot a resentful glare at Ye Qingning, filled with unwillingness, and quickly summoned her inner energy to support herself with her sword, preventing herself from collapsing to the ground. Unable to hold back any longer, she coughed up blood and muttered angrily, "Ye Qingning, you deserve to pay for this. I tell you, the Ye family will not let you go. You hurt me today, and I will make you pay back 1,000-fold in the future." Not just pay back. When Ye Qingning fell into the hands of the Ye family, she would ensure that Ye Qingning faced severe punishment. Ye Qingning smirked coldly, a look of disdain on her face. "Do you really think mentioning the Ye family will help you now? Do you think bringing them up will change your fate? Dreaming won't get you anywhere. Ye Hanyue was so furious that she spat blood again. Ye Qingning spoke the truth. No matter what, the Ye family would not spare her. A vicious glint flashed in Ye Hanyue's eyes as she swallowed a healing pill and focused her energy, gripping her sword tightly. She swung it fiercely at Ye Qingning. Bang! Ye Hanyue was knocked back once more, landing awkwardly on the ground, resembling a dog in distress, and coughed up more blood. Struggling to stand up, her body felt drained of all strength, unable to rise again. Ye Qingning walked up to the woman, not saying a word, and unleashed a series of punches like a storm upon Ye Hanyue. Ye Hanyue let out a painful scream, shouting and cursing, "You crazy woman! Bully! How dare you!
Stop it!"
Ye Qingning seemed not to hear, continuing to strike Ye Hanyue with punches and kicks, each blow causing Ye Hanyue to spit blood and cry out in pain. The spectators were silent, stunned. Many disciples, seeing Ye Hanyue being beaten so badly, swallowed hard, cold sweat dripping down their faces. Someone stammered, This. Won't you get killed?" "Kill? It's just a match. There's no rule against admitting defeat." "Exactly. Ye Hanyue clearly doesn't want to admit defeat. Besides, before Ye Qingning broke through, she was also beaten badly by the spirit puppet. Why do you feel sorry for Ye Hanyue now?" The body training disciples were all clear-headed. They thought it was right to beat her, hoping Ye Hanyue would be so badly beaten that even her mother wouldn't recognize her. As long as no one was killed, it didn't break the rules of the match. Bang! Another punch landed, and Ye Hanyue spat out a mouthful of blood, her head hitting the ground hard, nearly losing consciousness. When she met Ye Qingning's cold gaze, she shivered, a wave of indescribable fear washing over her. She was scared, truly scared. She had never imagined Ye Qingning could become so terrifying, so ruthless. I admit defeat," Ye Hanyue managed to say, her voice hoarse and trembling. She didn't want to be hit anymore. She felt as if her bones were breaking. She had thought Ye Qingning would throw her off the stage, but Ye Qingning showed no intention of letting her go. She wanted her to admit defeat in utter humiliation. It was frustrating, truly frustrating. The one who should have lost was Ye Qingning. Why had everything turned around? Why did she have to lose to someone who took her place? Why did she have to lose face in front of the entire sect? She would remember this humiliation. Ye Qingning better pray she never falls into the hands of the Ye family. The result of the third round of the Golden Elixir Group match is in. Ye Qingning from the Penglai sect wins. After the elder announced the result, Xie Jibai and her companions couldn't help but cheer. Especially Bai Wei, who felt a sense of revenge, as the pain from the wound inflicted by Ye Hanyue suddenly faded away. Feng Weiyang was so happy that he stood up from his seat. His junior sister had won, and he had to congratulate her. He also remembered to bring Xin Xuanli along, since Xin Xuanli had helped his junior sister in the match. On the competition stage, Ye Hanyue bit her lip and forcefully recalled her spirit puppet, stumbling as she walked off the stage while glaring angrily at Ye Qingning. Ye Qingning didn't mind at all. At that moment, she was thinking about how she had wagered almost all her spirit stones. She wondered how much she had actually won. In this world, there are always those who are happy and those who are sad. Once the result of the match between Ye Qingning and Ye Hanyue was announced, the disciples who had bet on Ye Hanyue's victory were left with nothing. They all wore long faces, and if you had to sum it up in one phrase, it would be, "The little one is sad, but the little one won't say it." They really had nothing to say, because everyone accepted that Ye Qingning deserved to win. Now that they had lost their bets, they could only blame themselves for misjudging the situation. The Ye family had given Ye Hanyue a spirit puppet to assist her, but who would have thought that even with a spirit puppet of the spirit separation stage, Ye Hanyue would still lose? If they had known, they wouldn't have bet so much. Now, they were left with nothing and wondered how they would get by in the future. Of course, a few insightful disciples had bet on Ye Qingning to win and were now happily rushing to the betting table outside the viewing area. They shouted, "This is great. We hit the jackpot. I told you not to underestimate the disciples of the Penglai sect, but you didn't believe me. Now you've lost everything." As Ye Qingning walked off the competition stage and headed toward the viewing area, she spotted Feng Wuyang and Xin Xuanli approaching her, along with Bai Wei, Si Qian, and Xie Nan waving at her. Even Li Taihang and Song Zian came over to congratulate her. In an instant, Ye Qingning was surrounded. Not far away, Xie Jibai wanted to come over, but stopped in his tracks upon seeing the crowd around Ye Qingning, his fists clenched tightly. Now, does he no longer have the chance to talk to her? Feng Wuyang laughed heartily, wishing he could send Ye Qingning a few more bugs. "Congratulations, little junior sister, on winning the competition. I knew you could do it. Tonight, I'll arrange a celebration for you." Ye Qingning was not modest and happily agreed. Winning against the crazy old lady was indeed worth celebrating, but she should be the one to pay for the spirit stones. Xin Xuanli's gaze fell on Ye Qingning. This competition made him see her in a new light, and he thought to himself, "The master has a good eye." His usually cold voice had a hint of warmth as he said, "Congratulations." Ye Qingning smiled lightly and replied, "I should thank you, senior brother. Thanks to your guidance on my sword technique, I appreciate it." Xin Xuanli nodded slightly, knowing in his heart that even without his guidance, she would still have won the competition. "Junior sister Yi, your Tiangang fist was amazing. When you have time, can you spar with me?" Li Taihang grinned foolishly and waited for Xin Xuanli to finish speaking before daring to ask, genuinely wanting to practice. Before Ye Qingning could agree, Song Zian said from the side, "Junior sister Yi is now in the nascent soul stage. Aren't you afraid she might defeat you?" Li Taihang scratched his head and chuckled. "I know junior sister Yi will definitely go easy on me." Ye Qingning showed a faint smile and said, "All right, when I have some free time, I will definitely spar with senior brother Li." Hearing this, Li Taihang was overjoyed and quickly thanked her. At that moment, Bai Wei and the others also gathered around. Noticing Ye Qingning's clothes were torn and stained with blood, Xie Nan quietly reminded her, "Junior sister Yi, there is a spirit spring on the island. Why don't you go soak in it with senior sister Bai?" Bai Wei nodded repeatedly. Although Ye Qingning had won the competition and reached the nascent soul stage, her blood-stained appearance was quite concerning. It was only then that Ye Qingning realized her disciple's robe was stained with blood and had multiple tears. She definitely couldn't wear it anymore. Feng Wuyang quickly added, Yes. There is a spirit spring on the island. Junior sister, hurry and go soak. Coincidentally, Xuanli and I are going too. Let's go together." Xin Xuanli? Ye Qingning and her friends knew about the existence of the blue spirit spring, but finding a place to dig a pit for it was a big problem. Fortunately, there was a spirit spring on the island that could help injured disciples recover. However, Xie Nan and Xie Qian had competitions to attend and could not go, so Ye Qingning, Bai Wei, Feng Wuyo, and Xin Xuanli went to the spirit spring on the island together. As they passed the gambling table, Qi Fifan was surrounded by dozens of disciples. Compared to the earlier scene of many people placing bets, there were now far fewer. Just by looking at Qi Fifan's cheerful expression, Ye Qingning could tell he had made a lot of money from the gambling. Upon seeing Ye Qingning, Qi Fifan waved excitedly, as if he had seen a fortune. "Junior Sister Yi, I'm busy right now, but I'll come find you later." Junior Sister Yi had helped him earn a lot, and besides the spirit stones she won, he had to show his appreciation. Ye Qingning thought the same way. As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted. She had already bet a considerable amount of spirit stones and won even more, so she didn't want to attract unwanted attention. The spirit spring was located in the northwest corner of the floating island. It took about 15 minutes to reach it from the central competition arena. There were many spirit springs here, both large and small. The smallest was about 10 feet in diameter, while the largest was several dozen feet across, with each spring separated by barriers. Disciples coming to soak in the spirit springs could choose a size that suited their needs. The prices for each spring varied. Larger ones were more expensive, while smaller ones were cheaper. If spirit stones were not charged, disciples from various sects would likely crowd the springs every day. However, considering that charging for the springs might seem stingy, someone clever came up with a solution by creating spirit springs with different effects. Disciples could choose to add one or more types of medicinal herbs to enhance the effects of the spirit springs, which required an additional fee in spirit stones. Though they charged spirit stones, the prices for these herbs were half of what they were outside. This move was well received by the disciples, as they could soak in the springs and cultivate at a lower price, making it a win-win situation. Ye Qingning's injuries had healed, but since Bai Wei's chest wound was still not fully healed, she chose one herb to speed up healing and another to strengthen the body. Feng Wuyang and Shen Xuanli were both wealthy in spirit stones, and they asked for everything right away. When choosing a spirit spring, Ye Qingning picked one that was about 3 meters wide, enough for her and Bai Wei to soak in together. Shen Xuanli and Feng Wuyang chose the largest one, which could fit dozens of disciples without feeling crowded. Ye Qingning didn't understand why two big men would share a spirit spring. Were they afraid of being too close? Would they each take a side and have to shout to talk? Ye Qingning didn't grasp men's thoughts and went with Bai Wei to the spirit spring that could accommodate 2 people. The spirit spring was surrounded by a barrier, and the inside was hidden from view. To enter, one needed a specific token. The spirit spring was filled with rich spiritual energy, creating a white mist. As herbs were added, the water began to emit a light fragrance, refreshing and pleasant. Seeing Ye Qingning remove her blood-stained clothes, Bai Wei noticed her wounds had healed and felt relieved, amazed by the healing ability of body cultivators. Once in the spirit spring, Bai Wei still felt some pain in her chest wound, but she could tell it was healing gradually. However, Bai Wei was more worried about the upcoming ranking competition. Ning, the elimination round should finish in a few days, and then the ranking competition will start. Now that you've broken through to the nascent soul stage, you'll compete in that group. I calculated roughly that after the elimination rounds, about 20 to 30 disciples will enter the nascent soul ranking competition. The rules for the ranking competition are different, and I'm a bit worried since you just broke through. I fear they will all challenge you. Ye Qingning listened to Bai Wei and gave her a reassuring look. The rules for the 3rd stage of the Immortal Sect competition had indeed changed. In her previous life, although she was eliminated early, she had watched the later matches and knew the rules. In the 3rd round of the ranking competition, all successful disciples would still be grouped by their cultivation level. The difference was that the initial rankings for each group would be determined by random drawing the day before the matches began. For example, with 30 participants, numbers 1 to 30 would be drawn randomly. Whoever draws number 1 will be the provisional first place, and whoever draws number 30 will be the last. Disciples ranked lower can challenge those ranked above them. If a challenge is successful, the challenger will take the opponent's rank, and the defeated disciple will drop to the challenger's rank. For example, if the disciple ranked 30 challenges the disciple ranked 19 and wins, the 30-ranked disciple will become 19th, while the original 19th will drop to 30. Conversely, if the challenge fails, the rankings remain unchanged. However, each person has only 3 opportunities to challenge others during the ranking phase. The ranking competition lasts for 3 days, and the top 10 disciples will win. If the 3 days pass and no one initiates any challenges, the ranking competition will end early. Ye Qingning understands what Bai Wei is worried about. She is currently at the early stage of the nascent soul, while there are disciples at the peak of the nascent soul in her group. Anyone would likely challenge disciples at a lower level than themselves. But since she is here, she will face any challenges head-on and strive to break into the top 10. However, based on her experience from her previous life, the initial rankings drawn in the competition do hold some significance. She clearly remembers that the ranking competition for those above the nascent soul was like a battle of deities, with various techniques and methods dazzling to behold. The 10th rank is often challenged the most, acting as a sort of gatekeeper. In contrast, the top-ranked disciples are rarely challenged in the early stages of the competition. This is because if they succeed in a challenge, they become targets for everyone else, often facing multiple challenges in a row without a break. Disciples who start at the bottom rank have no need to worry about being challenged. Thus, throughout the ranking competition, success relies not only on strength, but also on strategy. With only 3 chances to challenge, knowing when and whom to challenge is crucial for entering the top 10. After finishing at the Spirit Spring, it was already evening. When Ye Qingning and Bai Wei came out, Shen Xuanli and Feng Wuyang were sitting in the pavilion enjoying tea. Ye Qingning gained a new understanding of how quickly a man could use the Spirit Spring, one word: fast. No matter how many benefits the Spirit Spring has, speed is what matters. The 2 men changed their clothes. Shen Xuanli wore a silver robe that made him look even cooler, while Feng Wuyao donned a striking red robe and held a red folding fan, making it seem like he was preparing for a grand ceremony. According to Feng Wuyao, they had to dress festively to celebrate Ye Qingning tonight. He also commented that Shen Xuanli's outfit was too plain and suggested that he should wear something more colorful, like his own vibrant attire, saying that beauty comes from both the person and their clothes. After leaving the Spirit Spring Garden, Ye Qingning first went to find Qi Fifan, while Feng Wuyao and Shen Xuanli headed to Xianwei Restaurant. On the way, Ye Qingning received messages from Si Qian and Si Nan, both of whom had won their matches in the 3rd round and successfully entered the Golden Core Group rankings. Ye Qingning was happy for them and replied, agreeing to meet later, then went with Bai Wei to Qi Fifan's room. Qi Fifan's accommodation was a small single room. Although it was small, the room was filled with impressive items, each exuding a sense of wealth. When Qi Fifan saw Ye Qingning, his eyes lit up, and he welcomed her in like a fortune god. After inviting Bai Wei to sit down, he eagerly handed Ye Qingning a storage bag. With excitement in his voice, he said, "Junior Sister Yi, you placed a bet of 350,000 top-quality spirit stones earlier, and with a 1-to-6 payout, you are entitled to 2,100,000 top-quality spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Bai Wei's eyes widened in shock. 2 million? And top-quality spirit stones? That could buy the Falling Cloud sect. Ye Qingning is so bold. Betting 350,000 top-quality spirit stones. If it were her, she wouldn't have dared to bet that much. It's only right that Ye Qingning earns it. Qi Fifan chuckled at Bai Wei's comment. Do you want to buy the Falling Cloud sect? That struggling sect isn't worth that many spirit stones. However, with these spirit stones, we could buy a mountain in our sect and still have plenty left over. Only after becoming a core disciple can one qualify to make a purchase. I am ready with spirit stones, but I don't have the qualification to buy. If there's a chance in the future, how about we buy a nearby mountain, Sister Yi? Ye Qingning nodded in agreement. Being neighbors with a second-generation immortal is definitely a good idea. She was delighted that she had saved enough money to buy the mountain. It felt like a gamble that turned out well, and now she just needed to advance to become a core disciple. Ye Qingning took the storage bag and scanned it with her spirit sense, but she found that the number of spirit stones Qi Fifan gave her was incorrect. To be precise, he gave her too many, 20,000 more high-quality spirit stones. She said, Brother Qi, did you take the wrong storage bag or miscount? There are 20,000 high-quality spirit stones too many in here. Qi Fifan shook his head, smiling so widely that his eyes nearly closed. If it weren't for Sister Yi giving her all to win the competition, I wouldn't have made a profit at all. I would have lost everything and faced a serious scolding from my parents. This 20,000 high-quality spirit stones is my small gesture. Please don't decline it, Sister Yi. The other disciples from the Yi family all place significant bets, while I am the house and earn more than you. Yi Qingning knew Qi Fifan was telling the truth. Many disciples from major sects were from the Yi family, and if they had known Ye Hanyue's secret in advance, they would have bet heavily. Assuming there were 1,000 people betting in the entire immortal sect, with each betting 3,000 high-quality spirit stones, that would total 3 million high-quality spirit stones. Moreover, many disciples from large sects bet tens of thousands of high-quality spirit stones, even their entire fortunes. Qi Fifan must have made at least a few million high-quality spirit stones, making him a true winner. Seeing that Qi Fifan insisted on giving her the spirit stones, she didn't refuse any longer. Thank you, Brother Qi. I won't be polite. That's the spirit. Let's go to Xianwei restaurant. Tonight, you can eat and drink as much as you want, and I'll cover all the costs. Qi Fifan smiled brightly. Having earned so many spirit stones, he couldn't miss the chance to celebrate and didn't forget to invite Song Zian and others to join in for a lively gathering. This made Yi Qingning think of a phrase. Tonight's expenses are all on young Master Qi. Time flew by. 3 days later, the second round of eliminations ended, and the winning disciples entered the third round of rankings. The day before the ranking matches, the winners gathered at the drawing square for a random draw to determine their initial rankings, with the official matches starting the next day. As soon as the sun rose, Yi Qingning and a few others headed to the drawing square. Since all groups were drawing today, the square was bustling with activity. Upon arriving, Yi Qingning spotted some familiar faces: the hot-tempered Jiang Shaoling, Lu Linyuan, and Wen Xingshu. At that moment, Yi Qingning realized that she was in the same group as Jiang Shaoling and Lu Linyuan for the ranking draw, which made her feel quite pressured. In recent days, Yi Qingning had become a prominent figure in the sect, as many of the direct disciples had also reached the nascent soul stage. Jiang Shaoling joined the sect later, but had quickly caught up to Lu Linyuan, who had been stuck at a bottleneck for years. Meanwhile, Wen Xingshu had already broken through to the out-of-body stage before the competition. Some direct disciples had been stuck at the nascent soul stage for decades or even centuries without making any progress, showing how difficult it became to advance at higher levels. Often, a breakthrough requires an opportunity. If she hadn't entered the Yunshan's secret realm and obtained the Thunder Flame fruit, she might still be struggling to break through to the Golden Core stage. Soon, under the guidance of the elders, the disciples lined up to draw lots according to their groups. When it was time for the nascent soul group, the system had already counted the number of participants for Yi Qingning. The nascent soul group originally had 26 people, but since you changed groups, it is now 27. How many numbers do you want to draw? I can fly into the drawing barrel to show you. Yi Qingning shook her head at this. She felt that as long as she didn't draw number 10, which was the goalkeeper, any other ranking would be fine. So why cheat? Besides, she had brought her lucky red string, so everything was up to fate. When it was Yi Qingning's turn to draw, Jiang Shaoling and Lu Linyuan had already drawn their provisional rankings. Lu Linyuan drew number 3, while Jiang Shaoling drew number 14, a neutral ranking. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qingning reached into the drawing barrel and quickly pulled out a slip. The bottom of the slip boldly displayed a familiar large character. 1. Yi Qingning was momentarily stunned. This was not the first time she had drawn number 1. It seemed she had a special connection with it. Penglai sect's Yi Qingning is provisionally ranked first in the Yuanying group competition. As the elder announced the draw results, the crowd erupted in surprise. Oh my! She drew number 1 again. I think this is the third time. She really has a knack for drawing number 1, but being provisionally ranked first isn't necessarily a good thing. She'll likely face many challenges from others. That's true. But remember how she shattered the spirit core of that spirit puppet during the distraction phase? Even after being beaten badly, she didn't give up. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't challenge her. You're right, but it's hard to say. May our ancestors bless me to draw a lower rank. That way, I can just challenge others. Yes, yes. Lower ranks are better. For the first 2 days, I won't have to challenge anyone. I can wait to see who in the top 10 gets worn out from challenges before I step in. That way, I can secure a spot in the top 10. Hey, that's actually a good plan. You're really clever. From a distance, Zhang Xiaoling saw Ye Qingning draw number 1 and smirked, leaving his companion Lu Linyuan confused. What was his little junior brother up to? Was drawing number 1 really that funny? Or did he want to challenge the younger sister who hadn't even joined the sect yet? Was he out of his mind? Their master had refined so many pills, yet none had fixed his brother's thinking. No wonder their master warned him to stay away from her. Zhang Xiaoling understood now. If you dislike someone, no matter how you look at them, they will always be unlikable. The best approach is to avoid each other. He also sent a message. Little junior brother, I advise you not to challenge her. If you win, that's fine, but if you lose, you'll be the one embarrassed. If you end up like Ye Hanyue, don't come crying to me. Zhang Xiaoling. So, who exactly is your senior brother? Why are you siding with her? Everyone was acting like the old man, supporting her. Even if he didn't challenge her, he couldn't stop others from doing so. If she wanted to win the competition and become a core disciple, it wouldn't be easy. Ye Qingning was already a Yuanian cultivator and had sharp hearing, so she naturally heard Zhang Xiaoling's mocking laughter and knew what he was laughing about. Rank 1 can only wait to be challenged by others. Just like rank 10, both are targets for concentrated challenges. In contrast to rank 1, she remembers that in her previous life, the disciple ranked second in the out-of-body group was never challenged at all, as if forgotten, winning the final match without a fight. She touched the red string on her wrist and thought, I wish to trade 100 years of my former partner's life for a chance to win without effort. May all gods bless me. The next day, the ranking competition officially began. The Qi Refining and Foundation establishment groups had the most participants, and their ranking matches lasted 3 full days, with some not even getting a chance to challenge. Although the Golden Core group had significantly fewer participants, there were still around 40 to 50, with only the top 10 advancing to the finals, making the competition fierce. In the final top 10, 8 were from the Penglai sect, showing an overwhelming advantage. The other 2 were the impressive Xie Jibai and a male sword cultivator from the Tianyu sect. Among the 8 disciples from the Penglai sect, the inner disciple Luo Feiyu firmly held the first rank. Ranked lower, other disciples challenged him 9 times, winning all 9 battles, a record that amazed many, making him a dark horse in the Golden Core group. It could indeed be called a dark horse, as Ye Qingning had heard of Luo Feiyu when she entered the inner sect. She knew he had been at the Golden Core stage for many years, making him one of the best, but she didn't expect his fighting ability to be so enduring, which made him even more famous. She even noticed that after winning 9 matches, Luo Feiyu seemed to be on the verge of breaking through, and she thought it was time to add the senior as a friend. Perhaps opportunities would arise. Among the top 10, only 2 people were familiar and close to Ye Qingning. One was Si Qian, and the other was the sharp-tongued Song Zian. Li Taihang, Mu Xingchen, and Xinan all felt regretful, ranked in the teens and unable to reach the finals. With the Golden Core group rankings concluded, the Yuan group rankings officially began. In the waiting area, Ye Qingning sat quietly, trying to minimize her presence. During these days, whenever she had free time, she practiced drawing talismans, knowing that if she faced a will battle, she could last longer with the help of her talismans. On that day during the drawing of lots, she noticed that almost all the disciples entering the nascent soul group ranking competition were from the 4 major sects, indicating their strength. As she had said before, in the end, the competition was really just a contest among the disciples of the 4 major sections. The elder glanced around and announced, the ranking competition officially begins. Disciples who wish to challenge can raise their hands and state their opponent. I will arrange the matches based on the order of raised hands. As soon as he finished speaking, many disciples eagerly prepared for the competition. A male disciple from the Wuliang sect stood up. I am Ye Hanyue from the Wuliang sect, challenging Lu Linyuan from the Penglai sect. In that moment, when the Wuliang sect disciple called out Penglai sect, Qingning felt a sudden wave of nervousness, similar to the fear of being called on by a teacher in class. Hearing the name Lu Linyuan, she finally relaxed. She had thought that the top few would likely not be challenged at the beginning, but now it seemed there were no certainties. The elder nodded and announced, the 20th-ranked Ye Hanyue from the Wuliang sect challenges the 3rd-ranked Lu Linyuan from the Penglai sect. Please, both disciples, take the stage for the match. As the elder finished speaking, the two stepped onto the high platform. Immediately, some disciples from the Wuliang sect stood up to cheer. Brother Ye Hanyue, defeat him. Show the Penglai sect the strength of our Wuliang sect. The atmosphere began to grow tense. Lu Linyuan, however, remained calm and cupped his fists, saying, I am Lu Linyuan from the Penglai sect.
Please guide me.
Ye Hanyue sneered, his eyes filled with provocation, and also cupped his hands. I am Ye Hanyue from the Wuliang sect. Please teach me. As he spoke, a long sword appeared in Ye Hanyue's hand, glowing with a faint blue light, and a sharp sword intent spread out, aiming directly at Lu Linyuan. Cheers erupted from the waiting area, as if this sword would guarantee victory. The excited system couldn't help but gossip. Qingning, why do you think Ye Hanyue challenged Lu Linyuan right away? Qingning felt like a curious creature in a field, suddenly sensing something interesting. She truly hadn't expected to witness such drama during the ranking competition. Stop teasing and just tell me. I thought Ye Hanyue looked like he had a grudge against Lu Linyuan. The system chuckled and began to explain. Ye Hanyue is the 4th disciple of the Grand Elder of the Wuliang sect. His talent is among the best among his peers. He challenged Lu Linyuan right away because of his junior sister. Oh? Is this going to be another cliché love triangle? The system laughed foolishly. Ye Hanyue likes his junior sister. Once, while they were out training, they got separated. Ye Hanyue searched everywhere but couldn't find her. After they got separated, his junior sister was attacked by some beasts. Just when her life was in danger, she was saved by Jiang Shaoling, who was looking for a Bai Yen flower, and she developed feelings for him. Wait, who did you say? Jiang Shaoling. At that time, for some reason, he was wearing a mask. Ye Hanyue's junior sister was injured, and, after he treated her, she insisted on following him until Ye Hanyue found her. Jiang Shaoling was annoyed by her following him. So when Ye Hanyue and his junior sister asked for his name, he casually mentioned Lu Linyuan's name. Although the two brothers have different temperaments, they look very similar. Since the three of them were not familiar with each other, when they finally met the real Lu Linyuan, Ye Hanyue and his junior sister didn't notice anything unusual. The twist is that when they returned, Ye Hanyue's junior sister painted a picture of Lu Linyuan, and Ye Hanyue happened to see it. He became extremely jealous and, whenever he had the chance, he challenged Lu Linyuan. Qingning clicked her tongue. It really was quite dramatic. She had seen brothers being put in difficult situations, but never like this. Lu Linyuan was definitely a victim, carrying both hatred and romantic troubles. She wondered if Lu Linyuan would give Jiang Shaoling a good beating if he found out. After an intense battle, the two finally determined a winner. The elder announced, in the first challenge, Lu Linyuan from the Penglai sect wins. The rankings remain unchanged. Once the result was announced, the disciples of the Wuliang sect could no longer be happy. Ye Hanyue was extremely dissatisfied and wanted to challenge Lu Linyuan again, but someone else had already stepped up to challenge others. Qingning was a bit nervous at first, but after hearing the system's story, she felt much better. It seems that gossip is indeed the modern internet user's favorite pastime. From the morning until the end of the evening, the first day of challenges for the Yuaning group came to an end. To Qingning's surprise, no one challenged her throughout the entire day. The second-ranked Xian Mo, who is the wealthy second elder's second disciple and has late-stage Yuaning cultivation, was also overlooked like her. The most challenges were faced by those ranked 7th to 10th, especially the 10th, as she lost track of how many challengers had come and gone. On the second day, as soon as the sun rose, Qingning got up. The first thing she did after getting out of bed was to hold a red string and sincerely bow towards the rising sun in the east before getting ready to go to the competition stage. Compared to yesterday, today's matches were more intense, especially among the top 10 disciples. Except for her, the other 9 were all challenged. She initially thought Jiang Shaoling would challenge her since he seemed to dislike her, but unexpectedly, he chose to challenge Qian Mo instead. Qian Mo was no pushover either. Their exchanges felt like 2 giant mountains colliding, producing loud, piercing sounds. Ye Qingning admired Qian Mo's remarkable strength, as he was indeed the favored disciple of the second elder. Even when facing the talented Jiang Shaoling, he handled himself with ease. In the end, Jiang Shaoling made a critical mistake and was defeated by Qian Mo, much to the system's delight. Today's matches also saw an unexpected contender emerge. Chen Yunshin, an inner disciple from Penglai, surprisingly defeated Su Ke, the little disciple of the 4th major sect, Yuqing sect. Su Ke was the legitimate son of the prominent Su family and the sibling of Su Chansher, who was left in Penglai to face punishment. Su Ke had shown great talent since childhood and was taken in as a disciple by the Yuqing sect's leader, quickly rising to fame. During this ranking competition, all the disciples from Yuqing sect believed Su Ke would secure a win, and even if challenged, he wouldn't lose. However, Chen Yunshin defeated Su Ke with overwhelming force, shocking everyone present. Ye Qingning was also stunned, as she knew that Chen Yunshin had just recently broken through to the Yuaning stage, and she had previously helped him during his tribulation. Although Chen Yunshin was quite famous among the inner disciples and often won in the monthly arena competitions, his strength was still somewhat lacking compared to the direct disciples. Unexpectedly, it hasn't been long since breaking through to the Yuaning stage, and she has already defeated the little disciple of the Yuqing sect's leader. System, there's nothing strange about it. He must have watched many matches during this time and learned from them, which greatly improved his strength. Ye Qingning thought the system made a good point. Watching others compete can indeed provide a lot of experience and skills, possibly leading to breakthroughs and increased strength. On the last day of the ranking competition, the battles were extremely intense. Almost all the disciples had used their 2 challenge opportunities in the first 2 days, making today crucial. What surprised Ye Qingning was that, as the ranking was about to end, no one chose to challenge her. Her ranking seemed firmly fixed at first place. Could it be that the gods truly heard her wishes and made them come true? She could really make it to the final match. It wasn't that no one wanted to challenge Ye Qingning. Rather, after watching her match against Ye Hanyue, all the Yuaning stage disciples felt that Ye Qingning was not easy to deal with. After all, if it were them, it would be nearly impossible to defeat a spirit puppet at the Shinshin stage, especially since Ye Qingning had mastered several paths, making her quite troublesome to face. Instead of challenging her, they preferred to challenge others, including Su Ke, who dropped to 19th place after being defeated by Chen Yunshin. Even though he had the chance to challenge Ye Qingning, he chose to challenge someone else at the last moment. Even before coming, Su Ruashi had told Su Ke about her punishment, saying she couldn't participate in the assessment for a year due to being whipped, all thanks to Ye Qingning. Su Ke wanted to stand up for his sister, but when he thought about how difficult Ye Qingning was to face against the spirit puppet, he decisively gave up. Standing up for his sister was important, but winning the ranking competition was even more crucial. Thus, everyone considered challenging Ye Qingning but ultimately chose others instead. Ye Qingning sat in the waiting area all day, her bottom going numb. As the hour arrived, the matches on stage had just concluded. An elder took the stage and solemnly announced, "The Yuaning group ranking competition has ended. The top 10 disciples have succeeded and earned the qualification to enter the 4th stage, the ultimate finals. The specific rules for the final match will be announced after the ranking matches of each group are completed." Ye Qingning blinked, feeling as if she were dreaming. Looking closely at the top 10 list, besides her being in first place, 5 of the 10 were also disciples from Penglai. Among them were Lu Linyuan, the second elder's disciple Qian Mo, the dark horse Chen Yunshin, and Zongjing, the second disciple of Qi Lian, the father of Qi Fifan. Another was the hot-tempered Jiang Shaoling, who managed to squeeze into 9th place just before the end of the competition. The other 4 disciples included 2 from Wuliang sect, 1 from Tianyu sect, and the last was Su Ko, the little disciple of the Yuqing sect leader, who won the competition at the last moment to become 10th. Bai Wei and Xi Qian were initially worried that Yi Qingning would face continuous challenges, but unexpectedly, during the 3 days of ranking matches, Yi Qingning didn't compete at all and directly advanced to the final match. The group was filled with excitement as they surrounded Yi Qingning when she came out of the waiting area. "That's great, Ningning. I knew you could make it to the final match." Bai Wei's eyes were red with excitement. Although she was worried about Yi Qingning facing a series of challenges, she believed in her strength to reach the finals. "Congratulations, junior sister Yi, on reaching the final match. I wish you success and hope you become a core disciple." Xi Nan sincerely congratulated her. As long as one ranks high in the competition, they can receive rewards from their sect, and the ultimate winner will become a core disciple. Now, junior sister Yi is just one step away from becoming a core disciple. Don't say just that, sister. If junior sister wins the final match, she won't just become a core disciple, she'll also qualify for the Tianjiao assessment and have a chance to enter the Tianjiao list. Once on the list, there's a chance to ascend to the Master Hall and be chosen as a direct disciple. Ah, I can't even imagine that. But junior sister, I know you can do it, Xi Qian exclaimed. She was already satisfied with her own achievement of entering the top 10 in the Jindan group and didn't have high hopes for the final match. Based on previous competition formats, the final showdown would likely be similar to before, without group divisions, and the matches would no longer be one-on-one. Let her, a golden core stage cultivator, compete for the final victory against those at the nascent soul, out-of-body, and spirit separation stages. No matter how brave she is, she wouldn't dare to think too much about it. Being a core disciple is not easy. But Sister Ning is different. Sister Ning definitely has that kind of strength. Whether she can win over Lan Lingquan depends entirely on whether Sister Ning can become a core disciple. Because without the status of a core disciple, even if they gather enough spirit stones, they won't have the right to buy a mountain. Yi Qingning watched the excitement of the others and couldn't help but smile slightly. "Thank you for your kind words, sister. I will do my best." In the following days, although Yi Qingning didn't have to participate in the competition, she still went to the arena every day. The disciples at the out-of-body and spirit separation stages are definitely powerful. Watching their battles can be very beneficial. It's not an exaggeration. With their strength, if they went to a small sect, they would be considered elders or peak leaders. In some lesser-known small sects, even those at the nascent soul stage can apply to be elders without waiting for the out-of-body stage. So, the idea of a talented disciple defeating the old guards in the sect is not exaggerated at all. Elders from small sects are not necessarily stronger than disciples from top sects. By the end of the competition, all the remaining disciples were from large sects because there wasn't even a single out-of-body stage disciple from the small sections. Yi Qingning and her friend sat in a corner of the viewing area, their eyes fixed on the intense battles in the arena. Even though they weren't participating, the thrilling atmosphere still made Yi Qingning's blood boil. "Sister, look. That's the disciple from the Internal Affairs Hall, Xiao Cheng. At the peak of the out-of-body stage, he is a core disciple, and his reputation in the sect is just as good as that of a direct disciple. He has been in the top 20 of the genius rankings for years. Xiao Shixiang must win." Yi Qingning had never seen Xi Qian so excited. On the competition stage, Xiao Cheng wore a blue core disciple outfit, tall and handsome, with a look of determination and decisiveness in his eyes. She had met Xiao Cheng before. He had delivered spirit stones to help her with her tribulation, and she had a good impression of him. So, Xi Qian is a little fan of Xiao Cheng? But her intuition told her that Xi Qian might actually like Xiao Cheng, right? Forget it, let's not rush into things. Taking too many things will only upset her nutrition. Xiao Cheng's strength is indeed remarkable. Even when faced with continuous challenges, he handles them effortlessly, causing those who want to challenge him to hesitate. In the end, the ranking competition for the out-of-body stage ended early at noon on the third day. It wasn't that no one wanted to challenge him. Rather, the disciples ranked outside the top 10 had used up all their 3 challenge attempts. Among the top 10 disciples, 6 still came from the Penglai sect, and Xiao Chong was one of them. The next day was the ranking competition for the spirit separation stage. Before dawn, Ye Qingning arrived at the viewing area and managed to secure the best seat in the front row. Disciples at the spirit separation stage can already be considered strong, and since there are few of them, the elimination rounds were cancelled, leading directly to the ranking phase. Normally, with 10 participants entering the ranking competition, they could all advance to the final match without needing to challenge each other. However, since it is a competition, the elders from each sect unanimously agreed that the final ranking of the 10 should still be determined. In simple terms, they want to see which sect has the strongest disciples. Since no one needs to be eliminated, the ranking competition for the spirit separation stage only set 1 day for challenges, and to make the competition more exciting, there is no limit on the number of challenges for the 10 participants. Among the 10, the most anticipated match is between Shen Xuanli and Junzi Jian. One is the top disciple of the first sect, and the other is the top disciple of the second sect. Not only are the disciples eager to witness this grand showdown, but the elders from each sect also want to see them fight, especially the elders from the Wuliang sect, who hope Junzi Jian can defeat Shen Xuanli. If that happens, Wuliang sect can finally surpass Penglai sect and shake off the title of being second for 1,000 years. Everyone was excited when the rankings were drawn. Shen Xuanli drew number 1, while Junzi Jian drew number 10. This clearly indicates that the two will definitely face each other. Even 2 days before the competition began, betting had already started. This time, it wasn't Shi Fifan who set up the betting, as he believed that anyone with sense wouldn't bet against Shen Xuanli, and he didn't want to be the one losing money. The betting was organized by the top disciple of the Grand Elder of the Wuliang sect. It seemed like the top disciple was setting up a betting match, but it was actually the Grand Elder of the Infinite sect giving instructions. The Grand Elder loved to gamble and enjoyed anything related to it, even if he lost everything. He still found it entertaining. As the Grand Elder of the Infinite sect, he naturally believed that his sect's top disciple would win. Thus, he set the odds at 1 minute and 1.5 seconds for Shen Xuanli and 1:2 for Junzi Jian. As soon as Ye Qingning heard the news, she rushed to place a bet. Remembering to keep her wealth discreet, she didn't bet everything and put in 20,000 top-quality spirit stones on Shen Xuanli to win. Xie Qian and others also placed their bets, and in fact, nearly all the disciples from Penglai bet on Shen Xuanli to win, which was the opposite of the Infinite Sect disciples. When the hour arrived, 10 people entered the waiting area, and the audience erupted with deafening cheers, almost shaking the eardrums of everyone present. Including Bai Wei, Shen Xuanli's little fans were shouting their hearts out, making Ye Qingning want to join in. As the elder announced the start of the ranking challenge, everyone's anticipation peaked, eagerly waiting for Junzi Jian to challenge Shen Xuanli. Unexpectedly, it was the male cultivator ranked second who stood up first. Ye Hanyue sect's Xie Ran challenges the Infinite sect's top disciple, Junzi Jian. This announcement caused an uproar in the crowd. Not only were the disciples in the audience stunned, but even the elder was momentarily taken aback. A second-ranked disciple challenging the 10th?
Who would do such a thing?
Was this a joke? According to the previous rules for ranking challenges, a lower-ranked disciple could challenge a higher-ranked one. Since there was no elimination in this stage, the rules allowed for a day of matches with no limit on the number of challenges, but it didn't state that higher-ranked disciples couldn't challenge lower-ranked ones. However, a second-ranked disciple challenging a 10th-ranked one? That seemed quite unusual. Xie Ran was the top disciple of the Grand Elder of the Ye Hanyue sect and was already well known among the disciples, but now he gained a new label, not very smart. Ye Qingning was also surprised. If Xie Ran weren't foolish, he wouldn't challenge the 10th-ranked Junzi sword. If he loses, he drops from 2nd to 10th. There must be a reason behind this. The next moment, Xie Qian whispered to Sinan, "Sister, don't worry. Xie Ran is definitely not a match for Junzi sword. These two have had a long-standing feud, and I don't know how many rounds they will fight. I'm still waiting to see the showdown between senior brother and Junzi Sword. Bai Wei, curious, asked, what does it mean that they have a long-standing feud? Si Qian glanced at Si Nan, thinking this wasn't a secret, and said, it is said that they discovered a young sacred beast in a secret realm. Although Xi Ran found the young beast first, it chose to bond with Junzi Sword, who appeared later. Because of this, they became enemies. Xi Ran accused Junzi Sword of stealing his young beast, while Junzi Sword claimed the beast was not meant for Xi Ran. They ended up fighting in the secret realm. Now that they meet in the rankings, Xi Ran naturally wants to challenge Junzi Sword. It's no longer just about rankings. He simply wants to fight. Ye Qingning understood the situation, but unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. After an intense battle, Junzi's sword emerged victorious. For the first time in ranking history, the second place lost to the 10th place, creating a strange situation. After Xi Ran set the precedent, challenges became chaotic. Other disciples followed suit, disregarding their ranks, challenging anyone they disliked, just to enjoy the fight. There were challenges like the 3rd place against the 6th against the 8th, and the 8th against the 10th, with complicated grudges and rivalries. This left many disciples exclaiming in disbelief. They were all going crazy. Only Shen Xuanli sat quietly from the start of the rankings until dusk, unchallenged, sitting tall like a pine tree on a mountain, or perhaps like a forgotten pine tree. Ye Qingning's assessment was that there were no grudges or rivalries. Until the last rays of the setting sun disappeared and the competition neared its end, the second-ranked Junzi Sword finally stood up amidst the eager crowd. Wuliang sect's Junzi Sword challenges Penglai sect's Shen Xuanli. With that, the entire arena erupted, cheers and shouts echoing loudly. Even the elder announcing the start of the match couldn't hide his excitement. His deep and commanding voice echoed in every corner. The final challenge of the spirit separation stage, the top disciple of the Wuliang sect, Junzi Jian, will face the top disciple of the Penglai sect, Shen Xuanli. The match begins. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure in white rushed to the center of the arena like the wind, dressed in snow-white clothing, with a graceful and tall posture. In his hand, he held an ice-blue long sword, its blade shimmering with a chilling light, as if it could freeze everything. His appearance caused a wave of excited screams from the female disciples. At the same time, another figure swiftly appeared and landed steadily in the center of the arena. Wearing a similar white robe, Junzi Jian exuded a more intense aura than before, drawing cheers from many female disciples as he stepped onto the stage. Both wielded long swords, their eyes locked on each other, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. Without any extra words, the battle was about to begin. Junzi Jian focused his gaze and struck first. With the support of his golden spiritual root, golden light surrounded his sword, and the sword energy surged like a dragon emerging from the sea, rushing towards Shen Xuanli. Shen Xuanli swung his long sword, unleashing a torrent of ice spiritual power. Cold air burst forth, and with one strike, countless ice spikes formed and shot toward Junzi Jian, sparkling like a hanging galaxy. Bang! The two forces collided in midair, creating a deafening sound, and a powerful shockwave spread outwards. The spectators held their breath, their eyes glued to the stage. Ye Qingning, sitting in the front row, felt a sharp chill even with the barrier in place. A disciple nearby exclaimed, Shen Xuanli truly deserves to be the top disciple of the first sect. His sword technique and the power of his ice spiritual root are truly impressive. I love watching ice spiritual root sword cultivators duel. Their moves are both beautiful and powerful, and they feel refreshing. Unlike wind spiritual root cultivators, who make such a loud noise when they fight that it hurts your face and makes it hard to see. Exactly. I also dislike wind spiritual root sword cultivators. Their duels lack elegance and are not enjoyable to watch. But Junzi Jian is impressive too. The attack power, destructive force, and penetration of his golden spiritual root are very strong, so he might not lose. The disciples were buzzing with excitement, while the fight on stage continued without pause. Ye Qingning watched the competition intently, as if she were enjoying a magical movie, completely captivated. The most impressive part was the special effects created by the ice spirit root. Powerful spiritual energy surged, transforming into a flurry of snow. The sword energy mixed with the wind and snow, and the icy blue sword energy danced in the air, freezing the entire competition stage. The Junzi sword was surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, resembling a golden torrent, which instantly transformed into a sharp sword energy rushing towards Shen Xuanli. Boom! The two forces collided, creating a deafening sound that shook the entire stage. With each loud crash, the icy blue sword energy completely engulfed the golden sword energy through their continuous clash. As the sword energy dissipated, Junzi's sword knelt on one knee, his sword planted in the ground to support himself. In contrast, Shen Xuanli stood confidently with his sword, his robes flowing gracefully, resembling a celestial being. Junzi's sword lost, but the battle scars of the sword cultivator were still impressive. Even in defeat, he was a sight to behold, which explained why many female cultivators were cheering for him. However, the louder cheers were for Shen Xuanli's name. Shen Xuanli of the Penglai sect wins. Ranked first. The ranking for the Spirit Separation Group is complete, with all 10 disciples victorious. The rules for the final match will be announced tonight, and the ultimate showdown will take place the day after tomorrow at noon. Please prepare yourselves, disciples. As the elder finished speaking, the competition stage erupted with excitement, and many disciples were still lost in the thrilling battle. Xie Jibai was the most excited among the four, pulling Ye Qingning and exclaiming, "Junior sister, let's go collect our spirit stones. I bet all my spirit stones on our senior brother winning." We all made a profit. Xie Nan appreciated Junzi's sword, but, as a disciple of Penglai, he hoped Shen Xuanli would win for the honor of their sect, so he also placed his bet on Shen Xuanli. Almost all the Penglai disciples won their bets and earned spirit stones, creating a sense of collective celebration for the entire sect. It wasn't until the evening that the rules for the ultimate showdown were announced in the jade slips and on the island's bulletin board. The final match would no longer be divided by cultivation levels. The disciples who won the ranking match, except for those in the Qi refining group, must go to the divine martial hall and focus their consciousness into the realm for the final showdown. Ye Qingning understands the realm as a specific space created by powerful beings. The creator can control the rules within the realm and execute various commands, while others can project their consciousness into the realm to act within it. Unlike the previous outer sect trials that involved physical entry into an assessment illusion, this time it is about entering with consciousness. The reason why disciples in the Qi refining stage are excluded from the final competition is that they have not yet formed their consciousness. It only begins to take shape after reaching the foundation establishment stage. Because of this, in past sect competitions, Qi refining disciples only participated in the ranking matches, where the top 10 were rewarded. Disciples above the foundation establishment stage can project their consciousness into different realm spaces. The ultimate competition requires entering the realm with consciousness for a showdown. This time, the competition will not be one-on-one battles, but will instead be based on accumulating points. The competition lasts for 7 days, and the top 10 disciples in points will become the champions of this sect competition, receiving generous rewards and honor. Among the top 10, if any disciple has not yet entered the Talented Disciples list, they will qualify for the Talented Disciples assessment. Passing this assessment will grant them the honorary title of Talented Disciple, allowing them to ascend the Talented Disciples list and enjoy more resources and opportunities provided by the sect. As for how to accumulate points, the rules have not been clearly defined. They will likely be announced after the disciples project their consciousness into the specific space. Ye Qingning took a day to rest and adjusted her condition to the best state. On the day the final competition began, she arrived early at the Divine Martial Hall. The entire hall is magnificent, with every golden floor tile emitting a faint glow. The ceiling is intricately carved with complex symbols that exude a subtle, intimidating pressure. The hall is vast enough to accommodate thousands of people. However, aside from the disciples participating in the final competition, No other disciples are allowed to enter the divine martial hall. Those who wish to watch the ultimate showdown must go to the viewing area. The scene of the final match would be displayed on the shadow wall in the arena as the competition began, allowing the disciples to watch. Therefore, even though 50 disciples from the Foundation establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Out-of-Body, and Spirit-Severing stages were present in the Divine Martial Hall, the place still felt unusually empty. With no one speaking, the silence was deafening. Beside her, Si Qian felt inexplicably nervous and instinctively grabbed Ye Qingning's sleeve. Ye Qingning noticed her heart racing. After all, in her past life, she had been eliminated early in a rigged match and never participated in the final showdown. To say she wasn't nervous at all would be a lie. Unless she had a carefree attitude and thought winning or losing didn't matter. But it did matter to her. Whether she could purchase a mountain peak depended on this ultimate showdown. As the hour arrived, a group entered the hall from another passageway, ascending to the high platform. The newcomers were the leaders of the 4 major sects and respected elders from the Immortal Gate. Everyone sat upright, their gazes sharp and profound. The disciples from each sect bowed in unison, and the first to speak was Xianyangzi, who sat beside Pei-yin. Xianyangzi first scanned the crowd before finally resting his eyes on Ye Qingning. I am deeply pleased that all of you disciples have made it to the Divine Martial Hall for this decade's ultimate showdown, he said. When the realm opens, you must focus your consciousness within it. Once your consciousness enters, the specific rules of the match will be announced. I hope all of you will give your all, honor your sect, and showcase your talents. Leave no regrets. Xianyangzi's words stirred the crowd, filling them with excitement as they collectively responded, yes. With Xianyangzi's command, a crack suddenly appeared in the air of the hall, and a brilliant light shot up into the sky. At the same time, a golden vortex-like realm gate came into view. The golden vortex gate expanded instantly, as if a powerful suction force was emanating from it. Seeing this, the disciples quickly directed their consciousness outward. Under the influence of this strong suction, before her consciousness could fully enter, Ye Qingning felt as if she were being pulled into a massive vortex, her vision darkening as she lost consciousness completely. When Ye Qingning regained consciousness, she was awakened by the loud voice of the system. Not long ago, the little green bird that was the system had also been pulled in by a strong force. Ye Qingning looked around. Although the light was dim, it was clear that she was in a cave. She instinctively touched her waist. Not only was the mustard seed pouch she wore missing, but the star ring around her neck also remained with her physical body and did not follow her consciousness here. Even her beloved spirit jade slip was gone, meaning she couldn't contact anyone now. Qingning, look. There's a jade slip on the ground, the system pointed out. Ye Qingning picked up the jade slip. Since her consciousness had entered here, she quickly scanned it to read the information inside. The rules for the ultimate showdown are as follows. 1. The ultimate showdown lasts for 7 days. Depending on the cultivation level, each disciple will receive different showdown durations. The durations are as follows. 1 day for Foundation Establishment, 2 days for Golden Core, 3 days for Nascent Soul, 4 days for Out-of-Body, and 5 days for Spirit Severing. Once the showdown time is up, the consciousness will be automatically sent out for score calculation. Important note, showdown time can be exchanged for points. 200 points can be exchanged for 1 day of showdown time. Remember, 2 ways to earn points. 1. Defeating other disciples will earn corresponding points. 2. Triggering tasks. After triggering a task, points can be earned by completing specific tasks. 3. Special events. Powerful beasts may appear in the realm. Defeating these beasts will earn corresponding points. 4. Mysterious treasures. Various treasures will randomly appear in the realm. Finding a treasure not only grants the treasure itself, but also corresponding points. 3. Area divisions. The realm is divided into 6 main areas. 1. Colorful Spirit Forest. This area is characterized by vibrant life, towering trees, and abundant spiritual energy. Danger level, low. Required consciousness strength, weak. This area can provide boosts or reductions to consciousness strength. 2. Valley of Fallen Leaves terrain features. The ground is covered with autumn leaves, and the scenery in the valley is beautiful, but it hides dangers. Each fallen leaf can create illusions for those who enter. Danger level, medium. Mental strength requirement, medium. This area has strange fog, so one must stay alert. Rare spiritual herbs and magical beasts can be found in the valley. Defeating them can earn corresponding points. 3. Fiery hell terrain features. The blazing sun scorches the land, with flowing lava and dancing flames, while the ground is covered in molten rock. Danger level, high. Mental strength requirement, strong. This area is filled with fierce flames and powerful fire-based magical beasts. Defeating them can earn high points. 4. Glacial sea terrain features. Bitterly cold, with endless ice, the sea is covered by a thick layer of ice, hiding a bottomless ocean beneath. Danger level, extremely high. Mental strength requirement, extremely strong. This area is extremely cold, which most cultivators cannot withstand, but mysterious ice crystal pearls can be found in the sea, which can protect against the cold. Powerful water and ice-based magical beasts roam here, and defeating them can earn high points. Additionally, there are 2 special hidden areas that disciples can discover on their own. Friendly reminder: disciples entering the competition can form temporary teams, but rankings will be based on individual points. Remember, do not fully trust others. Defeating opponents not only earns points, but can also eliminate them from the competition. Penglai sects Ye Qingning, cultivation level, nascent soul stage, has 3 days for the competition. Please make the most of your time to earn points. Ye Qingning carefully remembered the information in the jade slip. In simple terms, the competition lasts 7 days, but she only has 3 days. To stay for the full 7 days, she needs to exchange points for time. She needs to use 800 points to exchange for 4 more days. Otherwise, after 3 days, she will be teleported out. In this situation, she must first earn points to exchange for time. The longer she stays in the realm, the more likely she is to earn additional points. The 6 areas are easy to understand. Depending on the strength of one's spiritual awareness, one enters the corresponding area, with 2 special areas being exceptions. If your spiritual awareness is weak and you still try to enter the fire hell or ice sea, you won't last long without others eliminating you. Just one encounter with a beast could easily get you eliminated. In short, don't take unnecessary risks. Generally, the higher a cultivator's level, the stronger their spiritual awareness. However, the strength of spiritual awareness is not only determined by cultivation level. Some cultivators are born with strong spiritual potential, which becomes evident when their awareness first develops. Others can enhance their spiritual strength by practicing specific techniques or using certain rare materials or elixirs. In her past life, she knew that Xie Jibai was always practicing a technique called the Heavenly Transformation Method, which is meant to strengthen spiritual awareness. Additionally, there are supportive treasures that can enhance spiritual awareness when worn over a long period. A cultivator's mindset also influences the strength of their spiritual awareness to some extent. Upon learning the rules of the duel, the system laughed excitedly, mumbling, "Entering the realm with spiritual awareness is great." Qingning was born with strong spiritual potential. Her current awareness strength exceeds that of the nascent soul stage, so she doesn't need to fear even those at the out-of-body stage. In the system's view, Ye Qingning clearly had the advantage. If her physical body entered the realm, she would only have the strength of the nascent soul stage, but now she had directly improved a level. However, this was also beneficial for other disciples like Xie Jibai, who had practiced the Heavenly Transformation Method in his past life, so it made sense he would continue in this life. Even though Xie Jibai was at the Golden Core stage, once his spiritual awareness entered the realm, his strength might have already reached the nascent soul stage. Ye Qingning did not feel happy about this because she didn't know how strong others' spiritual awareness was. Even Foundation Establishment stage disciples should not be underestimated. Ye Qingning put away the jade slip. After her spiritual awareness entered the realm, she still looked the same as her physical body, and her clothing appeared very real. But if one looked closely, they could see a faint glow around her, undoubtedly the manifestation of her spiritual awareness. Prepared, Ye Qingning left the cave with the system. As soon as she exited the cave, she saw the distant mountains adorned with colorful maple leaves. A gentle breeze blew, and the falling leaves danced like golden rain, covering the entire valley in a layer of golden silk. A light mist lingered in the air. Looking around, Ye Qingning realized she was in the leaf-falling valley. This area had a moderate requirement for spiritual awareness. She judged that cultivators below the golden core stage could move around here without trouble. However, she needed to be cautious of the mist in the valley, as it could lead to illusions. The system was really trying to be useful, shaking off its uselessness. After scanning the area, it quickly displayed a map in front of Ye Qingning. It also marked important locations on the map. Ye Qingning nodded in satisfaction and praised, "Well done." The system, with its proud little face, replied, "Not just a map. I also found that in this area, besides you, there are 2 at the spirit-severing stage, 3 at the out-of-body stage, 1 at the nascent soul stage, and 1 at the golden core stage." What a coincidence! That golden core cultivator is none other than that troublesome man, Xie Jibai. My suggestion is, since he's in this area, why not send him a ticket out of here? We're at the final showdown, and it's all about action. Who cares about feelings? Besides, you 2 have no feelings left to discuss. Ye Qingning was surprised to find Xie Jibai here. She remembered that in her past life, during the ultimate showdown, he should have been in the primary area, the color spirit forest. It seemed that with the world reset, not everything was the same as before. Since it was a showdown and she had encountered him, she should take action. Between the out-of-body, spirit-severing, and golden core stages, a wise person would definitely choose to deal with the golden core cultivator. System, mark his location. Got it, the system quickly responded, excited. In the blink of an eye, a more detailed map appeared before Ye Qingning, clearly marking Xie Jibai's location with a small red. Following the route marked on the map, Ye Qingning began to walk deeper into the valley. The deeper she went, the thicker the mist became. Worried that the mist might cause illusions if inhaled, she tried to breathe less frequently. With the system's guidance, she also avoided the 2 spirit-severing disciples in the area. When faced with a real challenge, it's hard to avoid a tough fight, and winning is not guaranteed. Therefore, it's best to avoid conflict and seek victory through steady means. The path leading into the depths of the valley was covered in golden leaves, crunching underfoot. Suddenly, a figure appeared quietly. Ye Qingning felt a chill in her heart as a faintly glowing figure gradually became clear in the mist. The newcomer wore a light purple robe, was tall, and had captivating peach blossom eyes. However, they were injured, with bright red blood staining their robe and blood trickling from their mouth, looking quite battered. Upon seeing Ye Qingning, the person coughed heavily, gazing at her with deep, sorrowful eyes, their voice weak and pitiful. "Senior sister, help me. I was attacked, and only you can save me. You've always cared for me, so you wouldn't ignore me, right?" Ye Qingning frowned as she heard the system's urgent warning. "Be careful, Ning Ning. He's not that man, Xie Jibai." The system had locked onto Xie Jibai's location early on, so the person before her could not possibly be him. At first, Ye Qingning thought she was imagining things, but since the system could see the figure, it was clear it wasn't just her imagination. A phantom beast? Ye Qingning communicated with the system and speculated. If it wasn't an illusion, it had to be a beast that could disguise itself as others. Yes, phantom beasts are very cunning. They have a special ability to invade others' minds unnoticed and easily capture their memories. After reading the memories, they can take on a form to confuse people, leading them into traps before delivering a fatal blow. This phantom beast is quite powerful and more cunning than you can imagine. Be careful, Ning Ning. After hearing this, Ye Qingning felt a mix of caution and excitement. Just when she wanted to rest, someone had come to her aid. She had been worried about not having enough points to exchange for time, and now this phantom beast had appeared. She just needed to defeat it to earn those points. Ye Qingning had some acting skills from her experience in the outer trials. She pretended to laugh at herself and said, "Who? Is your senior sister? I'm not one anymore. I've told you before, don't try to make amends. I don't believe a word you say." Since the illusionary creature had obtained her memories, it knew she had warned Xie Jibai not to get involved. Its current injured and pitiful appearance might also be a test for her. Qingning guessed correctly. The illusionary creature was cunning, and its earlier words were a way to test her attitude. If Qingning had called it junior brother, or shown concern for Xie Jibai's injuries, the creature would have immediately realized it had been seen through. Seeing Qingning's firm attitude, the creature became even more excited. It loved the feeling of betraying someone who completely trusted it. That brought it unmatched joy. Especially when people showed fear and disbelief as they died, it was far more entertaining than simply killing them outright. The creature moved closer, pretending to be hurt, and said, "Senior sister, how can you be so heartless? I know I was wrong, and I will change. Every time I was in danger, you risked everything to save me. Have you forgotten? I know you are tough on the outside but soft on the inside. You still care about me, senior sister." Qingning watched the creature's performance and thought that if she didn't already know Xie Jibai's position, she might have been fooled by it. But she was also quite annoyed, especially because the term senior sister made her uncomfortable. It felt unlucky. "Follow me." Qingning said no more and did not directly forgive it, as that would be too insincere. The creature saw Qingning turn to leave and quickly followed, sneering to itself. These female cultivators were foolish. A few words from a man could easily deceive them. They might as well just give up. The mist grew thicker, and the sky gradually darkened. The creature silently followed Qingning, occasionally humming to try to catch her attention. Qingning pretended not to hear and, based on the map, arrived at a very hidden place surrounded by strange rocks, having taken several twists and turns to get there. "I have observed that there is no one around here. It is very safe. You can stay here without worrying about being found." The illusionary creature felt very happy. Such a hidden place was perfect for a secret plan. Quickly, it pretended to be touched and said with a hint of emotion, "I knew you still cared about me, senior sister." Saying this, the illusionary creature tried to get closer to Qingning, even mimicking the alluring gaze of Xie Jibai. Qingning frowned slightly, showing a bit of disdain, and took a step back to create distance. "What are you doing?" Seeing that Qingning noticed its small movement, the illusionary creature was not embarrassed and said softly, "Senior sister, I'm just so happy." Qingning glanced at the illusionary creature and coldly replied, "If you're happy, stay away from me." A hint of dissatisfaction flashed in the illusionary creature's eyes, thinking that women could be so pretentious. Although she said to keep distance, who knows what she really thought. Still maintaining a cute and innocent appearance, it softly said, "Okay, I will listen to you, senior sister." Qingning suppressed her discomfort and nodded. She was considering that even if something happened here, it wouldn't attract attention. In the next moment, she saw the illusionary creature sitting on the ground and lifting its clothing. On its straight leg was a very deep wound, exposing bone and bleeding profusely. "Senior sister, it hurts." Qingning's gaze flickered, and after a moment of silence, it seemed like she was hesitating. After a long pause, Qingning finally said, "Sit still. I will help you with the wound, but only this once." Upon hearing this, the illusionary creature felt a rush of excitement. It imagined that when Qingning bent down, its sharp claws would mercilessly pierce her heart, and she wouldn't even have a chance to ask why. Just thinking about it made it thrilled. With a slight smile, full of anticipation, the illusionary creature sat quietly on the ground, waiting for Qingning to tend to its wound. Qingning slowly approached, just about to crouch down, when suddenly she lunged forward, her fingers lightning fast as they gripped the illusionary creature's neck. The illusionary creature was shocked. Clearly, it had not expected Qingning to strike at that moment. She never expected that Qingning would figure it out. It had hidden so well, even perfectly mimicking its aura. How did it get exposed? It tried to break free, but it was too late. With a sharp crack, Qingning used incredible strength to snap the illusion creature's neck. This proved the saying, once a physical cultivator strikes, you know the outcome. The illusion creature's face, disguised as Xie Jibai, twisted and returned to its true form. Ye Qingning initially thought the beasts in this realm might be illusions like NPCs in trial realms. But upon seeing the creature's body, she realized the beasts here were real. She even found a demon core inside the beast's body, a 6th-grade demon core. The core contained pure spiritual energy, and if she could absorb and refine it, her cultivation would surely improve. Moreover, a 6th-grade demon core was quite valuable, as not all beasts had cores, and obtaining one was a matter of luck. Ye Qingning tucked the core into her sleeve. The rules stated that finding treasures in the realm not only granted the treasure, but also points. Though she obtained the core by defeating the beast, it could still be considered a treasure, so it should be allowed. At that moment, a notification sounded in her ears. Successfully identified and defeated the illusion creature. You have gained 150 points. Current points, 105. Keep it up, Ye Qingning sighed. 150 points weren't enough to exchange for a day's time. They could have given at least 50 more. Then, she heard another message. Important notification. A mysterious treasure has randomly appeared in the Color Spirit Forest, Flame Inferno, and hidden areas. Finding the treasure will grant you the item and corresponding points. All disciples, please hurry to search. Ye Qingning was surprised that the treasure refresh also indicated specific areas, meaning there were no treasures in the Leaf Fall Forest where she was. To obtain treasures and points, she needed to switch maps immediately. Between the treasure points and Xie Jibai, Ye Qingning decisively chose to search for the treasure. It was obvious that treasures were worth more than Xie Jibai. Moreover, the small red on the map had already moved, indicating that Xie Jibai had set off after receiving the news. And Qingning, where should we go? The Color Spirit Forest or the Flame Hell? The system thought that going to the Color Spirit Forest would be safer, as the strength of a Foundation Establishment disciple's spiritual sense might not be enough for the Flame Hell. They might be able to gather some resources in the Color Spirit Forest instead. But it was uncertain whether the out-of-body and spirit separation disciples thought the same way. If they also went there, the host might end up being the one who gets taken advantage of. Ye Qingning felt the urge to consult a divination, wondering why there wasn't a diviner around at this moment. If she had a spiritual jade slip, she could ask Yi Jiaji for a reading. Let's go to the Flame Hell. Since she couldn't consult divination, she would have to rely on her intuition. P.S. I noticed some treasures forget the levels of cultivation, so here's a brief summary of the levels. They are Qi Refining, Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Out-of-Body, Spirit Separation, Body Integration, Void Refinement, Tribulation Transcendence, and Great Ascension. Beyond Great Ascension is Ascension. If you have trouble remembering the levels, you can make a note. Sending love. Ye Qingning was not someone who hesitated in her actions. Since she couldn't consult divination, she would rely on her feelings and fate, and immediately headed towards the Flame Hell. The Flame Hell, as its name suggests, was a terrifying area engulfed in flames. Lava flowed across the ground, flames filled the sky, and the raging fire seemed to want to consume everything. As soon as Ye Qingning stepped into this fiery area, she felt a wave of heat hit her face, distorting the air around her. But this sensation made Ye Qingning feel incredibly refreshed. Although it wasn't her physical body entering this realm, fire spirit root cultivators naturally had an affinity for flames. Their spiritual sense could resonate with fire, even to the point of manipulation. Due to their long-term interaction with flames, the spiritual sense of fire spirit root cultivators could not only adapt to high-temperature environments, but also absorb fire-attributed spiritual energy, making their spiritual sense stronger and more heat-resistant. Some powerful fire spirit root cultivators could even be completely immune to fire, maintaining clear perception and thought even while surrounded by flames. Ye Qingning felt an indescribable excitement. Being here felt like returning to her own territory, and she finally understood why her intuition led her here. 3 words: familiarity. Although the Flame Hell is dangerous, It is an excellent place for cultivators with fire attributes to train their minds. Ye Qingning closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and let the surrounding fire energy envelop her, immediately feeling her mind being nourished. Now, she did not have to worry about being consumed by flames. She only needed to be cautious of sudden appearances of beasts and other disciples. Bringing her thoughts back, Ye Qingning's mind moved like an invisible flame through the sea of fire. The next moment, she heard the system's urgent voice. Ning Ning, someone is coming. One in the spirit-severing stage. One in the out-of-body stage. One in the nascent soul stage. Besides these three, there is one more in the spirit-severing stage, one in the out-of-body stage, and two in the golden core stage. They must have been randomly transported here when entering the realm of consciousness. Ye Qingning's expression sharpened. Not to mention the four who were transported here at the beginning, most of the people coming to the flame hell now should also have fire attributes. Even if these three were here to search for treasures like her, since they came together, they must have encountered each other. Why hadn't they fought? Ning Ning, stay hidden. They seem to be together. They are all from the Yuling sect. Ye Qingning raised an eyebrow, sensing a presence approaching. She immediately used a concealment technique to hide her mind within the flames, merging with them. This technique can hide a cultivator's mind, but only for a limited time, making it difficult for others to detect. Once the time is up, if she encounters a powerful opponent, her location could easily be discovered. Thus, hiding her mind is just a temporary measure. At that moment, she heard a whooshing sound getting closer, and three figures swiftly flew toward her direction, landing steadily on the ground. Just as the system said, all three wore cloud-patterned robes with the Yuling sect's emblem. Two of them were in the robes of direct disciples, while the male in the spirit-severing stage wore the attire of the chief disciple. The system quickly explained, the leading male cultivator is Qingning, the chief disciple of the Yuling sect and the grand disciple of the sect leader. The male cultivator on the left, in the out-of-body stage, is Fu Feng, the eldest disciple of the esteemed female cultivator, Lan Lian, from the Yuqing sect. As for the male cultivator on the right, in the nascent soul stage, you know him, Ning Ning, so I won't introduce him. Ye Qingning focused her gaze slightly. The nascent soul cultivator on the right was Su Ke, who had just made it into the finals by securing the 10th place. Su Ke is the brother of Su Chan, also known as Shovel Brother. Shovel Brother is a junior disciple of the sect leader of Yuqing sect and the younger brother of the chief disciple, Qingning. Shovel Brother, dressed elegantly, had a somewhat proud expression, scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. Beside him, Qingning raised an eyebrow. Junior brother, it seems you were mistaken. Besides you, no other nascent soul cultivators have entered here. That adopted daughter of the Ye family, that shouldn't be. Isn't that adopted daughter of the Ye family a dual-element cultivator? I agree with Su, she has no reason not to be here. I think Su is just too anxious. How can a nascent soul cultivator make it into the top 10? She will probably be eliminated soon enough, and we won't even need to intervene, Fu Feng remarked. Before encountering Su Ke and Qingning, Fu Feng had no idea that Su Ke had come to the flame abyss to find Ye Qingning. He thought the two were overreacting. Was it really necessary to go through so much trouble to eliminate a nascent soul cultivator? Two grown men bullying a female cultivator was not something he would do. Su Ke smirked coldly. It's different. If she dares to bully my sister, I will personally eliminate her. I held back from challenging her in the previous rounds, but now I can't wait any longer. I don't believe she won't show up here as a fire element cultivator. Fu Feng realized there was a personal grudge involved. All right, Su, if you want to wait, stay here. As a water element cultivator with lower cultivation than my senior brother, I shouldn't linger here. I'll go ahead and search for treasures. After saying this, Fu Feng disappeared. From his analysis, although treasures appeared in 4 areas, their quality would surely differ. The more dangerous the area, the better the treasures. He would choose this place over the initial area if he couldn't find the hidden one. Although going to the colorful cloud forest might eliminate some disciples, those in the spirit separation stage might think the same way. Instead of fighting a group of people there, it's better to search for treasures here to earn points. There will be plenty of time to eliminate others later, so there's no rush. My master often teaches me to assess the situation and be flexible, so I can remain undefeated. If it's not the right time to join the crowd, I shouldn't rush in. Qingning was puzzled earlier about how the three of them gathered here without any way to communicate. It turns out they met by chance. Now that one has left, there are two remaining. She feels confident dealing with Su Ke, but Qingning is another story. After all, Qingning is in the spirit separation stage and the top disciple of the fourth major sect. He usually has plenty of resources for cultivation, so his spiritual awareness is likely stronger than that of others in the same stage. However, the three of them reminded her that it's a good idea for disciples from the same sect to team up and eliminate members from other sects first, and then compete for points based on their own abilities. The key issue is that she hasn't encountered any disciples from Penglai. Earlier in the Falling Leaves Valley, she was too focused on helping the illusion demon act and forgot to check for any Penglai disciples in the valley. Qingning thought about forming a team later. Just as she was about to take action, she heard Su Ke say, "Senior brother, I remember you have the skill for searching with spiritual awareness. My intuition tells me that Qingning will definitely come here. Perhaps she is hiding her spiritual awareness. It would be helpful if you could use your skill to search for her and see if she is really here." Qingning thought, this is bad. If he uses that skill, I will have nowhere to hide. Qingning wanted to run. If not now, then when? Just as she stepped forward, Qingning said, "Junior brother has a point, but using the spiritual awareness search technique consumes a lot of energy. There are still spirit separation stage cultivators here, and if I exhaust my spiritual awareness, it could be tricky if I run into them later. Junior brother, just be patient for a moment. Even if she is hiding her spiritual awareness, it's only temporary. She will show herself eventually. Moreover, the spiritual energy here is abundant, which is very beneficial for fire element cultivators. Let's search for treasures first, and then we can cultivate here for a while. We might be able to wait for her to appear." Su Ke nodded in agreement, saying, "Senior brother makes a good point. I didn't think this through. Let's search for the treasure first, and then we can find her later." After saying this, the two flew deeper into the fiery abyss. Qingning felt relieved as they left. The two schemers were planning to wait for her here, which was quite sneaky. It seemed that while searching for treasure, she also needed to find an ally. Even though it was a personal battle, it was still important to form alliances when necessary. Qingning emerged from the blazing flames and said to the system, "Let's split up to search." The system nodded repeatedly. It could locate positions based on the cultivator's energy, but it couldn't find treasure since it wasn't a treasure-seeking beast and didn't have that function. Otherwise, it would have already mapped out all the treasure locations in the cultivation world for her. Qingning quickly separated from the system to search. While the system had its limitations, it was definitely useful for finding things. Inside the fiery abyss, flames soared, and waves of heat rolled. During her search, Qingning paused to investigate rocks emitting faint spiritual light and cracks sizzling with flames, as the treasure could appear in any corner. Just as she squeezed into a crevice, a male cultivator in a blue robe from the core disciples of the Penglai sect flew overhead. Since her concealment technique was still active and her position was inconspicuous, the flying cultivator didn't notice her almost stuck in the crevice. However, Qingning looked up and recognized him clearly. The male cultivator who had just passed was Xiao Chong, the head of the Internal Affairs Hall. The system had mentioned there were originally 4 people here, and the one in the out-of-body stage should be Xiao Chong. Qingning pondered and continued to explore deeper into the crevice while telling the system, "Keep an eye on Xiao Chong's movements." The system responded and suddenly shouted excitedly, "Ning Ning, to the southeast, about 3 kilometers away, something is shining in the magma. Hurry, Ning Ning." The system's voice was full of excitement, and Qingning knew it had sharp eyes, even sharper than she expected. Feeling delighted, she quickly climbed out of the fiery crevice and rushed toward the southeast, as directed by the system. The heat wave grew stronger, as if the air itself was on fire. As she got closer, Ye Qingning spotted the dog system hovering at the edge of the volcano's crater. Inside the crater, the lava churned, occasionally erupting with deafening roars, making it seem like the very earth was trembling. Ye Qingning's gaze sharpened, and in the next moment, she saw something glowing with a soft and brilliant golden light amidst the lava. She was relieved that she wasn't colorblind, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to distinguish the golden light from the fiery lava. Without hesitation, Ye Qingning fearlessly dove down and swiftly retrieved the golden object from the lava. The system beside her was excited. If it had been any other cultivator with different spiritual roots, even if they could sense objects in the lava, they would likely get burned. To Ye Qingning's surprise, the golden object turned out to be a mirror. But it wasn't an ordinary mirror. It was engraved with intricate and ancient patterns, radiating a powerful wave of spiritual energy. Holding it in her hand, she could even feel a warm flow of spiritual energy coming from the mirror. A notification sound rang in her ears. Congratulations on obtaining a mysterious treasure, Golden Mirage Mirror. You have also earned 300 duel points. Current points, 450. Duel reminder. Current points have reached 450. Would you like to exchange for duel time? Exchange for 2 days. Exchange successful. Duel time increased by 2 days. Ye Qingning from Penglai sect now has a total of 5 days of duel time. Keep up the good work. Duel notification. There are a total of 5 random mysterious treasures. 3 remain. All disciples should hurry to find them. As the voice faded, Ye Qingning was left stunned. Wait, is that it? She had obtained the treasure and points and exchanged for duel time, but it would be nice to know what rank the Golden Mirage Mirror is and what its purpose is. So, if she didn't recognize the treasure, she wouldn't be able to use it for a while, right? The system, quick to respond, said, Qingning, the Golden Mirage Mirror is a top-grade magical treasure made from rare spiritual materials like Lioli gold crystal and 10,000-year-old fire jade. As its name suggests, it contains the art of illusion, capable of creating an identical illusion of the user. The phantom's form is indistinguishable from the real body and can perform the same techniques and spells, much like a technique for creating duplicates, making it hard to tell which is real. Although this mirror is powerful, comparable to a divine treasure, it is not without flaws. After all, it creates illusions that can mimic the real form but ultimately lack substance. If it encounters a much stronger opponent, the illusion will reveal its weaknesses during battle or be seen through by special treasures or secret techniques, causing it to vanish into nothingness. However, being able to create an illusion at a crucial moment is enough to confuse enemies and gain an advantage. As the user's skills improve, the duration and strength of the illusion will also increase, making it a very valuable treasure, but it can only create illusions 3 times a day, which is still sufficient. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Ye Qingning's eyes as she gazed at the shimmering illusion mirror in her hand. As the system mentioned, the mirror's purpose as a support treasure is to create illusions to mislead enemies. If she were in a perilous secret realm, she could use the illusions to divert the attention of powerful beasts or foes, giving herself a chance to escape. The Ye family had been looking for opportunities to capture her, and this mirror came at just the right time. She also marveled at the extraordinary treasures available every 10 years at the Immortal Gate competition. This mirror was quite valuable, and they were willing to give it away, showing a remarkable openness. But it's hard to say if all 5 mysterious treasures are top tier. Now, 3 treasures remain, appearing in 4 areas, which means only one area has 2 treasures. She found one in the flame purgatory, so it's likely there are no treasures left there. Ye Qingning carefully stored the mirror and prepared to find an ally. She said to the system, report on Xiao Chong's movements. The system nodded repeatedly and, after releasing energy, said, back to you, Qingning. Xiao Chong is fighting a Golden Core disciple from the Wuliang sect. It's not much of a fight. As soon as their minds clashed, that person was defeated. Ye Qingning paused for a moment, thinking that it was no surprise that someone who has been in the top 20 of the talent rankings for years would be so quick. In a battle of minds, unlike a physical confrontation, The outcome can often be determined in an instant when their minds collide. Even if the two individuals have equal mental strength, after several rounds of competition, a winner can quickly be determined. The reason lies in the subtlety of mental battles, which depends not only on strength but also on understanding and control. Even if their mental strengths are balanced, different levels of control and understanding can lead to rapid changes in the battlefield, breaking the balance and deciding the outcome. The losing side will be immediately transported out of the arena to ensure that the participants do not suffer serious mental damage. At this moment, Ye Qingning realized that her mental concealment technique had lost its effect. The next second, she heard the system shout, "Qingning, the top disciple of Yuling sect and the other person are coming your way." Ye Qingning frowned. Qian Yi and the other person were coming toward her, either searching for random treasures or, after her mental concealment failed, they had detected her presence. Clearly, the latter was more likely. Moreover, the mental concealment technique could only be used again after some time, so she needed to respond quickly. Ye Qingning's eyes flickered as she quickly devised a plan in her mind. Confronting them head-on was not wise, but merely avoiding them was not a long-term solution. It would be better to take one of them out first. She did not arrogantly think she could handle Qian Yi, so she decided to deal with the other person first. They hadn't fought in the ranking challenge, so this was a good opportunity, provided she could first divert Qian Yi's attention. Ye Qingning quietly took out the golden mirage mirror. She had previously formed a bond with it using her mental energy, and as she activated it, the mirror flashed with light. In an instant, a phantom image formed, and the next second, a shimmering figure that looked exactly like her appeared before her. Ye Qingning carefully examined the created phantom. It was indeed identical to her. Even the way her clothes fluttered was perfectly matched. It was like looking in a mirror. No one could tell the difference, not even her parents. Ye Qingning did not immediately control the phantom. Instead, she waited until her mental energy could sense the position of the other person before guiding her phantom to rush northward. At the same time, she quickly moved silently to the west. If you ask why she hesitated before leaving, it was because the range of a cultivator's spiritual sense depends on their cultivation level. She was worried that the person following her couldn't detect her. The system could scan the entire fiery prison and sense everyone's movements, but a cultivator's range was limited by their own level. A foundational stage cultivator has spiritual awareness from the beginning, which develops into spiritual sense. After advancing, their spiritual sense not only retains the abilities of spiritual awareness, but also has a stronger perception, allowing them to sense a few hundred to over 1,000 meters. At the golden core stage, spiritual sense makes a significant leap, covering a radius of 10 miles. At the nascent soul stage, the coverage expands to between 10 and 100 miles, but the fiery prison is vast and extends beyond 100 miles. Earlier, when the system detected Qian Yi and another person flying this way, she couldn't locate the person following her, indicating that Qian Yi used their spiritual sense to find her and inform the other person. After all, at the spirit separation stage, the spiritual sense can extend up to 1,000 miles. She couldn't detect Qian Yi, but Qian Yi could sense her location. Thus, she had to wait until the person following her could also sense her and the illusion's location before she could lead both of them in different directions. As Qian Yi and Su Ke flew this way, they suddenly halted, as if they had hit the brakes. As soon as Su Ke's spiritual sense reached where Ye Qingning was, he saw two identical figures. Not only did they look exactly the same, but their spiritual energy was indistinguishable as well. The two figures quickly darted in two different directions, moving as fast as shooting stars across the night sky. Su Ke was stunned, a look of shock crossing his face as he turned to Qian Yi beside him. "Senior brother, is that an illusion? Or a clone technique?" Both Su Ke and Ye Qingning were at the nascent soul stage. Whether Ye Qingning used an illusion or a clone technique, Su Ke couldn't tell, so he asked Qian Yi. Qian Yi frowned, his gaze sharp, and said in a deep voice, "It's neither an illusion nor a clone technique. She must have used some kind of treasure to create a figure that looks exactly like her, even sharing the same spiritual energy." Suku raised an eyebrow, disbelief in his eyes. How is that possible? With her spiritual sense, where would she get such a treasure? Did she just find a mysterious item? After Suku finished speaking, he felt he had hit the mark. His senior brother's judgment could not be wrong, and since the body-splitting technique was a powerful skill, how could Ye Qingning, who was at the same cultivation level as him, possess such a skill? If it were an illusion, with his senior brother's advanced skills, he would surely see through it. As for the illusion created by a magical artifact, they would only know if it was a fake body after confrontation, or if they had a treasure that could reveal the false body. Confirming that Ye Qingning had created a fake body with a treasure made Suku extremely frustrated. He had searched for so long without finding a randomly appearing treasure, yet Ye Qingning had found one. However, Suku quickly adjusted his emotions. The Su family was a top family, and he was a disciple of the Yuqing sect. He wouldn't be overly concerned about a single treasure. He was just annoyed that he couldn't earn points from the duel. But as long as he eliminated Ye Qingning, not only would he take revenge for his sister, but he would also earn points. Junior brother, I can't tell which one is her for now. Let's split up. If we wait too long, she might find help, and it will be harder to deal with her then.
Sunnuntai-keskiviikko Nodderin agreement.
Most of the disciples entering the final duel were from Penglai, and they must not give her a chance to team up. Senior brother, you go north and I'll head west. With that, Suku rushed toward the west. In Suku's view, the figure heading north had left first, likely trying to lure them into a chase. Her real self must have escaped to the west. Ye Qingning was running for her life, making it more convincing that it was really her when the pursuer chased her. But she was also gradually slowing down. To Suku, it was normal that she had just broken through to the early stage of the nascent soul, and her spiritual awareness was not as strong as that of someone in the late stage. Otherwise, he wouldn't be confident enough to track her alone. I thought all Penglai disciples were strong, but why are you just hiding? You're really bringing shame to the Penglai disciples. Suku's first words upon catching up were mocking. This made Ye Qingning certain that Suku and Su Ruashi must have the same mother. The idea of a true young master and a false young lady could never apply to these siblings. Soon, you'll find out whether I'm bringing shame to Penglai, or if you're the one bringing shame to the Yuqing sect. Ye Qingning did not waste any words. As soon as she finished speaking, her consciousness transformed into a giant fire phoenix. The phoenix flapped its wings, radiating endless heat and majesty. Each flap seemed capable of igniting the void, rushing toward Suku with a fierce roar. In a battle of consciousness, cultivators can shape their awareness into various forms, like flying swords, beast shapes, or any other shape they desire. Ye Qingning thought about forming a tank, but worried that Suku might not recognize it. The fire phoenix soared, distorting the space around it with its intense heat. Suku sneered, now certain that Ye Qingning was indeed real. He immediately shaped his consciousness into an incredibly sharp long sword, striking with unstoppable force toward the approaching fire phoenix. No matter how powerful the phoenix was, it would soon be a defeated bird under his sword. The clash between the sword and the phoenix erupted in dazzling light. Each intense collision created invisible ripples, and the booming sounds shook the heavens. Ye Qingning secretly admired Suku's strong consciousness, which had surpassed the nascent soul stage. No wonder he dared to confidently pursue her alone. With a thought, the fire phoenix suddenly grew larger, its flames burning even brighter, as if it wanted to consume everything around it. Its wings stirred up a heat wave, charging straight at Suku. Just as Suku thought he had underestimated Ye Qingning, he realized her consciousness had suddenly become even more powerful, causing a tightness in his chest. But there was no time to think further. The long sword soared into the air, its light intensifying, and it slashed down at the fire phoenix. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the sword light collided with the fire phoenix, producing a brightness so intense it was blinding. The energy released seemed capable of tearing the heavens apart. In the distance, Song Zian swallowed hard. Not only did he watch the fierce battle without blinking, but he also realized he had never witnessed such a thrilling clash of consciousness. If he faced either of them, he would surely have been defeated. He had originally thought that being a fire element cultivator and entering this realm would benefit him, especially with the fire energy present here. Although he was at the Golden Core stage, he had been training to strengthen his spiritual awareness. Compared to his own cultivation level, his spiritual awareness had already reached the strength of the nascent soul stage, so he did not leave this place. At this moment, he felt a sense of regret. He did not expect that Sister Ye's spiritual awareness was so strong, at least reaching the out-of-body stage, and even close to the separation stage. Then there was Su Ko, the heir of the Su family, whom he also recognized. If the two had not fought as soon as they entered this area, he would have discovered him and eliminated him long ago. Everyone was so powerful, it made it hard for someone at the Golden Core stage to survive. He finally understood why there were so few core disciples and top talents at the Golden Core stage. It was truly difficult to win in the ultimate showdown. Forget it, he should find another place. He still had confidence in dealing with those at the Foundation and Golden Core stages, but this was definitely not a place for him to stay. Taking the opportunity, Song Zian quietly slipped away, feeling a mix of emotions. Although his chances of making it into the top 10 were slim, he still wanted to hold on as long as possible. But the next moment, he stopped in his tracks. No, he couldn't leave without watching this duel. It felt like an itch he couldn't scratch. It was really uncomfortable, like reading a story but not seeing the ending. Wasn't that just cruel? Suddenly, he had an idea. If Sister Ye won, could he team up with her? After all, his duel time was tomorrow. If he didn't earn any points and got sent out, it would be better to let Sister Ye eliminate him to gain points. He couldn't be eliminated without any value. Of course, he still wanted to stay a bit longer. With Sister Ye around, if he encountered someone at the out-of-body stage, he could still dodge. He was really clever. In the sky above, the roaring sound ceased, and the dazzling light gradually faded. The sky had already turned a deep red. In the void, a fiery phoenix flapped its wings, with flames surging and purple lightning flickering on its outstretched wings. It was not damaged at all. Instead, its momentum was even more magnificent. In contrast, the long sword that flashed with cold light shattered upon impact, turning into countless starlights that scattered into the air. At the same time, a voice rang out. Penglai sect's Qingning has defeated a fellow disciple of the same realm at the nascent soul stage. Duel points increased by 500, current points, 550. Duel reminder. Points have reached 550. Would you like to exchange your duel time for a full 7 days? Exchange. Exchange successful. Ye Qingning from the Penglai sect has a total duel time of 7 days, with 150 points remaining. Keep up the good work to earn more points and climb the leaderboard. Duel notification. There are a total of 5 random mysterious treasures, with 1 remaining. Disciples, please hurry to search. Important notification. During the 7A duel, the rankings of disciples' duel points will be announced daily at midnight. All disciples should check their rankings. Ye Qingning's mind returned to normal, and she was very grateful to Brother Shovel for the points, which allowed her to hold on until the end of the duel. She also discovered an issue from the duel notification. The message seemed to emphasize that she earned 500 duel points only by defeating disciples at the same level of the nascent soul stage. If her opponent's level was lower, she would likely earn fewer points. Conversely, if she defeated someone at the out-of-body stage, she should earn more than 500 points. Thus, if a Golden Core stage disciple could eliminate a nascent soul stage disciple, they would also receive higher points, making it fairer for disciples of all levels. As for the last treasure, there was no need to search for it intentionally, as it was likely already found by someone else before she could reach it. The flame hell is vast, and she hadn't explored it all yet. The notification mentioned that there are powerful fire-type monsters, which are definitely stronger than illusions, and they offer more points. She should definitely take a look. Ning Ning, Xiao Chong, and Song Zian are coming your way. They probably saw you and Brother Shovel duel. Ye Qingning smiled slightly. She had intentionally moved toward Xiao Chong's direction. She didn't plan to leave the flame hell just yet. It was time to form an alliance. Moreover, After Qingning battled her illusion, he had already realized that she was a fake. He would soon find out that she had eliminated Su Ke, and as Su Ke's senior brother, he would definitely come to her. Since that was the case, it was essential to form an alliance early and work together to eliminate Qingning. She couldn't leave a potential threat behind. Before long, two figures appeared in Ye Qingning's view, one after the other. Xiao Chong had a handsome face with a slight smile, and there was a hint of approval in his gaze as he looked at Ye Qingning. Junior Sister Yi, your recent duel of consciousness was quite impressive. Even if I faced you, I wouldn't dare to claim complete victory. Ye Qingning quickly shook her head, speaking humbly. Brother Xiao, you flatter me. I only have slightly stronger awareness than him. Your previous competition taught me a lot, and my admiration for you is like the endless flow of a great river. When it comes to mutual compliments, Ye Qingning is a pro. Unexpectedly, Song Zian not only insults skillfully but also praises even better. He immediately said, Brother Xiao, Sister Yi, both of you are outstanding talents, and it is a blessing for us. Although I am not talented, seeing your brilliance makes my heart race. Sister Ye's awareness is impressive, and when Brother Xiao makes a move, it's like a dragon soaring through the skies, powerful and majestic. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would find it hard to believe your skills are so profound. As cultivators, we should take Brother Xiao and Sister Yi as our models, work hard in our practice, pursue the highest realm, and strive together. Meeting both of you here today is truly a stroke of luck. I hope Brother Xiao and Sister Yi can guide me more, and we can shine together for our sect. Stop, stop, stop. Ye Qingning felt like hitting him and thought to herself that instead of calling him Song Zian, it would be better to call him Song Tang Sung. Xiao Chong twitched his mouth. If it weren't for the fact that Song Zian was his junior brother, he would have sent him back to the sect for some serious training after that long speech. Song Zian chuckled. Brother Xiao, Sister Yi, what I mean is, can we form an alliance? Don't worry, brother and sister. My awareness has already reached the nascent soul stage. Although I am not as strong as you, I can easily protect myself against anyone below the nascent soul stage. If I really can't handle it, you don't have to worry about me. Just let me be eliminated, or you can eliminate me yourselves to let others gain points. I would rather be eliminated by my own brothers and sisters. Xiao Chong nodded. It would have been better if he had spoken like this from the start. All right, we will stick together in the flame purgatory for now. After we leave here, we will fight separately. You are at the golden core stage, so if someone at that level comes here, you can handle them. Defeating someone of a lower level yields very few points. Ye Qingning then remembered that the system had said Xiao Chong could defeat a golden core stage opponent in one move and curiously asked, Brother Xiao, how many points did you earn for defeating a golden core stage opponent? Xiao Chong did not hide it and replied, 50. Ye Qingning thought, as expected, I was right, but I didn't expect only 50 points. It's not enough for even half a day of competition. Song Zian replied, no wonder Xiao Chong didn't attack him. He probably thinks he's too weak to bother with. Ye Qingning temporarily allied with Song Zian and Xiao Chong. She had just been thinking that defeating lower-level opponents gave very few points when Xiao Chong changed the topic. But if we defeat opponents of a higher level, the points will increase significantly. Besides dealing with opponents of the same level, we should aim for those who are stronger than us. If we want to enter the top 10, we have to take risks. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingning's eyes lit up. She thought Xiao Chong made a good point. There are 20 disciples at the out-of-body stage and the divided spirit stage. If they don't fight hard, how can they make it into the top 10? She had earned 500 points by defeating an opponent of the same level. If she defeated someone at the out-of-body stage, she could get at least 800 to 1,000 points. And if she defeated someone at the divided spirit stage.
Wow.
She couldn't even imagine how many points that would be. Song Zian was also energized by Xiao Chong's words and excitedly asked, does Brother Xiao mean we should look for opponents now? Xiao Chong nodded slightly. There shouldn't be any treasures left here, but there are 2 at the divided spirit stage and 1 at the out-of-body stage. I have already found out that the out-of-body disciple is Fu Feng, a student of the Lan Lian Xianzuan from the Yuling sect. Sister Yi, Your spiritual sense is much stronger than the Yuaning stage, so you should have no problem facing Fu Feng. However, to be safe, sister, you should wait for me to deal with one of the divided spirit disciples first before going after Fu Feng. This way, we can reduce potential threats. As for the other divided spirit disciple, you two don't need to worry for now. That person is Ling Hua from the Discipline Hall. I encountered him earlier, and he seems to be busy with a specific task, so he won't have time to deal with others for a while. Qingning hadn't detected Ling Hua's presence before. The system only mentioned 2 divided spirit disciples, and she didn't expect one to be Qian Yi and the other to be the strict Ling Hua. It was also at this moment that she remembered there was another way to earn points in the competition, by triggering tasks. Completing tasks could also earn points, and perhaps quite a few. Unfortunately, she had come this far without triggering any tasks, showing that luck is also a part of strength in any competition. Song Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother Xiao, let's go quickly. It's a rare opportunity to see you compete against someone in the spirit separation stage. I need to observe closely. As soon as he finished speaking, Qingning sensed someone approaching. Her gaze sharpened, and she almost spoke at the same time as Xiao Chong. No need to go. They are here. The speed of a spirit separation stage practitioner's consciousness movement is not to be underestimated. They can cover vast distances in a very short time, even teleporting hundreds of miles. Qian Yi arrived like an invisible lightning bolt tearing through the air, exuding an undeniable presence. He stood in the air, his cold gaze sweeping below. To be precise, his gaze landed on Qingning, with a hint of anger in his eyes. You are the one who eliminated my junior brother, and you deliberately used an illusion to distract me. Qian Yi's voice was deep and powerful, carrying a sense of authority that set him apart from the other disciples. Qingning remained calm, unfazed by the situation. Meeting Qian Yi's gaze, she showed no signs of retreat. So what? In a competition, everyone relies on their own abilities. If he is not skilled enough, he deserves to be eliminated. The rules of the match do not state that I can eliminate him. As for the illusion, it's just like any martial technique. Using it in a competition is normal. Leading you away was just a minor strategy. You fell for it and now question me? That's unbecoming of a chief disciple. You might as well just take action. As the saying goes, if you can take action, don't waste words. It's as if she explained herself. He would refrain from acting. Since they were both going to fight, why ask questions? Isn't it just wasting breath? Being a bit aloof is better, right? Qian Yi's gaze sharpened, and the air around them seemed to freeze. Seeing Xiao Chong step forward to protect Qingning, he sneered, Xiao Chong, Xiao Zhongdian, after all these years, you still love to meddle. Are you sure you want to protect her? The system rolled its eyes. Who do you look down on? Ning doesn't need protection. 2 against 1 is just fine. Qingning, however, was focused on the first half of Qian Yi's statement. Was there something more to this? In the next moment, Xiao Chong's expression turned cold. Qian Yi, since we meet today, our grievances should be settled. Your junior disciple was eliminated, which only shows he was not skilled enough. You are the chief disciple of the 4th sect. Don't be unable to handle a competition. Qingning now understood that these two had a personal feud. The system, known as the Gossip King, immediately began to share the backstory. Before Xiao Chong joined the Penglai sect, he was an inner disciple of the Yuqing sect, in the same sect as Qian Yi. Xiao Chong is straightforward and values fairness, so he cannot stand injustice. Once, an inner disciple of the Yuqing sect offended Qian Yi's junior brother. Not only was he unfairly targeted, but he also faced severe punishment, putting him in a dangerous situation. Xiao Chong couldn't bear to see this, so he stood up to reveal the truth. Although he saved that disciple, it angered Qian Yi, who, as the chief disciple, suppressed Xiao Chong with just a few words. As a result, Xiao Chong faced exclusion from his peers, making his life in the Yuqing sect very difficult. Later, at a sect meeting, Xiao Chong was falsely accused of using drugs before a competition. He was punished and forced to leave the Yuqing sect. Fortunately, after leaving, he had a chance encounter with Tian Jizi, who recognized his talent, leading to his opportunity to join the Penglai sect. After that, through his abilities, He rose from a servant disciple to a core disciple, even becoming the head of the Internal Affairs Hall. However, since Tianjizi never took disciples, he did not become a direct disciple, or he would have been one by now. Xiao Chong has always been determined to defeat Qianyi himself, as all the humiliation he suffered in the past was due to Qianyi. Although the talent ranking does not distinguish realms and anyone can challenge others, the gap between realms can be like a chasm, hard to cross. However, the battle of consciousness is different. Xiao Chong must have wanted to fight Qianyi since entering the realm of consciousness. After hearing the whole story, Ye Qingning furrowed her brows. She wanted to say that not all chief disciples are just and fair in handling matters. In her past life, she had seen arrogant chief disciples, and some used their power and status to bully their peers. In the hands of certain individuals, power and status became tools for reckless behavior. But thinking it over, the world is indeed complicated, and that is the true nature of the cultivation realm. Suddenly, I wanted to write a story with Xiao Chong as the main character, titled, "After leaving, the whole sect begged me to come back." Qianyi listened to Xiao Chong and sneered. Xiao sect master has been on the genius ranking for too long and has forgotten his own position. Does he really think he is among the best? It seems no one has challenged Xiao sect master for a long time, so I will help him recognize his true strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Qianyi's spiritual sense transformed into a giant fire dragon. Its massive body was engulfed in blazing flames, with eyes like two fireballs, burning with deep red light, constantly exhaling fire. In the next moment, it swooped down from the sky towards Ye Qingning and the others, attacking so quickly that it was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. Xiao Chong was not willing to back down. He told Ye Qingning and Song Zian to go, and his spiritual sense instantly transformed into a radiant golden-armored warrior. The warrior held a spear and wore golden armor, resembling an ancient war god descending to the world, with golden eyes that seemed to see through all illusions. As the fire dragon charged, he quickly raised his spear, its tip shining brightly with flames, and thrust it forward to meet the fire dragon's attack. Worried about Ye Qingning being affected, he communicated through his spiritual sense. Go. Deal with Fu Feng. In this realm, although they couldn't use jade slips, they could communicate through spiritual sense when within range. Clang. A loud sound erupted, but the clash did not determine a victor. The golden warrior, gripping the spear, collided again with the fire dragon, creating a deafening roar, as if the space itself was torn apart, with heat waves and shock waves spreading out. The fire dragon roared in anger, its massive body twisting in the air, while the golden warrior stood firm, the light on his spear growing brighter as he continuously countered the fire dragon's assault. Song Zian felt the intense clash of their spiritual senses and thought his own was about to shatter from the overwhelming force. Junior sister Yi, let's leave. Senior brother Xiao wants us to go. Although watching the battle up close excited Song Zian, he knew that staying there would only make him a burden and could even put him in danger. Ye Qingning was about to join the fight when Xiao Chong's voice stopped her, and she heard the system urgently calling. Ning, hurry, Fu Feng is about to leave the flame hell. With his water spirit root, he wouldn't stay here long without finding any random treasures. Ye Qingning was not someone who hesitated in tough situations. She had already made up her mind. She trusted Xiao Chong. If he didn't have some confidence, he wouldn't choose to face an opponent in the spirit separation stage alone. She nodded to Song Zian to leave and swiftly moved in the direction marked on the system map. However, just after she had moved a short distance, she felt a powerful presence approaching. Turning around, she saw a long whip, completely black with dark red flames flowing along it, suddenly appear in the air, striking down towards the fire dragon. Boom! The whip collided with the fire dragon, shaking the ground and creating a thunderous sound. Song Zian couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Ye Qingning was momentarily stunned. She didn't need to guess who had transformed into the fire dragon whip. The system laughed, wondering which good person would turn into a whip during a fight. That was just too ridiculous. Ye Qingning seriously suspected that Linghua must have used the whip too much in daily life, and even during a battle, he felt the urge to whip someone. Linghua. What does this have to do with you? Your Penglai disciples seem to be quite united and friendly. Qingning said sarcastically, having just failed to defeat Xiao Chong in one move, only to find out that Xiao Chong secretly sought help.
Ha!
Linghua chuckled lightly. So what? It's better than some sects bullying their disciples. Linghua and Xiao Chong were both leaders of their respective halls and had a good relationship privately. Linghua guessed that Xiao Chong would definitely seek Qianyi's help, so he came right after completing a specific task. Qianyi said no more. It had come to this, and there was only one way forward: battle. The three were on the verge of a fierce fight. Meanwhile, Qingning had already started searching for Fufeng as soon as she saw Linghua. Linghua, like Qianyi, was also at the spirit separation stage, so it could be said that this battle was almost guaranteed. In the outer area of the flame hell, Fufeng was retreating. He hadn't found any treasures or encountered any powerful fire-type beasts, making this trip feel pointless. With the surrounding lava and fire, Fufeng, who had a water spirit root, was very uncomfortable. In such an environment, he wouldn't have an advantage against opponents of the same strength. Thinking about it, Fufeng realized that as a water spirit root, he should be in the Glacier Sea area or searching for hidden zones. Until now, there had been no news about the last treasure being found, indicating that another treasure was still waiting to be discovered, likely in a hidden area. As for competing with other disciples, he was at the out-of-body stage and had 4 days, so he wasn't in a hurry to act. It was possible that before he made a move, disciples below the nascent soul stage would be eliminated when time was up, not even lasting until the 4th day. Su Ko was eager to act, but in the end, he ended up being eliminated after waiting too long. Why rush? Didn't he know that being impatient could lead to failure? Fufeng sighed quietly, already planning his next steps. Just as he was about to leave the flame hell, he sensed someone approaching him at a meteoric speed. Upon investigation, he found it was a nascent soul stage cultivator. Soon, he heard a clear and piercing cry coming from the sky. A fiery red phoenix, surrounded by blazing flames, was diving down towards him with an undeniable presence. Fufeng never expected that Qingning would come after him after eliminating Su Ko. Su Ko was at the nascent soul stage, while he was only at the out-of-body stage. He hadn't sought out this adopted daughter of the Yi family, yet she had come after him. Why did she have the confidence? It must be because her spiritual sense was incredibly strong. In an instant, his spiritual sense transformed into an ice-blue water shield, shimmering and radiating a soft blue light. Boom! The two collided, and Fufeng managed to block Qingning's attack. However, under the impact of the fiery phoenix, the surface of the water shield began to steam, as if ice and snow were rapidly melting under extreme heat. Fufeng was shocked, realizing he had underestimated Qingning's strength. No wonder she could eliminate Su Ko and dare to challenge him. Her spiritual sense had grown to such a level, rivaling that of an out-of-body stage cultivator. Fufeng exclaimed that he had encountered a rival. The icy blue water shield became even more vibrant, and from its center, massive chains of water columns formed, wrapping around the flame phoenix. Qingning skillfully dodged, her vibrating wings creating waves of heat and sound. In the next moment, she transformed her consciousness into a spear of thunder and fire, entwined with purple lightning and flames. Songxian, who was following Qingning, was once again amazed. He had seen consciousness change forms in battle before, but never so smoothly. This also indicated her strong control over her consciousness, reaching an impressive level of mastery. The Thunderfire spear cut through the sky with a destructive force. At the same time, the surrounding flames and lava, under Qingning's control, gathered into a surging sea of fire, complementing the Thunderfire spear. As the spear moved, the gathered sea of fire seemed to come alive, dancing wildly and roaring fiercely. With a force of destruction, it resembled a raging fire dragon, intertwining with the spear and crashing into the icy blue water shield. Wherever it passed, space twisted, and everything seemed to fade into nothingness. In an instant, A tremendous shock and roar echoed through the void. The Thunderfire Spear, carrying the Sea of Fire, pierced through the water shield with an unstoppable force, creating a scene that was both tragic and spectacular. The icy blue water shield shattered like fragile porcelain under the violent impact of the Thunderfire Spear. Ultimately, it transformed into countless tiny droplets, sparkling with bright yet fleeting light in the void, before dissipating into nothingness. The disappearance of the icy blue water shield signaled the end of the duel. The air still buzzed with a fierce energy, and the ground was marked by circles of fiery ripples. Only when Ye Qingning's consciousness returned to its original form did the surroundings gradually settle into calm. The results of the duel echoed in Ye Qingning's ears. As she had guessed, defeating a rival of the same level granted her 500 points, while defeating someone from a higher realm earned her 1,000 points. After eliminating Fufeng, her current score was 1,150. To know the duel rankings, one must wait until midnight. Song Xian stood nearby in a daze. When Ye Qingning eliminated Su Ke, he realized she was strong. However, when Ye Qingning came to challenge Fu Feng, he felt a bit worried. Now, it seems his worries were unnecessary. After returning to the sect, he must learn from junior sister Yi and focus more on his training. He also needs to continue strengthening his spiritual awareness. When Ye Qingning and Song Xian returned to find Xiao Chong and Ling Hua, the two had also finished their duel. Xiao Chong looked a bit tired, clearly showing signs of overexertion of his spiritual awareness. Ling Hua sighed. You insisted on going solo at the last moment and didn't let me help. Now you're feeling the consequences, and you don't have any pills to recover your spiritual awareness. You won't be able to duel for at least a day. Xiao Chong smiled lightly, half-jokingly saying, Why would you step in when I'm dueling? Are you trying to steal my points? Ling Hua rolled his eyes in annoyance, feeling an urge to scold him. Who wants to steal your points? I just didn't want you to be upset for days if you lost. Now, everyone in the audience saw it. You eliminated the top disciple of the fourth sect, making him lose in the decade-long competition. Xiao Chong, you've gained some fame. Xiao Chong chuckled softly, feeling particularly happy this time. Years of frustration made him cautious, and he was just waiting for the day he could defeat Qianyi. Now he felt a sense of lightness. I don't want fame. Besides, in my current state, if I encounter someone at the out-of-body or spirit-severing stage, I would just be eliminated. So, until I recover, I would appreciate it if you could look out for me and protect our junior brothers and sisters. And congratulations to junior sister Yi for eliminating Fu Feng. You must have earned quite a few points. Ling Hua paused and turned to look at Ye Qingning. He clearly remembered that Fu Feng, a disciple of the Lanlian Immortal, was at the out-of-body stage, yet she managed to eliminate him? Impressive. Well done. This is how disciples of Penglai should be. Ye Qingning smiled lightly. I earned 1,000 points, which is double what you get for defeating someone at the out-of-body stage. Ling Hua was surprised. He had completely forgotten to ask Xiao Chong how many points he earned by defeating Qianyi. Did you just get 1,000 points too? Xiao Chong nodded. Yes, just like junior sister Yi, I got 1,000 points. Aren't you jealous? After all, you're in the spirit separation stage. Ling Hua was speechless. In the end, the spirit separation stage was the most disadvantaged. No one with a higher realm than spirit separation could earn 1,000 points by defeating anyone. Fortunately, he had completed a specific task earlier and earned a lot of points. Otherwise, when the rankings were announced at midnight, he might have been at the bottom. Tomorrow, once you recover, I'll leave to find an opponent. For now, let's explore deeper into the flame hell. We might encounter some powerful fire-type beasts. As soon as Ling Hua finished speaking, he heard Song Xian say, Senior brother Ling, senior brother Xiao Chong, junior sister Yi, I actually found a strange place while searching for random treasures earlier. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingning and the others widened their eyes in surprise. Whether it was a secret realm, a cave, or another location, any place described as strange often hid some kind of secret or opportunity. What strange place?
Tell us about it, Xiao Chong asked.
Song Xian didn't hold back. The place isn't too far from here. It's near a volcano. I thought there might be random treasures buried in the scorched earth, but when I dug it up, I found a few pieces of broken stone. The strange part is that some of the stones aren't ordinary. They have unusual symbols carved on them and feel very cool to the touch. I'm skilled in both sword and talisman crafting, so I can draw symbols, but I can only create simple ones. I really couldn't understand the runes on those stones, but they must be damaged array stones. What's also strange is why there are array stones in the flame hell. I searched everywhere for treasures and didn't see any beasts, yet I found these stones. Is the universe against me? What happened to those stones? Take me to find them, Xiaochong said, his voice filled with excitement. To be honest, I also triggered a specific chain task earlier, which asked me to find damaged array stones and repair them. I searched for a long time but couldn't find any, and you, junior brother Song, discovered them instead. Song Xian. Who do you look down on? Who does this ultimate showdown think it's better than? He found the array stone but didn't trigger the quest. What's going on? Ye Qingning thought. How can I trigger the quest? It must be because my awareness didn't enter the realm, and I didn't wear the lucky red string. Maybe tomorrow morning, when the sun rises, I should bow a few times to the east. It's said that this kind of prayer works well. I'll trade my past life's partner's 500 years of lifespan just to trigger the hidden quest. Ling Hua said, Alright, there are quite a few specific quests. I was hoping to share the benefits, but now I have no advantage. Song Xian wished he could curse 100 times in his heart, but he still pulled out a piece of stone larger than his fist from his sleeve. Since this is Brother Zhao's quest, I'll return this array stone to him. The rest will come with me. Xiaochong was stunned. Who told him to take the array stone? He almost ruined his quest. Ye Qingning felt she had learned something valuable. Finding the broken array stone and taking one piece meant that even if Xiaochong triggered the quest, it couldn't continue because one piece was missing. She learned her lesson. If she found anything strange in the future, she would hide it in her sleeve. The main idea was that if I didn't trigger the quest, then no one should succeed either. About 15 minutes later, Ye Qingning and her group arrived at the place where Song Xian found the array stone. What they saw was a patch of land charred black by flames, with a strong smell of sulfur in the air. The volcano was not far away, and they could hear the deep rumbling sound of lava erupting. This is the spot. Song Xian stopped and pointed to the ground. The array stones are buried beneath this scorched earth. We just need to dig down to find them. Ye Qingning and the others began to dig in the blackened soil. Before long, they unearthed 8 array stones that felt cold to the touch, each with different symbols. Along with the one Song Xian had taken earlier, they had a total of 9. It looks like this is all of them, Ling Hua said. His specific quest wouldn't give any hints. To know if the quest was completed, they needed to repair the array stones first. Fortunately, the disciples of Penglai hold multiple roles, and Ye Qingning often reviews books related to talismans. While she may not be a master in talismans, she has at least conducted in-depth research. So, upon seeing the 9 array stones, she began to devise a plan. Although the talismans on the stones were worn and unclear, their patterns were still somewhat recognizable, indicating that this stone was key to activating a certain formation. In such a dangerous place, there might be a powerful fire element beast sealed beneath the array. If they could enter, they might find unexpected rewards. Soon, the group used their spiritual awareness to redraw the faded talismans. As Xiaochong rearranged the stones, he received a notification in his mind about completing a specific task. At the same time, with the tremors of the Great Array, a passage to an unknown place slowly appeared before Ye Qingning and the others. Without hesitation, they stepped into the passage. Inside, the light was dim and eerie, and the air was filled with an intensely hot breath. As they descended further, the temperature rose, and they occasionally heard deep rumbling sounds from below, like the breathing of a giant beast in slumber. The deeper they went, the louder the rumbling became, and they saw lava flowing slowly on both sides of the passage. At the end, the 4 were shocked to find a massive underground volcanic space. In the center of the volcano, the magma resembled a boiling ocean, with fire pillars shooting up and bursting into dazzling light. Amidst this sea of fire lay a gigantic fire element beast, a flame giant python. The python was about 100 meters long, its color matching the surrounding magma, with sturdy scales covered in flickering flames and eyes resembling burning coals. It continuously exhaled flames, producing a sound similar to snoring. Ling Hua reminded them that he thought even the most powerful beasts in this realm would not exceed the divine stage, but now he realized he was mistaken. At that moment, all four received a notification about a challenge. Congratulations! You have discovered the fire element beast sealed beneath the flame purgatory, the flame giant python. A team challenge has now been triggered. Message alert. Use your surroundings and abilities to defeat the flame-scaled python and earn generous points rewards. Team challenge points reward rules. Points will be distributed based on the damage each disciple inflicts on the flame-scaled python. Special reward alert. The disciple who successfully defeats the flame-scaled python and ranks first in points distribution will receive an additional 1,000 points and the treasure, Flame Scale, which significantly boosts the power of fire spells when worn. The disciple who ranks second will receive an additional 500 points. All disciples should adjust their battle formations and prepare to attack and be cautious. Not bad, said Ling Hua. Previously, he was worried about entering this place, but Song Zian played a crucial role. After all, if he didn't speak while holding the formation stone, no one could enter. Even with Song Zian's strong spiritual sense, he couldn't defeat the giant python. With this points distribution, as long as they can inflict damage on the python and kill it, everyone can earn points, which is indeed well thought out. The four quickly exchanged glances, and without needing to say much, they silently launched an attack on the furious flame-scaled python. Although Xiao Chong was exhausted, he held back from attacking. Any damage they could inflict would count, and since the python was difficult to defeat, they might still earn some points after it was defeated. As Ye Qingning and the others attacked, the flame-scaled python let out a roar that shook the entire underground volcano. The flames surrounding it grew more intense, and with each movement, lava splattered, turning the surrounding walls bright red. While dodging the flames, Ye Qingning and the others continued to attack fiercely. The air felt like it was being sliced apart, with a constant roar that resembled a grand special effects scene. The system kept reminding them, the scales of the flame-scaled python have high heat resistance, making it hard to break through its defenses. Focus your attacks on its head and belly, which are its weak points, to inflict high damage and earn more points. Ye Qingning thought the same, aiming every strike at the python's vital spots. In this battle, the sky darkened and day turned to night, exaggerated. They had been fighting for an unknown amount of time. On the first day, when the scores were announced, Ye Qingning and her companions were still battling the giant python. Ye Qingning didn't have the energy to analyze the rankings and couldn't remember them. She only knew that out of 50 participants, 37 remained, and her score placed her fairly high, at 16th. As she guessed, the first place was Shun Xuanli, with a whopping 5,700 points, leading the second place by over 2,000 points. The shock nearly caused them to miss dodging the giant python's attack. Ye Qingning couldn't imagine how Shun Xuanli earned so many points. But then she thought, since Shun Xuanli had an ice spirit root, he must have gone to the highly dangerous glacial sea area, defeated powerful beasts there, and earned a lot of points. He might have even found hidden treasures. Or perhaps he had eliminated many participants. Ye Qingning didn't have time to notice if any other spirit stage competitors had been eliminated. Xiao Chong and Ling Hua ranked 9th and 13th, respectively, with Xiao Chong ahead. This showed that both had completed specific tasks and earned over 1,000 points. Song Zian, however, was in a tough spot, ranked last with no points. After midnight, he faced elimination. It was unclear if it was due to his good luck before entering the competition, but just as the message about his impending elimination appeared, the massive body of the fire python crashed heavily to the ground. What a surprise! Song Zian stood frozen, unable to process the sudden joy. He thought he was about to be eliminated, but at the last moment, senior brother Ling and junior sister Yi actually teamed up to defeat the fire python. The announcement of their victory came at that moment. successfully killed the fire python. Damage score rankings are as follows. First, Ye Qingning from Penglai sect. Second, Ling Hua from Penglai sect. Third, Song Xian from Penglai sect. Fourth, Xiao Chong from Penglai sect. The system was excited, buzzing with energy, transforming from a little green bird into a monkey, swinging around and making noise, completely ecstatic. When they heard the damage dealt to the fire python, Ye Qingning and Ling Hua were only 1% apart in their damage scores. As for Song Xian, he had put in a lot of effort, not wanting to be eliminated so easily. Xiao Chong was not surprised by the rankings. Sister Ye's attacks over the past 2 days were impressive enough to astonish anyone. As for himself, due to the depletion of his spiritual energy, most of his attacks did not deal significant damage to the flame giant python, so getting 4th place was not unexpected. After the damage rankings of Ye Qingning and her 3 companions were announced, updates on their points distribution were shared. The reward for defeating the flame giant python was as high as 5,000 points. The points were distributed based on the damage each of the 4 dealt to the giant python. Ye Qingning dealt 35% damage, earning 1,750 points, plus an additional 1,000 points, totaling 2,750 points, and received a treasure, the Scale of Flame. Ling Hua dealt 34% damage, earning 1,700 points, plus an additional 500 points, totaling 2,200 points. Song Xian dealt 21% damage, earning 1,050 points. Xiao Chong dealt 10% damage, earning 500 points. Once the duel information was announced, Ye Qingning held a glowing scale of flame in her hand. The crimson scale resembled the brilliant sunset, containing the intense power of the flame giant python, as if it could ignite the surrounding air with just a touch. This was also the second treasure Ye Qingning obtained in the ultimate duel. After earning 1,050 points, Song Xian became ecstatic, feeling like he wanted to honor his ancestors, and exchanged 1,000 points for 5 days of duel time. He didn't care about being eliminated by other cultivators. He just wanted to secure his time and not worry about being teleported out when the time was up. On the 3rd day, when the rankings were announced, there were still 29 participants left. In first place was Shun Xuanli, leading with 8,800 points. This made Ye Qingning wonder if Shun Xuanli had disturbed a beast's nest. In second place was Junzi Jian from the Wuliang sect, with 5,100 points. Third was Gu Huaichen, the chief disciple of the Tianyu sect, with 4,700 points. Ye Qingning was shocked to see Xie Jibai in 4th place, with 4,500 points. He was also the only golden core cultivator in the top 10 rankings. Soon, Ye Qingning and the dog system were no longer shocked. Firstly, Xie Jibai practiced the divine refinement technique, which meant his spiritual awareness was at least at the nascent soul stage. Secondly, as the second male lead in the story, Xie Jibai had already entered the ultimate showdown in his previous life. Now, with his past memories, he surely knew where opportunities and magical beasts were, or where random treasures might appear. Otherwise, even if he were defeated, he couldn't have gained so many points. The disciples from various sects watching the match were stunned to see Xie Jibai, from a struggling sect, ranked 4th, still at the Golden Core stage. In past competitions, no Golden Core disciple had ever earned so many points without being eliminated. The female cultivators, enchanted by Xie Jibai's looks, were completely captivated, turning into devoted fans. Ye Qingning ranked 7th with 3,900 points. Ling Hua, who was originally 13th, rose to 8th, just 100 points behind her. Xiao Chong dropped from 9th to 14th in the latest ranking. So, until the last day, it was uncertain if they could maintain their current ranks. Song Xian had only 2 days of competition time and almost got eliminated. After exchanging points for more time, he now had only 50 points, ranking second to last. The last place had 0 points and was a nascent soul cultivator who should have earned points but had none left after exchanging them for competition time. Although Ye Qingning hadn't encountered Si Qian and Li Taiheng, She noticed their rankings, 24th and 25th. Golden Core disciples really had no advantage in the ultimate showdown and were often at a disadvantage. Among the Foundation establishment disciples, 9 had already been eliminated by the third day due to only having 1 day of competition time. The remaining Foundation establishment disciple must have something valuable, or they would have been eliminated long ago. The rules of the ultimate showdown are designed this way, without dividing groups by cultivation level, to let disciples experience the harshness and competition of the true cultivation world. Those with lower cultivation levels are more easily oppressed and excluded in the cultivation world, facing greater challenges. The ultimate showdown creates such an environment, and only those who succeed in it can truly be called outstanding disciples and become real strong cultivators. After most of the foundation building stage disciples were eliminated, the Golden Core stage became an easy target for others. Unless one has great luck, avoiding elimination and triggering specific tasks or finding treasures, it is hard to last until the end, let alone earn points. It is indeed very harsh. So many foundation building and Golden Core disciples did not hope to make it into the top 10 at the start. Instead, they hoped to obtain random treasures. This way, even if they were eliminated, the treasures they obtained would be real. On the morning of the 4th day, after restoring her depleted spiritual energy, Ye Qingning left the flame hell, and Ling Hua and the others also departed. First, the 4 of them had not made any new discoveries in the flame hell, and second, just a moment ago, everyone received news about the competition. The second round of mysterious treasures has randomly appeared in the Leaf Valley, Glacier Sea, and hidden areas. 1 mysterious treasure from the first round remains, and this time there are 6 treasures. As soon as the news came out, no one could sit still. Ling Hua and the others quickly disappeared. Ye Qingning vowed this was definitely her favorite part. Who wouldn't want free treasures? Although the rules are harsh, the treasures are genuinely given, and they are quite generous. The last treasure from the first round had not been found, which is why there had been no news. From the message, Ye Qingning concluded that the unclaimed random treasure from the first round must be in the hidden area. This time, instead of relying on her intuition about where to go, she took out the flame scale. If the scale faced up, she would go to the Leaf Valley. If it faced down, she would head to the Glacier Sea, trusting fate and following the will of the heavens. But when the scale faced down, Ye Qingning was momentarily stunned. The Glacier Sea. Had all the beasts there been defeated by Xin Xuanli? If she went now, would there still be anything left for her? The systems seemed to sense her thoughts. The Glacier Sea is extremely dangerous, with many powerful beasts. Besides, we are going to find treasures. If we find them, we can leave. I have great faith in your luck, Qingning. Her Qingning has always had good luck, with only one bad instance, when the main system chose her to pursue a troublesome man. Ye Qingning nodded, agreeing with the system. She had visited the Valley of Fallen Leaves before and found nothing except for defeating a phantom beast. She quickly flew toward the Glacier Sea. As she passed through layers of clouds and arrived above the Glacier Sea, she was amazed by the sight before her. The entire sea was covered in thick ice, resembling a frozen glass world, with icebergs standing in the water, each with unique shapes. The cracks in the glacier formed a huge maze, with some blue ice blocks faintly visible within the crevices. The howling sea wind brought a biting cold that felt like it could freeze a person into a statue in an instant. Ye Qingning shivered, feeling as if her senses were about to go numb from the cold. 5 words came to her mind, refreshing like Sprite. Ye Qingning suddenly felt grateful for receiving the Flame Unicorn Scale. Wearing it not only enhanced her fire spells but also kept her warm. The warmth emitted by the scale comforted her senses and dispelled the cold around her. Otherwise, if her senses entered this place, even if she could explore deeply, they would likely be eroded by the extreme cold. She didn't dare to release her senses to investigate. It was just too cold, and she felt they would get frostbitten the moment she did. No wonder the message indicated that this area was extremely cold, unbearable for ordinary cultivators. Fire element cultivators noted that without the Flame Unicorn Scale for warmth, they couldn't endure even a little bit. Fortunately, the system was very perceptive. Seeing that Ye Qingning was almost frozen, it immediately presented a map of the glacier sea before her. The map clearly marked several small red dots. Ning Ning, look, this is the detailed map of this area. These small red dots represent other cultivators here. According to my investigation, there is one in the spirit separation stage, one in the out-of-body stage, two in the nascent soul stage, and one in the golden core stage.
Ah?
How unfortunate. That golden core cultivator is the dog man Xie Jibai. I almost forgot. Both he and Ye Hanyue are water element cultivators. No wonder they came here. Then the spirit separation cultivator is Shun Xuanli. Why hasn't he eliminated that dog man Xie Jibai? Ye Qingning raised an eyebrow, wondering why. It was simply because there wasn't enough meat to satisfy her. Xiao Chong was at the out-of-body stage, and after eliminating those at the golden core stage, he only earned 50 points. Shin Xuanli was at the spirit separation stage, and he would be lucky to get 25 points after eliminating someone at the golden core stage. With Shun Xuanli's personality, he wouldn't go after someone at the golden core stage just for 25 points. He wasn't that foolish. System. As usual, let's search separately. As soon as the system heard this, it immediately took action. Although Xie Jibai, that man, had come to the Icefield Sea in his past life and likely knew where the random treasures were, the world had reset, and the locations of the treasures might have changed. He wanted to search while cursing that man to only find a pile of trouble. After parting with the system, Ye Qingning navigated through the narrow passages of the Icefield Sea. In her past life, there was a scene on the shadow wall showing Ye Hanyue finding a random treasure in the Icefield Sea. However, the footage only showed Ye Hanyue entering an ice cave and did not detail how she got there, so Ye Qingning couldn't determine the exact location of the treasure. After all, in a place like the Icefield Sea, there were countless ice caves. These ice caves were naturally formed. Some were unfathomably deep, while others were extremely narrow, complexly intertwined yet independently existing. Finding the ice cave where Ye Hanyue was in her past life in this vast ice domain was indeed challenging. Moreover, the cold within the ice caves grew denser, almost solidifying, and as her consciousness moved through, it felt like it could be frozen at any moment. Perhaps it was because at dawn, Ye Qingning sincerely knelt facing the east. After wandering through the ice caves, it seemed like there was a guiding force. She realized she might have found the ice cave shown in the shadow wall from her past life. After searching, despite the many ice caves, upon entering one, she distinctly felt an unusual glow emanating from the ice walls around her. In the next moment, she was drawn to a silver treasure radiating spiritual light. Holding the treasure in her hand, she immediately felt a chill emanating from her palm. It was a mirror, less than the size of her hand, with a smooth, almost transparent surface. The frame was intricately carved with patterns and embedded with sparkling ice-blue gemstones, emitting a soft blue light, resembling frost under the moonlight. A notification sounded in her ear. Congratulations! You have obtained a mysterious treasure, the Frost Moon Mirror. You have also earned 300 duel points. Current points, 4,200. Then there was nothing more, no description at all. At least Shen Xuanli managed to say, This notification felt both informative and lacking. Fortunately, in her past life, she knew that Ye Hanyue had received this mirror, and the original story provided a detailed introduction. The Frost Moon Mirror, true to its name, felt like holding a piece of frost in her hand, and it was a divine treasure. The term, divine, in the name also included the true heroine's name, Yu, showing just how significant the protagonist's aura was in the original story. The Frost Moon Mirror was carefully crafted from 3 rare materials. One was a rare ice crystal called illusion ice, another was ancient ice from the ocean's depths, and the last was the refined essence of moonlight. The power of the Frost Moon Mirror lay in its ability to greatly enhance water and ice spells. It allowed the holder to master water and ice spells perfectly, significantly improving their power, range, and casting speed. A holder with an ice affinity could even summon an ice dragon using the frost moon mirror, rumored to freeze everything with a single breath. Even those without an ice affinity could move freely in extremely cold environments, unaffected by the cold. Even in the harshest conditions, the holder could feel as if they were in a warm spring, walking with ease. Additionally, the frost moon mirror had a powerful ability to foresee a glimpse of the future, showing it in the mirror. This allowed the holder to anticipate upcoming dangers or opportunities and make the best choices. The explanation in the original story stated that this ability came from the magical properties of the moonlight essence. However, the foresight ability of the frost moon mirror could not be triggered frequently. It could only be used once every 180 days. Before she arrived here, seeing that the frost moon mirror was treated as a random ultimate treasure in the book, Qingning thought that those who placed such a valuable item there must be quite foolish. With such a great divine treasure, wouldn't it be better to keep it for herself? If it were her, she wouldn't be so short-sighted as to give such a treasure away. The lack of insight only highlighted the dazzling aura of the original protagonist. In her past life, Ye Hanyue was able to avoid deadly dangers while being chased by the elder from Penglai, likely due to possessing the frost moon mirror. Each escape felt like fate was on her side. However, everyone makes mistakes. Even with such a powerful treasure, there comes a time when one reaches a dead end, and she ultimately ended up imprisoned by the elder from Penglai. Qingning did not hesitate and quickly put away the frost moon mirror. At the same time, someone was deeply affected. In the viewing area, Ye Hanyue's eyes were fixed on the shadow wall. Her hand unconsciously formed a fist, her long nails digging into her palm, causing blood to seep out. Yet, she seemed unaware of it. She was nearly grinding her back teeth in frustration. The frost moon mirror. In her past life, it was clearly her treasure. But now it was in Qingning's hands.
Why?
Why did someone else get her treasure after her rebirth? Was fate blind?
Ye Hanyue.
She would not let her get away with stealing her treasure. Ye Hanyue's eyes were cold, filled with anger and unwillingness that made her want to go mad at any moment. Having lived again, Ye Hanyue had considered the possibility that Qingning might find the frost moon mirror, especially since in her past life, Qingning watched the competition from the viewing area. Moreover, after Qingning won the Fanning Bell from the Stone Gamble, taking away Ye Hanyue's chance to connect with the Fahua Zen Temple, Ye Hanyue became even more worried about the frost moon mirror falling into Qingning's hands. Therefore, before the final showdown began, Ye Hanyue, dragging her weak body, sought out Xie Jibai to tell him where the frost moon mirror was. She would rather have the mirror in Xie Jibai's hands than let Qingning find it, as at least he would understand her feelings toward him once he had it. What Ye Hanyue did not expect was that Xie Jibai would not listen to her at all. He was extremely cold towards her and did not give her a chance to speak. He simply said he needed to practice and closed the door, leaving Ye Hanyue outside. Before the ultimate showdown began, Ye Hanyue did not give up, but Xie Jibai remained indifferent. Even when Ye Hanyue mentioned she knew the whereabouts of a treasure, he acted as if he hadn't heard her. Seeing Xie Jibai's attitude, Ye Hanyue stopped speaking and could only watch as he entered the divine martial hall. In the end, Ye Hanyue's worries came true. The frost moon mirror was gone, and she felt worse than when she lost the Fanning Bell. She needed to return to the Ye family. As soon as the competition ended, she would go back, as only the Ye family could help her deal with Qingning. Qingning was unaware of Ye Hanyue's thoughts. After meeting up with the system, she showed the frost moon mirror to it and also established a connection with the mirror. After all, this mirror had belonged to Ye Hanyue in her past life. Once Ye Hanyue found out it was in her possession, it would be unrealistic to think she wouldn't want it back. There are two types of connections, reversible and permanent. A reversible connection means that a cultivator can break the contract with the treasure, but after breaking it, they cannot reconnect for a short time. A permanent connection, once established, cannot be undone unless the treasure is destroyed or the person who made the contract dies, leaving the treasure without a master. Qingning directly established a permanent connection with her mind. If the crazy woman wanted to take the frost moon mirror, she would have to deal with her first. As long as she was alive, the crazy woman would not get the mirror. Having lived a second life, who said that what belonged to her in the past still belonged to her now. After the connection, Ye Qingning no longer felt any cold. Even with the flame scale armor on, she had felt cold before, but now it felt like a warm spring breeze. She released her mind to cover the surrounding area and was not affected by the extreme cold at all. The only regret was that she was not an ice spirit root. Otherwise, she could have used the frost moon mirror to summon an ice dragon. As for foreseeing a moment in the future, she would have to wait until she found a private place to use it, or else it would be broadcasted everywhere. Ye Qingning collected her thoughts and prepared to leave when she suddenly sensed a presence locking onto her and rapidly approaching. The system exclaimed, "Qingning, that dog of a man, Xie Jibai, is coming. You didn't even get a chance to eliminate him, and he's rushing over. Does he really think you won't eliminate him? How naive." Ye Qingning frowned slightly. Some people just never understand what others say, and even pretend not to. In her past life, she had been too good to him, always protecting him, which made him think she would never turn against him. Soon, Ye Qingning saw Xie Jibai approaching quickly. His captivating eyes showed a mix of emotions, hurt, regret, and confusion. He focused intently on Ye Qingning, as if searching for a different emotion in her eyes, but all he found was indifference and distance. "Senior sister." Xie Jibai's voice was deep and hoarse, each word seeming to struggle out with pain. "Senior sister, as soon as I found out there was a nascent soul cultivator here, you were the first person I thought of. I wanted to see you, so I rushed over." Xie Jibai spoke cautiously, feeling frustrated that the lucky red string he had bought couldn't be brought with him when he entered the realm. Otherwise, he could have given it to her when they were alone. He wanted her to know he truly regretted his actions and had always cared about her. Ye Qingning's expression showed no change, and her gaze towards Xie Jibai was cold, as if she were looking at someone unimportant. Not wanting to waste more words with him, she suddenly moved and attacked Xie Jibai directly. Ye Qingning's movements were swift and decisive. Her consciousness transformed into a sword engulfed in red flames and lightning, tearing through the air as it lunged towards Xie Jibai. Seeing this, Xie Jibai's expression changed drastically, clearly not expecting her to attack him suddenly. Shock and pain flashed in his eyes as he quickly retreated to avoid her fierce strike. "Senior sister, why? Why would you do this to me? Don't you remember our past friendship?" Xie Jibai's voice trembled as he dodged her attack, looking at Ye Qingning. His once gentle eyes now reflected deep sorrow. Ye Qingning did not pause her movements. The sword sliced through the air, creating sharp whistling sounds. Hearing the words, "past friendship," she could only smile bitterly. "Xie Jibai, what we had is long gone. The idea of friendship no longer exists between us. And please, don't call me senior sister. It sounds awful. You are no longer my junior." Xie Jibai's body stiffened, and the sadness in his peach blossom eyes deepened. Ye Qingning's words pierced through his hopes and fantasies like cold ice. He dreamed that Ye Qingning could forgive him and that they could return to the past, but she remained resolute. Yet he still unwillingly asked, "Is there really no chance for reconciliation? Senior sister, I truly regret my mistakes. If you forgive me, I will do anything you ask. I am willing to spend lifetimes making up for my wrongs." Ye Qingning was speechless, and the idea of spending lifetimes felt like a ghost story to her. "There is no chance for reconciliation. I really dislike you now. Just looking at you annoys me. Stop giving me that pitiful look. It won't help. It only makes me feel sick." It was clear that Ye Qingning knew how to hurt with her words. The word, sick, nearly took Xie Jibai's breath away. In his past life, he was bullied by his peers, who insulted him while hitting him, calling him a pretty face that lured others, calling him useless, calling him disgusting. She had come and dealt with those people, but now the word, disgusting, was coming from her lips. A wave of unprecedented despair surged in Xie Jibai's heart, his eyes reddened, and his movements, to evade, slowed down. Hurtful words, combined with the lightning-like sword strikes, pierced straight into Xie Jibai's heart without a hint of hesitation. Ye Qingning was not someone who hesitated in her actions. Her mental attack had been merciless. Xie Jibai staggered a few steps, and after the blow to his mind, he could no longer concentrate. In the next moment, he vanished, being sent out of the arena. This was the rule of the competition, to protect all disciples' safety. If a disciple's mind was harmed, they would automatically be sent out to prevent further damage. Xie Jibai's mind was sent away, returning to his physical body, and he fell into endless despair and pain. He had been eliminated, and it was she who had eliminated him. He had once dreamed of receiving her forgiveness, of fighting alongside her in the arena, even if it was just a brief alliance. But reality was so cruel. She had shattered his dreams and pulled him harshly from his beautiful illusions. In her past life, she was the light of his life, his only salvation. But in the end, he extinguished that light himself. When he wanted to reignite it, he found that the light was already gone. He remembered his past life, and he couldn't let go. His regrets from the past needed to be redeemed in this life. You want to win her over? I can help you. Look, with your own strength, you can't reach her heart. Why remain limited by your own weakness? I can give you power. Once you become strong without relying on her, you can earn her recognition. Even if she still won't forgive you with your strength, you can keep her by your side forever so she can't leave. Over time, she will get used to your presence and even start to depend on you. Don't you want that? The voice of the inner demon echoed in Xie Jibai's mind, tempting and cunning. After sensing Xie Jibai's desire and pain, it used the lure of winning her over to continuously tempt him. When leaving the secret realm of Yunshan, Xie Jibai had already recalled events from his past life. That night, after breaking through to the Golden Core stage, he fell into the illusion of the inner demon. However, this life's illusion was different from the last. The illusions were all related to Ye Qingning. Xie Jibai realized that his inner demon was actually her. Although he passed through the illusion, after experiencing Ye Qingning's coldness and rejection, his unwillingness and desire still gave rise to the inner demon. Even after overcoming the illusion, various factors in his future cultivation would still provoke the inner demon's emergence. The birth of the inner demon made Xie Jibai aware of his indelible obsession with her. This obsession grew wildly in his heart like weeds, making it impossible for him to let go. I will grow stronger on my own and prove to her that I deserve her forgiveness and acceptance. The inner demon seemed in no hurry, its voice becoming softer and more tempting. You're still too naive. Do you think your efforts alone can make up for past mistakes? Don't be foolish. She won't even glance your way, let alone care. Besides, by the time you become stronger, she might already have someone else by her side. At that point, there may not be a place for you. Time waits for no one. Think carefully. Are you deceiving yourself, or do you want me to help you win her over? I can help you get everything you desire, as long as you accept my power. The voice of the inner demon faded, and Xie Jibai felt a bit clearer. The inner demon had appeared more than once recently. He wanted to win her back, but did not want to be controlled by it. The sound of the bell from the Fanning bell can purify the soul, dispel evil thoughts, and suppress the inner demon, but entering the Fahua Zen temple is not easy. Now, the day when the Fahua Zen temple opens for teachings and rings the Fanning bell is not far off. He must make plans in advance. Otherwise, entering the temple as a disciple of the Luoyun sect will also be difficult. Xie Jibai made his plans and quietly left the divine martial hall. After Xie Jibai was eliminated, news of the duel spread. Penglai sect's Ye Qingning defeats a Golden Core disciple, gaining 250 points. Current points, 4,450. Keep it up, comma. Notice, there is currently one random mysterious treasure left. All disciples should hurry to search, comma. The system, feeling quite pleased, said, that guy is only worth 250 points. Now that he's been eliminated, he should finally see reality. Ye Qingning didn't want to think about that. Now that she had the Frost Moon Mirror, she needed to explore the Ice River Sea thoroughly. With only 3 days left, Maintaining a spot in the top 10 was crucial during this final stretch. Just as her consciousness returned to its original form, she sensed another presence approaching at an astonishing speed, almost like teleportation. Ye Qingning was startled and, in the next moment, saw a white figure rushing towards her. The figure stopped just a few feet away, with a cool and ethereal face, radiating a stern and sharp aura. The air in the ice cave seemed to chill even more upon their arrival. Although the system usually got excited upon seeing the male lead in the story, it felt no excitement now. Instead, it flapped its little wings protectively in front of Ye Qingning. Bekareful ning ning. Get ready with the golden mirage mirror. If Xin Xuanli is here to eliminate you, quickly create an illusion and escape. In the system's view, Xin Xuanli's many points surely didn't just come from defeating monsters. He must have eliminated quite a few people too. Who knows if he suddenly targeted the host to eliminate them, especially since this is the ultimate showdown. Xin Xuanli has always done things his own way, so why would he form alliances, especially when he doesn't need to? When he encounters someone, no matter who it is, he quickly eliminates them. The more the system thought about it, the more cautious it became. Thankfully, Xin Xuanli couldn't see it, so it dared to shout at him, "Back off! Back off! Back off!" Ye Qingning almost laughed at the system's behavior. At critical moments, the system can still tell right from wrong. Seeing that Xin Xuanli didn't attack her directly, and instead respectfully greeted her, saying, "Greetings, senior brother," was a relief. As the chief disciple, Xin Xuanli would inevitably eliminate some junior disciples, but he wouldn't attack right away. He certainly has that much grace. Xin Xuanli slightly nodded, showing he had no intention of attacking. On the contrary, to help Pei Yin fulfill his wish of taking on a disciple soon, Xin Xuanli actually hoped Ye Qingning could make it into the top 10. Before the ultimate showdown began, Feng Weiyang kept whispering in Xin Xuanli's ear, brainwashing him with ideas about how male cultivators should be graceful and not resort to violence against female cultivators. There were already few female cultivators in the ultimate showdown, only half of the male cultivators, so Xin Xuanli had to show mercy, especially towards his junior sisters. He couldn't just eliminate them upon meeting. After going in circles, Feng Weiyang wanted to tell Xin Xuanli not to fight Ye Qingning, but to focus on others instead. If the junior sister could make it into the top 10, she would be so happy. If she was happy, he would be happy too. Ye Qingning noticed that Xin Xuanli only replied with a which wasn't surprising. She just didn't know if they would fight or not. Fortunately, she was at the nascent soul stage, while Xin Xuanli was at the spirit separation stage. Eliminating her wouldn't earn him many points, not even enough for a fraction of his total. He might even think that eliminating her wouldn't be worth it. Senior brother, how about we form a temporary team? Would that be okay? If you can't beat them, join them, right? The system was originally on high alert watching Xin Xuanli, but now it just wants to say, the host is really clever. Xin Xuanli has a cold personality, like a massive iceberg in the ocean, and is unlikely to team up with anyone easily. Ye Qingning knew this as well, but still sent a team invitation. The reason was that she wanted to see if Xin Xuanli planned to confront her, so she could prepare. Xin Xuanli's gaze lingered on Ye Qingning's face for a moment, but instead of answering whether he wanted to team up, he asked her a question. Have you been paying attention to the rankings? Ye Qingning was taken aback. If she didn't know Xin Xuanli's personality, she would think he was making awkward small talk. After all, everyone pays attention to their own scores, right? What did Xin Xuanli mean by that? Was he asking about her ranking? So she replied, I have been paying attention to the rankings. Last night at midnight, I was ranked 7th. Xin Xuanli knew that Pei Yin wanted to take Ye Qingning as a disciple. Hearing that she was ranked 7th, a hint of approval appeared in his cold eyes. However, he frowned slightly and asked, but the rankings are announced every day at midnight. Ye Qingning was stunned, looking puzzled. Wasn't the ranking announced daily? Why was he asking her such a strange question? The Jade slip says that the rankings are announced every day at midnight. It just doesn't display the rankings in the slip, but it reminds us to check the rankings at that time. Master Brother wouldn't be so caught up in fighting that he didn't notice his own ranking, would he? Though Ye Qingning said this, she still found it strange. The rankings are announced daily. Missing it once is one thing, but how could he miss it every time? When she fought the fire giant python, the rankings were announced right in the middle of the battle. Even in the heat of combat, she could hear the ranking news. What was Shen Xuanli's situation? A hint of confusion flashed in Shen Xuanli's eyes, as he realized he hadn't heard the rankings announced at all. In fact, since midnight each day, he couldn't remember what had happened in between. I didn't hear the rankings announced, Shen Xuanli replied calmly. Ye Qingning's dark eyes widened slightly, feeling incredulous. It turned out they had been competing for 4 days, and Shen Xuanli didn't even know his ranking. How could it be so ridiculous? He didn't hear the news about the duel. Was he blocked from it? The signal is so poor. I should complain. The system looked at Shen Xuanli from left to right, but didn't notice anything unusual about him. However, the more it observed, the more it felt something was off. Ning bekareful. I think Shen, the main character, has a problem. How could he not hear the duel news unless he is possessed by an evil spirit? Ye Qingning was speechless. If it were his physical body that entered the realm, she might suspect that. But since it was his consciousness, how could it be possessed? Senior brother, do you feel anything strange with your consciousness? Could it be that some force is interfering, causing you to miss the ranking announcement? Ye Qingning suspected that the duel news was missed by Shen Xuanli, but that seemed unlikely. It was more likely that there was an issue with his consciousness. Or perhaps he heard the news, but simply forgot it afterward, which was also very possible. Shen Xuanli focused and checked his consciousness again, speaking calmly. I haven't noticed anything wrong, but I do have some forgotten matters. At first, Shen Xuanli didn't realize he had forgotten something because the missing time wasn't too long. But day after day, he began to notice something was off. By the 4th day, he still hadn't heard the ranking announcement and confirmed that he couldn't remember anything that happened after a certain time each day. Ye Qingning's expression grew serious, suspecting that Shen Xuanli's consciousness was being interfered with. Tonight at midnight, I'll stay by senior brother's side to see what's going on. By the way, I almost forgot to congratulate you, senior brother. For 4 days in a row, you've been in first place. Last night, when the rankings were announced, you had 8,800 points, leading the second place by nearly 3,000 points. Shen Xuanli frowned, looking a bit puzzled, as if he doubted the points. The system quickly noted. Ning, look. Shen Xuanli seems unsure about how he got so many points. He doesn't even know how he earned them, does he? Anyway, while he probably won't attack you, you should still be extra careful at midnight. If even he is having issues with his consciousness, how can you escape? That's fine. If anything happens, I will protect you. At most, I'll just use up some energy and shut down for a few days. Ye Qingning was touched by the system and decided not to call it useless anymore. She would now rename it to very useful. Shen Xuanli quickly regained his composure and suddenly remembered what Ye Qingning had said earlier. He replied calmly, You mentioned teaming up. There was no rule against teaming up in the ultimate showdown, and Shen Xuanli hoped Ye Qingning would make it into the top 10. Now that he knew Ye Qingning was ranked 7th, as long as she wasn't eliminated, she had a good chance of staying in the top 10. However, Shen Xuanli believed that the ultimate showdown should rely on individual strength. Although he agreed to team up, he wouldn't intentionally give her points. How many points she earned depended on her own abilities. He believed she could make it into the top 10 on her own. The system was both surprised and delighted. Just being on the same team as Shen Xuanli meant that other participants would have to think carefully before making a move. For example, if the host saw Junzi Jian teaming up with someone else, even if they wanted to attack, they would have to consider it carefully. If they attacked and ended up eliminated, it would be better not to attack at all. As midnight approached, Ye Qingning killed an ice wind wolf and earned 300 points, which was double the points she got for defeating a phantom beast. Shen Xuanli knew that Ye Qingning had a thunder fire spirit root, which usually meant she couldn't stay long in a place like the Glacier Sea, but he noticed that she wasn't affected by the surroundings. He didn't ask further, because everyone has their own opportunities. Some people enter a secret realm and come out with their cultivation skyrocketing, advancing several levels. Others receive a legacy and become masters of talismans overnight. Some accidentally find long-lost crafting blueprints and become top crafting masters. Opportunities are hard to predict. Before long, the system reminded her, "Ning Ning, midnight has arrived." At that moment, Ye Qingning turned to Shen Xuanli, wanting to understand what was happening. The next second, they heard a deep and long chant. Not only did Ye Qingning and Shen Xuanli hear it, but everyone who entered the glacier sea also heard it. Moreover, at the moment they heard the sound, everyone seemed enchanted and began to gather in a specific direction, creating an extremely strange scene.
Crazy.
Hidden mission. The system flew above Ye Qingning's head and pecked at her fiercely. This was a special permission granted to Ye Qingning, allowing only her to touch the little green bird that represented the system. Therefore, being pecked usually hurt a lot. Normally, Ye Qingning would grab the system and throw it far away, but now she seemed possessed, her eyes vacant as she moved toward the source of the sound. The system cried out, trying to wake Ye Qingning with words, but nothing worked. It panicked and flew around in circles. But soon it calmed down. After all, it was a system and had seen many situations. It quickly figured out that the strange sound was interfering with Ye Qingning's mind. Shen Xuanli had also been affected by this eerie sound earlier, causing him to forget what had happened during that time. Even when he heard the news about the ranking points, he didn't remember it after coming to his senses. Realizing that Shen Xuanli had been disturbed by this sound more than once but was otherwise fine, the system decided to follow and investigate. The cold wind howled, causing their clothes to flutter as the two moved mechanically in one direction. 7 other disciples were also moving blindly like puppets, pulled by an invisible string. The cold wind seemed to grow sharper, and the low chanting became even more eerie. After what felt like a long time, they finally stopped on an open ice field. The system circled in the air, staying alert and ready to respond to any sudden situations. In the next moment, the strange sound seemed to change its tone, sending chills down their spines. The group, drawn by the eerie sound, acted like controlled puppets, their eyes becoming even emptier. Under the influence of the sound, they began to attack each other recklessly, as if trying to eliminate everyone but themselves. The sudden chaos left the system stunned, especially when it saw Shen Xuanli defeat a cultivator in the nascent soul stage with one move, eliminating him from the competition. The system panicked. The host was a growing female lead, and her account wasn't fully developed yet. Facing Shen Xuanli would surely put her at a disadvantage. Although Shen Xuanli is currently attacking others, he will eventually confront the host, and it could happen at any moment. After all, this group has gone mad, and no one recognizes anyone anymore. The system realized it couldn't just stand by and immediately took action. A green light gathered on the green bird's head, a special energy that could resist all external disturbances. Ye Qingning's consciousness was enveloped in the green light, and the strange sounds were blocked by the energy the system unleashed. Soon, Ye Qingning's vacant eyes regained their sparkle, and her consciousness became clear. She saw that she was in the midst of a chaotic battle on an icy plain, with someone fiercely charging at her. Startled, Ye Qingning quickly reacted. Her consciousness transformed into a lightning-like ribbon, winding out like a snake and accurately wrapping around the attacker's neck. If they were coming in so aggressively, let's see if they fear being choked. The power of her consciousness erupted instantly, and the male cultivator in the nascent soul stage was caught by the throat, letting out a piercing scream before being defeated and sent out of the arena. A notification of the duel echoed in her ears. Just as Ye Qingning regained her clarity, she hadn't fully understood the situation yet. After defeating one person, she immediately left the center of the battlefield and hid in the shadows to observe. The scene on the icy plain was chaotic, with beams of light colliding and everyone acting like wild beasts, eager to eliminate one another. Shen Xuanli was particularly ruthless, truly going on a rampage, and people were frequently defeated and eliminated by him. After hearing the system's buzzing explanation, Ye Qingning pieced together the events and put the system into a dormant recovery state. If it weren't for the system using energy to shield her consciousness from that voice, she might have been eliminated in the chaos without knowing who did it. She finally understood why Xin Xuanli was unaware of his score ranking and why he had inexplicably gained so many points. That strange voice would gather all the disciples in the glacial sea area and incite them to fight. The outcome of the fighting could very well be total annihilation, as in such a disordered battle, who could guarantee a win? Perhaps in the end, two remaining fighters could end up eliminating each other. Unless someone could dominate the chaos, only one person would ultimately survive the battle. Qingning felt secretly relieved, but also worried about her situation. If Xin Xuanli eliminated all these people, she would undoubtedly be the next target. Although she could use a concealment technique, it wouldn't last long. Once it failed, the crazed Xin Xuanli would pinpoint her location. To stay safe in the ICC, she needed to either wait for the sound to stop or find its source and destroy it. At that moment, news of the duel reached her ears. Congratulations! You have triggered a hidden task, Mysterious Sound of the Ice Domain. Successfully escaping mental interference earns you 500 points. Next task. Find the source of the sound and destroy it to receive a reward of 1,000 points and an exquisite magical item, the Ice Jade Pendant. Please complete this hidden task as soon as possible. Qingning suddenly felt like she had won a lottery, even though she had never won one before. She had planned to search for the sound source, but she didn't expect to trigger a hidden task. Not only did she get 500 points right away, but completing it would also earn her 1,000 points and a magical item. The key was that she was very familiar with the Ice Jade Pendant. In her previous life, after the grand competition ended, Xie Jibai came out of the divine martial hall wearing a round jade pendant about 2 inches in diameter and less than half an inch thick, the Ice Jade Pendant. The duel scenes on the shadow wall were randomly played, so it was impossible to focus on just one person. Usually, each disciple would take turns showing real-time footage. Thus, she had no way of knowing how Xie Jibai obtained the Ice Jade Pendant, as it was not shown in the shadow wall. Even the original story only mentioned the second male lead receiving the pendant without much detail, and she didn't bother to ask about it. However, the system informed her that the Ice Jade Pendant was made from a rare gemstone called ice condensed crystal. This crystal grows in extremely cold places, beneath snow at high altitudes, nurtured by thousands of years of melted snow. It is not only translucent but also has a layer of icy blue luster, feels cool to the touch, and emits a faint, pleasant fragrance that is refreshing. Wearing the Ice Jade Pendant allows the practitioner to block external disturbances, keeping their mind in a state of calm. In critical moments, it can also defend against mental attacks from others. Fortunately, she had eliminated Xie Jibai earlier, otherwise, this hidden task would not have been hers. It's easy to guess why Xie Jibai didn't come to the Glacier Sea area to complete the task at first. Practitioners entering the realm cannot carry any magical treasures. Without a treasure to block sound interference, how could one's mind avoid being controlled by the strange sounds? If the system hadn't helped her block the sound, she wouldn't have been able to trigger the hidden task. Clearly, in her past life, Xie Jibai must have obtained a treasure to block mental interference before coming to the Glacier Sea area. In this life, Xie Jibai likely wasn't in the Glacier Sea area a few days ago either. He probably waited until he got the treasure before arriving here, but before midnight, he was eliminated. Now that she has triggered the hidden task, it's time for the Ice Jade Pendant to have a new owner. Qingning thought to herself that since the hidden task had arrived, there was no time to hesitate. She immediately used a stealth technique to move like a ghost through the chaotic battlefield, reaching the edge of the ice field. Earlier, she noticed that besides Xin Xuanli, there was one practitioner in the spirit separation stage and 2 in the out-of-body stage. In just a short time, 4 people had already been eliminated. Among them were also disciples from Penglai, who probably didn't even realize how they were eliminated. The remaining 4 were all stronger than her, showing just how intense the current battle was and that it could end at any moment. She concealed her mind to avoid startling the others and to keep her location hidden. Following the sound, the strange noise seemed to have some kind of magic, fluctuating in distance and strength, making it hard to pinpoint its exact location. Normally, a practitioner's mind can penetrate water to explore what lies beneath, but when Ye Qingning tried to investigate the situation under the sea, her mind encountered obstacles. This led her to conclude that some unusual force hidden beneath the water was blocking her mental probe. Without further thought, Ye Qingning dove into the cold, piercing sea. Fortunately, since she had previously formed a bond with Frost Moon Mirror, Ye Qingning's consciousness was not affected by the cold. If it had been another cultivator, this bone-deep chill might have frozen their consciousness. The sea was as dark as ink, bottomless and swallowed by darkness, with not a hint of light in sight. Although Ye Qingning's consciousness was blocked and could not explore, she could still sense some strange marine creatures moving through the darkness. Remaining alert, Ye Qingning continued to dive deeper, and the eerie sound seemed to grow clearer. As she got closer to the source of the sound, she finally discovered an ancient and crumbling altar on the dim ocean floor. Surrounding the altar were faint waves of spiritual energy, and the stones were covered in signs of erosion from the seawater. In the center, a weak light flickered, standing out in the pitch-black silence. The strange chanting came from the spot. Ye Qingning initially thought the eerie sounds might be produced by a creature like a mermaid, but now she realized she was mistaken. As soon as she stepped onto the edge of the altar, a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from the center of the altar, spreading outward. It seemed to be a warning that someone had intruded. If Ye Qingning hadn't had strong consciousness and been cautious, she might have been pushed back by this sudden force. At the same time, a burst of light revealed an ancient rune array at the center of the altar, with the runes swirling in resonance with the eerie chanting. Ye Qingning was startled to find that the source of the strange sounds was actually the sound wave formation set up in the center of the underwater altar. Previously, in the inner sect, Ye Qingning had attended classes on basic formations and had read many books about them, so she was familiar with sound wave formations. As the name suggests, a sound wave formation is a type of formation that attacks using sound waves. It can interfere with consciousness, control it, or even attack it. This formation is one of the hardest to defend against because you never know when or where you will be attacked by sound waves. Once trapped, it feels like being stuck in quicksand, making it difficult to escape. Ye Qingning stepped forward, wanting to try to destroy the formation and eliminate the source of the sound waves, but her actions were interrupted by a sudden shockwave. The seawater churned violently, as if something was approaching, and a strong sense of threat surged from all directions. A huge shadow quickly drew near, and Ye Qingning's first reaction was an enormous sea monster. Ye Qingning's gaze sharpened, and she soon spotted the approaching giant in the turbulent water. The creature's body was as massive as a mountain, covered in dark scales that glimmered coldly in the water. Each swing of its enormous tail seemed capable of shaking the entire seabed. Its eyes were like two lanterns, fixed intently on Ye Qingning, clearly viewing her as prey. Ye Qingning's heart raced as she recognized the sea monster before her as the water-type beast, the Qianlong whale. The Qianlong whale was enormous, with exceptionally tough scales, nearly impenetrable like iron armor. This particular Qianlong whale possessed strength equivalent to the peak of the spirit separation stage. In a battle of the same level, the beast was naturally stronger, as it had a tough body and immense power that surpassed that of cultivators. Even the previous fire giant python was no match for this Qianlong whale. In the next moment, the Qianlong whale opened its massive mouth, capable of swallowing ships, revealing sharp fangs, and swung its tail, lunging at Ye Qingning. Ye Qingning swiftly dodged the whale's deadly attack, fully aware that although her spiritual sense surpassed the nascent soul stage, her chances against such a powerful Qianlong whale were slim. The key was that no one could guarantee there was only one Qianlong whale in the area. If another one appeared, facing two powerful deep-sea beasts would be even more challenging. If she couldn't defeat it, she would have to outsmart it. The hidden task was to destroy the source of the sound, not to kill the Qianlong whale. With that in mind, She just needed to evade the Qianlong whale's attacks and find a way to destroy the sound wave formation to successfully complete her mission. Ye Qingning formulated a plan and began to counterattack while dodging the Qianlong whale. With a frost moon mirror, her spiritual sense was particularly agile in the water, allowing her to cleverly evade the whale's fierce assaults. The Qianlong whale roared repeatedly, its massive body creating huge waves in the sea, each attack causing the water to boil. As time passed, the Qianlong whale became increasingly aggressive, shaking the underwater altar, which looked like it could collapse at any moment. Yet Ye Qingning was searching for the core of the sound wave formation with each counterattack and dodge. The core of such sound wave formations is made from a special type of soundstone. This soundstone has unique properties. As the foundation of the formation, it can absorb and amplify sound, serving as the power source and key to the formation's operation. Once the foundation is located and the soundstone is destroyed, the sound wave formation will lose its effectiveness, allowing her to complete the hidden task. The Qianlong whale grew more and more agitated, its massive tail thrashing about, creating visible whirlpools in the water around it. Ye Qingning continuously changed her position, maneuvering around the Qianlong whale, and finally, during a brief moment between its attacks, her consciousness transformed into a sharp sword, aimed directly at the whale's lantern-like eyes. This strike was like a dragon emerging from the sea, concentrating all her mental power into this one attack. Roar! The Qianlong whale let out a deafening roar as Ye Qingning's consciousness sword pierced through its thick eyelid. In the midst of the whale's furious roar, she pinpointed the location of the formation's foundation and quickly rushed toward the core of the sound wave formation. However, the Qianlong whale was incredibly powerful, and its life force and recovery abilities were astonishing. In just a moment, it roared again, swinging its tail and closing in to attack Ye Qingning. Ye Qingning knew the Qianlong whale was difficult to deal with, but she never expected it to be this challenging. At that moment, she suddenly sensed that someone was locking onto her with their consciousness. She realized that the concealment technique she had used during her battle with the Qianlong whale had worn off. It was undoubtedly Shen Xuanli, who had eliminated several people on the ice field. With no opponents left, he would naturally use his consciousness to search for her. However, when her consciousness entered the water, it faced interference, preventing her from probing deeper. Why was Shen Xuanli able to lock onto her? Could it be that his consciousness had enough penetrating power? Or had the sound waves changed? Regardless, she was currently locked onto, and with Shen Xuanli's speed, it wouldn't be long before he tracked her down. Dealing with one mystic dragon whale was already tough, let alone with Shen Xuanli added to the mix. To quickly destroy the soundstone and break the formation, Ye Qingning had a clever idea and immediately activated the golden mirage mirror to create an illusion. Then, she swiftly moved, using the illusion as cover to escape the mystic dragon whale's attack and dashed toward the location of the soundstone like an arrow. The massive body of the mystic dragon whale shook noticeably. The aura and shape of the illusion were indistinguishable from Ye Qingning, enough to confuse the whale and buy her some time. The mystic dragon whale let out a deafening roar and swung its huge tail, trying to smash the illusion, but the illusion cleverly dodged the attack and countered, further confusing the whale. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Ye Qingning reached her maximum speed and headed straight for the core of the sound wave formation. Her consciousness transformed into a sharp sword, carrying destructive power, and struck heavily at the core of the formation. Under the impact of this force, the altar cracked, and the cracks quickly spread. With a heavy shattering sound, countless fragments flew out. A sound stone emitting a strange red glow lay quietly in the depths of the formation. On the surface of the sound stone, red symbols flowed and emitted eerie sounds, pulsing like the heart of the entire sea, beating with a strange melody. Without any hesitation, as a white figure approached her rapidly, Ye Qingning accurately struck the sound stone. In an instant, the surface of the sound stone cracked like a spider's web, the symbols exploded, and the stone's glow faded, disintegrating into tiny red lights that scattered in the seawater. She also received a notification about the battle. Congratulations on completing the hidden task, earning 1,000 points, and receiving the magical item Ice Crystal Jade Pendant. Current points, 6,000. Keep up the good work. Ye Qingning felt relieved, and when her consciousness returned to her physical form, she found a translucent ice blue jade pendant in her palm. With the pendant in hand, Ye Qingning felt even more at ease. As the strange sounds faded away, she noticed Shen Xuanli's eyes becoming clear again. However, before she could speak to Shen Xuanli, the agitated mystic dragon whale struck her illusion with its tail and lunged toward her and Shen Xuanli's position. Shen Xuanli expanded his form, and before Ye Qingning could act, his consciousness transformed into an ice dragon that charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the Xianlong whale. The massive energy from their collision created powerful waves, destroying the sound wave array. The altar trembled and began to collapse, crashing down in the next moment. Ye Qingning quickly retreated to avoid being hurt by the flying debris. With the altar destroyed, the battle between Shen Xuanli and the Xianlong whale intensified. The ice dragon and the whale's massive tail collided in the water, as if trying to tear the sea apart. As the altar crumbled, Ye Qingning was shocked to see a dazzling golden halo appear above the broken walls and scattered stones. In the center of the large circular halo, a beam of light shot up, forming a massive swirling structure. In the center of the vortex, a glowing portal emerged, standing tall amidst the ruins. It seemed that stepping inside would lead to another space. Ye Qingning's pupils widened in surprise, and she felt a surge of joy as 4 words flashed in her mind. Mysterious area. The sudden change made her heart race. No wonder she couldn't find the entrance to the mysterious area before. If she had left after destroying the Sound Stone, the altar wouldn't have collapsed during the fight between Shen Xuanli and the Xianlong whale, and the entrance to the mysterious area wouldn't have appeared. Could this be the main character's aura? At the same time, a powerful shockwave erupted in the water. The ice dragon, covered in sparkling ice crystals, emitted a chilling aura that froze the surrounding seawater. The massive Xianlong whale moved more slowly, suffering from the sharp blades of the ice dragon's scales, letting out a mournful cry. The ice dragon's claws were deeply embedded in the whale's scales, and each struggle only intensified the tearing pain. The Xianlong whale couldn't escape the ice dragon's grasp, and its massive body was completely overwhelmed in the water. Ye Qingning thought impressive. No wonder he was the main character in the story. Even after eliminating several opponents, his consciousness remained so strong without any recovery, which explained his frighteningly high score. Now, not only had he eliminated someone familiar, but he had also defeated the Xianlong whale. Shen Xuanli's score was likely to exceed 10,000. The consciousness communicated, "Senior brother, this should be the entrance to the mysterious area. Shall we go in?" Shen Xuanli's consciousness returned to its original form and replied with a simple, "Yes." When his consciousness became clear again, he realized what the missing pieces from the past few days were. Looking at Ye Qingning with more certainty, he believed she could rank in the top 10 based on her own strength. Needing no help from anyone, she was already very strong. The two moved swiftly, like 2 beams of light, entering the golden portal one after the other. At the moment they entered the portal, Ye Qingning felt a wave of dizziness, as if she were being swept into an endless void, and then she lost consciousness. Ye Qingning regained consciousness, startled awake by the news of the rankings on the 6th day of the competition. When the news was announced on the 5th day, her consciousness was disrupted by sound waves, and she did not hear her ranking. But now, she clearly heard the news. Shen Xuanli still held the first place, being the only one with over 10,000 points, totaling 11,500. She ranked 5th with 6,000 points, moving up 2 places. After Xie Jibai was eliminated, the disciple Luo Feiyu from the Penglai sect, at the Golden Core stage, took Xie Jibai's 4th position, surpassing her by 100 points, which was astonishing. However, during the previous ranking matches, Luo Feiyu had faced 9 consecutive challenges and won them all, impressing many disciples and becoming a dark horse in the Golden Core group. Now, he soared to 4th place, proving he was indeed strong. But tomorrow would be the last day of the competition, and the current rankings did not guarantee the final results. This made Ye Qingning suddenly understand the nature of the plot. In her past life, Xie Jibai, as described in the book, ranked in the top 10 with his golden core strength. Now that he was eliminated, the power of the plot allowed another golden core to take his place. It was quite clever. It seemed as if the plot had not changed at all, which was a form of self-deception. Ye Qingning sat up and looked around, realizing she was in a completely different scene. Magnificent palaces, adorned with gold and intricate designs, stood tall, each emitting a faint glow. She recognized that she had entered the mysterious area, the underwater ruins. Ye Qingning walked along the long corridor of the palace, with strange totems carved on the stone pillars beside her. The stone path beneath her feet was as smooth as a mirror. Upon closer inspection, she found that the stones were actually made of polished pieces of pearls and coral. The air was filled with a faint scent of seaweed and the fresh smell of seawater. As she ventured deeper, Ye Qingning realized that this underwater ruin was much larger than she had imagined. She sensed no danger nearby. Unlike the other 4 areas, this underwater ruin did not require the practitioners to have strong senses. It was calm and peaceful here, allowing her to let her guard down without worrying about being eliminated. Ye Qingning moved through the various palaces, trying to discover something, but the most she found were the murals inside the palaces. She touched all the murals but found no hidden spaces to enter. Besides the murals, nothing else seemed special. However, since it was a hidden area, it was likely that there were hidden tasks or treasures. Continuing forward, Ye Qingning entered a particularly grand palace. Unlike the others, this palace had a ceiling adorned with countless sparkling gems that illuminated the entire space. Inside the hall, there were rows of bookshelves, each neatly arranged with various ancient books and scrolls. Shun Xuanli stood in front of one of the bookshelves, his cold gaze fixed on a particular spot, seemingly unaware of Ye Qingning's arrival. Suddenly, Ye Qingning realized something and quickly walked toward the bookshelf. She discovered that the books and scrolls on the shelves could not be taken down, meaning that the practitioners entering the hall could not remove the books. However, when she extended her senses, the content of the books immediately appeared in her mind upon contact. Though she couldn't take the books, she could read them with her senses. Shun Xuanli was undoubtedly using his senses to read the contents of the books, clearly engrossed. Ye Qingning began to scan the books on the shelves. Although she hadn't found anything in the ruins, her intuition told her that the ancient books and scrolls in this hall were extraordinary. While searching, Ye Qingning unexpectedly found a series of cultivation techniques related to lightning roots on the top shelf of a bookshelf. Titles like 9 Heavens Lightning Technique, Purple Sky Thunder Technique, Thunder Transformation, and Extreme Fire Thunder Technique caught her attention. Ye Qingning was amazed. In the world of cultivation, practitioners with lightning roots were rare, making techniques related to lightning extremely valuable. Yet here, there were so many lightning techniques, all of them at the heavenly level. In her past life, the only heavenly technique she practiced was the Heavenly Thunder Technique, which she exchanged for points in the system shop. Just the names of these techniques sounded far more impressive than hers. Especially the Extreme Fire Thunder Technique, which was clearly suitable for practitioners with both fire and lightning roots, making it perfect for her. A wave of indescribable excitement surged within Ye Qingning. A powerful fire and lightning technique was definitely more valuable to her than any magical artifact. She immediately focused her mind on the content of the technique. Time passed as Ye Qingning immersed herself in the mysteries of the Extreme Fire Thunder Technique, memorizing every word and phrase. Even if she couldn't take the technique with her, she could study its essence from memory after leaving. During this time, Ye Qingning discovered that this technique not only detailed the cultivation methods for dual fire and lightning attributes, but also contained a unique understanding and application of the world's energy, far surpassing the Heavenly Thunder Technique she had exchanged for in her past life. After noting down the technique's content, Ye Qingning was surprised to find that the extreme fire thunder technique, on the shelf had vanished. She then realized that all the books here had restrictions. Once a practitioner explored them with their mind and memorized the content, the physical book would turn to nothingness. While she was still marveling at this, she noticed Shen Xuanli withdrawing his mind from a sword technique. His cold gaze fell on Ye Qingning, and his voice was icy yet deep. These techniques are indeed extraordinary. Each one is profound. If you can master them, your cultivation will surely advance rapidly. He then pointed to a book and said to Ye Qingning, "This ancient text on formations, myriad forms formation diagram, I have heard of before. It contains various formation layouts and methods to break them. Since you were able to destroy the sound wave formation earlier, you must have some knowledge of formations. Remember this well. If you can understand its secrets later, it will greatly help you in both forming and breaking formations." Ye Qingning was taken aback, as it was rare for Shen Xian to speak so much. The key point was that Shen Xian, who is usually cold, actually suggested she remember the myriad formation diagram. It was clear that as the chief disciple, he might be aloof, but he still cared about the training of his fellow disciples, living up to his title. As for why Shen Xian didn't study the myriad formation diagram himself, it was because his knowledge of formations far surpassed that of ordinary people. The techniques in this book were likely already familiar to him. "Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. I will carefully note down the contents of the book and study it thoroughly when I return, striving for a breakthrough in formations to honor your kindness." Ye Qingning smiled lightly, and seeing Shen Xian nod slightly, she immediately focused her mind on the contents of the myriad formation diagram. As time passed, evening approached. It wasn't that Ye Qingning was slow. Rather, each page of the myriad formation diagram contained profound wisdom about formations. She was afraid of missing any details, so it took her much longer to memorize the myriad formation diagram than it did to learn the extreme fire thunder technique. After firmly memorizing the entire myriad formation diagram, Ye Qingning realized it was already the evening of the 7th day, with only a few hours left until the final rankings would be announced after the midnight competition. Suddenly, Ye Qingning felt a bit anxious. From midnight last night until now, she had only managed to note down 2 books, and she hadn't earned a single point. If others had been earning points during this time, not only would her 5th place ranking be at risk, but she might even fall out of the top 10. The mysterious area was great, but not earning points was truly concerning. However, Ye Qingning was not frustrated, as both the techniques and the formation diagrams were extremely important to her. Although it took a lot of time, the rewards were significant. Shen Xian seemed to notice Ye Qingning's worries, and his calm voice broke the silence. "There is still one random treasure that has not been found. It is likely hidden in this area. You might want to search carefully here." Upon hearing this, Ye Qingning's eyes brightened. Indeed, she had almost forgotten about the random treasure. Previously, she heard a hint that there was still a treasure yet to be discovered. Her first reaction was that the treasure must be in a hidden area, otherwise, someone would have found it already. However, Shen Xuanli seemed to imply something with his words, suggesting that she should search here, as if hinting that the treasure was in this grand hall. If he knew the treasure was in this hall, why wasn't he searching for it himself? Ye Qingning decided not to think too much about it. Instead of pondering, it was better to search directly and see if there was indeed a treasure in this grand hall. Ye Qingning searched carefully throughout the hall, not missing any spot. She checked every bookshelf and looked between each book, but found no trace of the treasure. Besides the rows of bookshelves, there was only a statue of a deity in the center of the hall. The statue was dressed in a golden robe, with a kind and profound expression, its eyes slightly closed, as if lost in endless meditation. The base of the statue was carved with patterns of lotus flowers, auspicious clouds, and mythical beasts. The wall behind the statue was adorned with intricate totems, which were similar to those she had seen in other palaces, showing nothing particularly special. However, this grand hall felt more like a library. Although the statue seemed to coexist harmoniously, it also felt somewhat out of place. Ye Qingning slowly approached, first kneeling in reverence before the statue. then examining it closely, her gaze lingering on every detail. Eventually, her eyes landed on the statue's right foot. It is said that touching a deity's statue is a great disrespect, but there is an old saying, when in need, one seeks the Buddha's feet. Seeking the Buddha's feet is not an act of disrespect. So, Ye Qingning decided to touch it. Even the right foot of the statue was intricately carved, feeling cold and delicate to the touch. Soon, she noticed a small indentation at the bottom of the foot. Ye Qingning's heart stirred, and she immediately pressed her fingertip into the indentation. At that moment, a mechanical sound of clicking echoed as the statue slowly moved aside, revealing a hidden passage. Ye Qingning's eyes lit up with excitement. Without hesitation, she stepped into the passage. Upon further exploration, she discovered that at the end of the passage was a quaint secret room, more like a hidden study. The room was small, filled with various ancient scrolls. The flickering candlelight filled the air with a faint scent of wood. In the next moment, Ye Qingning's attention was drawn to a redwood box on the table. The box was open, and inside lay a hairpin. The hairpin was made of ancient jade, its surface shimmering with a silvery glow, resembling a starry sky. As Ye Qingning held the hairpin, she immediately felt a warm flow of energy within it. Looking at it, she thought the hairpin matched her star ring perfectly, as if they belonged together. Suddenly, an announcement echoed in her ears. "Congratulations on obtaining a mysterious treasure, the starry jade hairpin. You have also earned 300 points. Your current score is 6,300. Keep it up." Announcement. There are 10 random mysterious treasures in the second round and none remain. Congratulations to those who found treasures. The competition ends tonight at midnight, so make the most of your time. Ye Qingning looked at the starry jade hairpin in her hand and thought that the announcement really didn't provide any details about the treasure. At that moment, a voice echoed in her mind. "Ningning, this is a top-quality magical item, the starry jade hairpin. The starry jade hairpin is crafted from a meteorite starstone and jade, enhanced with rare moonlight crystals to boost its energy flow. Wearing this hairpin not only purifies the user's energy, but also helps them enter a deep meditative state quickly while practicing at night, greatly improving training efficiency. Additionally, can release a starry shield during battles to block damage and can even protect against a deadly blow during critical moments. Another remarkable feature is that in places with starlight at night, activating the starry jade hairpin allows the wearer to become completely concealed within the starlight, similar to an invisibility charm. Ningning, your luck is consistently great, like you step in good fortune every day. Such a powerful and beautiful magical item is truly meant for you. The system also has a preference for beautiful things. It likes attractive hosts and pretty hairpins because who doesn't like nice things? Ye Qingning blinked. She had just thought this hairpin was special, but it turned out to be a treasure. The key point is that Shen Xuanli was right. There really are treasures in this hall, including random treasures that had not been found before. "Hey, system, when did you wake up? Did you see Shen Xuanli come in here?" The system chuckled. "I've only partially awakened and can't transform into a little bird yet. I can only stay in your consciousness. I didn't see Shen, but the box is open, so someone must have been here before. Seeing random treasures doesn't count as finding them. You have to hold them to truly possess them. Shen Xuanli must have opened the box but didn't touch this hairpin. Think about it. Why would a big man like him need a hairpin? Even if he took it, he can't wear it. Besides, he doesn't have a partner, junior sister, or female master to give it to. If he took the hairpin, he wouldn't know who to give it to. It's like a saying, charging for 5 minutes allows for 2 hours of talk, but some people can charge for 2 hours and still can't find someone to talk to for 5 minutes. If this hairpin ended up with Shen Xuanli, he wouldn't give it away and would probably just toss it into a storage space to let it sit. Instead, it's better to give the hairpin to you, the host. After all, you two are a team, and you destroyed the soundwave formation, which helped him regain control of his consciousness. It makes sense for you to have it, Ye Qingning thought. Surprised that the system, even while rebooting, knew she had destroyed the soundwave formation. Can it really monitor while shut down? However, the system's explanation made sense. After all, Shen Xuanli, being a man, really couldn't wear a hairpin. Since she had already taken the hairpin, there was no point in discussing it further. When Shen Xuanli saw Ye Qingning walk out of the underground chamber with a starry jade hairpin and thanked him for letting her have it, he simply nodded and said, In fact, it was indeed Shen Xuanli who had come to the hall first, opened the box, and discovered the starry jade hairpin. Only the hairpin is not something Shen Xuanli can use. She instinctively thought of Ye Qingning, who entered the mysterious area with him. Although Shen Xuanli believes that winning points in a competition should rely on one's own strength, finding treasures depends more on luck. Therefore, giving up the treasure does not mean intentionally giving her points. Ye Qingning put away the hairpin and was considering whether to stay here to read books or leave this area to compete for points at the last moment. In the next second, she sensed two presences rapidly approaching her location, indicating they had discovered the entrance to the underwater ruins. In just a few blinks, a male cultivator and a female cultivator flew into the hall. P.S. I notice many in the community hope Shen Xuanli is the male lead. Just to mention, the originally planned male lead hasn't appeared yet, and the romantic subplot is still later on, so the senior brother still has a chance. I'll pay attention to whom everyone supports. No matter who the male lead is, the female lead is the strongest, and there are very few romantic scenes. Sending love.
Mua.
3. Ye Qingning focused her gaze, thinking about the arrival of others. Since spiritual senses can detect and cover areas, how could they not know someone was in the hall before entering? Not only did they know, but they likely sensed others in the hall, which is why they came specifically, showing their considerable strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare enter, fearing they might give away points. When she saw who had arrived, Ye Qingning instantly understood why they dared to come. The male cultivator wore the robe of the chief disciple of the Wuliang sect, handsome and exuding a sharp aura. It was Xie Jibai, the chief disciple of the Wuliang sect. Beside him was a female cultivator in a pink dress, graceful and charming, with a sweet smile that gave her an ethereal quality. Ye Qingning recognized her as Xie Muru, the junior sister of Xie Jibai. Speaking of Xie Muru, one must mention Xie Jibai. Both are from the Xie family, but Xie Muru is the most favored youngest daughter of the Xie family. Though young, she is exceptionally talented and stands out among the younger generation of the Xie family, who have high hopes for her. On the contrary, Xie Jibai, as the tragic yet strong second male lead in the original story, truly has a sad past, at least before he met her in his previous life. Not only was he not favored by the Xie family, due to his status as a branch family member, but he was also often bullied by relatives from the main family. Although Xie Muru is younger than Xie Jibai, she joined the Wuliang sect as a disciple at just 12 years old, which greatly improved her status in the Xie family, giving her a voice. Xie Jibai was able to leave the Xie family and join the Luoyun sect thanks to a single word from Xie Muru. Otherwise, with his unappreciated status as a branch family member, he would have been stuck in the Xie family, unable to even enter a small sect. After all, being part of a prominent family means you can't just leave whenever you want. Those who dare to leave without permission are often seen as traitors and face severe punishment, even being hunted down by their family. In his previous life, she had a good impression of Xie Muru, feeling that she was not as arrogant as Su, and while favored daughters from wealthy families can be a bit spoiled, Xie Muru seemed more kind and innocent. In this year's sect competition, 6 out of the top 10 in the nascent soul group were disciples from Penglai, and 2 of the other 4 were from the Wuliang sect, one of whom was Xie Muru. It was because Xie Jibai was at the spirit-severing stage and Xie Muru was at the nascent soul stage that they entered the hall after discovering her, and Shen Xuanli were inside. Spirit-severing and nascent soul facing each other is a perfect match. Moreover, since Xie Jibai lost to Shen Xuanli in the previous ranking match, most men enjoy fighting. Even if they don't hold grudges, losing can be hard to accept, and they would want a chance to compete again. Otherwise, Xie Jibai wouldn't have come after noticing Shen Xuanli was in the hall. Thinking of this, Ye Qingning couldn't help but say that it was quite convenient for someone to come to her just when she needed it. With less than 3 hours left until the end of the sect competition, finding an opponent at this time would take too long, so having one come to her was much quicker. Xie Jibai looked at Ye Qingning with her bright, curious eyes and then smiled warmly. I know you, the adopted daughter of the Ye family. I watched your match against Ye Hanyue, and you were amazing, much better than her. Since we ran into each other here today, it must be fate. How about we have a friendly spar? My senior brother just wants to spar with Brother Shin. Xie Jibai smiled sweetly and spoke politely, making it hard for anyone to feel annoyed. This is one reason why she is popular in the Wuliang sect. They say you shouldn't strike someone who is smiling. Ye Qingning returned the smile, showing a hint of calmness and confidence. Since Sister Xie has this intention, I will gladly join and learn from you. Xie Jibai entered the Wuliang sect at the age of 12 and is the young apprentice of the sect leader, so it's perfectly fine for her to call herself a sister. As soon as she finished speaking, both of them moved almost simultaneously. Due to the limited space in the hall, their exchanges of light quickly moved outside. Meanwhile, Shen Xuanli and Junzi Jian had not yet started fighting, but the tension between them was palpable, as if the air had thickened. It was unclear who struck first, but two brilliant beams of light collided like shooting stars. In the spectator area, the images on the screen excited all the disciples, creating a mix of cheers and gasps. As the ultimate showdown approached its climax, Shen Xuanli and Junzi Jian clashed, raising the stakes. Whoever loses will miss the chance for victory. It was truly thrilling to watch. The two of them exchanged energy in the air, each clash accompanied by deafening booms that shook the entire hall. The elders in the viewing area were sweating nervously, and one couldn't help but exclaim, "Can't they go outside to fight? This is an underwater ruin. If the hall collapses, who will be responsible? Can't they learn from those two girls?" Just as the words were spoken, two energies broke through the dome of the hall, creating a huge crack that was hard to look at. Their actions clearly showed they weren't going to learn anything. The elders exchanged glances, realizing that their fears had come true. The Grand Elder of the Wuliang sect stroked his beard and sighed. Young people should have such vigor and courage. It's just a dome. It can be repaired. Back in our day, we didn't worry about such details when we fought. The Grand Elder smiled at his old friends, filled with nostalgia and sentiment. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh, yet they nodded in agreement. The scene shifted to Ye Qingning and Xie Jibai, causing the elders to marvel in admiration. Especially after a few rounds, Ye Qingning forced Xie Jibai to retreat repeatedly with a clear advantage, bringing smiles to the faces of the elders from the Penglai sect, who were very pleased. Tyne Jizi praised her repeatedly, not caring about anyone else, exclaiming, "Good,
Good.
good." It was evident that in a battle of spiritual awareness, the outcome was decided quickly. Junzi's sword and Shen Xuanli broke through the sky and arrived above the ruins, where Junzi's sword noticed that Xie Jibai was at a disadvantage. However, Shen Xuanli was already difficult to handle, and Junzi's sword found it hard to assist Xie Jibai. He could only watch as Xie Jibai was defeated by Ye Qingning's powerful strike, her spiritual awareness being sent out of the arena. Ye Qingning also received a notification about the duel. Penglai sect's Ye Qingning has defeated a fellow disciple of the same realm in the nascent soul stage, earning 500 points, bringing her total to 6,800. Keep up the good work. With Ye Qingning's victory, the audience erupted in excitement. Everyone knew that Xie Jibai was the little apprentice of the Wuliang sect's leader, with exceptional talent and strength, yet she was defeated by Ye Qingning. Not only Xie Jibai, but also Su Ke, the little apprentice of the Yuqing sect's leader, and Fu Feng, the second disciple of the Lanlian immortal, were all strong opponents who lost to Ye Qingning, highlighting her impressive spiritual awareness. After her win, Ye Qingning did not interfere in the duel between Shen Xuanli and Junzi's sword, instead finding a safe spot to watch. She remembered the plot from another story where the female lead was accidentally harmed by the male lead and the villain, and she had no intention of becoming a collateral damage. The spiritual awareness duel between Shen Xuanli and Junzi's sword intensified, with no clear winner emerging. Ye Qingning felt a hint of worry, wondering if Shen Xuanli's earlier battles on the ice field and the defeat of the Xianlong whale had drained his spiritual awareness, as she thought this duel should have concluded by now. Finally, at midnight, the competition ended, and the image on the screen abruptly stopped. The scene froze on the last strike between Shen Xuanli and Junzi Sword, leaving the watching disciples anxious and frustrated, wishing they could smash the screen. After watching for so long, they were denied the conclusion, unwilling to accept. In the divine martial hall, as the final showdown ended, everyone's consciousness returned to their bodies. Disciples who did not find treasures only had their consciousness return, while those who found treasures were transported out along with them. The hall was silent, with all the disciples standing, each showing different expressions. Some felt regret for not obtaining treasures, some regretted missing out on points, some were excited from participating in the duel, and some were anxious because the rankings had not been announced on the last day. Qingning was also anxious. She didn't know if others had gained high points during the final moments, so the rankings were uncertain. However, Shen Xuanli was definitely secure in his position, because at the moment he was transported out, she saw their final strike. That strike was not just a display of consciousness power, but also an understanding of the laws of nature. It was a realm she had never touched in her past life, leaving her greatly shocked. At the end of the competition, it was clear that Shen Xuanli, as the male lead, had won against Junzi Jian with overwhelming strength in that final blow. In the hall, the elders of various sects sat together. Xian Yangzi stood with his hands behind his back, his deep gaze sweeping over the disciples below, finally resting on Qingning. His voice was steady and powerful as he announced, "The Immortal Gate competition has come to an end. Regardless of the results, this competition has tested your minds and wills. Every disciple standing here is a pride of the sect." Xian Yangzi's voice echoed in the spacious, divine martial hall, inspiring every disciple. After a slight pause, with a hint of approval in his gaze, he continued, "Next, I will announce the top 10 of this competition, as well as the rewards they will receive. First, I announce the 10th place. Qian Mo, a disciple from the Penglai sect in the nascent soul stage. Reward: 1 bottle of 1,000-year spirit liquid, 1,000-year spirit fruit, 1 volume of holy sword technique, and 10,000 top-quality spirit stones." As soon as he finished speaking, the system couldn't help but laugh. Nink nink. Qian Mo defeated the annoying Jiang Shaoling in the ranking match, and now Qian Mo is in 10th place, so Jiang Shaoling definitely didn't make it into the top 10. Qingning didn't care whether Jiang Shaoling could make it into the top 10. When she heard that the very wealthy second elder's second disciple, Qian Mo, was ranked 10th, she felt uncertain herself. Can they please mention the points when they announce the rankings? It's stressful to keep guessing. It could lead to heart problems. 9th place, Chun Yunshin, a disciple in the nascent soul stage from the Penglai sect. Reward: 1 bottle of 1,000-year spirit liquid, 2,000-year spirit fruits, 1 top-quality defensive robe, 1 top-quality defensive wristband, and 10,000 top-quality spirit stones. Qingning, it's the inner sect disciple Chun Yunshin. You helped him through the nascent soul lightning tribulation. He's really made it. Qingning thought, yes, he has done well, and the rewards are getting better. 8th place, Ling Hua, a disciple in the spirit severing stage from the Penglai sect. Reward: 1 bottle of 10,000-year spirit liquid, 1 10,000-year spirit fruit, 1 top-quality spirit artifact flowing cloud fan, and 15,000 top-quality spirit stones. Qingning's heart raced. She knew that Ling Hua had a strong start, and although she surpassed him later, who knew if he had caught up again? The rankings were making her more anxious with each announcement. However, reaching 8th place meant the spirit liquid and spirit fruit had increased from 1,000-year to 10,000-year, and the rewards were indeed becoming more generous. But it didn't matter if others used fans or not. They just gave out rewards as they pleased, treating the Penglai disciples like all-round fighters. 7th place, Xiao Chong, a disciple in the out-of-body stage from the Penglai sect. Reward: 1 bottle of 10,000-year spirit liquid, 2 10,000-year spirit fruits, 1 jar of 10,000-year spirit wine, 1 complete set of top-quality defensive armor, 1 holy level movement technique manual, and 18,000 top-quality spirit stones. Yi Qingning secretly glanced at Xiao Cheng, feeling even more uncertain. Xuanyangzi continued to announce. When she heard that the 6th place was Zhongzheng, a disciple under Qi Fifen's father, she couldn't help but swallow hard. She remembered that during the 6th day of rankings, Zhongzheng was stuck at 11th place. In the end, he actually climbed to 6th. That was impressive. 5th place was someone she was more familiar with, Lu Linyuan, the eldest disciple of Xuanyangzi, who was in the nascent soul stage. Lu Linyuan always gave off a steady vibe, so she wasn't surprised he secured 5th place at the last moment. 4th place, Luo Feiyu, a disciple in the Golden Core stage from the Penglai sect. Rewards: 2 bottles of 1,000-year spirit liquid, 3,000-year spirit fruits, 2 jars of 1,000-year spirit wine, 1 top-tier attack artifact, 1 top-tier defense artifact, 1 mysterious jade pendant, 1 high-quality elixir, and 30,000 top-quality spirit stones. After these words, the hall fell silent. Some disciples who had been eliminated early in the Golden Core stage complained quietly, feeling that in the ultimate showdown, Golden Core participants were just there to fill the numbers, and entering the top 10 was impossible. Now, hearing that Luo Feiyu ranked 4th with a Golden Core level, they realized that their previous thoughts meant they had already lost half the battle. If they didn't believe they could win, how could they possibly succeed? Luo Feiyu is truly a role model for us. It's incredible that a Golden Core disciple could achieve 4th place. Yes, I never thought a Golden Core disciple could enter the top 10. While level is important, it doesn't determine everything. Next time, I will definitely make it into the top 10. Yi Qingning listened to the discussions around her. In her previous life, such praise was all directed at Xie Jibai, who must be crying in the restroom right now. However, after the Golden Core ranking competition, Luo Feiyu had already shown signs of breaking through, and she had also become friends with Luo Feiyu. But at that time, Luo Feiyu told her that she didn't have enough spirit stones to face the Thunder Tribulation and needed to think of a way. As a fellow disciple, she offered a tempting discount. Now, with Luo Feiyu receiving 30,000 top-quality spirit stones as a reward, she suddenly had enough for the Thunder Tribulation. What made Yi Qingning even more anxious was that on the 6th day, Luo Feiyu ranked 4th, while she was in 5th place. Was Luo Feiyu still in 4th, or had she been pushed out? At that moment, Yi Qingning noticed Xuanyangzi's gaze on her again, which made her more alert and nervous. Then she heard Xuanyangzi announce, 3rd place, Yaoqing sect's nascent soul disciple, Yi Qingning. Rewards: 3 bottles of 1,000-year spirit liquid, 5,000-year spirit fruits, 3 jars of 1,000-year spirit wine, 1 divine attack artifact, 1 7th-tier mount, and 40,000 top-quality spirit stones. As soon as he finished speaking, all the disciples in the hall turned to look at Yi Qingning. After all, being in the top 3 of the competition was much more impressive than just being in the top 10. How could that not make people envious? Listen to this ranking, look at the rewards, and think about the true daughter of the Yi family. The gap is so big. The Yi family's reputation has taken a hit. At the same time, the screen above the observation area showed scenes from the Divine Martial Hall. Seeing Yi Qingning take 3rd place, Ye Hanyue nearly bit her silver teeth in anger, so furious that she almost spat out blood but managed to swallow it back down. It should have been her in 3rd place. The reward should have been hers, and the attention should have been on her. Why did it have to be Yi Qingning? She was unwilling, truly unwilling. She wanted to reclaim everything that rightfully belonged to her. She vowed to push Yi Qingning down into the mud. In the Divine Martial Hall, Xuanyangzi continued to announce the top 10 disciples of the Immortal Sect competition and their rewards. 2nd place was finally not a disciple of the Penglai sect, but the chief disciple of the Tianyu sect, Gu Huaichen. Yi Qingning was not surprised by Gu Huaichen's 2nd place, as he had been ahead of Xie Jibai before Xie was eliminated. Until the 6th day of the competition, Gu Huaichen had firmly held 3rd place. However, at the last moment, the 2nd place contestant, Junzi Jian, was eliminated by Xin Xuanli, allowing Gu Huaichen to move up to 2nd. The rewards were also quite generous. Not only were there 10 bottles of 10,000-year spiritual liquid, 10 spiritual fruits, and 10 jars of 10,000-year spiritual wine, but also a god-level attack artifact, a god-level defense artifact, an upgraded 8th tier mount, and 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. As the first place was about to be announced, the disciples in the observation area grew more and more excited. After all, besides Ye Qingning, no one knew who would win between Xin Xuanli and Junzi Jian at the last moment. Both had their own enthusiastic fans, with many shouting their names, as if the louder the name was called, the more likely that person was to be first. The first place in the Immortal Sect competition goes to Xin Xuanli, a disciple in the Spirit Division of the Penglai sect. The rewards: 10 bottles of 10,000-year spiritual liquid, 10 spiritual fruits, 10 jars of 10,000-year spiritual wine, 1 each of god-level attack, defense, and support artifacts, 1 9th tier mount, 1 holy beast cub, and 60,000 top-grade spirit stones. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire divine martial hall and the observation area erupted in cheers. Especially the disciples of the Penglai sect, who were overjoyed, their excitement evident. Although it wasn't him who won the great competition, witnessing the chief senior brother claim first place and the glory it brought to the sect was enough to make all the disciples of Penglai feel proud. When the words, "Sacred Beast Cub," were mentioned, countless disciples were filled with envy. In previous competitions, the first place did not receive a reward of spirit beast cubs, especially not of the sacred beast level. Sacred beasts are rare and precious, second only to divine beasts, and once they mature, they are much stronger than many spirit beasts. Their powerful bloodline and limitless potential make them the dream companions of many disciples. It can be said that the rewards for this competition are far more generous than in previous years. In the hall, after announcing the top 10 disciples, Xian Yongzi continued, "Congratulations to the 10 disciples above. In addition to the rewards mentioned, you will also receive the privilege of training in the Lingyin Heavenly Pool for 3 months. The Heavenly Pool Jade token will be distributed along with the rewards. The Lingyin Heavenly Pool will open in early March next year. When it opens, you can use the Jade token to enter." This announcement caused a stir among the crowd. The Lingyin Heavenly Pool is a rare training ground in the cultivation world, a place that countless cultivators dream of visiting. The Heavenly Pool is surrounded by beautiful mountains and mist, as if the purest and most concentrated spiritual energy in the world has gathered here, even forming a tangible vortex of spiritual energy. The entire area is filled with towering ancient trees and exotic flowers, and the Heavenly Pool shines like a pearl nestled among the mountains. It is said that the water of the Heavenly Pool is condensed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, capable of purifying the body and nourishing the mind. Meditating in the pool can even help one comprehend the laws of nature and glimpse the secrets of the universe, greatly enhancing one's cultivation. For any disciple, being able to retreat and cultivate here for 3 months is a tremendous opportunity. It can lead to rapid progress in their cultivation and even help them break through bottlenecks to reach new levels. Surrounding the Lingyin Heavenly Pool, spirit beasts often appear, and cultivators naturally wish to explore this area in search of them. However, the entire region is restricted, making it impossible to enter, leaving only longing in their hearts. But those who receive the Heavenly Pool Jade token will be able to enter this area, meaning they can not only train in the pool for 3 months, but also search for spirit beasts in the nearby mountains. The Lingyin Heavenly Pool only opens once in a long time, and each opening lasts only a few months. It is never open to the public, only accessible to the strongest members of each sect. This time, however, it was open to the top 10 disciples for 3 months. Ye Qingning didn't expect that the top 10 disciples in this competition could enter the legendary training ground, especially since there was no such reward in her previous life. Now that the year is coming to an end, it means she will soon be able to enter the Lingyin Heavenly Pool. Everyone was trying to contain their excitement as it was time to award the prizes. Watching the 10 happy recipients, the leaders of the Wuliang sect and the Yuqing sect felt quite uneasy. None of the top 10 were disciples from their own sections. The leaders of the Wuliang sect and the Yuqing sect exchanged glances, their expressions showing a sense of shared disappointment. On the other hand, the leader of the Tianyu sect stood tall. Although finding the name of the Tianyu sect among the top 10 was like searching for a needle in a haystack, it was said that a single green flower among many blooms stands out. Moreover, the Tianyu sect was in second place. Wasn't that better than the Wuliang sect and the Yuqing sect? With this thought, the leader of the Tianyu sect felt more spirited and began to praise Pei Yin enthusiastically. Soon after, Ye Qingning received all her rewards except for her mount. This included the jade token for entering the Lingyin heavenly pool after the new year, all of which she stored in her space. Shun Xuanli received a young sacred beast, but had to choose it from the spirit beast garden on the floating island. Ye Qingning and the top disciple of the Tianyu sect both received mounts, which they needed to select from the beast training ground on the island. Finally, Xian Yunzi issued a notice that all disciples must leave the floating island between the hours of Chun and Wu, returning to their respective sections. The competition among the immortal sects had ended, and the rewards for the top 10 disciples were given out, but the internal rewards for each sect had not yet been distributed. For example, promotions for disciples and rewards for the top 10 in the ranking competition were decided by each sect, as the promotions and rewards varied among them. Bai Wei, Si Qian, and others rushed to the hall after the rankings were announced to congratulate Ye Qingning. Feng Wuyo was among them, unable to hide his joy, as if he had just won a huge lottery. Upon learning that Ye Qingning was going to choose a mount, everyone happily followed her to the Beast Training Center. Although the Spirit Beast Park on the island cannot be entered freely, the training center allows others to accompany visitors. The mounts in the training center are already tamed and gentle, so they won't attack people even with a crowd around. Inside the training center, various mounts either strolled leisurely or stood majestically, and some were lying on the ground, peacefully sleeping. Ye Qingning looked around and noticed the wide variety of mounts, with each tier having dozens of different breeds. From those that fly in the sky, to those that run on the ground, and even those that swim in the water, there was everything one could imagine. These mounts were well cared for, with shiny coats, and each one appeared very gentle. In fact, when they saw Ye Qingning arrive, several types of mounts came over to her and gently wagged their tails, looking quite charming. Ye Qingning did not choose first because Gu Huaiqing, the top disciple of Tianyu sect, arrived before her. Since Gu Huaiqing was second, according to the ranking for rewards, he was supposed to go before her. An 8th-tier mount and a 7th-tier mount would not conflict. It was just a matter of who went first. She was not in a hurry to choose and didn't need the caretaker of the training center to introduce the mounts to her, as having Feng Wuyo was already enough. Junior sister, look at this flame horse. Its coat is like fire, and its eyes are as bright as copper bells, so spirited. It's said that when it runs, its speed is astonishing, like a wildfire spreading. Plus, it's a 7th-tier mount, so when you ride it, you will surely showcase your impressive style. The only drawback is that it makes a terrible noise. If you like it, I can give it a silencing charm. It won't feel a thing and will run even faster. What do you think? Are you tempted to choose it? Flame horse. In the next moment, Ye Qingning and Si Qian saw the flame horse take off like the wind, disappearing from sight in an instant. With that speed, it would surely win gold at the horse racing Olympics. Bai Wei couldn't help but laugh. It wasn't that she didn't want to hold it in, but the horse's expression when it ran away was just too funny. Ye Qingning had seen a horse get scared before, and it was truly a sight to behold. Feng Wuyang didn't mind. If a simple spell could scare the horse away, what would happen if they faced a real challenge? That horse would probably leave her behind and run off on its own. A cowardly horse was definitely not acceptable. Little sister, look at this 7th-level golden-armored rhinoceros. It's strong, covered in golden armor, and has an impressive presence. It runs fast and is very stable. If you ride it, you'll look magnificent. The only downside is that it's a bit restless and aggressive. Right now, it's under supervision, but when no one is around, it might start fighting with other mounts. If you ride it in the future, be careful. If it injures someone else's mount, you might have to pay for it. But it's not a big problem. If you really like it, I can put a spell on it. then it will listen to you and won't fight with other mounts. Even if it sees another mount, it will behave. I promise you'll ride it comfortably and safely. The golden-armored rhinoceros snorted a few times, as if it understood the conversation. It exhaled 2 puffs of warm air but, fearing Feng Wuiyang's strength, dove into a nearby pond. Xie Qian and the others didn't dare to speak, but they couldn't help but think that the disciple of the bug sage was truly a nightmare for mounts. Feng Wuiyang didn't care. He had praised the rhinoceros, but it seemed stubborn. If it ever disagreed with little sister, would it dare to show her a bad attitude?
What good would that be?
Little sister, look, there's also this donkey. This donkey. Feng Wuiyang paused. He couldn't find anything nice to say about the donkey. Although it was 7th level, it just didn't match with the beautiful little sister. He quickly pointed to a graceful little deer nearby and said to Ye Qingning, "Look, that's a 7th level Gale's spirit deer. It's completely white, light on its feet, and has long legs. When it runs, it seems to glide through the air, moving so fast that it's truly breathtaking. Not only does it look good and appeal to female cultivators, but it also has a gentle temperament. If the junior sister rides it, she will surely add a touch of grace and elegance. Or perhaps the junior sister prefers creatures that fly in the sky instead of those that run on the ground. The junior sister is looking over there. The dark figure in the tree is a 7th-tier flying mount, the black feather eagle. It not only flies very fast but can also move silently at night, even becoming nearly invisible in the night sky. If the junior sister enjoys taking evening strolls, this would be a great choice, ensuring she goes unnoticed. And over there on the grass, basking in the moonlight, is a colorful cloud phoenix. Its wings are vibrant and dazzling like a rainbow, rivaling my 7 fuzzy caterpillars. It not only has incredible flying speed, but its feathers also shimmer beautifully, and its calls are clear and pleasant. It would save me from my silent troubles, and the junior sister would look stunning riding it. The only drawback is that this creature has a proud nature and can only be tamed by exceptional individuals. Even if it is tamed here in the Beast Park, not everyone can form a bond with it. But with the junior sister's skills, she would surely be able to tame it easily. After saying this, Feng Wuiyang thought of something else and pointed to the nearby lake. Of course, there are also those that swim. I just saw a 7th-tier azure water dragon carp in the lake, also known as the water spirit. Riding it allows one to glide effortlessly on the water's surface. If the junior sister has a special fondness for water, this azure water dragon carp would be the perfect choice. Feng Wuiyang did not introduce any more mounts, as he believed he had already presented the best 7th-tier mounts to Ye Qingning. The remaining unintroduced 7th-tier mounts each have their unique features, but also significant drawbacks. Some are too fierce to control, some look good but lack speed, and others may be fast but are unattractive. The mounts Feng Wuiyang introduced are undoubtedly among the best of the 7th tier. Even the female manager, who was nearby introducing mounts to Gu Huaichen, thought to herself that Feng Wuiyang was very knowledgeable, even more so than her as the manager of the Beast Park. Junior Sister Ning, which one do you want to choose? Xie Qian asked curiously, as she was already overwhelmed with choices after hearing Feng Wuiyang's introduction. Imagine if I were the one choosing a mount. I might take until dawn to decide. Xie Nan and Bai Wei both looked at Ye Qingning without offering suggestions. After all, it was Ye Qingning's choice, and it should depend on what she liked. Ye Qingning had never felt so torn before. The swift-winged spirit deer was nice. The black feather eagle could become invisible at night, and the colorful cloud phoenix definitely matched her taste. The key was that the azure water dragon carp seemed easy to ride, and she had never ridden a fish before. For a moment, she felt like an emperor deciding which consort to favor, unsure of whom to choose. As an adult, she wanted them all, but right now, she couldn't have them all. Ye Qingning's gaze shifted among the 4 options as she thought it over, first eliminating the fish. Although the Penglai sect was located near the sea, once she left the ocean, she couldn't ride a fish anymore. When comparing land mounts to flying mounts were naturally superior because they could cover the fastest straight-line distances in certain areas where land mounts couldn't. This was also why flying mounts were the most expensive on the market. So, She eliminated the swift-winged spirit deer as well. That left the black feather eagle and the colorful cloud phoenix. The colorful cloud phoenix was beautiful, with feathers that shimmered in the light. It looked impressive flying in the sky, creating a stunning sight even at night that no one could miss. In the end, she made her decision and pointed to the large black bird perched in the tree, saying, "This one. I choose it." Ye Qingning's gaze settled on the black feather eagle. Compared to the flashy, colorful cloud phoenix, the black feather eagle might not look impressive, but it had the unique ability to become invisible at night, making it much more practical. Although she didn't want to mention Ye Hanyue, that troublesome person, she knew that Hanyue hadn't made it into the top 10 like in her past life and had lost her spirit puppet, which would lead to a lot of complaints when she returned to the Ye family. Next, Ye Xian would surely try every way possible to bring her back to the Ye family. In the future, she would inevitably have to escape at times. As for the old folks in the Ye family, she couldn't handle them yet. The colorful cloud phoenix was too flashy and would make hiding difficult. The black feather eagle would be a great help for her escape. Indeed, Ning has a unique perspective. I also think this black feather eagle is excellent. If it were me, I would choose it too, Xie Jibai said sincerely. When it comes to mounts, who cares if they look good? If they fly fast and can be invisible, that's just perfect. Xie Nan and Bai Wei nodded in agreement, believing the 7th level black feather eagle is very impressive. Feng Weiyang laughed heartily, thinking that no matter which mount Ye Qingning chose, it would be lucky to have her. Clearly, this black feather eagle is a fortunate bird, and he went to communicate with the Beast Training Center's female manager. He was so eager, as if he were the one getting a mount. Ye Qingning followed him. At this moment, the top disciple of Tianyu's sect had already chosen his mount, an 8th level shadow leopard, which was not only majestic but also incredibly fast, especially skilled at moving through dense forests. Ye Qingning remembered that Gu Huaichen, as the top disciple, already had a flying mount. Now he had chosen one that runs on the ground, completing the collection of air and land mounts. Next, he just needed one from the sea to have a full set. Once the manager finished her tasks, Ye Qingning stepped forward, bowed, and presented her badge for verification. The female manager took the badge, examined it carefully to confirm its authenticity, and smiled. "Have you decided which mount to choose?" Ye Qingning replied, "The 7th level black feather eagle, please." The female manager nodded. This 7th level black feather eagle is rare for its speed, endurance, and loyalty. You have a good eye. After saying this, she took out a spirit whistle and blew into it. In the next moment, the pitch-black black feather eagle spread its wings and swooped down. In the blink of an eye, it landed in front of Ye Qingning. As it folded its wings, its sharp eyes curiously stared at Ye Qingning, looking a bit funny, but very gentle and obedient. The female manager gently stroked the eagle's head and softly whispered a few words. Then she said to Ye Qingning, "All right, you can form a bond with it now." Ye Qingning stepped forward, extended her right hand, and the black feather eagle seemed to respond, pressing its head against her palm. A light of contract appeared, establishing an inseparable bond between them. The female manager, being thoughtful, also handed Ye Qingning a beast pouch. The beast pouch is a specially designed bag for carrying spirit beasts and mounts. Inside was a space large enough to hold the spiritual beasts and mounts of the cultivators, making it very convenient to carry. Ye Qingning thanked them and put the black-feathered eagle into her beast pouch before the group left the beast training ground. At the hour of Qin, various sects gradually departed from the island. The flying ship traveled from the floating immortal island in Zhongzhou to the eastern sea area, taking a day to reach Penglai Island the next morning. The first thing upon returning to the sect was to distribute internal rewards and announce the list of disciples who had been promoted. In the large sect square, disciples dressed in various sect uniforms stood in an orderly manner. Pei Yin, Xianyangzi, Tianjizi, and several elders sat on a high platform, their expressions warm yet authoritative, with satisfied smiles on their faces. Pei Yin looked around at the disciples and spoke in a powerful voice. "In this immortal gate competition, Our sect's disciples have demonstrated extraordinary strength and unwavering spirit, not only winning personal honors, but also bringing great glory to our sect. In addition to the rewards from the Immortal Gate, the top 10 disciples will receive generous rewards from the sect. Disciples who did not make it into the top 10 but performed outstandingly in the third round of the ranking competition and placed in the top 10 will also receive rewards from the sect. As soon as Pei-in finished speaking, the square erupted with enthusiastic applause and cheers. Being in the top 10 of the ranking competition meant that those disciples who reached the final showdown would also receive rewards. Xie Qian and Song Xian were among them, and they were extremely excited at that moment. Next, the top 10 disciples, and those in the top 10 of each group ranking competition were called to the platform below. Several sect officials held trays displaying various spiritual treasures, magical tools, elixirs, and secret techniques. Ye Qingning had already received rewards from the competition, and now receiving more made her extremely happy. She just wanted to say that the benefits of the Penglai sect were great, and working hard no longer felt overwhelming. After the disciples received their rewards, Tian Jizi raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet and said, "Next, I will announce the list of disciples who have achieved glory and received promotions in this Immortal Gate competition." Upon hearing this, countless disciples were filled with excitement. Although they had guessed who would be promoted to core disciples, it was still a big deal. They couldn't help but feel thrilled during the announcement. Chen Yunshin, the 9th-place disciple from the inner sect in the Immortal Gate Grand Competition, has been promoted to a core disciple of the sect. Luo Feiyu, the 4th-place disciple from the inner sect, has also been promoted to a core disciple of the sect. Ye Qingning, the 3rd-place disciple from the inner sect, has been promoted to a core disciple of the sect. The 3 disciples mentioned above will enjoy the privileges and resources of core disciples starting today. They will also qualify to participate in the assessment for the outstanding disciples of the Immortal Gate. Those who pass the assessment will receive the title of Outstanding Disciple and enjoy even more abundant training resources and protection from the sect, as well as the honor of entering the Master Hall. If they catch the attention of the sect leader, elders, or the esteemed ones from various peaks, they may be promoted from core disciples to direct disciples. I hope you all remain humble and diligent, continue to work hard, overcome challenges, and strive forward to bring glory to yourselves and the sect. I also hope that all disciples of Penglai can aim high, reach for the peak, and shine brightly across the seas. After Tian Jizi finished speaking, the square erupted in thunderous applause, a mix of admiration for the core disciples and encouragement for themselves. Finally, Pei-in added a few closing remarks and generously granted the rewarded disciples a 3-day break. He also announced an exciting piece of news. On the first day of next month, which is also the start of the new year, Master Kong Wang of the Fahua Zen Institute will hold a teaching session and ring the sacred bell on the first day of the new year. All major sects received invitations from the Fahua Zen Institute, but spots are limited, and not all disciples can attend. After all, if everyone went, the Zen Institute wouldn't have enough space. In the end, Pei-in announced that direct disciples and core disciples would qualify to visit the Fahua Zen Institute. Ye Qingning was not surprised, as it aligned with the events from her past life. In her previous life, on the first day of the new year after the competition, all sects gathered at the Fahua Zen Institute to listen to 7 days of teachings and saw the legendary sacred bell. She had previously received a token from the Fahua Zen Institute, but had not been able to go. Now, becoming a core disciple allowed her to finally attend. After the awards ceremony concluded, Ye Qingning, along with Chen Yunshin and Luo Feiyu, headed to the Internal Affairs Hall. As core disciples, not only would they need to change their identity tokens, but they would also need to change their inner sect disciple clothing, and naturally, their living arrangements would change as well. Ye Qingning did not forget about buying a mountain. Becoming a core disciple was her way of gaining the right to purchase a mountain, dig a big pit, and place the blue spirit spring there. Now that she had the qualifications and enough spirit stones, it was time to inquire about buying a mountain. In the Internal Affairs Hall, the person in charge of disciple matters was Wan Zhao. Upon seeing Ye Qingning, Wan Zhao's eyes were filled with approval. He personally received the 3 of them after taking the waste tokens from Xiao Chong. Congratulations to the three of you for being promoted to core disciples. Here are your new waist tokens. Keep them safe. Wan Zhao handed the three intricately carved jade waist tokens, which emitted spiritual energy, to Ye Qingning and took back their original disciple tokens. He continued, core disciples have exclusive training areas. With these tokens, you can enter the quiet cultivation pavilion for training, and you will also have more privileges. For example, you can now access the sect's library and the secret trial grounds, places you couldn't enter before. Compared to before, the training resources you can receive each month will greatly increase, and it's time for you to change your inner sect disciple uniforms as well. After saying this, Wan Zhao ordered someone to bring 9 sets of core disciple clothing, 3 sets in different colors for each person. The core disciple clothing of the Penglai sect had been upgraded to 3 colors, while the direct disciples' clothing had 5 colors. So, if you didn't want to wear the same color every day and wanted to look beautiful, you had to work hard to advance. Ye Qingning received 3 sets of core disciple clothing, which included a light blue set, a pink set, and a light purple set. These outfits were not only embroidered with a sect's totem, but were also made of superior materials compared to the inner sect disciple clothing. The inner sect disciple clothing had spiritual patterns and was woven from silk produced by spiritual silkworms, while the core disciple clothing had more complex patterns and was made from the silk of thousand-year-old snow silkworms, making it smooth and cool to the touch. The collar, cuffs, and hem were all outlined with golden thread, making them more exquisite and noble than the inner sect disciple clothing and much more attractive. Although Ye Qingning was indeed a direct disciple in her past life, the clothing of the direct disciples from Luoyun was truly incomparable. Wan Zhao smiled slightly and added, as for your living arrangements, it's time to change your residence as well. The core disciples' residences are located on Lingyun Peak, which has a peaceful environment and is filled with independent courtyards. You three can take a look at the drawings I have. The courtyards marked with red dots are all available, and each of you can choose one you like. Although Ye Qingning wanted to buy a mountain, she still approached to examine the drawings in Wan Zhao's hands closely. The mountain can be bought, but it is like purchasing an empty house. You have to build your own courtyard on the peak. Even if she bought a mountain today, including design and construction, it would take some time before she could move in. She couldn't sleep on the bare mountaintop tonight, so she still needed to choose a courtyard. The drawings showed a detailed view of Lingyun Peak, with courtyards surrounded by lush trees, resembling a villa community. Soon, Chen Yunshan and Luo Feiyu made their selections, and Ye Qingning chose a courtyard located halfway up the mountain, facing a beautiful waterfall. She then asked, Manager Wan, I would like to know what I need to prepare if I want to buy a mountain. How many spirit stones would it cost? Just like buying a house, there must be some paperwork, like a land deed. Wan Zhao looked at Ye Qingning with some surprise. The living environment on Lingyun Peak is exceptional. Although all core disciples are on one peak, it is quite difficult to advance in the Penglai sect, and the number of core disciples is among the lowest in the major sections. There are not many disciples on Lingyun Peak. Because of this, very few core disciples want to buy a mountain, except for Xiao Chong. Though surprised, Wan Zhao answered in detail, core disciples are qualified to buy a mountain. Each peak has different prices based on its location and the richness of spiritual energy, ranging from at least 500,000 top-quality spirit stones to over 1 million. Once you decide which peak to buy, you will need to pay the spirit stones and sign a contract with a sect. You can think of it as a land deed. The contract will clearly state the ownership of the peak. After that, you can build as you wish, and no one will interfere. Before you start building, the sect will set up protective formations for the peak, and once it's completed, they will send dedicated disciples to manage and guard the mountain. Of course, you can also choose your own disciples from the outer sect, and you can change them later if you wish. Ye Qingning understood. Previously, Qi Fifan had told her that the spirit stones she won from betting would definitely be enough to buy a mountain, and it turned out to be true. She said, Thank you for the information, Manager Wan. I would like to buy a mountain peak. Can I choose one and sign the agreement now? Wan Zhao was shocked. The 3 people beside Xiao Chong were also quite surprised. After all, buying a mountain is not a small expense. It would cost at least 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. To put it in perspective, winning second place in the Immortal Sect competition earns 50,000 top-grade spirit stones, so you would need to win second place 10 times to gather 500,000. Unless one had some incredible fortune and earned a large sum of spirit stones, it would be impossible to afford a mountain.
But soon, they all thought of something.
Thunder Tribulation. With so many spirit stones, it must have been earned from the Thunder Tribulation. Why wasn't I born with a thunder root? It feels like the heavens are favoring her, and it's quite enviable. Are you sure you want to choose a mountain peak now? The subsequent construction and maintenance will also be a significant expense. Do you want to think it over? Wan Zhao kindly reminded, still in shock. He recalled how Xiao Chong had boldly bought a mountain, which took 3 years to complete. During construction, they had to spend spirit stones at every turn and soon ran out. I understand. Please don't worry, Manager Wan, Ye Qingning replied. It's like buying a house. The renovation is a big part of the cost, so she needed to choose a mountain that offers good value, leaving enough spirit stones for construction and decoration. Upon hearing this, Wan Zhao said no more and directly took Ye Qingning to a map displaying the available mountain peaks for sale. On the map, all the peaks within the Penglai sect's inner gate were visible. Each mountain marked in red was for sale, with small text indicating the price of each peak. Wan Zhao still remembered Ye Qingning's efforts to help Wan Jin during the Thunder Tribulation and recommended to her after careful consideration. These mountains each have their own unique features. Some have steep terrain and concentrated spiritual energy suitable for cultivation. Others have beautiful scenery and a tranquil environment, perfect for meditation. And some peaks are located directly above underground spiritual veins, with spiritual springs that greatly aid cultivation, but their prices are all over 1 million top-grade spirit stones. If you want to buy a mountain with a spiritual spring, Chaoyan Peak, located in the southeast of the inner gate, is a good choice. The peak is not very high, but its location is excellent. The spiritual spring above is as clear as a mirror and flows all year round. The price is also the lowest, just 1 million top-quality spirit stones. If you don't need a spiritual spring, Qingning Peak, on the west side of Chaoyan Peak, is also nice. Although it lacks the advantage of a spiritual spring, the peak rises high into the clouds, with picturesque scenery. The spiritual energy there is quite rich, and you can see the vast view of the Penglai Sea. The price is moderate, at 580,000 top-quality spirit stones. Ye Qingning, having a blue spiritual spring that surpasses others, naturally chose a peak without a spring. Qingning Peak is a good choice. It even has the word clear in its name, which she quite likes. Thank you, Manager Wan, for the recommendation. I'll take Qingning Peak. As the days passed and the stars changed in the night sky, it was already the end of December, more than half a month since Ye Qingning bought Qingning Peak. The day after tomorrow marks the beginning of the new year, and tomorrow is when various sects head to Fahua Zen Temple to listen to Master Kongwang's teachings. During this past half-month, Ye Qingning has been extremely busy, more so than a dog. In addition to her daily required classes in talisman studies, formations, and body cultivation, she also found time to practice in the quiet cultivation pavilion. Even the 3-day vacation she earned was spent on cultivation without leaving Penglai. Not only Ye Qingning, but all disciples of the Penglai sect, after the grand competition, became even more motivated instead of relaxing. Aside from attending classes and training, Ye Qingning went several nights without sleep, working on the design and drawings for the construction of Qingning Peak. The plans included palaces, pavilions, training grounds, a small dojo, an alchemy room, a spirit plant garden, a small kitchen, and more. Of course, she also marked a large pit for the blue spiritual spring in the drawings. Li Taihang, Song Xian, and others were quite shocked to learn that Ye Qingning had bought Qingning Peak. They privately tried to save as many spirit stones as possible to enjoy the blue spiritual spring, but in the end, they didn't save much, not even enough for the leftover of 580,000 top-quality spirit stones. Therefore, even though Ye Qingning offered to build houses for them on Qingning Peak, they declined. In Bai Wei and the others' view, there was no reason for Bai to not produce spirit stones while living on someone else's peak. Being able to occasionally visit the blue spirit spring on the peak was already quite good. Li Taihang, Song Zian, and Mu Xingchen took on the task of digging the pit, as such hard work should be done by men. Before the three finished digging the large pit, Tainjizi personally came to the peak to set up the protective formation. It is important to note that Tainjizi had previously built a courtyard for Ye Qingning on his peak using high-quality spirit wood, hoping to take her as his disciple in the future. However, before Ye Qingning could reach the Master Hall to pay her respects, she already had her own mountain. To assert his presence, Tainjizi summoned Ye Qingning to his peak for one-on-one teaching in formation techniques. Those days were filled with joy, but they also worried Zuanyangzi, who heard the news. Next year would be the genius assessment, and the day to become a genius of the immortal sect and reach the Master Hall was just around the corner. Yet, so many old folks were suddenly competing for his disciple. Each one was more cunning than the last, which was quite frustrating. Moreover, this girl didn't practice alchemy. There was always a sense of crisis that the disciple he valued might choose to learn from someone else. Before heading to Fahua Zen Academy, Ye Qingning visited Qingning Peak. Although Qingning Peak had not yet begun construction, she had been keeping her caterpillar and black-feathered eagle there. The focus was on letting her little friends roam freely. Today, she needed to bring both the caterpillar and the bird to Fahua Zen Academy. During this time, Ye Qingning discovered a serious issue. The black-feathered eagle was rather foolish. It wasn't obvious when she first formed a contract with it, but over time, she realized that this silly eagle, with its head on its neck, could truly be called one of the silliest creatures around, like a husky among eagles. Its clear eyes were filled with both wisdom and a hint of playful foolishness. With its silly tuft of feathers, its daily routine consisted of staring blankly at the peak for 8 sessions a day, each lasting 3 hours. When not daydreaming, it did absolutely nothing related to being an eagle. She had managed to cultivate a garden of spirit herbs on the peak and even transplanted a few spirit herbs using spirit stones, but the silly eagle pecked everything to pieces, and some of it was even eaten by the foolish bird. Who can tell her that eagles are not carnivorous? Why does the foolish eagle have such a fondness for the spiritual herbs? After the hour of Qin passed, the flying boat slowly ascended and headed towards the Fahua Zen Temple. The Fahua Zen Temple is located in the heart of the Qilian Mountains in eastern Zhongzhou. The mountains are majestic, ancient trees tower high, and the area is surrounded by mist, resembling a fairyland. The Fahua Zen Temple is hidden within this tranquil forest, seemingly isolated from the world. Only the sounds of bells and chimes can be heard, free from the disturbances of the outside. At sunset, the flying boat arrived above the Qilian Mountains and landed steadily on a large open space outside the Fahua Zen Temple after a quarter of an hour. The boat door opened, and the disciples of Penglai exited one after another. Walking past a wide stone staircase in front of the temple, a temple standing amidst the forest came into view. The last rays of the setting sun illuminated the ancient temple, adding a sense of solemnity and making it appear particularly peaceful and sacred. When the Penglai sect arrived, people from other sects were already entering the temple one after another. The monks of the Fahua Zen Temple had begun welcoming guests at the gate early that morning. They wore gray robes and held prayer beads, looking calm and serene. The leading monk was Qingning, the abbot of the Fahua Zen Temple, who had purchased the Brahma sound bell from Ye Qingning for 200,000 top-grade spirit stones and had given her a jade token. Typically, the abbot does not directly welcome guests. His main duties are to oversee the daily affairs of the temple, manage its finances, and enforce certain regulations. Only during important temple events or when significant visitors arrive will the abbot or the head monk personally greet them. This time, in addition to various major sects, the 10 great families were also invited. Coincidentally, the person speaking with Qingning at the temple entrance was the head of the Su family, one of the 10 great families, and Ye Hanyue was among them. The appearance of the Penglai sect immediately caught Ye Hanyue's attention. In the next moment, Ye Qingning sensed Ye Hanyue's cold gaze fixed on her. If looks could kill, Ye Hanyue's glare would have pierced her 1,000 times. showing just how furious he was for not being able to bring her back to the Ye family. Qingning, you must be careful. Ye Xian is here, and I'm worried he might secretly try to harm you. He hasn't been able to capture you and bring you back to the Ye family for so long. Now is a perfect opportunity, Ye Qingning sneered inwardly, acknowledging Ye Xian's gaze and agreeing with the system's analysis. On the surface, Ye Xian appeared very upright, but in reality, she was ruthless and would do anything to achieve her goals. Ye Qingning knew she needed to be cautious around her. As the family entered the temple, Ye Xian turned back and left a meaningful smile. Ye Qingning returned a smile that could infuriate anyone, unfazed by the intimidation. After all, Ye Xian wouldn't let her off easily, so what was wrong with smiling? In any case, since they were here, they might as well make the best of it. The group from the Penglai sect arrived at the temple entrance. Qingning and the monks behind him joined their hands in prayer and slightly bowed to the group led by Pei. Amitabha, thank you all for coming from afar. I am Qingning, leading the monks to welcome you. Your visit to our humble temple is indeed a blessing for us. Master Qingning is too kind. It is our honor to be invited to your temple for meditation and enlightenment. We hope you can guide us, Pei replied, also joining his hands in respect. Ye Qingning followed the others in greeting, noticing that Qingning looked in her direction and politely returned his smile. Master Qingming's gaze was gentle as it shifted back to Pei. Pei Shizhu, you are too modest. Please come into the temple with me and rest in the guest hall. We have prepared a vegetarian meal to welcome you. Pei replied, thank you for your hospitality, Master. We will gladly accept. Ye Qingning and her group followed Master Qingming into the temple. In her past life, although Ye Qingning lost in the grand competition of the immortal sects and the Falling Cloud sect was a rather insignificant small sect, logically, they would not have received an invitation from the Manhwa Zen temple. However, Xie Jibai shone brightly in the competition, ranking fourth among the top 10 disciples, which helped spread the name of the Falling Cloud sect in the cultivation world. Although the Manhwa Zen temple does not participate in the disputes of the immortal sects, it is not unaware of their affairs. Thus, whenever significant events occur or outstanding disciples emerge, the Manhwa Zen temple sends out invitations to show recognition and support for the younger generation. Therefore, while many small sects did not receive invitations, the Falling Cloud sect stood out by being invited among the major sects and 10 great families. However, there are only 5 spots available, as the Zen temple, though large, has a limited number of guest rooms. In a past life, Ye Qingning came to the Manhwa Zen temple with the leader of the Luoyun sect, her master Ye Hanyue, Xie Jibai, and the top disciple of the Luoyun sect. Now, stepping into the temple again, she is still moved and impressed by the sacred place filled with soothing sounds, and walking through the temple, she finds it hard to have any distracting thoughts. Passing through the winding corridors, Ye Qingning and her companions followed Qingming to the Yunshui Hall, which is the accommodation arranged for the Penglai sect. Yunshui Hall is the largest guest hall in the Manhwa Zen temple. The hall is well organized, with meditation rooms for quiet practice, guest rooms for resting, and a carefully arranged tea room for discussions over tea. Although there are the most guest rooms, with a total of 30 rooms across 3 floors, the number of disciples from the Penglai sect is also the highest. Even though all the visitors are direct disciples and core members, there are still over 100 of them, so it is impossible for everyone to have their own room. As for how the rooms would be assigned, Qingming naturally did not interfere, simply saying, "You may take a moment to rest, and later I will send someone to guide you to the dining hall for your meal. Tomorrow at dawn, our temple's abbot will ring the bell, so please gather in front of the Mahavira Hall to attend the Buddhist teachings and explore the true meaning of Buddhism. If you have any needs during your stay, please let the monks know, and we will do our best to assist you. Master is too kind. Your arrangements are already a great honor for us. Today, the temple is busy, so please feel free to attend to your duties," Pei responded politely. Just as it seemed Qingming would leave after making the arrangements, he joined his hands in prayer and slightly bowed, saying, "It has been a long time since I last saw Master Yi. May I invite you to the abbot's meditation room for a chat later?" The abbot has been wanting to meet you and has been thinking of you, and he has a Zen saying to share." Upon hearing this, Pei-in, Tianjizi, and the other elders were momentarily stunned, and the disciples were also surprised, but they quickly realized something. Wasn't the bell that Ye Qingning had opened during her stone gambling and gifted to the Fahua Zen temple? Now being invited by Master Kongwang for a discussion makes perfect sense. What is enviable is that Master Kongwang even has a Zen saying to share. Zen sayings are known as Buddhist phrases, Zen insights, or Zen words. Without some cultural knowledge, it's hard to understand. Zen sayings are not only short and concise, but they also convey Zen wisdom or secrets through hints and metaphors. Once one grasps the deeper meaning hidden in Zen sayings, it often leads to enlightenment or a glimpse of profound truths. Such opportunities are certainly enviable. Ye Qingning showed a hint of surprise, then smiled calmly. "Master, you flatter me. Since the abbot has invited me, I will certainly comply. Please go ahead, and I will join you after I settle in." Qingning smiled slightly, his eyes showing a hint of approval. "If that's the case, I will take my leave and await your arrival, Miss Yi." After saying this, Master Qingning left Yunshui Hall with a group of monks. As Ye Qingning watched Master Qingming's departing figure, she pondered what Zen wisdom he intended to share with her. Once Qingming and his group left, Tianjizi, the elder in charge, began arranging accommodations for the disciples. Pei-in and the elders stayed in the East Wing, which had 6 rooms, one for each of the 5 elders and one for Xin Xuanli. The other disciples shared rooms, with 2 personal disciples in one room and 3 core disciples in another. Despite this arrangement, it was not crowded, as each room was spacious and bright, even featuring a small meditation hall with a Buddha statue for disciples to practice in front of. Since there were only 11 female core disciples, when it came to Ye Qingning, only 2 were left, so they shared a room. Coincidentally, the core female disciple sharing a room with Ye Qingning was her neighbor from the courtyard she had met at Lingyun Peak. The girl's name was Jiangwan, gentle and kind, skilled in swordsmanship, music, and alchemy. She ranked 10th in the last 10 years' sect competition, which promoted her from an inner disciple to a core disciple. Since their first meeting, they had gotten along well, and Jiangwan took a liking to Ye Qingning, the newly promoted core disciple. After the rooms were assigned, a monk guided the members of the Penglai sect to the dining hall for a meal. On the way to the dining hall, Ye Qingning noticed a narrow, deserted path. The path was so narrow that only one person could pass through, flanked by lush cypress trees whose branches intertwined, completely hiding the entrance to the deep road. If you don't look closely, you won't notice this little path that few people use. In her past life, Ye Qingning had indeed visited the Fahua Zen temple, so she knew there was a winding path that led to the back mountain of the temple. Noticing Ye Qingning's gaze, Jiangwan tugged at her sleeve. In a very soft voice, she said, "That path leads to the back mountain of the temple. When we left the Yunshui Hall, I secretly used my spiritual sense to check it out, but as soon as my sense touched that area, it was pushed back by an unknown force. I heard that the back mountain is where the temple's high monks meditate in seclusion. Ordinary visitors, and even regular monks, are not allowed to enter. Don't let your curiosity lead you there, and don't follow my example. My spiritual sense still hurts a bit." Jiangwan regretted her actions, realizing that curiosity can lead to trouble. She was too eager to explore the temple and ended up in a difficult situation, almost harming her spiritual sense. Ye Qingning was taken aback and thought, "This sister is quite bold. Who would dare to use their spiritual sense in such a place?" Looking at Jiangwan, she expressed her concern. "Are you okay, senior sister? Is your spiritual sense hurt?" Jiangwan shook her head, laughing at herself. "It's fine. I just got pushed back by that force. My spiritual sense isn't really hurt. I just need to eat a few more bowls of vegetarian food and I'll be fine." Ye Qingning. "So you're just a foodie." Jiangwan. "But the back mountain is indeed mysterious, so don't follow my lead, junior sister." Ye Qingning nodded, understanding that Jiangwan meant well and realizing why there were restrictions on probing the back mountain with spiritual sense. According to the plot in the book, at this moment, the main antagonist, the young master of the demon clan, was imprisoned in the back mountain of the Manhwa Zen temple. The system was not only sharp-eyed but also had keen hearing, so it naturally overheard Ye Qingning and Jiang Wan's quiet conversation. Suddenly remembering something, it shouted as if struck by lightning, frantically pecking at Ye Qingning's head a few times. Ning ning. Ning ning. Something bad is happening. Something bad is happening. Ye Qingning, while recalling events from her past life and the plot of the original story, was startled by the system's loud shout. The dog system knows that it is afraid of the main villain in the book, and in the past life, it was suspicious, thinking the villain could see it. Now, just mentioning the back mountain of the Zen temple has scared the dog system this much. Even if the villain could see it, nothing happened in the past life, so why is it so scared now? Ning ning. Why don't you ask me why I said things are bad? The system flew in front of Ye Qingning, flapping its wings. Ye Qingning decided not to spoil the mood. Why? I really want to know. The back mountain of the Zen temple. The back mountain. Think about who is there. Oh, I remember. The villain Su Yi seems to be imprisoned in the back mountain. Yes. Yes. It's the villain. Why aren't you worried after remembering? Ye Qingning felt a bit confused. Why should I worry? I have no grudge against him, and nothing happened in the past life. What is there to worry about? The system shook its head vigorously, losing a feather. No, no. You have a grudge. You have a big conflict with him. Ye Qingning was taken aback. A grudge? A big conflict? When did this happen? Why didn't she know? But in the next moment, Ye Qingning suddenly thought of something, her brow furrowing. The system, no longer wanting to keep it a secret, continued. In your past life, you had no conflict with the villain, but in this life, you do. Think about it. Why is Suyi the villain in the original story? What did he do? And who got the Brahma sound bell in this life? Ye Qingning's eyes flickered as she realized what she had overlooked. Su Yi became the main villain in the original story not only because he was the ruthless heir of the demon sect and became the #1 enemy in the cultivation world after taking over, but also because, in the original plot, he nearly killed the female lead. In her past life, Ye Hanyue indeed almost died at Su Ye's hands. In some novels she read, villains often liked the female lead, highlighting her charm. But because gods and demons cannot coexist, the female lead, holding on to her sense of justice and kindness, ultimately chooses to be with the male lead. Su Yu is different. He wanted to crush Ye Hanyue. The reason? It can only be said that it was the trouble caused by the Brahma sound bell. In the original story, Sui was imprisoned by Qingning in the back mountain of the Zen temple. However, Qingning was not only a highly enlightened monk with deep Buddhist teachings, but also had a compassionate heart. He imprisoned Sui not to suppress or kill him, but to help him find his way back and guide him towards enlightenment. As the saying goes, becoming a Buddha or a demon is often just a matter of thought. In Qingning's eyes, even if one is a demon, they can still become a Buddha. The Buddha said that those who stray from the path can still be forgiven. By letting go of their burdens, they can return to the right path. Although Sui had the bloodline of a demon, Qingning understood that bloodline does not determine everything. It is one's heart and nature that are essential for cultivation. Qingning kept Sui in the back mountain of the Zen temple, using Buddhist teachings daily to awaken the kindness and awareness deep within Sui. However, for Sui, the morning bells and evening drums, along with the chanting, were a torment, more painful than death. Especially after the bell was returned to the temple, every quiet night, Qingning would ring the bell in front of Sui. The sound was melodious, as if it could cleanse the heart and purify the soul, carrying the power to dispel dark energies. For Sui, the relentless sound was a form of torture. Sui hated the sound of the bell. Every time he heard it, it felt like his soul was being taken, and he only wanted to destroy the bell. But the bell was an ancient artifact, not so easily destroyed, especially since it was in Qingning's possession. For some reason, Sui could not act against Qingning, but one day he accidentally learned that the bell was a gift from Ye Hanyue to the Dharma Flower Zen temple, which Qingning then used against him. His anger flared up instantly. If Ye Hanyue had not given the bell to Qingning, he would not have to suffer from its sound every day. Moreover, demons often think differently than ordinary people. With Qingning constantly talking to Sui about cause and effect, Sui began to believe that his suffering from the bell was entirely due to Ye Hanyue. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around. Sui, who was already ruthless, would not let Ye Hanyue go. Ye Hanyue had no idea she had brought trouble upon herself. After escaping from the back mountain of the Zen temple, Sui began to send people to watch Ye Hanyue's movements, waiting for the day he could find an opportunity when she was out alone. Facing Sui, Ye Hanyue had no chance to fight back. Sui nearly shattered Ye Hanyue's golden core with a single strike. However, Ye Hanyue was the main character in the story, blessed with the protagonist's aura, and ultimately escaped from Suye's grasp. Strangely, although Ye Hanyue survived, given Suye's nature, this matter would not end easily. In her past life, she indeed never heard of Suye pursuing Ye Hanyue again. Perhaps it was because Ye Hanyue was later hunted by the elder of Penglai that Suye did not take further action. Regardless, when the stone revealed the Fanning bell, she was only focused on seizing the opportunity from Ye Hanyue and the Fahua Zen Institute. After obtaining 200,000 top-quality spirit stones, she was so pleased that she didn't think about the consequences. Looking back now, it was indeed a serious problem. She had gained an opportunity and was invited by Master Qingning, but she had also indirectly made an enemy of Suye. Ning, what should we do? After the first bell of the Fanning bell rings tomorrow, Qingning will probably use it against the main villain. If the villain finds out that you gave the Fanning bell to Qingning.
Ye Qingning's earsfurt.
Okay, stop shouting. Stay calm, let me think of a solution. Yi Qingning was usually composed and quickly came up with two strategies. At the root of the problem was the bell's sound that angered Suye. If Qingning did not use the Fanning bell against Suye, then there would be no issue. In her past life, Qingning rang the bell day and night, but did not manage to transform anyone, so becoming a demon or a Buddha was not solely dependent on ringing the bell. If someone rang the bell at her all day long, she might go mad. However, Qingning believed that the sound of the Fanning bell had the power to purify the soul and dispel evil thoughts, so he would likely insist on ringing it, and others might find it difficult to interfere. As for the other method, it was diverting the trouble. She needed to think carefully about how to draw this trouble towards the Yi family. If the Yi family wanted to turn her into a puppet, why couldn't she deal with them? If she could divert the trouble well, not only could she shake it off, but there would also be a good show to watch. Not long after, the group from Penglai sect arrived at the dining hall. The dining hall was very spacious, with long tables neatly arranged. The tables were filled with a variety of delicious vegetarian dishes, all carefully prepared using wild vegetables and seasonal fruits. Everyone took their seats, and after Pei-in picked up his chopsticks and served himself some stir-fried bamboo shoots, the others followed suit. The dining hall at Penglai sect offered free meals, and during the grand competition, the food was even cheaper. Therefore, not only Yi Qingning but all the disciples of Penglai had not gone without food for a long time. They believed in eating whenever food was available, ensuring their appetites were satisfied. Yi Qingning was not picky about food. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but she found the vegetarian meals very tasty, even better than chicken or fish. Together with Jiang Wan, they happily finished 3 bowls of rice. Just as she was full, Yi Qingning spotted someone who made her lose her appetite. She saw Ye Hanyue, beaming with joy, holding Ye Xian's arm as they walked into the dining hall. Ye Xian looked at his daughter with a tenderness that Yi Qingning had never seen before. The father-daughter duo appeared very warm and loving. However, upon seeing Yi Qingning, Ye Hanyue's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a cold smirk. After taking a seat at the other end of the hall, Ye Hanyue's spiteful gaze remained fixed on Yi Qingning. Having lived a second life, Ye Hanyue had suffered quite a bit at Yi Qingning's hands. This time, she was smarter and chose not to act out in front of everyone. Instead, she communicated with Yi Qingning through their minds. Ye Qingning, how can you still eat? You really shouldn't be at this Fahua Zen Institute. Ye Qingning, feeling playful, replied, Why do you say that? Why shouldn't I be here? Ye Hanyue sneered, Ha, you really are foolish. We both have lived again, yet when you took my Vanine bell, didn't you think of anything? Why don't you beg me? I might remind you, and perhaps you can save your life. After all, if you die at someone else's hands, that would be too boring for me. This statement was genuinely from Ye Hanyue's heart. During the grand competition, she was beaten by Ye Qingning and left struggling on the ground. If she didn't personally deal with Ye Qingning and turn her into a puppet, how could she feel satisfied? Ye Qingning rolled her eyes, realizing that the crazy woman was just relishing her misfortune.